This day did not foretell any trouble, but exactly until the moment when our hero received a message that his sister was seriously injured and was hospitalized. Gently stroking the cheek of the unconscious girl, Michael said with undisguised sadness in his voice that he liked it when she used to go against him. And he deliberately teased her, however. Now Lucia did not even react to his touch or his voice, being in deep oblivion. He gazed silently into his sister's face for a few moments, as if trying to decide on something. Having decided something, Michael admitted that all this time he had been hiding something from Lucia. She was not the only one in their family whose abilities had awakened. He had awakened too. The hero said that his ability is called Steal, which allows him to steal the abilities of others. The next moment, a blue pearl appeared above the girl's head, which began to actively absorb the thin threads of Lucia's energy. As the blue pearl filled with her energy moved into Michael's palm, the boy received a message that the ability theft was complete, and he received the D-rank ability, Mental Blast, which sends out a mental charge that attacks enemies. He was surprised when he learned the rank of his sister's ability, because with such a rank, she couldn't instantly turn into an ice statue from a so-called unintentional attack. Matt frowned at the thought, no longer feeling as if it had all been as unintentional as they had been told by witnesses. At that very moment, angry cries of his father arguing with someone were heard from the corridor. Philip tried to explain to the parents of the injured girl that everything that happened was pure coincidence. Because heroes are not gods, they are already trying their best to fight monsters, saving hundreds of lives, and in the process of fighting, they can accidentally harm others. Nicholas threw the offer of compensation that was offered to him aside, not intending to listen to the lawyer's words any further, and shouted angrily that they did not need this dirty money. The man hesitated, not knowing what to do in this situation, when the other side was openly showing unwillingness to cooperate. Having heard the entire conversation, Michael stepped out of the room and picked up the papers his father had thrown on the floor. Seeing this, Nicholas asked his son with genuine amazement in his voice what he was doing. They couldn't just exchange Lucia's precious life for these people's money. Michael rose from his knees, holding the papers in his palm, and turning around, placed his hand on his father's shoulder in a calming gesture, after which he calmly said that they needed money to provide for his sister, who was in a vegetative state, with everything she needed. His words brought Nicholas back to consciousness, and he realized that Michael was indeed right. They needed that money, no matter how much he tried to deny it. Meanwhile, the hero turned his gaze to Philip standing in front of him and said that before signing this agreement, he would like to add a couple of additional conditions. The man's face showed a barely noticeable expression of surprise, and he replied that he would listen carefully to these conditions. When Matt said that he would like the hero who harmed his sister to personally apologize to her face-to-face, the man hesitated again and asked if he could apologize on behalf of the hero. The hero insisted on his own, demanding that the hero appear in person. Taking a step forward, Philip replied that the hero's schedule was terribly overloaded. David wanted to apologize, but he was too busy fighting right now, so there was no way he could come here in person. Instead, they were willing to pay 100,000 more as compensation. Matt had no choice but to agree to this condition, and he handed the signed papers to Philip, who had a grateful smile on his face. Immediately after this, the man hurried to leave the hospital, where he had already lost too much time trying to negotiate with the despondent parents of the injured girl. Once outside, Philip immediately contacted his employer and happily told him that he had managed to settle everything, but he would have to add another 100,000 as compensation. This news brought a smile to the hero's face. He praised Philip and said that they would soon contact him through the secretary and transfer the promised amount. Smiling, the man ended the call and thought about how great it would be if he too were a hero. At the same time, Michael had already returned back to his sister's room, sitting next to her. He asked her not to blame him for signing this agreement, because the situation in which their family is now too precarious. The hero also promised Lucia to find out what really happened to her. He didn't believe in coincidences. This event gave him a desire to change this world, getting rid of the awakened who are unworthy of the title of hero. To implement his plan, Michael moved out of his parents' home and closer to the city center. He managed to find an apartment fairly quickly for a small fee in one of the good areas. When he entered the apartment, the new neighbors living there were already waiting for him. The blonde girl introduced herself first, calling herself Diana, and then introduced her friend sitting next to her, Marina, and said that another girl lived there, but she hadn't returned home yet. The hero was not at all surprised by their presence, because it was with them that he had entered into a cohabitation agreement, and calmly introduced himself as well. Diana smiled and suggested celebrating the arrival of a new neighbor. Marina told her that she had planned to sit in the library that evening because she was a junior at the university, and she didn't want to fall behind the program, so Diana and the others could go without her. Turning towards the rooms under Diana's saddened gaze, the hero replied that there was no need for this, since he had only recently arrived and was a little tired, so he would like to rest. Entering his room, Michael put down his suitcase and immediately collapsed on the bed. A little while later, he pulled out his phone from his jacket pocket. When he went to the news page, his attention was drawn to a video where the heroes were fighting monsters, which had already gained quite a lot of views. There were also a few more videos that explained certain rare abilities. About 20 years ago, numerous dark portals suddenly began to appear all over the world, through which monsters arrived on their planet. People were able to stop their invasion only thanks to those with special abilities. Over time, such people with these abilities began to be called heroes, whose strength was admired by everyone, young and old. In order to prevent them from abusing their abilities, the government passed the ability law, which allowed heroes who passed the test and received a hero certificate to use their abilities openly. Watching this video of the heroes fighting again, Michael realized that this was the very battle in which Lucia suffered at the hands of the hero filmed here. After several careful viewings of the video, the guy sighed heavily and put the phone aside, thinking that so far he had not managed to find anything suspicious, so tomorrow it would be worth studying the recording again. When Michael looked at his phone again to check the time, he was shocked to see that it was already 2:30 in the morning and jumped out of bed. He needed to quickly wash up and go to bed, because he had to get up early for work tomorrow. Having taken everything he needed, the hero left the room and headed to the bathroom, without turning on the light in the hallway so as not to disturb his neighbors once again. But as soon as he took a couple of steps, he froze. Matt saw a girl who could barely stand on her feet, who was slowly walking through the corridor, leaning against the wall. It was not difficult for him to understand that this was his third neighbor. Noticing someone's presence, the girl opened her eyes, trying to understand who was in front of her. Without moving from his place, Michael greeted her. Pulling away from the wall, the girl turned towards the bathroom and, apologizing, said that she would like to use this room first. Sitting down at the toilet, she immediately emptied her stomach, which was overflowing with alcohol. A couple of minutes later, Valeria was already soundly sleeping, leaning against the toilet. Michael, who noticed this, went into the bathroom and touched his neighbor's shoulder, asking worriedly if she was okay. But when he realized that the girl was not responding to his voice, he looked at her thoughtfully, thinking about what he should do to avoid any misunderstandings in the future. Coming out of the bathroom, he knocked on Diana's room, deciding that this would be the best way out of the situation. A few moments later, quiet footsteps were heard from behind the door, after which the door opened, and a widely yawning Diana came out, asking in a sleepy voice why Michael was not sleeping at such a late hour. The hero apologized for disturbing her, and, pointing towards the bathroom, explained that another neighbor was drunk and needed help, so it seemed to him that it would be better if another girl helped her instead of him. Sighing, Diana replied that this was not the first time this had happened, and that he should just leave everything as it was, then said that it was already quite late, and she had to go to work tomorrow. Immediately after that, she slammed the door to her room, leaving Michael alone with the unresolved issue regarding his drunken neighbor. Finally, deciding that no one but him could help the girl, the hero returned to the bathroom and again tried to wake the girl up to help her get to the room. But Valeria never opened her eyes, not wanting to interrupt her stay in the kingdom of Morpheus. Michael sighed and apologized for his subsequent actions. Afterwards, he lifted the unconscious girl into his arms. As soon as he did this, a message appeared in front of him that a new ability, brain overload, had been discovered, which could put the brain into a state of overload for a short period of time, significantly increasing the brain's computing capabilities. And the note noted that the girl did not know about the existence of this ability. After reading this message, Michael carried the girl into the living room, where he laid Valeria on the sofa, covering her with his jacket. Afterwards, he took away her ability without any regrets, promising to repay her for it in the future. When it was all finished, a slight smile played across Michael's face, curious to see what effect this ability would have on him. The next moment, a message appeared in front of him that the abilities brain overload and mental explosion both relate to mental abilities and can be combined. Michael decided not to miss such an opportunity and materialized a blue energy pearl in his free palm. When he said, "Unite," both pearls instantly flew into the air. After that, they began to slowly merge with each other, merging into one pearl. After a few moments of waiting, an orange pearl landed on the hero's palm, and along with it, he received a message that he had received the D+ rank Super Brain ability, which automatically sends mental attacks, and also contributes to a significant increase in the ability to calculate and deduce. After reading this message, Michael thought that perhaps with this ability he could find some clues in the video of the incident in which his sister was injured. A few hours later, the rays of the bright sun descended on the sleeping city. Our hero was in the kingdom of Morpheus, immersed in dreams, but only until the moment when his sleep was interrupted by persistent knocks on his door. Getting out of bed, Michael yawned sleepily and opened the door, asking who was there. As soon as he opened his eyes and looked in front of him, surprise flashed across his face. Valeria stood in front of him, already awake, and having managed to change into a simple dress. Looking down, Michael noticed his jacket, which she was holding in her hands, smiling. The girl introduced herself and thanked him for his help last night. Taking his jacket, the hero replied that he could not pass by at that moment, and said that she could simply call him Michael. Remembering that he had taken her ability from her the night before, the boy asked if she was okay, and if she felt any discomfort. Valeria replied that she was completely fine. She had already gotten used to it and he shouldn't worry about her. Michael smiled, saying that in that case he was calm. At that very moment, Alex came in to see them and, with a joyful smile on his face, congratulated our hero on his move. Noticing Valeria standing next to Michael, he froze in shock. Pointing at the girl, Alex asked our hero in bewilderment how he dared to date someone behind his own friend's back. Michael hastened to dispel the misunderstanding and said that this girl was simply a neighbor with whom he lived. Hearing this, the stunned guy's jaw dropped limply. A few moments later, he stood up and smoothed down his styled hair before clearing his throat, drawing the attention of the two. Alex took a couple of steps closer to the girl and, holding out his hand, introduced himself as Michael's best friend and colleague, and that she could address him as Alex. Confused, Valeria placed her hand in his and also said her name. The guy began to enthusiastically talk about being one of the holders of abilities. His ability is to take pictures and videos with his bare hands. So he said that Valeria can contact him at any time if she wants to take a couple of beautiful photos. Michael knew very well how talkative his friend could be, so he approached him to turn him towards the door. And finally, he turned to the girl, saying that Alex had come to give him a ride to the editorial office, and that they were leaving now. Thanks to the fact that it was early morning, it didn't take the guys long to get to the office building. Having lowered himself into his work chair, our hero first of all turned on the recording, which he had studied so diligently the previous evening, hoping to discover clues. But to his regret, Michael did not find anything new. Using the ability to control ice, the hero dealt with the monster that attacked their city in just a couple of minutes. Then Michael decided to activate the super brain deduction and see how much it would help him. When he turned on the recording on the monitor again, he began to notice smaller details, even the most insignificant ones. Noticing one of these details that seemed suspicious to him, Michael stopped the recording. Previously he had not noticed, but in the middle of the fight, the hero made some strange movement with his hand, touching his lips. Suddenly, Alex, who was sitting next to him, nudged him with his elbow, tearing him away from his thoughts. Meanwhile, the guy rolled his chair closer to our hero and asked with interest why Michael was not interested in flirting with girls, especially with such a beautiful girl as Valeria. With a big smile on his face, he said that if our hero wasn't going to do it, then he would. Without taking his eyes off the monitor, Michael replied in an even voice that they were just neighbors, and nothing more. Not even intending to lag behind his friend, Alex, with the same smile on his face, said that it was very easy to go from roommates to bedmates, and he could give a couple of tips regarding this. But this was not destined to happen, because the next moment, frightened screams of people were heard from the street. Alex immediately jumped up from his seat and went to the window, trying to understand what was going on there. Meanwhile, a monster that suddenly appeared was raging on the street. Having sensed his presence, the speakers reported that a monster had appeared, the power of which was equal to a B-rank disaster. So people needed to go to the nearest shelter as soon as possible. The heroes were already on their way and would arrive very soon. Saving their lives, the passers-by followed the advice they had heard and headed off in search of a safe place or shelter. Suddenly, through the thick columns of dust, a tall, approaching figure appeared. With a confident smile on his face, the hero took new steps towards the monster. Emerging from the dust, he said that the citizens had nothing to fear anymore, because the superhero of hot and sour noodles was already here, and he would not allow anything to happen to their city. When people saw him, smiles appeared on their faces. The hero came to their aid, and now they will all be saved. The monster also noticed its newly arrived victim and immediately directed its deadly tentacles towards Adam, who stood bravely before it. Without leaving the window, Alex immediately activated his ability and kept it ready to have time to occupy the worthwhile material. He knew that such one-eyed killers have not only incredibly strong defense, but also a psychopathic ability of close combat. So he was interested in what the superhero of Hot and Sour Noodles would do, because he might not cope with such a strong monster. Remembering his friend, the boy turned around, intending to say something to him. But to his surprise, Michael was no longer in the room. Accustomed to our hero's oddities, Alex turned his gaze back and raised his hands with the activated ability to his eye, deciding that he could not miss such a wonderful opportunity to earn some extra money. At the same time, another hero appeared below. Amelia, whose nickname was Fire Butterfly, flew up to Adam and asked if he needed help. The man didn't even glance in her direction, not wanting to lose sight of the monster, and shouted that she had arrived just in time, after which he asked her to attack while he held off the monster. Amelia replied without confidence that the hero of Hot and Sour Noodles could rely on her. The TV channels also did not waste any time and began a heroic live broadcast, turning on the broadcast from the scene of the incident on a large screen. The dark-haired man, Thomas, said that the Hot and Sour Noodles superhero, who is a melee hero, acted too selfish and narcissistic when he first arrived on the scene. Nathan, who was sitting next to him, asked why Thomas gave such a review to this hero. He replied that in order to activate his ability, the hero needed to eat a bowl of hot and sour noodles, so he usually appears after the heroes have already exhausted the monster and kills it. A smile appeared on the presenter's face, and he said in a cheerful voice that nothing else was expected from Director Thomas. He always has information that other people don't know. The man cleared his throat and said that they should stop this idle chatter and continue watching the live broadcast of the battle. Meanwhile, the Hot and Sour Noodles hero attacked the monster, knocking it down. As the monster lay motionless on the ground, the fire butterfly hovering in the air shouted for the hero to step aside. The next moment she stretched out her hand in front of her, and countless small fire butterflies flew out from her palm, immediately rushing towards the monster. Only a few moments passed before the monster's huge body was engulfed in the girl's scarlet flames. Adam managed to jump away at the last moment so that the flames wouldn't catch him too. Nathan, who was watching this, said that the life of this monster was coming to an end. But Thomas did not agree with this statement, saying that this was far from true. When the host asked him why he thought so without taking his eyes off the monitor, Thomas replied that monsters are smart too, and during all this time he had not yet seen a single sign of anxiety in this monster. A powerful whirlwind of flame enveloping the monster's body soared upward. The monster, who didn't have a scratch on him, also stood up after him. Looking at this, Adam said that their enemy had evolved, and now his body had a fireproof shield. His words caused horror to appear on Amelia's face, and she asked if the hero of Hot and Sour Noodles could hold out for a little while longer until the other heroes arrived. The man hesitated before answering. A recent memory flashed through his mind, of his management telling him that if he wanted to become one of the company's most famous stars, he couldn't afford to lose anymore, because once he failed, Adam's fame would be greatly diminished, and the company would direct its resources to younger, more promising heroes. The hero understood that if he didn't cope with this now, he could forever lose his place as the senior leader in the company. All this time, Michael was watching them from a safe place. Raising his palm to his lips, Adam popped the small pill into his mouth. Despite the distance between them, Michael managed to notice the pill, and a look of surprise appeared on his face when he realized that he had seen such a pill before. Suddenly, one of the tentacles grabbed the fire butterfly's body, squeezing it with force. With a voice full of fear, the girl screamed, asking Adam for help. The tentacle squeezed the girl's body even tighter, and the rest of the monster's limbs rushed towards her at high speed. At the sight of this, the frightened Amelia closed her eyes and screamed that she did not want to die. The next moment, one of the tentacle appendages separated from the monster's body. He froze in bewilderment, looking at his severed limb, which just a second ago contained the victim he had captured. The hero of Hot and Sour Noodles managed to arrive in time and save his partner from certain death. Nathan, watching this scene, joyfully slammed his fist on the table. He explained to the rest of the audience that the Hot and Sour Noodles superhero could only stay in fighting form for 15 minutes. But this time, he managed to not only last longer, but also become stronger than before. The inspired man jumped up from his seat and, raising his clenched fist upward, shouted that their hero had not yet aged. Thomas, however, showed restraint, unlike the overly emotional presenter, but did not hide the fact that he was pleasantly surprised by this. But he was not allowed to finish speaking. Nathan instantly became more serious, sat back down in his seat, and without taking his eyes off the monitor, said that the one-eyed monster was attacking again. The monster's tentacles sharpened and rose into the air. The next moment, as they both rushed towards Adam, there was a terrible roar, and thick clouds of dust and small fragments of stones rose into the air. The hero, engulfed in blue lightning, was able to withstand this attack thanks to his powers, and with a smirk on his lips, said that it was too weak. Immediately after this, his furious cry was heard from under the block of stones. The monster didn't even have time to react before its limbs were cut off, and its body was pierced through in an instant. Adam put all his strength into this blow, and successfully counterattacked his enemy with a smile on his face. The monster's body, paralyzed by lightning, remained frozen in the air for a few more moments, while its tentacles quickly fell to the ground. Without turning around, the hero of spicy and sour noodles also fell to the ground behind the defeated opponent. As soon as the man felt a solid surface under his feet, blood immediately gushed from his mouth along with a choking cough. Feeling his strength rapidly leaving him, the hero sank to the ground, leaning on his hands to keep from falling completely. Amelia immediately noticed her partner's condition and ran towards him worriedly. The man heard her approaching steps and, raising his head, directed his blue eyes at her. The girl immediately saw the hero's significantly grayed complexion and the significantly bulging veins on his face. This sight made Amelia shudder with horror. She had never seen anything like it before. Overcoming her fear, she sat down next to Adam and gently placed her palms on his shoulder, asking in a worried voice what was happening to him. The man immediately turned away from her and squeezed his eyes shut, trying to get his condition under control. A few moments later, he finally succeeded and his condition returned to normal. Adam slowly rose and scratched his head, hidden by the mask, smiled widely at the fire butterfly, saying that he was fine. He just used too much of his powers. These words significantly calmed the girl down and she sighed with relief. Afterwards, the hero of hot and sour noodles helped her get up from her knees, and with happy smiles on their faces, they accepted well-deserved laurels from the residents whose lives they saved. Michael had been watching from his hideout the entire time, and when it was all over, he finally decided to go out, thinking that he needed to find out more information about that blue pill that the hero of hot and sour noodles had taken. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a barely perceptible movement and, stopping, looked towards the slain monster. The guy frowned when he didn't notice anything strange and decided that he must have just imagined it. However, the next moment, a smaller version of this one-eyed monster crawled out from under the monster's body and began to frantically look around. Noticing Matt standing nearby, the monster jumped in his direction. Without taking his eyes off him, the hero thought that since the one-eyed killer's physical and elemental defense was too high, then most likely it would be the mental attack that would be his weak point. As the monster covered the distance between them, he shouted that he would take revenge on the hot and sour noodles hero once he found a new master and absorbed enough energy. That was why he was going to make the guy standing nearby, who seemed quite nutritious to the monster, his master. All this time, Michael continued to stand relaxed in place, not taking his eyes off the monster. When he got close enough, a grin appeared on the guy's face, and he said that this was a good opportunity to conduct some kind of experiment. Michael held both his hands out in front of him and activated his mental blast ability, aiming it at the monster. The one-eyed killer's face froze in shock and bewilderment. Not even a couple of seconds passed before his small body fell dead to the ground, never reaching our hero. Amelia, who was about to return, turned around when she felt a surge of power nearby and realized that someone had used their ability. Meanwhile, Michael approached the monster and picked it up, grabbing it by its numerous pink tentacles to check if it was really dead. The guy understood that even if he guessed correctly, and the weakness of this monster really was mental attacks, then still a mental attack of such a weak level could not kill it so easily. However, the monster was really dead, and now being absolutely sure of this, the hero used the ability extraction on it. And then a few moments later, a blue pearl fell into his palm, from which weak lightning discharges emanated. The next moment, his entire body was covered in a blue aura, and a message appeared in front of Michael himself, stating that he had managed to obtain a new ability, Fireproof Shield, which provides immunity to fire attacks below rank B, and also significantly increases physical defense. Having deactivated this skill, the hero materialized another pearl in his other palm, and looked at the blue and orange pearls one by one, saying that the phrase that no matter how strong an ability is, it will always have a weak spot does not work on him. Suddenly, a puzzled voice was heard from above. The fire butterfly, who soared into the air and flying over the buildings, tried to find the owner of the ability, the echoes of which she had recently felt. Michael immediately ducked behind the nearest building, hiding in the shadows, because the time had not yet come for the other heroes to learn of his existence. The next moment, the girl landed on the ground not far from our hero's shelter. She began to look around, certain that this was where the sudden surge of energy was coming from. During this time, Michael managed to put on a mask that completely hid his face and a long, dark cloak, and without leaving his hiding place, loudly asked who she was looking for. Amelia immediately turned towards the voice and asked if he was the one who just used his ability here. The hero hesitated for a few moments before answering, then took a few decisive steps out of his hiding place and replied that it was indeed him. When Michael was a few meters away from her, Amelia asked suspiciously if he was a hero since she had never seen him before. The guy replied that he was not a hero at all, but just a passerby who helped her clean up, after which he threw the dead carcass of the monster he had killed in her direction. The girl's face reflected surprise when she saw a miniature clone of the one-eyed killer in front of her. Amelie turned her uncertain gaze to the stranger in front of her, thinking that even though he had destroyed such a strong and dangerous monster single-handedly, he was not a hero, and therefore should not use his abilities without permission. Michael stood calmly in his place the whole time. When the silence that reigned between them dragged on for too long, the hero decided that he had done everything that needed to be done, and now there was no point in him staying here, and with sweeping steps he headed towards the girl, intending to go around her. As soon as he was near her, Amelia made a ball to the side and stretched out her hand, blocking his path. Fighting her shyness, she shouted out that he had used his ability illegally, and that he would have to follow her to the Hero Association to get checked. Michael looked down at her and asked her pointedly if she really believed she could stop him. At that very moment, fiery wings appeared behind the girl's back, and she soared into the air, saying that his actions were completely contrary to the law of abilities, and that she had the right to take certain measures against Michael. He didn't move from his spot as the butterflies that had flown from Amelia's palm began to surround him, turning into a hot flame. The boy reached out his hand to one of the butterflies, touched its wing and asked if this is how heroic defenders should treat ordinary people. Amelia's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as Michael crushed one of her butterflies with one movement of his hand and casually moved closer to her. Raising his clenched palm to the level of the girl's face, he said that it was now his turn to attack. Realizing that she was not his opponent, Amelia soared upward with incredible speed and, without even turning around, shouted out an apology with a pleading voice. Michael almost immediately forgot about her existence. His thoughts were spinning around the strange pill that the hero of hot and sour noodles took today. He was sure that the hero who was responsible for what happened to Lucia also took this pill. Taking off his mask, he swore to himself that he would get to the truth at any cost. A few hours later, instead of the sun, the city was illuminated by countless stars. Our hero's working day had come to an end, and he caught the metro, which runs quite infrequently in the late evenings, which arrived on time. Sitting on the bench, Michael reasoned that if he didn't want to attract unnecessary attention to himself, then he should stop collecting other people's abilities. He also decided that he should focus on developing the brain overload ability and find information about those blue pills somewhere. All this time, a man with dyed purple hair standing nearby did not take his attentive gaze off our hero. When Michael closed his eyes and leaned back, the man waited a few moments and walked past the boy, quietly apologizing. The hero did not immediately realize what had happened without opening his eyes. He reached out with his hand to his backpack lying nearby, but instead he only came across the hard surface of the bench he was sitting on. Realizing that something was wrong, Michael opened his eyes and looked at the empty space next to him in confusion, completely confused about where his backpack had gone. The hero began to actively look around and, noticing the absence of the guy in the green jacket, who had been standing opposite him all this time, realized that it was most likely he who had stolen his backpack. Now knowing exactly who he needed to look for, Michael glanced at the people in the carriage, but no matter how hard he looked for this guy, he was nowhere to be seen. The hero frowned, assuming that the impudent fellow had the ability of invisibility, because they had not yet reached the station, and he could not get out. Closing his eyes again, Michael activated the brain overload ability, enhancing the senses, and tried to identify the thief by smell. His plan was successful, and a few moments later, he managed to smell his backpack from one man, but his clothes and aura were completely different from what they were a few minutes ago. Michael immediately dismissed his assumption about the ability of invisibility. It was more like the ability to change appearance or reincarnate. Thinking about this, a smile appeared on his face. He decided that since such a useful ability had come into his hands, he couldn't just let it go. 20 minutes later, the carriage arrived at the final station, and all the passengers got out. Michael followed the man unnoticed as he strolled leisurely with his backpack. A smile played on Fred's face. He was happy with his fantastic luck today, to rob some simpleton and leave completely unnoticed. But along with the joy, he felt some kind of incomprehensible anxiety. The man did not even suspect that the reason for this anxiety was following him right on his heels. After walking a few more steps, he turned around warily. As soon as he did this, he noticed a guy behind him happily waving at him, who was his victim today. Fred wondered with bewilderment how this guy had managed to figure him out. Deciding that this was not the main thing now, he ran as fast as he could, trying to run away as far as possible. Luckily for him, a public toilet appeared around the corner, and he immediately ran into it. It wasn't hard for Michael to guess where exactly the man could have run to. And entering the small building, he opened the door to the men's room and asked with a mocking voice if Fred really thought he could hide from him here. However, contrary to his expectations, there was no one else in the toilet. The hero turned around and stared at the sign for the women's restroom. It was the only place left where his thief could hide. Entering inside, Michael knocked on the only closed booth, telling the man to come out, who screamed in a squeaky voice that there was a pervert in here. The hero sighed and said that in that case he had no other choice, after which he kicked down the door with one kick. A lot of things from the woman's cosmetic bag and a roll of toilet paper that happened to be at hand immediately flew at him. Taking off the scraps of paper, Michael said that Fred's ability was very unusual. It was even able to change his voice. The man pressed himself against the wall in horror, dressed in short women's shorts and a shirt with stockings. After examining it carefully, Michael noted to himself that this ability could not change the body and appearance itself. Fred lowered his head guiltily and apologized to the hero, fully realizing the hopelessness of the situation. Transforming his purse back into Michael's backpack, he handed it to him, forcing a hesitant smile. Michael immediately opened his backpack and checked to see if all his things were still there. Having made sure that nothing was missing, he threw it over his shoulder and asked in a threatening voice if Fred had looked inside. He cowered in fear and replied that he had never opened it. This answer satisfied our hero, and adjusting his glasses, he advised the man to find a normal job in the future and to behave well. Fred clasped his palms together and promised that he would never steal from anyone again, and thanked Michael for sparing him. Here the hero stopped him and asked in bewilderment when he had said that he was going to spare anyone. What happened next left Fred deeply shocked and caused him to lose consciousness. A few moments later, Michael, satisfied with the new ability he had received, headed for the exit, although he had said earlier that he was no longer going to steal abilities. But it was a sin not to resist such a temptation. The ability he had received, changing clothes, allowed him to change clothes anywhere with one movement of his hand. In addition to this, it also provided storage space. Michael decided not to wait and immediately used this ability before going outside. Just one moment, and his image changed completely. Instead of the old and simple one, he wore a completely new suit of a black jacket, shirt with a tie and trousers, and instead of glasses, lenses. As he stepped outside, he looked at himself with satisfaction, happily thinking that this ability was incredibly convenient and useful. At that very moment, two police officers in uniform approached him and said that they had recently received a message from a citizen that someone had shouted about a pervert in the women's restroom and asked if Michael knew anything about it. He replied that he had heard it too, and pointing towards the toilet, said that he had seen a pervert in disguise there who was behaving very suspiciously. A couple of minutes later, the men brought out the unconscious Fred, holding him under the arms on both sides. The hero watched this picture without any remorse. He thought that some possessors of abilities do not deserve them at all, and he will definitely fix it. A week later, he took a taxi to the building whose address Alex had sent him. When the car stopped, the hero paid the driver and, opening the door, got out. Alex had been waiting for him at the entrance for a long time, and, noticing the arrival of his friend, he waved to him with a joyful smile on his face, saying that he had already managed to wait for him for quite some time. Michael did not share his joyful mood, and wearily asked what Alex wanted to say that was so important that he had to come here. He threw his arm over the hero's shoulder, and, with the same smile, said that Michael simply would not believe who he saw in the nightclub. In an indifferent tone, the hero asked who it was that was so important. That Alex saw there, it seemed that Alex had only been waiting for this question, and said that it was Michael's girlfriend, Valeria, who works there as a service staff. The hero glanced sideways at his friend and wearily explained that Veronica was not his girlfriend, and asked why Alex was telling him all this. Pushing his colleague towards the entrance of the club, the blonde guy said that Michael could stop this useless pretense in front of him. As soon as they were inside, he would see and understand everything himself. As soon as they crossed the threshold of the building and walked inside, our hero's eyes widened in surprise when he literally immediately noticed the familiar face of his neighbor. Valeria, wearing a bold bunny costume and with a smile on her face, danced at the pole on her stage. surrounded by a kind of cage. She danced, swaying her hips from side to side to the loud cheers of the audience. Suddenly, fear and surprise appeared on her face. Valeria noticed the familiar figure of Michael, who, together with his friend, was walking towards the sofas. The guys took one of the empty tables, and Alex ordered drinks for himself and his sullen friend, sipping his cocktail. He pushed Michael, who was sitting and staring at the table the whole time, his hands clasped on his chin, and said that he shouldn't be so sad because there are still many beauties on Earth besides Valeria. And now, while they are on his territory, the hero should relax and enjoy the moment. After that, he raised his hand and waved to the girls standing nearby, telling them to come over. They immediately fulfilled his request and stopped in front of their table with smiles on their faces. Alex pointed to the girls one by one and introduced each one to Michael. Then he pointed to the guy sitting next to him and said that this was his best friend. 3 beauties immediately sat down next to our hero, offering to have fun together. It was also noisy at the next table. Sitting surrounded by 2 girls, one of the guys shouted out in disappointment that he was having terrible luck today, because if his brother hadn't taken his car, he wouldn't have lost. Sitting opposite him, Logan reached for the call button and calmly said that Austin had lost the race, and he should just admit it instead of blaming the car. Austin countered by saying that Logan couldn't get through to his father's side, so he had to become his son's bodyguard. After a pause, he chuckled and suggested that perhaps it was all because Logan couldn't keep his mouth shut. His words amused the men, and with a wry smile on his lips, he said that it shouldn't bother an ordinary person who was limited by a C-rank hero like him so much. The guy clicked his tongue in displeasure and, jumping up from his seat, gave the girl who had volunteered to serve their table a hard slap, saying that her abilities were simply worthless. Holding the bottle of alcohol Valeria had brought, Austin asked with disdain how she could bring something so disgusting. His face showed strong irritation, caused more by the words of his own guard than by the tasteless alcohol. But he couldn't take it out on the hero, because the only thing in his power was the fate of the girl working here. Opening the bottle, he poured the contents on Valeria's head. Michael became an unwitting witness to this unpleasant scene and was about to get up and go to her aid, but Alex held him back, excitedly telling him not to act recklessly. Austin is quite a big shot. He is the second son of an A-rank hero, the mechanical hero, from the Olympus Company, especially since he also has a bodyguard with him. A C-rank hero, the Flame Fist, and an ordinary person is no match for them. The hero replied that he was not going to get into a fight. He would just go to the toilet. Alex had no choice but to sigh heavily and let go of his friend. Valeria sat on the floor all this time, not daring to raise her head. Austin himself returned back to the girls on the sofa and gave the order to the waiters who had approached to get rid of the girl. They immediately began to carry out the order. One of them took a bottle of alcohol standing on the table and forcibly began to pour it into Valeria's mouth, holding her by the head. The girl was already ready to resign herself to her future fate, when suddenly, someone pushed the waiter holding him aside. Freed from the hands holding her, Valeria spat out all the alcohol that had been poured into her and began to actively cough. Without looking in her direction, Michael said that he heard that the mechanical hero's son was here. Logan immediately tensed up when he appeared and asked in a serious tone who he was. Austin, sitting behind him, was pouring himself another dose of alcohol and said in a relaxed tone that he was just another person who was in a hurry to get to the next world. Michael sank into one of the chairs opposite and replied that he was simply someone who wanted to make a deal with young Master Austin. The guy glanced at our hero with a clouded gaze and asked what deal they were talking about. Logan's face showed concern, and turning to his charge, he said that it was already late and they should leave this place. Austin didn't like these words. He jumped up, threw a bottle of alcohol at a security guard standing nearby, and said with irritation that he shouldn't interfere when someone started talking about a deal. The guy's behavior clearly made him angry, but Logan couldn't do anything about it. Having lost interest in his ever-annoying bodyguard, Austin took a few steps forward and asked what kind of deal Michael was offering him. Logan tried to stop him by putting his hand on his shoulder. He said that the guy was too drunk and he should go and rest. Afterwards, he cast a displeased glance in the direction of our hero and muttered that he would talk to this clown himself. Michael, meanwhile, had managed to acquire a glass filled with a strong amber liquid, and upon hearing Logan's words, said that he was against violence. But then he added that the man had prevented him from talking about important things with the young master, so he would have to give up this conviction and teach him a lesson, and he put the glass back on the table. Michael rose slowly from his seat, his eyes never leaving Logan's. He had already managed to wrap bandages around his fists, and, activating his ability, said that they would still see who would teach whom a lesson here. As he got into an attacking stance, flames erupting on his wrapped fists, Logan warned his opponent that he wasn't going to stand on ceremony with him. Michael stood motionless, watching the man's actions. By this time, a crowd of people had already gathered around, wanting to watch a battle with one of the heroes live, and Valeria, with the help of her friend, was able to get up from the floor, and together they went to the toilet to wash the alcohol off her hair and face. Deciding not to delay, Logan immediately attacked Michael. As he got closer to our hero, the man became increasingly confused as to why his opponent was just standing there, and even looked like he was going to dodge. However, when his fist was dangerously close, Michael simply stepped aside and asked boredly if that was all Logan could do. He chuckled and said that his opponent shouldn't be so naive, because since he became a hero, no enemy could survive this attack. After these words, he waved his hand, and a powerful stream of flame rushed towards Michael. Other clubgoers standing nearby jumped to the side in horror at the sight of this. The flames were so powerful that it seemed as if they could spread to one of them and burn them to the ground. They kept their worried gazes on the figure of the guy, whose body was completely engulfed in raging fire. To their surprise, no screams of pain or anything else were heard. Suddenly, Michael's palm emerged from the thickness of the fire. The next moment, there was no trace left of that pillar of flame that surrounded him. The fire simply dissipated into the air, and a completely unharmed guy appeared before everyone. Even his cloak was completely intact. Logan's face showed genuine bewilderment at the sight of this. Michael decided that there was no point in dragging out this fight for too long and, holding his palm out in front of him, used a mental attack. The man who was the target of this attack did not even have time to understand what had happened, as he stood dumbfounded on the spot with his face turning significantly whiter. Approaching him, the hero swung and hit the edge of his palm on the neck of his opponent, who had fallen to the floor. After this, he finally lost consciousness and fell motionless to the floor. Seeing this scene, Austin immediately sobered up. He could not believe that Fire Fist was defeated with just one blow from a mysterious opponent. Ignoring the surprised looks of the audience, Michael dropped to one knee next to Logan and touched his chest, extracting the ability. As usual, this process did not take much time, and now he had a new ability in his arsenal, Flame Strike. When he rose to his feet and walked slowly towards Austin, who was sitting on the sofas, he shuddered with fear, and his other bodyguards preferred to quietly retreat from there. The guy began to frantically look around, trying to find someone who could help him. But not finding anyone, Austin forced out a semblance of an awkward smile and asked what deal Michael wanted to talk about earlier. If he needed money, he could transfer any amount right now. But the hero ignored the guy's generous offer and, coming closer, grabbed him by the neck, lifting him high above the floor. Austin dug his palms into his hand, trying to loosen his grip. But when he realized that this would not work, he wheezed out whether Michael even knew who his father was. He replied that he knew perfectly well that Austin was the son of the mechanical hero, and asked what that should mean now. The guy said that if Michael killed him now, his father would certainly take revenge. Having brought him closer to himself, the hero whispered that he was not going to kill him, but simply wanted to share something with him. When Austin asked him what exactly he meant, Michael asked if the boy wanted to have his own ability too. He was very surprised and confused when he heard his words. Seeing that Austin was no longer resisting, the hero unclenched his hand, letting the guy go. Having fallen to the floor, he began to rub his neck with his hand and asked in bewilderment if Michael imagined himself to be a god. An ability is absolutely not something that an ordinary person can give to someone so easily. The hero sighed heavily and, turning around, threw the guy a piece of paper with the words that if he really wanted to get the ability, then he should come to the specified address alone in 7 days. After this, Michael changed back into his casual clothes and left the club. At that very moment, he received a call from a frightened Alex. When asked where he had gone, the hero replied that it was too noisy inside, so he decided to go outside to catch his breath and asked if anything had happened there. His words calmed Alex down, and he replied that Michael had missed a good show and asked his friend to wait for him outside. He would come out now, and they would go somewhere to eat together, where he would tell him everything. After dropping the call, the hero sighed and looked at the sky, thinking that the first part of the plan was completed, and now he just had to wait for Austin to bite his hook. He planned to start checking the heroes from the large-scale Olympus company, because this was the fastest way to achieve his goal. A few hours later, an emergency meeting was called in Olympus. The eyes of all those gathered were turned to the screen with the recording from the CCTV cameras, which recorded the fight between the Fire Fist and our hero. Gilbert, being Austin's father, never took his gaze off the screen for a moment. And when the recording stopped, he asked what thoughts those gathered there had on the matter. The ice adventurer replied that the masked guy used his hand like a knife to deal with the fire fist in an instant, and most likely his abilities were above B rank. The man sitting next to him said that what struck Logan down was definitely not a hand. Frowning, he continued, saying that Logan lost the moment the masked man made a movement with his hand. The man sitting opposite them also decided to intervene and pushed a folder towards them, which had been lying next to him all this time, with the words that this was an assessment of Firefist's injuries from the identification department, which he would recommend that they read before drawing any conclusions. As the three of them glanced at the text written on the paper, their faces reflected shock and disbelief. It said that Logan's ability had disappeared without a trace. At that moment, they realized that they were faced with a huge problem in the form of this strange guy in a mask. Thinking about this, Pavel asked where this guy who could erase other people's abilities came from. Edgar said that as far as he knew, only an S-rank hero had such an ability. Gilbert looked at him and asked uncertainly if this guy was the hero. Hearing this, Sam jumped up from his seat and shouted that this was simply impossible, because the transporter was already an old man with one foot in the grave, and there was no point in him showing up now and causing such chaos. Edgar sighed and replied that the Olympus Company would not be able to deal with this issue on their own, and they were obliged to report it to the Hero Association. Pavel raised one of his eyebrows and noted that a person with special abilities like that masked man, no matter what company he ended up in, would still be used as a killing machine and no one would report him. Gilbert thought his words were appropriate enough, and he said that they shouldn't tell about this guy first. Let it be another little secret of their company, and then asked everyone to leave and leave him alone so that he could think it over again. Austin returned home without any problems after yesterday, where he was now spending his morning. The words that he could obtain the ability just couldn't get out of his head. He ran his eyes over the address on the piece of paper once again, wondering what the guy might ask for in return, since he had mentioned several times that it was a deal. A variety of options came into his head. He sighed tiredly and squeezed the piece of paper, deciding that there was no point in guessing any further. The most important thing was that in just a couple of days, he would have his own hero ability, and he didn't care about the rest. At the same time, our hero met his friend at the entrance to the museum and asked why he called him here, to which Alex replied that he wanted to learn more about monsters so that it would be easier for him to hide when meeting them. These words prompted our hero to think about trying to extract an ability from an S-rank monster. When they went inside and accidentally bumped into two girlfriends, chatting sweetly with each other about something, Michael said with displeasure that Alex came here not so much to find out about monsters, but just to pick up girls. A grin appeared on the guy's face and he replied that everyone knows that only beauties come here, and he simply could not miss such an opportunity. Stopping, the hero pointed somewhere to the side and said that, unlike him, he came here only for this. A few moments later, the boys approached one of the exhibits, the electric Tyrannosaurus, an S-rank monster that was over 7 meters tall and was known for spitting out electricity and causing many disasters, causing their entire city to be paralyzed for a while, and also causing the deaths of 5 A-rank heroes and 20 B-rank heroes. Suddenly, the dragon's body began to be enveloped in small lightning discharges. The next moment, he turned his body and released an electric beam from his mouth somewhere to the side. Alex was amazed by the power of this monster. Even though this dragon was already dead, its power still inspired horror. Michael remained calm and looked at this monster with interest. His palm slowly reached out towards the dragon as he thought about how great it would be to obtain such a terrifying ability. Noticing this, the guard immediately perked up and pointed his baton at Michael, asking him threateningly what he was doing. The hero approached the guard, and with a sweet smile on his face, handed him the card, saying that he was a journalist and wanted to write an article about monsters. The man took the guy's identity card and carefully read the information on it, then said that if he wanted, Michael could write his article. But here he could only look with his eyes, not touch with his hands. The hero glanced sideways at his friend, who understood him without words, and, smiling approvingly, nodded his head slightly. Afterwards, he approached the guard, and, taking him by the arm, began to lead him away from here, saying along the way that they were not going to touch any of the exhibits here. Then he asked where the cutest chicks were. The man, hearing his question, was stunned. Michael decided not to waste time and take advantage of the opportunity given to him by his friend. Stretching out his palm forward, he touched the monster's body and activated the extraction of abilities. The hero frowned with displeasure. He felt the monster's ability, but for some reason it was unusually difficult to extract. It took him a couple of minutes to do this, but eventually, the ability was successfully extracted, and a small purple pearl appeared in his palm. When he read the description of the ability he had received, he was deeply surprised. The ability he had received was only E rank. Its power could only be enough to charge a phone. Michael was confused as to how he managed to extract a low-rank ability from an S-rank monster. It was completely different from what he expected. Looking at the monster again, the hero assumed that the ability might have weakened due to the fact that he had been dead for a long time. Remembering his encounter with the one-eyed killer, he realized that he had managed to extract the ability completely because there was still life left in him. Michael headed towards the exit, looking at the rest of the monster exhibits with disappointment, thinking that he most likely wouldn't be able to get anything useful out of this museum. But even so, he couldn't let it all be in vain, and decided to continue his search. He returned home only towards evening, when the setting sun had painted the sky in muted purple and pink colors. Now the hero was sitting at the table in his room, laying out in front of him all 3 pearls of abilities that he had managed to obtain by walking around the entire museum up and down. The first pearl, engulfed in a small cloud of flame, was an F-rank cloning ability that allowed the creation of a clone for 1 minute. The second, purple pearl, was the ability to manipulate electricity, taken from the very first monster. And the third and final pearl, called human control, was also an F-rank ability that could make any person show interest in the ability's user. Michael sighed in disappointment, saying that the power of these abilities was too weak. Suddenly the thought occurred to him that since abilities could be combined, they could also be destroyed. Having summoned a pearl with the ability to control flames, the hero decided that he would try to do this with it. He closed his eyes, concentrated on this pearl and said, "Destroy." After waiting a few moments, he looked at his palm and saw that nothing had happened to the pearl. Michael was not going to give up so easily and decided to try again. A few moments later, he heard a soft cracking sound, and when he opened his eyes, he saw that the entire pearl was covered with deep cracks. In place of the fragments, several black cubes materialized in front of him, and the message that appeared said that this was a product of the first level of dark energy. The interested hero took one of the cubes in his palm, and looking at it carefully, he thought that most likely all the abilities were made from these cubes, and he really was capable of not only extracting, but also destroying abilities. He studied the dark energy cubes in his palm for a few more minutes, when suddenly another idea came to him. He decided to experiment with one of the abilities he had acquired at the museum, and try to improve it using these dark energy cubes. When he presented the ability pearl and the black cube to each other, they immediately began to merge with each other. Sometime later, Michael received a message that the ability improvement was successful, and the human control ability was improved from F to E. Now it allowed him to mentally influence people and carry out various scams. The hero was genuinely surprised. He didn't expect it to actually work. Putting the pearl aside, he looked at the remaining black cubes of dark energy with satisfaction. He had big plans for them. Michael wondered if he could create an S-rank ability on his own using them. Suddenly, loud screams were heard from the corridor, among which he recognized Valeria's voice. The hero frowned, trying to understand what was going on there. The man sitting on the sofa with a pipe in his mouth looked at the crying girl with displeasure and said that all she could do was shed tears in vain and irritate those around her. After he took the pipe out of his mouth and exhaled smoke, he said that they had not intentionally tried to deceive her. At that moment, Michael came out of his room unnoticed by anyone to better understand what was happening here. Robert paused briefly and continued by saying that if they hadn't done this, Valeria would not have been so willing to send them money. At this point, a woman standing next to him intervened and explained that the girl's brother needed money to buy a house and a car, as well as to get a good wife, which in total amounted to more than $1 million. They simply did not have that kind of money. Valeria had no intention of listening to this any longer. Clenching her fists, she asked with irritation how they could deceive her and say that her father was very ill and urgently needed a large sum of money to pay for treatment. She admitted that at the moment when she learned about his illness, she was in real despair. She had to work 4 shifts a day from early morning until night, just to earn this money as quickly as possible. Exhaling smoke from his pipe, the man said in an even tone that at first they thought about Valeria simply sending them as much as she could, and then they would find a way to get the rest of the money, because their family lineage could not end with them. These words outraged the girl, and she angrily asked if this was really a new way to force her to return home to sell her to a man she had never even seen. The mother came up to her and, taking her hand, reassuringly said that even if this man did not receive a higher education, he was honest and kind and would not treat her badly. Her words made Valeria pull her hand out of the woman's palms, and she asked where they thought the $50,000 she had sent them a week ago came from. Unable to hide it any longer, She admitted that she had been working as a bartender and service staff in clubs all this time, and had to become an escort to get that money. Hearing this, Valeria's parents were deeply shocked. They could not even imagine such a thing. Robert was the first to recover from the shock. Jumping up from his seat, he furiously shouted that with her actions she had ruined the reputation of their family, lowering it to the lowest level. He approached her and swung his arm to hit her, saying that he would make her pay for her shamelessness. Valeria only closed her eyes and turned away, saying that even if he hit her, it would not compare to the beatings she had experienced from her clients. At that moment, Michael decided to intervene and quickly appeared next to her, intercepting the man's hand raised in the air, saying that she was still their daughter and they should not resort to such cruel measures. Robert's face showed obvious surprise at his appearance. He pulled his hand out of Michael's grip and asked him with displeasure who he was to get involved in their family squabbles. Michael turned his silent gaze from the man to the woman, noticing that Valeria's father didn't have an ounce of regret, unlike her mother, so he decided that he could help her a little. Maybe she could help her daughter. As soon as he used the human control ability on her, the woman took a decisive step forward and slapped her husband hard, greatly surprising him. After which she said with displeasure that their daughter even became an escort because of him. He has no right to treat her like that, after everything she had to go through. Having scolded her husband, Maria turned to Valeria and embraced her tightly, apologizing for the fact that they had offended her so much. Looking at this, Robert sighed and said uncertainly that her brother would earn everything on his own. Seeing this scene, Michael remembered his sister, who was still in a coma. He pursed his lips, promising himself that he would stop at nothing to find out the whole truth and achieve justice. The next morning, he and Valeria saw off her parents, who left for their town on the first train. Waving goodbye, the girl shouted out that she would come to them for the new year. Maria looked out of the window and also happily waved her hand at her, shouting for her daughter not to do any more stupid things and to take care of herself. A couple of minutes later, the train disappeared over the horizon. Valeria looked at the guy standing next to her and with a smile on her face, thanked him for keeping her company. Handing the girl a glass of refreshing drink, Michael said that it would be great if her brother understood everything, because it would be much more useful than any amount of money sent to her. The girl winked at him cheerfully and asked him to come closer to her so that she could say something. Michael was embarrassed, but took a hesitant step forward, approaching her. When her lips softly touched his cheek, the hero's eyes widened in surprise. Slowly moving away from him, Valeria thanked him again. That same night, Michael decided on another adventure. Changing into his suit, he got as close as possible to the building of the Center for Processing Monster Corpses, and now he was thinking about how he could break through the unusually strong security and get inside. Suddenly, a truck appeared from around the corner, apparently heading to the body processing center. Michael decided that he could not miss such a wonderful opportunity given to him by fate itself, and quickly ducked under the truck, trying to remain unnoticed. Finding himself under the car, he managed to grab the crossbar and hang onto it, pressing himself as close as possible. Confident that he wouldn't have any problems getting inside this way, the hero allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the next moment he was puzzled when he noticed that he was not alone here. The girl he was pressed against was also extremely surprised by his appearance, and gestured for Michael to behave quietly and not reveal their presence. He immediately realized that she, like him, was trying to get to the center. When the truck hit a bump, they were jolted considerably, and Michael had to press even closer to the girl, causing her a lot of displeasure due to such close contact with a stranger. In order to somehow diffuse the awkward situation, the hero hesitantly greeted her and said that their meeting was simply an amazing coincidence. His words outraged the girl, and she said with irritation that it was not a coincidence, but simply a disaster, that she had encountered him here, and that they needed to act according to the rules of the field and rely only on their abilities, trying to ignore each other's existence. Then she said that she was a representative of the F Chamber of Commerce, Anna Cott, and asked Michael who he was. When he introduced himself to her, Anna said that they would soon reach the unloading area, but she would not be able to get off the truck while in such an uncomfortable position with him. The hero did not let her finish, telling her to hold on to him tighter. The next moment he jumped together with the girl, holding her by the back. He managed to turn over and take the brunt of the impact with the ground. For a few moments they both lay motionless on the ground. Clearing his throat, Michael tried to get up, but couldn't because of the girl still pressing herself against him, and asked how much longer she was going to hug him like that. Anna instantly jumped to her feet, and trying to hide her embarrassment, turned around and irritably shouted that if the situation did not require it, she would never in her life want to hug him. Sometime later, they managed to safely get inside the center and discover the room for processing monster corpses. Anna, who was noticing everything around her, looked at Michael and asked why he looked like he had never seen anything like this before, and asked if he was a newbie by any chance. The hero replied that he was, so he would follow the recommendations of his elder. Opening one of the doors, the girl replied that since Michael was so sincere with her, she simply could not help but let him follow her. Anna walked deeper into the room and stopped at a huge table on which lay the corpse of a monster. Looking at it, she explained that her boss needed white hair from the chest of this werewolf, and her task was to carefully cut it off. Having explained this, she climbed onto the table and, taking out a knife, cut off a small bunch. After this, the girl summoned her bag, in which she kept all the collected things. With a satisfied smile on her face, Anna looked at the guy standing to the side and proudly said that this was her ability, storage bag. With that, her task in this room was complete. She jumped back down to the floor and said that it was now time for them to move on to the next processing room. Michael caught the moment while Anna was distracted by her monologue and extracted the ability from the dead monster. This time he managed to get the ability Metal Transformation, which can change the appearance of any metal. Suddenly the alarm system went off, causing our heroes to shudder in horror. Not even a couple of seconds had passed before an agitated man in a white coat burst into the room. With tears in his eyes, he cried out that the monster in the next room was not dead. Immediately after that, his entire body was wrapped in the monster's limb, dragging him back. The man could only desperately scream for help, unable to escape from the grip. When this strange monster disappeared, along with the unfortunate man, Anna sighed with relief and touched the cloak of Michael, who was standing next to her, asking him to support her a little, because her legs had weakened from fear. Suddenly she felt a light touch on her shoulder. The girl didn't even have time to react before a tentacle of the monster grabbed her waist and pulled her towards the exit. Michael wanted to run after her, but it was too dark around, so he used his abilities to summon flames, and the next moment a fireball appeared above the ceiling, illuminating the space around. Immediately after that, he ran out of the room, trying to catch up with the monster dragging Anna away in an unknown direction, but it turned out to be much faster than our hero expected. As Michael ran past the lockers, he noticed that they were all made of metal. The hero couldn't help but take advantage of this, and immediately activated the Metal Transformation ability. After that, the metal cabinets literally began to transform before our eyes. And a few moments later, several sharp iron tentacles were flying at the monster, just like the monster itself. With a couple of swings, they managed to cut off the monster's limb and free the terrified Anna. Michael immediately ran up to the girl who had fallen to the floor, excitedly asking if she was okay. She stood up and threw the stump away from herself with displeasure, noting that these tentacles had incredibly sharp hooks. Then she turned her gaze to the side where the monster that attacked her should be. As Michael's fireball flew a little further, they saw a huge monster in front of them, whose body consisted entirely of a huge number of tentacles. Noticing them, the other victims of the monster, who had not managed to free themselves, began to desperately shout out requests for help. Seeing such a terrifying picture, confusion appeared on Anna's face. She had never seen anything like it before. The monster couldn't help but sense their presence either, and the tentacles peeking out from behind the bone mask began to tremble slightly. The next moment they sharpened and rushed towards our heroes. Michael waved his arms to the sides and once again activated the metal transformation to the nearby lockers and pulled them towards him. The monster attacked him furiously, striking him with its powerful tentacles, blow after blow. But Michael held off all these attacks by holding the shield he created from metal cabinets in front of him. Suddenly, an incredibly strong blow flew into the shield, causing a significant part to break off from the shield. Seeing this, Anna, scared to death, shouted that very soon this shield would completely disappear, and Michael should urgently come up with something else. When the monster's tentacles rushed towards them again, the girl panicked, sank to the floor, covered her head with her hands and screamed that they would die right here. They would simply be eaten alive. Still holding the shield, the hero agreed with Anna. He understood that he would not be able to hold out in this position for long and began to frantically think over a rescue plan, when suddenly the guy remembered that he had seen several canisters of gasoline here. He called out to his partner. Michael said that she should calm down, because he had an idea of how they could escape from here. Anna looked at him with hope in her eyes, and asked what exactly this idea was. The hero did not waste time on explanations, but immediately moved to action. One of the metal rods separated from his shield and rushed somewhere to the side. The metal submitted to the hero quite easily, bending like a ribbon. The metal rod threw the canisters standing on the ground high into the air. Afterwards, the rod itself continued its movement, heading straight for the monster's body. At the same time, Michael divided the fiery ball hovering in the air into several and lowered them as close as possible to the canisters of gasoline. Grabbing Anna by the hand, he rushed as far away from here as possible, when a terrible explosion thundered behind them, dousing their backs with intense heat. The other captives of the monster also managed to free themselves, and they ran with all their might towards the exit, leaving the monster alone in this raging horde of flames. But Michael's plan didn't go as well as he expected. The attack failed to kill their enemy, and one of the tentacles followed them. Anna was once again about to be on the verge of death, when someone appeared out of nowhere and chopped off the monster's limb, then blocked Michael's further escape route by standing right in front of him. The man gave our heroes a stern, ominous look and asked with a threatening voice if they were the same thieves who dared to revive the monster to attack this place. Anna took a few determined steps forward from behind Michael and asked the stranger with irritation who he was and why he started talking nonsense as soon as he appeared. Looking at her from under his brows, Simon said with displeasure that for her age she was too disrespectful to those who were much older than her. The girl retorted with even greater irritation, shouting that he was the one who was disrespectful towards young people, even though he was already an old man. All this time, Michael was in no hurry to get involved in their squabble. For some reason, this man seemed familiar to him. He strained his memory a little. He remembered that this was the same Simon Kurd, the hero who defeated King Kong Berserker 10 years ago. Taking a step forward, he shielded Anna with his body and apologized to the man for his partner's behavior. Simon chuckled and turned towards the monster, saying that Michael was more respectful than the girl standing next to them. But he didn't have time for them now. He needed to deal with the monster first. With these words, he jumped up, grabbing the hilt of his sword, which was resting in a sheath behind his back. As he shouted, "Polar Star Attack, Style 1. Greedy Wolf Attack." A powerful stream of aura burst forth from his blade, transforming into the named beast. A couple of swipes of its claws were enough to cut off several of the monster's tentacles. After this, the wolf immediately disappeared. Our heroes watched the events unfolding without taking their eyes off. At one point, Michael said that if there was another legendary inherited power called Polar Star Attack, each style of which is an advanced technique, even those with S-rank abilities would have to take a few steps back. Having lost several of its tentacles, the monster became truly enraged. He immediately attacked Simon, sending several tentacles towards him, surrounding him from several sides. But the man was able to resist this by using the second style of the North Star, Heaven's Hunger. This attack chopped the monster's body into hundreds of tiny pieces in an instant. Finally, to finish off the monster, he used the third style, Water of Heaven, throwing his blade straight into the monster's bone mask. Michael witnessed how this powerful monster was defeated in a matter of moments. Having defeated the enemy, Simon immediately landed back on the ground. Afterwards, he grabbed his sword again and pointed it at our heroes, saying that now it was time to deal with them too. Michael saw the determination and killing intent in his eyes, so he decided to try to go the peaceful route, saying that they weren't the ones who brought this monster to life. But the man didn't believe his words for a second, replying that they were too suspicious for him to just believe them. Anna quietly called Michael and worriedly asked if he would be able to defeat this old man. Turning to her, the hero replied that, unfortunately, it was not in his power, and asked if she really wanted him to do it. She shook her head and smiled, saying that she just wanted to lend him some weapons, after which she handed him one thing. Michael didn't even have time to notice how the armor tightly clung to his entire body, and Anna meanwhile turned around and ran to the side, shouting that this armor was made from the materials of a B-rank monster, so it should provide him with reliable protection for some time. At that very moment, Simon attacked him, reminding us of his existence. This attack was too sudden. The only thing our hero managed to do was to take an automatic step back and cover himself with his right hand. His face, hidden by the rooster mask, showed surprise, realizing that the armor he had received was indeed useful, since it could withstand a powerful blow from a high-ranking hero like Simon. The man was clearly determined to get rid of his opponent, so he went on the offensive again, delivering another incredibly fast attack after attack, but Michael managed to successfully dodge each of them. At some point, he decided to try to activate the brain overload ability in the hope that it could somehow help him. And to his surprise, it actually worked. The man's actions slowed down significantly, and now he had time to read the next step of his opponent. Although this made Michael happy, he knew that it was still not enough for him to defeat the swordsman. Noticing his opponent's hesitation, Simon shouted that Michael should be more careful in battle, and immediately attacked the open area. The hero froze in place, realizing with horror that there was no way he could dodge this attack. The only way out he had left was to try to use his human control ability to the maximum. Simon's face showed shock as he hung in the air, unable to move a finger. Looking at Michael, he asked in bewilderment how he managed to stop his movements. The next moment, the skill's effect wore off, and the hero managed to jump to the side before the enemy's sword touched him. He then looked up at the man and replied that he would already be dead if he hadn't done it. Simon lunged at the boy again, shouting that pathetic tricks were all that petty thieves were capable of. Michael understood that using the mind control ability again would be too costly in terms of strength, and he would not be able to hold off his opponent for long. So he resorted to activating the metal transformation ability and created a kind of sword for himself in order to be able to at least repel Simon's attacks. A few moments later, their swords clashed with each other. Holding back the man's attack, the hero realized that each of the attacks was incredibly powerful, and if he didn't figure out how to get out of this situation, then sooner or later, he would simply be cut in half. Suddenly, the admiring voices of men unknown to him were heard from the side, who were amazed that someone was actually able to stand up to the legendary Simon Kurd. The men assumed that Michael was the very same A-rank hero from the 6th God of Weapons zone. Hearing their words, our hero frowned. He had never heard of someone called the God of Weapons before. His thoughts about the unknown hero were interrupted by Simon's voice, who said that, judging by Michael's attacks, he really wasn't a thief. After which, he put away his sword. Afterwards, the man turned his gaze from him to the onlookers standing nearby and said that they should immediately leave this corpse processing area. He needed to talk one-on-one with the boy standing next to him. Anna and the other men saved from the monster were very surprised. One of them asked with disbelief in his voice if they could really leave. But when they met the man's sharp gaze, which spoke for itself, they turned around and immediately rushed away, not wanting to linger there even a moment longer. Coming to her senses, Anna shouted that she would wait for Michael outside and wished him luck. When everyone left the corridor, the hero asked what Simon wanted to tell him. He replied that he knew perfectly well that Michael was not the God of Weapons, because his skills could not be compared with the skills of this hero. The only similarity between them was the ability to control metal. The man's attentive gaze did not miss the fact that Michael had several abilities, so he could be called a fairly strong person. And someone like him would never come here just to steal some monster fur. The next moment, his brows furrowed and his face became incredibly serious. And he asked if our hero had come here in search of the world's secret. Michael had absolutely no idea what the man was talking about or what secret he was referring to. But he decided to play along with him in order to find out a little more information while he still had the chance. He nodded his head and said that he had indeed come here in search of the world's secret. The guy's honest answer made Simon laugh out loud, and he said that he liked such ambitious young people, so he would tell him everything. Michael was surprised that the man believed him so easily, but it only played into his hands. Meanwhile, Simon said with pride in his voice that the real purpose of creating the center was to open a one-way tunnel to the world of monsters, to the White Hole. He explained that exactly 15 years ago, the White Hole of their city L was successfully discovered. The Hero Association sent a small team of high-ranking heroes there with a special mission to infiltrate the monster world. Simon was one of the members of this team. The man said with incredible sadness in his voice that during this mission, many S-rank heroes died. Only he and 2 other people managed to survive and return, only because they risked their lives. Pointing towards the furnace where the scarlet flames were raging, he explained that in fact, every monster corpse processing center is built on the weakest points of the earth. And as long as they continue to burn the monsters' bodies at these weak points, they can open the white hole that leads to the monster world and beyond. After listening to his story, Michael pointed to the body of the recently killed monster and asked how it happened that he came back to life. Simon explained that this is a secret that they do not tell the outside world. In fact, this monster is a mutation of the monster that appeared from the white hole. The center was of the opinion that the people on this planet were like animals trapped by beasts, and only when they gathered all the power of humanity together would they have a chance to defeat the monsters and put an end to everything. Having finished his story at this point, Simon turned around and waved his hand to the side. He said that now Michael could go. No matter what organization he was in, the guy should remember that he was still an important part of humanity. The top brass of the center had been on edge since early morning because of what had happened the night before. Katerina was extremely unhappy that Simon continued to do stupid and thoughtless things. But the fact that he dared to tell someone else their secrets went beyond all bounds of what was acceptable. The man sitting next to her calmly said that even if Simon hadn't told about it, sooner or later other organizations would have found out about it anyway. It was impossible to keep this secret forever outside the walls of their center. The girl sighed and turned around, asking if everything was ready to start the video conference. The next moment, many windows with images of people appeared in front of her, after which a female voice said that more than 25 people were participating in this conference, and she also reported that all the necessary conditions for considering an S-rank case had been met. Katerina and Jacob listened attentively to her report. The man nodded contentedly and said that in that case, they could start a conference where he was going to tell the truth to the associations of hero owners who exceeded A rank. Hearing this, Katerina's face reflected fear and anxiety. She was not sure if it was time to talk about it. Meanwhile, our hero visited his sister in the hospital. Sitting in a chair next to her, he shared with her that today he was told a terrible secret. Returning back in his memories, he stopped at the moment when he came out of that corridor into the common room, where people working in the center had already managed to crowd together. As Michael walked past them, they cast puzzled glances at him and whispered to each other, completely confused about what had happened inside and why he was the only one who had come out. An excited Anna almost immediately ran up to him and hesitantly asked if he was okay. The hero hesitated, thinking that he couldn't let other people know about his abilities. Taking a step closer to the girl, Michael replied that he was fine and asked her to look him in the eyes. Upon hearing his request, Anna's eyebrows shot up, and she asked in confusion why. This moment was enough for the hero to activate the human control ability. The girl could not resist this either, so she immediately fell into a trance and could not move. Michael mentally ordered her to forget about him using fire and metal abilities. He also took off his armor and added that it was he who brought her this armor and owed her 10,000 won. After that, he snapped his fingers, bringing Anna out of her trance. She woke up instantly and jumped away from him in horror. Saying that she was very glad that he was okay, she turned and ran towards the exit, shouting that she had a curfew at home so she would leave first. Michael smiled at the memory and said that this girl was very similar to Lucia, just as sweet, and also loved money. He gently touched his sister's cheek and said with hope in his voice that after he had accomplished his revenge, he would definitely find a way to wake her up. Our hero stayed in his sister's room until the night, when the nurses announced that visiting hours had already ended, and Michael returned home. There he was engaged in incredibly important work, preparing for the upcoming meeting with Austin. Using his metal transformation ability, he attached a homemade stellar absorption ring to his right middle finger. In his other free hand he took a small jar of blue liquid, the so-called medicine of ability. Michael couldn't let anyone know about his true ability, so he had to use these two things to trick Austin. In addition, he had a special snake mask prepared for this occasion. Taking it in his hands, he immediately put it on himself, after which he activated the transformation skill and changed into other clothes, specially selected for this mask, calling this set Snake. He also decided that the ability of this person in the snake suit would be C-rank electricity manipulation, and he would also be able to use fire attacks in case of emergency. In this way, Michael will be able to create a new organization, which will consist of many of his different selves, and this organization will be called Judges, the main purpose of which will be to judge the heroes who have fallen. He was confident that with Austin's help, who would take on all the organization's expenses, there would be no problems with this. The next morning, he went to the appointed meeting. Austin had been waiting for him at the designated place for a long time, practically since dawn, so when Michael showed up, the guy was sleeping, lying right on the floor. Coming closer to him, the hero nudged Austin in the side with his foot and told him to wake up. He jumped up sharply and angrily asked how he dared to wake him up. Did he really want to die so much? However, as soon as he saw the familiar mask and cloak, the guy stopped short and said guiltily that he was sleepy and did not understand what he was saying. Michael decided to ignore it and sighed, thanking Austin for coming here. The guy immediately stuck to him, clasping his legs with his hands and tearfully, with a pleading look in his eyes, shouted that if Michael could give him the ability, then in return he would get everything he wanted, be it money, girls, or status. The hero snorted in displeasure, threw it aside and said that none of this interested him. Afterwards he said that the ability is quite easy to obtain, you just need to look into his eyes. As soon as their eyes met, Michael immediately activated his human control ability. A few moments later, the hero asked Austin to tell him everything he knew about the blue pill. However, contrary to our hero's expectations, the guy remained silent. He frowned, not understanding what was happening. Deciding to test it one more time, Michael ordered Austin to slap himself, but again nothing happened. Suddenly, our hero had a hunch that this guy most likely has an ability, and it is of a high enough rank, capable of blocking the effects of human control. He put his palm out in front of him and, barely touching Austin's forehead, used a mental attack. He immediately lost consciousness and fell back to the floor. Looking at him carefully, Michael thought that the last time he was in the bar, this guy did not attack him, and seemed weak enough. So he did not think that he could have any ability at all. But he decided to test it to understand why his human control ability didn't work on him to the fullest extent. Michael was very surprised when he used ability extraction and actually managed to extract something. After reading the description of the ability he had extracted, he learned that it was an A-rank ability, Resurrection, which allowed one to be reborn once after death and return to the previous day. Michael pressed the green pearl to his chest, absorbing it, and said that this ability would definitely be useful to him and would allow him to significantly turn the tide of events. Afterwards, he took out another ability pearl that he had received from the corpse processing center and presented it to the guy who was still unconscious. Once the pill was successfully swallowed, Michael told Austin to wake up, and he immediately jumped up and asked in bewilderment what had just happened when he had managed to fall asleep. The hero replied that everything was fine, he was just too tired, after which he took out and showed him the ring. Seeing the guy's confused expression, Michael explained that it was a star absorption ring made by the organization. Austin could use it to steal ability factors from others. Hearing this, the guy's face stretched out in surprise. Michael continued, taking out a bottle of blue liquid from his other pocket. He said that their organization uses special methods and turns these ability factors into ability medicine, which can give ordinary people abilities. When he threw the bottle to Austin, he asked incredulously if he was being tricked, to which the hero replied that the guy could try drinking it and find out. Austin frowned as he thought about Michael's words. He knew there might be poison in there, but if they really wanted to kill him, the masked man wouldn't have waited so long until today. Throwing all doubts aside, he decided to take a risk and drink the contents of the bottle handed to him. As soon as the bottle was empty, it slipped from the boy's hands and broke into many pieces, hitting the floor. Austin himself raised his hands up and grabbed his head, overcoming the pain that pierced his entire body. He asked in bewilderment what Michael had done to him. The hero's mask hid his satisfied smile. He said that very soon Austin would learn the true power of abilities. Pulling his palms away from his face, the changed guy said that his whole body was simply burning. Michael silently watched Austin's transformation unfold, but in fact the medicine had absolutely nothing to do with what was happening. It was our hero who controlled the pearl of the ability invested in the guy from a distance. Suddenly the boy's ears became pointed and covered with fur, and instead of hands he had animal paws. A real werewolf appeared in front of Michael, whose height significantly exceeded the average human. Austin, who did not understand anything, asked with fury in his voice what was happening to him. The hero replied that he gave him the ability to transform, and now he became a werewolf. Hearing this, Austin looked at his wolf paw with doubt and said that his brother could turn into a dragon and asked which of them was stronger now. When Michael said that his brother had an A-rank ability while he only had an E-rank, the boy furiously shouted that there was a huge difference of 3 ranks between their abilities. The hero reassured him that Austin had just joined the organization, and for now, they could only give him F-rank medicine. Noticing that these words calmed the guy down considerably, and now he was looking at him with some adoration, Michael thought that even though this guy had turned into a werewolf, he was so stupid and sweet that he looked more like a huge husky. Sighing, he continued, saying that considering that they would have to work together, he changed the medicine specifically for Austin to E-rank. From Michael's words, the boy concluded that there were other abilities in this organization, which meant that one day he could become stronger than even his own father, the mechanical hero. Thinking about this, he knelt down and hugged Michael, calling him father, and asking with a pleading voice if he could change the medicine to A rank. The hero tried to free himself from the werewolf's iron grip, and asked in bewilderment why he called him father. With tears in his eyes, Austin said that he would call him his godfather, because he had never met a person who would be so kind to him. When Michael ordered to let him go, the werewolf obeyed, after which, taking a few steps back, the hero said that no matter what Austin called him, he would not give him the A-rank medicine, because the organization has its own rules, and this medicine can only be obtained by completing enough missions. After he asked the werewolf to listen to his next words very carefully, waiting for his nod of agreement, Michael continued, saying that the name of their organization is Judges. It was created by one powerful man. Under the leadership of his boss are 12 zodiac leaders, and he, the rooster, is one of the 12 signs. Austin asked how powerful the boss of the organization himself was, if such a strong man as Michael was just one of the leaders. The hero told the werewolf not to try to guess, because his boss is not one to show his face often and is very mysterious. With genuine interest in his eyes, Austin asked how he could earn his achievements as quickly as possible. Michael replied that he didn't have to worry about that because he already had his first mission for him. Pointing to the werewolf in front of him, the hero said that he would use his identity as the young master of the Olympus Company to search for information about the blue pill. Austin asked in confusion what this blue pill was that he needed to know about, to which Michael replied that supposedly this pill could increase someone's strength, which is why he came to this city to learn about the powers behind this thing. Hearing about the possibilities that this pill provided, Austin's eyes lit up with genuine interest. He said that this was truly an amazing thing, since it was able to increase strength. Seeing this, the hero gave the werewolf a slap, telling him not to harbor any evil ideas, after which he told him about one hero who had already used it and accidentally harmed an innocent person. The next moment, Austin turned back into a human and, scratching his bruised head, asked who was the hero who harmed the innocent. Michael said in a calm voice that it was an A-rank hero from the Olympus Company, the Ice Adventurer. Austin was shocked to hear the name. He couldn't believe that the man who always pretended to be tough was actually a drug addict. The surprise quickly turned into a joyful smile when Michael said that after he found some useful information, they would meet here again and then he would be given a D-rank ability. Pressing his palm to his chest, Austin shouted that he would do his best. After this, the hero turned around and headed towards the exit. Coming to his senses, he stopped and admitted that he had completely forgotten to say one important thing. The effect of the medicine the guy had taken only lasted 1 week, and accordingly, Austin had to complete the task within that week. These words left the guy in deep shock, and the deadline significantly diminished his confidence in his abilities. Leaving the building, Michael walked away and found an empty place, changed his appearance, changing into his usual clothes. Today he had a day off. So, having bought a cool cola, he decided to take a little walk around the city. He was just passing by a newspaper stand when he saw an advertisement pasted on it. Michael, interested, stopped and began to read what was written. It said that Anicaps was looking for a guy dressed in a black cloak and a white rooster mask on his face. If anyone had any leads, they were asked to call the number listed below. Our hero's surprise was so great that he even choked on his cola, spilling it on one of the walls of the stall, which caused the seller's indignation. Michael apologized to the man and hurried away from there. He took the wanted poster with him, continuing to study it as he walked. He thought that he could not even imagine that this girl was capable of doing something like this. Suddenly the guy stopped, seeing some guys taking a girl who seemed familiar to him into an alley. Looking closer, Michael recognized her as Anna. He decided to follow them, trying to understand what this girl had gotten herself into again. When they reached a dead end, Anna moved away from the men and the girl standing next to them, and asked with displeasure who they were and what they wanted from her. Edward shouted in displeasure that she should stop playing these games and just give their young master's blade back while they were asking nicely. In response to these words, Anna stated that she had no idea what they were talking about. She didn't even know how to handle a weapon, and asked why she would need some kind of blade. The man's patience was clearly running out. He warned her one last time not to put on a show here, because he knew perfectly well that all this time Anna had been playing with their young master and taking advantage of his naivety to deceive him into stealing his Muramasa blade. Michael frowned when he heard the name of the blade. He had heard that it was a legendary S-rank weapon, and if Anna really had it, she wouldn't be able to get rid of it that easily. The girl herself looked away, and having analyzed the man's words, realized that the blade she had stolen actually had some value. Afterwards, she said in an innocent voice that she did not understand which young gentleman they were talking about, and that they must have made a mistake in taking her for someone else. Michael was struck by how weak Anna's defense was. Any passerby could tell as soon as they heard her that she had stolen the blade, but was unwilling to give it up. The girl standing next to the men said that she saw no point in wasting their time on empty chatter any longer. It was time to move on to more decisive action. Edward followed her words and drew his sword from its sheath, taking a decisive step towards Anna. His partner, in turn, with incredible speed, folded several seals with his hands and created a double. Seeing this, the hero's eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately realized that these two were the possessors of a hereditary type ability above C rank. At that very moment, Anna summoned her storage bag and, taking out a B-rank fan from there, shouted that she was not one of those who could be intimidated so easily. She raised the fan above her head and waved it with all her might. The resulting gust of wind was incredibly strong and immediately knocked the men approaching her off their feet. Anna couldn't help but take advantage of this moment, and, using her fan, she soared into the air, laughing joyfully. Violetta watched the girl walk away, pursing her lips in irritation. She couldn't let the thief escape just like that. That's why she also activated her ability. A few moments later, her appearance changed completely. She turned into the Mistress of Snow. Along with her transformation, the weather also changed, and Anna was shocked to see the clear sky instantly covered with dark clouds and snow-white flakes of snow falling from there. Michael realized that this situation was taking a very safe turn, and just in case, he decided to change into a rooster costume. Anna turned her gaze to the girl below when she noticed snowflakes flying towards the stranger at a terrifying speed. Having concentrated enough power, Violetta summoned a snow typhoon. The next moment, a powerful stream of snowflakes rushed towards Anna, who was floating in the air. Seeing this, Michael became seriously afraid for the girl. Noticing the anomalous phenomenon, passers-by excitedly raised their heads up, watching the battle between the two girls. Among them was a reporter who immediately started a live broadcast, in which he reported that a fierce battle was going on at the station right now, and if there was at least one hero nearby, then he simply had to come to their aid. Meanwhile, Violetta's snowstorm managed to catch up with Anna and with a powerful gust threw her back down. The girl instantly fell from a height, hitting hard on the hard asphalt. Raising her head, she saw Violetta towering over her, asking with a threatening voice if Anna would now return the stolen thing back. The girl rose to her feet and pulled out 2 small knives from her bag with a smirk on her lips, asking which of the blades they had lost, the silver or the gold one. She would certainly return the lost item. Violetta had no intention of continuing to play with her, and in a warning gesture, she instantly froze Anna's feet, not allowing her to move. Then she said that the girl should be more honest if she didn't want her frozen legs to shatter into thousands of tiny pieces. Anna, with confidence in her eyes, replied that she would never fall for such pathetic tricks and, taking a long blade out of her bag, added that she had only gotten it thanks to her skills and would never have thrown it away so easily. The next moment she threw it somewhere behind Violetta's back and shouted that this blade now belonged to Michael. She was giving it away completely free of charge. The hero easily caught the weapon thrown to him and said that he expected nothing less from her, praising her observation skills. However, when he looked at the blade he had received, he shouted with irritation that no one would need such a worn-out weapon, even if Anna offered to take it for money. The girl replied that this was precisely why she had taken it, not even imagining that she would be persecuted because of this rusty, flimsy blade. Realizing that Anna's partner had been hiding here all this time, Violetta shouted to the men standing to the side to attack the guy. They immediately rushed to carry out his order, and many clones with shurikens in their hands flew at Michael. Paul shouted that no one had ever survived that. Michael stood motionless the entire time, feeling the blade absorb his power. This undoubtedly made him wary, but he was interested to know what the value of this legendary blade was. Suddenly his body began to move on its own, causing great surprise to our hero. In a couple of swings, he deftly got rid of all the clones. The same fate befell the original, whose face reflected genuine bewilderment at what was happening. Michael was really confused and didn't understand what was going on. Edward crept up behind him with his blade raised to strike, intending to kill him. But at the last moment, Michael managed to jump aside, saving his life. As he gripped the sword tighter, a purple aura began to leak out from the blade. A few moments later, she became visible to the naked eye and reached for her sword, leaving behind flashes of purple flame. Violetta's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Michael disappeared, and the next moment appeared next to Edward, delivering a fatal attack. During this attack, he managed to touch the man without being noticed and extract the ability from him. The 3 styles Sun-Moon Blade ability he obtained was C rank and allowed him to activate the blade's power to fight off enemies. Suddenly, a small tremor ran through his body. Michael realized that the sword had absorbed too much of his strength and it would be quite problematic for him to hold out much longer. At that very moment, many of Violetta's ice needles were directed towards him. Turning around, he realized that not only would he not be able to dodge it, but he would most likely have to use the revival ability he had previously received. When a powerful beam of green light flashed across the sky, a new wave of surprise swept over people. All the ice needles were filled in an instant, without ever reaching our hero. Michael was no less surprised when he recognized the light of despair in the beam that flashed past. Anna was shocked when she noticed the appearance of the lazy swordsman. Edgar, who had appeared with the swordsman, stepped forward, and looking at Violetta, said that they could turn a blind eye to the arbitrariness of their group in the 6th area, but not to the rebellion that they dared to arrange in the 1st area. The girl frowned and replied that they had come here to take back what originally belonged to them. At this point, Anna intervened, and, pointing at her, shouted with irritation in her voice that her master was to blame for everything, since he himself had given away his old blade. Violetta turned her gaze to her, assessing the situation. She understood perfectly well that she would not be able to stand up to two A-rank heroes, so she decided to take care of her own safety first. When the ice needles began to move again, surrounding Anna, she was horrified. The girl looked sternly at the man and said that if she was given back what originally belonged to her clan, she would leave this city and save the life of the hostage. These words made Edgar laugh. He said with a smile on his lips that no one had said that she would be able to leave the city, because the first region was not at all the kind of place where you could just come and go at will. Nodding to his partner, the man asked him to take care of the girl while he checked the abilities of their mysterious masked boy. The lazy swordsman took a few steps forward and caught up with him, reminding him that the company intended to get the boy for themselves, so Edgar should not overdo it too much. He shouted that he himself understood this perfectly well, after which he rushed at Michael with his fist raised to strike. The only thing our hero managed to do was to put out his sword for defense. The man's blow was incredibly powerful and sent Michael flying back several meters. Anna, frightened for him, excitedly called out to the guy. Violetta decided to take advantage of Edgar's distraction and attack him. The next moment, a stream of ice needles flew towards the man's back. But his partner didn't let the worst happen, and used the blade of strong wind to get rid of all the ice needles at once. Violetta watched in surprise as the man's attack rapidly approached her. She was unable to do anything when the beam touched her body. The next moment, her body shattered into a multitude of small ice fragments. The swordsman clicked his tongue in displeasure, saying that he had missed her. Upon hearing this, Anna asked in bewilderment what he meant, since that girl had shattered into many pieces right before their eyes. Pavel explained that it was just an illusion. In fact, Violetta managed to escape, but even so, she should be somewhere nearby now. Looking back, Anna asked in bewilderment where Michael had gone, while the hero himself was able to seize the moment and quietly disappear around the nearest corner. Once safe, he immediately let go of the blade, noting that this weapon had left no strength in his body, and now he had no idea how to deal with the current situation. Thinking about this, a brilliant idea suddenly appeared in his mind. If this blade was made from a monster, then he could try to extract an ability from it. Michael touched the blade again, using ability extraction on it. A few moments later, black cubes began to pour out of the blade, and our hero received a message that he had received 250 units of dark matter. Putting the sword aside, Michael looked at the black cubes in front of him, thinking that although he had failed to extract the ability, he had instead received many cubes of dark energy. Based on this, the hero guessed that the material this blade was made of should be no lower than S rank. He picked up one of the dark energy cubes and turned it over in his hand, trying to figure out which ability he should improve to be able to go against the dragon. After going over several options in his mind, he settled on the one that seemed most suitable, and summoned a pearl with the D-rank metal transformation ability. He then brought it closer to the dark energy cubes, deciding that this ability would be the best fit for the current situation. It took only a couple of seconds for the pearl to finish absorbing the dark energy and change its color from blue to emerald. In the received message, Michael read that this ability was now rank A and allowed him to control all metals within a radius of 1,000 meters. The maximum weight of the controlled metal was 1,000 tons. Without wasting any time, the hero pressed the pearl to his chest, absorbing this ability. Violetta, who was nearby, felt a strange fluctuation of energy coming from the place she had recently left. Meanwhile, Michael successfully absorbed the new ability and raised his head up, feeling every object made of concrete and metal in the area. He clenched his fist in satisfaction, saying that he was finally able to get the opportunity to fight with someone on equal terms. Suddenly, a powerful stream of ice needles rushed towards him from behind. Without turning around, Michael raised his right hand up, and a stream of scarlet flame began to accumulate in the air above him. The created fiery screw increased in size and, having moved behind the guy's back, began to rotate at high speed, turning all the ice games flying towards him into water and throwing it aside. Violetta herself was thrown to the side by a strong gust of wind, but she wasn't going to give up so easily, so she stood up and held her palm out in front of her, preparing for another attack. Michael began to slowly approach her, still holding the fiery shield in front of him. When none of her attacks hit the guy, Violetta was confused, not understanding at all how this was possible. Taking advantage of her confusion, our hero disbanded his flame propeller and directed several flashes of fire towards the ice mistress. The flame, which had turned into bonds, instantly enveloped her body, hanging the girl in the air, and she cried out in displeasure for him to immediately let her go. But Michael ignored her request, saying that he would try to be more gentle since she was a girl. Then, under her puzzled gaze, he touched Violetta's chest using the ability extraction. The next moment, an emerald pearl appeared from her body. The acquired ability, Ice Mistress Rank A, allowed the summoning of a snow woman to aid in battle, and the possessor of the ability could also choose to merge with a god entering his body. Looking at the pearl in his hand, Michael admitted that he had hoped that it would be an elemental ability, but he had no idea that it could be a summoning type, which was quite a rare find. The girl, deprived of her ability, almost immediately lost consciousness and almost fell to the ground when the fiery fetters fell from her body. But the hero managed to catch her, holding her by the shoulder. At this moment, Pavel and Edgar discovered him. A strange grin appeared on the dragon's face, after which he said that Michael had chosen a rather unfortunate place to flirt with girls, while the swordsman standing behind him tensed up, noticing that the aura emanating from the guy in the mask had somehow changed. The hero sighed and carefully sat Violetta down on the ground, saying that this girl was the mistress of ice, but he had already dealt with her on his own. Edgar was shocked by the guy's words and asked with bewilderment in his voice how such trash like him could even defeat such a strong opponent. Michael turned to them and took a few steps forward and said that they could fight him to see for themselves. Stopping a couple of meters from the men, he asked which of them would attack first, or whether they would prefer to attack together. All this time, Tim was broadcasting live from the scene. He announced with a puzzled voice that an unknown hero in a rooster mask wanted to go up against two opponents, A-rank heroes, alone. Throwing his fist into the air, the reporter shouted that this would be one of the most exciting battles. Edgar heard everything the man said, and said with a grin on his lips that despite the audience trying to stir up the topic, he was not going to team up with a lazy swordsman just to defeat Michael, as that would only lead to the A-rank heroes losing their dignity. After his words, Michael sighed in disappointment, saying that a battle of 1 against 2 would be very interesting. Edgar whispered to the man standing next to him that in order to defeat an opponent, one must first understand him. The lazy swordsman nodded his head, saying that he himself knew this very well. The dragon also noted that the ring on the boy's hand was rather strange, and suggested that the secret of the loss of abilities could be connected with this thing, so they needed to be extremely careful and watch his every move. Holding the blade out in front of him, Pavel took a confident step forward, saying that Edgar shouldn't worry so much, he just wanted to see how this boy managed to defeat the snow mistress. He raised his voice and shouted that if Michael could defeat him, the black dragon would take him on immediately after that. Our hero nodded in agreement and beckoned the man towards him, thus saying that the lazy swordsman could attack first. He didn't need much persuasion and immediately attacked the guy. Swinging his blade, he sent a powerful stream of energy in his direction. Without moving, Michael immediately created a wall of flame in front of him, defending himself from this attack. The next moment, while the enemy's view was blocked by a wall of flame, he moved behind Pavel. He managed to sense his appearance and instantly turned around, repelling Michael's attack with his blade. His eyes widened in surprise as the flames began to take on a different shape. The next moment, it completely enveloped the man's blade with its bonds. Noticing the effect on his weapon, Pavel shouted that he would not allow anyone to control his blade. He took a step forward and with an effort swung the blade again, brushing the flames off the blade back towards Michael. Our hero did not expect such a lunge and was blown aside by the force of the counterattack. When he managed to land on the ground, he took control of the flames again and directed them away from himself. A huge wall instantly appeared in front of him, completely hiding him from the enemy. In a few moments of the fight, Michael managed to understand that the man's sword was made from monster materials, and they are not considered metal. Also, there was another sad fact. There were no other objects made of metal on the swordsman's body. At this rate, he understood that he would not be able to win unless he urgently came up with something. Suddenly, he came up with an idea to upgrade another ability to A rank, so he could have at least a tiny chance of winning. He took out 2 ability pearls, Snow Woman's ability, and Human Control, choosing which one he should upgrade. After some thought, he chose to use the Human Control ability, shattering the Snow Woman's pearl into many small pieces. These fragments almost immediately began to be absorbed by another pearl. When its level reached A rank, a message appeared in front of Michael, which said that this ability now allows for illusionary interference in A-rank targets, can also brainwash selected targets below A rank, and gain their power for 10 years. In addition, the owner of the ability can take over the target's body for 2 hours. Looking at the purple pearl in his palm, the hero thoughtfully said that this ability could be extremely useful. The swordsman, who was still behind the wall of flames, took a step forward and asked with irritation what Michael had been doing there all this time, reminding him that their battle was still not over. The hero made a small window in the fiery wall, revealing his face, and said that the lazy swordsman should not be so impatient. The next moment, he activated his enhanced human control ability and began to influence the man's mind, hypnotizing him. Pavel staggered, barely staying on his feet, completely not understanding what was happening to him and where this strange weakness in his whole body came from. A few moments later, all the strange sensation subsided, and when he closed his eyes, the first thing the swordsman saw in front of him was a young girl with similar facial features to his, dressed in a beautiful yukata. She asked with sadness in her voice, looking at him, did Pavel really decide to point the sword at his own sister? At the sight of her, regret flashed in the amazed man's gaze along with disbelief. Approaching him, the girl extended her palm to his cheek. At that moment, the lazy swordsman overcame his delusion and swung his blade. The tip of the blade Michael had created from his own palm was cut in two. When he realized what had happened, a grin appeared on the swordsman's face, and he said that he had already assumed that Michael might be the owner of two abilities at once. Taking a step forward, Pavel made another swing with his blade, causing our hero to jump aside, who in turn replied that the swordsman had learned of his ability too late, and that he himself was surprised that the lazy swordsman, who had mastered the storm sword skill, would have such a weakness. The man could no longer repeat this attack. The mental attack affected him more than he thought, completely exhausting him. He sank to the ground, leaning on his weapon, and said that it was his dead sister. He could not allow anyone to dare insult his memory of her. The audience was horrified to see how their hero instantly became exhausted. Some had already lost hope and faith in his victory. But there were also those who believed in the lazy swordsman to the very end and supported him with all their might. Raising the microphone to his lips again, the stunned reporter said with disbelief in his voice that the lazy swordsman had suddenly become weak and had fallen to the ground. He assumed that his opponent had used some kind of mental attack to disable such a strong hero so quickly. Without taking his attentive gaze off the participants of the fight, he continued, saying that the man had been afraid of the enemy's metal ability all this time, and could not have predicted that Michael would have two abilities. If you take a sober look at the current situation, you can say that the winner has already been decided. Immediately after these words, Anna perked up. Jumping up joyfully on the spot, she shouted for Michael to continue in the same spirit. In these couple of minutes, she had already managed to get scared that she would lose her newfound comrade, who should return her 10,001. Our hero heard her words perfectly, and became even more convinced that this girl cared about nothing at all except profit and money. At that moment, the black dragon approached the swordsman, who, without taking his eyes off Michael, said that Pavel had done a good job and forced their opponent to use his trump card. The man looked up at his partner and warned Edgar not to dare look the guy in the eye, unless he wanted to fall into the trap of an illusion and see in front of him the person who was most precious to him. The dragon nodded and resolutely headed towards the guy, releasing his purple flame, which instantly enveloped his body. When he stopped in front of Michael, our hero said with a smile in his voice that he had been waiting for him here for a long time. The man didn't answer, scanning the man standing in front of him with an attentive gaze of his amber eyes. A few moments later, his features became more dragon-like, his vertical pupils narrowed dangerously, his claws lengthened and sharpened, and an incredibly long tail appeared behind his back, and he suddenly said that, in his opinion, this battle was of great importance and offered to make a bet. Michael responded with interest that he was eager to find out what Black Dragon would be putting on. He suggested that the hero give him his ring and tell him the secret of this thing in case of his defeat. Michael showed him his hand with the ring and grinned and said that if Edgar wanted it so much, he could come up and try to take the ring himself. But in his thoughts, our hero was glad of his opponent's observation, because all this time he was showing off here only so that everyone would pay attention to the ring of stellar absorption. Edgar accepted Michael's offer and immediately jumped up from his seat, instantly moving towards the guy with his knee raised to strike, which caused him great surprise. Despite the unexpected attack, Michael managed to use his metal control ability, and the dragon's attack flew into the shield our hero had put up, leaving a deep dent in it. But this did not stop the man. Almost immediately he moved behind Michael. This time he delivered a strong blow with his hand to the back, causing the guy to wince from unexpected pain. The man then delivered another blow much stronger than the previous one, causing Michael to fly into the air. The reporter was once again perplexed, shouting out in surprise that the metal controlled by the guy in the mask could not keep up with the speed of the black dragon. A few moments later, Michael fell back to the ground with a thud. Looking at this, the dragon said with a joyful smile on his face that he expected more from the owner of two abilities at once. Our hero slowly rose to his feet, holding his stomach. Due to the fall, his mask was covered with deep cracks. Looking at his opponent, he thought that the black dragon had too much speed for him to compete with, and also had scales that provided an incredible level of defense and could use flames. Edward also analyzed his opponent. not taking his gaze off the guy. He grinned and said that Michael had good endurance, since he was able to get up after such a fall. The hero decided to take advantage of the fact that Edward was not yet going to attack him and made this move first, putting his hand in front of him and activating the improved human control ability. The next moment, horror and bewilderment appeared on the black dragon's face. Suddenly his opponent disappeared, and in his place appeared his younger brother, who was clutching his own neck and tearfully begging his older brother to save him. Pavel's warning immediately popped into Edward's head, and he realized that he too had fallen into the trap of the illusion. Clutching his head, he asked with rage in his voice how Michael dared to turn into his brother. The next moment, a furious cry burst from his throat, and he transformed into a black flame earth dragon, destroying the illusion created for him. Our hero winced in surprise when he realized that his illusion had been destroyed almost immediately, and in addition to that, it had made Edward even more angry. Everyone watching this fight was also shocked by what was happening. The reporter enthusiastically said that today they had a rare opportunity to see the second phase of the Black Dragon's transformation, which proves the strength of the masked stranger, who managed to force his opponent to take such extreme measures. Meanwhile, Edward, who was filled with anger, jumped towards Michael, shouting that he better prepare to die. He immediately used his metal control ability and created a spiked shield in front of him. But his opponent was not simple either. His body was enveloped in dark energy, and right in the air he turned into a powerful whirlwind, and with a mocking voice asked if Michael really believed that some metal spikes could stop him. Although our hero was surprised by such a sudden transformation of his opponent, he did not lose his head, and said that if Edward wanted to kill him so much, then first he should try to catch up with him. The next moment, he soared into the air on his metal shield, slipping right out from under the Black Dragon's nose. He rushed after him, shouting furiously that Michael would not be able to escape from him by flying. Having waited until the enemy had gotten close enough, our hero extended his hand in front of him, and the metal he controlled rushed towards Edgar. The man was perplexed when his torso and all his limbs were wrapped in metal bars, preventing him from moving. But the bewilderment on his face quickly changed to a mocking smile. Looking at the guy in front of him, he asked if Michael had already managed to forget about his black flame. The next moment, his entire body was engulfed in black flames, which grew larger and larger with each passing moment. The reporter commented that this black flame had melted metals before, so it was highly likely that the metal bonds binding him would not last long this time either. Hearing this, Anna gave the man standing next to her a hefty slap on the back of the head, and shouted with irritation that her little brother was not only strong, but his tactics and strategies were also admirable. He would never do useless things. A couple of long minutes later, the black flames died down, but the metal bonds remained intact and still held Edgar in place, causing him another dose of surprise. Michael noted that the B-rank fireproof shield he had obtained was truly incredible, since it was able to hold back even the Black Dragon's flames, and decided that he should now move on to the next point of the plan. Suddenly, all the cars nearby, trash cans and various other objects containing metal began to rise into the air. Edgar looked up, his eyes widening in horror as he realized what exactly this guy was up to. High in the air above him hovered a huge block of metal. Michael lowered his hand, saying that it was time to end their drawn-out game. The boulder echoed his movements and flew down at high speed, straight towards the stunned man. The people nearby jumped up from their seats and ran as far away as they could, saving their lives. The Black Dragon could not take a step, looking straight into the face of approaching death. The man could only think that this was how he would meet his end. A huge boulder crashed to the ground with a roar, raising huge columns of dust into the air. Anna and the reporter also ran away to a safe distance along with everyone. When the dust settled a little, the man brought his microphone to his lips again and said that now that everything had calmed down, they should check whether the Black Dragon survived after this or not. Looking at the huge metal cube, the people standing nearby were sure that the hero had died, because after something like that it was simply impossible to survive. Suddenly the fire butterfly flew to the battle site and with tears in her eyes, tried to find the Black Dragon. The man who appeared behind her shouted for her to fly away from here immediately. The girl immediately fulfilled the mechanical hero's request and flew away, leaving him alone. After this, the man concentrated on the huge cube and activated his ability, releasing 2 blue lasers from his eyes. Numerous deep cracks immediately formed on the cube. The faces of the passers-by watching this immediately showed joyful smiles. They believed that if the mechanical hero himself had appeared here, then they had nothing more to fear. A couple of minutes later, Gilbert managed to free the lazy swordsman and the unconscious Black Dragon from under the rubble. With sadness in his voice, Pavel said that he managed to stay alive only thanks to the wall of air, and sincerely regretted that their company had to lose face. Gilbert approached him and said that everything was fine as long as everyone was alive, and he didn't have to worry about the rest. Amelia peeked out from behind him and asked hesitantly if they needed help. The lazy swordsman replied that he was fine, then glanced at his partner lying on the ground and said that he would definitely need help. Meanwhile, our hero had already managed to return home. On the way, he stopped at a pharmacy and was now treating his wounds and bruises, which were hurting mercilessly. Half an hour later, he finished and sighed tiredly, saying that meeting the Snow Mistress and the Black Dragon was quite unexpected. He shook his head, switching his thoughts to his main mission. Currently, he had already managed to get 2 leads regarding the strange blue pill. The first was the Ice Adventurer, whose case he passed on to Austin, and his second lead was the B-rank hero of Hot and Sour Noodles, who is going to hold a fan meeting soon, and he simply has to go there. Looking down at the many bottles of painkillers, Michael came to the conclusion that in the future he would attract even more dangers, because he could no longer share an apartment with other people and prevent them from getting involved in his problems. Suddenly, Valeria appeared in the living room. Hearing her voice, the hero shuddered in surprise and barely refrained from screaming. The girl stopped next to him and asked him, confused, why there was such a strong smell of medicine here. Smiling awkwardly, Michael replied that he accidentally hit his foot on the corner of the table, so he had to rub it with medicine. The guy's words did not inspire confidence in the girl, and she raised one eyebrow in a silent question. Not wanting to answer, Michael looked away. Just at that moment, Diana and Marina entered the room. He said that since everyone was gathered, he would like to say that he was moving out. These words of the guy shocked the girls, not believing their ears. Valeria asked him to repeat what he had just said. Resting his elbows on his legs, the hero explained that as a guy he wasn't very comfortable living with them. At the time he moved in, he didn't have the money to afford anything else. But now he'd gotten a promotion and his salary had increased significantly. So he decided to move. Marina pointed at Valeria and asked in bewilderment what would happen to her. Reaching to the back of his head, the guy replied that he had nothing in common with this girl and asked why she suddenly asked about this. His words made Valeria purse her lips in disappointment. Without saying a word, she headed to her room, leaving Diana and Marina with Michael, sighing. Marina said that in that case they had no reason to stop him. Also, since they already knew each other's contact numbers, she asked the guy to call them when he was free. Michael replied that he would definitely treat them to good food afterwards, which could be considered a farewell dinner. With these words, Valeria slammed the door loudly, causing shock to those remaining in the living room. Our hero frowned, trying to understand what he could have said that caused such a violent reaction from the girl. There was a tense silence in the room for a few moments, and Michael was the first to speak, saying that if they were going to eat, it would be better for them all to go together. Here, Marina could not stand it any longer, and, taking a step forward, asked with fury in her voice why such a beautiful and good girl as Valeria did not deserve to be with him, and why Michael was treating her in such a terrible way. Having spoken, she sighed heavily and, turning around, said that now they needed to rest a little, they would be able to have lunch after he had settled his affairs with Valeria. So our hero was left alone in the living room. He was thinking about what to do. He wanted to keep Valeria at a distance so as not to drag her into danger. After sitting like that for a few minutes, Michael got up from the sofa and went to the girls' room. When he lightly knocked on the door, Valeria's voice was heard from behind it, allowing him to enter. She lay on her bed, offended, staring at the wall in front of her, not even turning around, when the guy entered the room. Stopping at the threshold, Mike wanted to apologize to her, but as soon as he said the word sorry, he was interrupted. Valeria asked irritably why he was apologizing, since he hadn't said anything like that and they really had nothing in common. When Michael said that he didn't mean it that way, the girl jumped up on the bed and, with tears in her eyes, asked him to just be honest and admit that he didn't like her past. The hero took a step forward and repeated more insistently that she had misunderstood everything, but his words did not calm the girl down, and on the contrary, frowning, Valeria asked in bewilderment what was the reason that he did not like her. Was she really that ugly? Michael sighed and gently placed his palms on her shoulders, asking her to calm down, after which he asked why they couldn't just remain good friends, instead of answering. Valeria repeated her question. Did he really not like her at all? The hero hesitated to answer, remembering that much of her kindness towards him came from a place of insecurity, because her relationship with her family was broken, and she simply wanted to put her heart into another kind of attachment. He also understood that because he had not reciprocated her feelings all this time, Valeria took it personally, thinking that her past made other people look down on her, and now her broken appearance reminded him of a fragile porcelain doll that could break from a careless movement of its owner. Michael could not hold back a heavy sigh, thinking that he could not cause her such pain. When he was about to tell her something, Valeria turned her sad gaze to the side and said that perhaps everything Michael said was really right. The hero asked her what she meant with confusion. The girl returned her gaze back to him and explained that she was too impatient. She thought that after the kiss, they both had already found each other in their hearts. Approaching him, she said with hope in her voice that even if now is not the time, she does not want them to become strangers to each other, and asked if Michael could become her first official boyfriend. There was a desperate hope in the girl's eyes, and seeing this, our hero had no choice but to agree. At the same time, Austin was actively carrying out his mission. His brilliant plan was to invite David to a club and get him drunk. He watched the hero attentively all evening, thinking with displeasure that if it weren't for his newly minted godfather, he wouldn't have had to spend a lot of money to invite David here to have fun. When the guy fell asleep, Austin carefully crept up to him and began rummaging through his pockets, looking for anything resembling blue pills. Suddenly, he found some strange little case. He was about to open it when the ice adventurer woke up and frowned, asking what Austin was doing here. The guy was seriously scared, but he managed to get out of it by quietly taking out a cigarette. He turned to the hero, and trying not to show his fear, he answered with a feigned, cheerful intonation that he was looking for a light. Unfortunately, he had lost his lighter. Not suspecting anything, David handed him his lighter and asked where the girls who were there had gone. Austin put a cigarette between his teeth and smiled contentedly, and said that they were waiting in the next room, after which he added that he could ask the one that David liked to take a bath with him a little later. The ice adventurer liked this idea, and the same contented smile blossomed on his face. An hour later, Austin came into his room, and while the girls' happy laughter and David's muffled voice could be heard from the bathroom, the guy, without wasting a minute, immediately began searching through their things in search of that strange case. A couple of minutes later, he finally managed to find it and open it. Austin took out one of the small blue cubes from there and looked at it closely. At first he thought it was sugar or gum, but the smell was completely different. At some point he was overcome by a strong desire to eat this strange, pleasant-smelling cube. Remembering his mission, the guy pulled himself away from such thoughts. When he looked back down at the blue cube in his hand, he saw a broken piece, and it immediately dawned on him that this was the blue pill. At that very moment, a frightened scream from a girl was heard from the bathroom. Hearing this, Austin froze, afraid to move. When the scream stopped, the guy froze and turned his worried gaze to the bathroom door, trying to understand what was going on there. He decided not to return the blue cube. He slammed the case shut and stuffed the stolen cube into his pocket, after which he put everything back in place and approached the door, quietly knocked, asking if everything was okay with David. He immediately opened the door. Austin immediately noticed the obvious tension that was reflected on the hero's face. Realizing that Austin wouldn't get an explanation from him, the guy bent down and looked behind his back. What he saw there gave him far from rosy ideas. He raised an uncertain look at David, and with a faint hope in his voice, asked him to say that this was not what he thought. The hero came out of the bathroom and quickly began to collect his things, dropping along the way that Austin was not mistaken, and this girl really was dead. The amazed guy replied that David should leave here first. In the meantime, he would instruct people from the company to deal with this. Having dressed hastily, David immediately left the room, completely ignoring Austin, who was seeing him off. Finally left alone with himself, he sat down on the sofa and sighed with relief, glad that David had not suspected anything. Otherwise, his corpse would have been lying next to the unfortunate woman's. Meanwhile, the hero had already managed to go down to the parking lot and get into his car. Once inside, he could no longer contain his rage, and in an impulse he took the case out of his pocket. David threw it at the windshield and all the contents scattered throughout the cabin. The guy was enraged by the thought that this was not the first time something like this had happened since he started taking these strange pills, and each time he was losing more and more control over his strength. Taking a deep breath, he decided that he needed to try to calm down or something else terrible might happen. Suddenly his attention was drawn to scattered blue cubes. He counted them and found that one was missing. His brows immediately furrowed and he went to check his pockets, trying to figure out where the missing cube could have gone. Having found nothing in his pockets, David decided to simply forget about it, since there were only a couple of days left until the next game anyway. The next day, Michael contacted Alex and asked him to help him move. So now they were driving in the car, and Michael was trying his best to ignore his friend's endless questions about why he decided to move out of his wonderful neighbors. Sighing, he cast a displeased glance at Alex and said that everything he had imagined was empty illusions. But in reality, living with girls was terribly inconvenient. Smiling, the guy replied that this so-called inconvenience was precisely where all the charm lay. Michael noted with displeasure that Alex had too many perverted thoughts going around in his head, and the guy just smiled contentedly in response to this remark. A few minutes later, they stopped at a huge, luxurious mansion. Having looked at it, Alex whistled and asked in surprise where Michael got the money to rent such a house. The hero answered that his adopted son gave it to him. Taking one of the boxes, Alex said with displeasure that instead of lying, he should have honestly admitted that he had won the lottery. It didn't take them long to unload the boxes, and once they were done, Alex left immediately, leaving Michael alone in his new apartment. The first thing he did was head to his bedroom and fall onto his soft bed. He sat up on the bed when he remembered that after the fight with the Black Dragon, he hadn't used the Snow Woman's summoning ability yet. Having materialized the golden pearl in his palm, he immediately noticed that although he had previously spent some of the dark energy from it to improve the human control ability, the energy remaining inside was still at the level of a C-rank ability. Holding his palm out in front of him, he activated the summoning ability. A few moments later, when the summoned Snow Woman appeared before him, our hero was perplexed. He expected anything but that the summoned spirit would turn out to be a miniature loli. With her appearance, the temperature in the room instantly dropped, and the windows became covered with a thin layer of frost. Michael sneezed and hugged himself, trying to retain some of his body heat. Noticing this, the girl's face reflected concern, and she climbed onto the bed. Asking if everything was okay with her new owner, the guy immediately began to crawl back and, putting his hand in front of him, waved it in a protesting gesture, telling the girl not to come near him. She replied with a smile on her face that Michael need not worry because she would not harm him, but the temperature around might be a little low. Shivering from the cold, the hero noted with displeasure that the temperature here was now much lower than a little cold. Suddenly, a great idea struck him. He stretched out his palm in front of him and created a small tongue of flame on it. At the sight of this, Sophia immediately perked up and asked if she could come a little closer to the owner. Instead, Michael brought the flame closer to her, seeing the joyful smile on the girl's face and how she boldly stretched her hands to the fire. The guy asked in surprise if she should be afraid of fire, since she was a snow spirit, but she replied that she loved warmth very much. Having climbed completely onto the bed, Sophia sat even closer to the flame and said that she was very lucky with her owner. Michael stared at her thoughtfully, thinking that he was really lucky that the cold air that Sophia created was only a passive effect. Otherwise, the flame manipulation ability wouldn't be able to counter that cold air. Suddenly, the spirit's appearance became sleepier, just like her voice. She came close to Michael and leaned on him, saying that her master was also very warm. With her actions, she made our hero shy away. He wanted to move away from her, but seeing how strongly Sophia was drawn to the warmth, he couldn't. Instead, the boy grabbed the blanket. He wrapped them both tightly, saying that this was the first and last time, and that it would never happen again. A few days later, that very day, X arrived. The huge stage had been prepared for a long time, and since early morning, a whole crowd of people had been crowding around it, coming to see their favorite idol, the hero of hot and sour noodles. Everyone, as one, shouted about their love for him, and our hero was no exception. He wormed his way among them, armed with all the necessary details of the uniform of a devoted superhero fan. All this was done in order to get as close as possible to the hero of hot and sour noodles. But he got little pleasure from the process. Or rather, none at all. Every now and then he was pushed or pulled by the hair. The girl who appeared on stage greeted everyone and said that the hero of spicy and sour noodles was ready. But were they ready? Shouts were immediately heard from the crowd that they were ready. A satisfied smile appeared on the presenter's face, and she shouted that she couldn't hear anything and asked them to be louder. Fans screamed their love for the hot and sour noodles character even louder. The next moment, a lot of confetti exploded on the stage. Immediately after this, the long-awaited superhero of hot and sour noodles appeared before everyone, shouting that everyone was now safe and that the enemies would be crushed by his iron fist. After this phrase, the fans' screams became even louder. One of the overexcited heroes pushed Michael again, causing him great displeasure. Due to the strong push, he was unable to keep his balance and was about to fall right onto the stage. Michael's face showed horror mixed with surprise as he realized what was happening. But the hero of hot and sour noodles arrived in time and saved him, picking the boy up in his arms. Smiling broadly, Adam said that Michael should be more careful next time. Our hero's eyes lit up with feigned delight and adoration, as befits a devoted fan. Michael stood up and thanked the hero of hot and sour noodles for his help, then extended his hand and said his name, who took the palm extended to him and replied that he was very pleased to meet him. At the moment of their handshake, Michael conveyed. As soon as this happened, a satisfied smile appeared on our hero's face, and he said that he was his biggest fan. This event lasted for another 2 hours, after which everyone slowly went home. Adam had managed to change into his everyday clothes in the dressing room, and was now returning to the car accompanied by Olga. The girl said that today's fan meeting had been a great success. The man replied that it was indeed so, but it was a little difficult for him to shake hands with so many people. It was too dirty and tiring. The only thing he wanted now was to go home and take a shower. When he got into the car, he said that Olga could go to lunch, and he would take a little nap for now, because he had to take part in another show in the evening. Olga nodded, then asked worriedly whether his body could withstand such a load. Adam replied that he had to do everything, even if it was too difficult, and reminded the girl not to forget to clear his schedule for the following weekend. He wanted to celebrate his daughter's birthday, and immediately after that, he slammed the car door. As soon as he was left alone with himself, the man sighed wearily. It seemed to him that the debt hanging on him was like a bottomless pit, and he had to contribute more than 1 wad of money to completely close this pit. He grabbed his head as the thought of going to the casino and trying to win it back came into his head. Adam tried his best to push the intrusive thought away. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice came from behind him, asking if it wasn't too tiring to live like this. The hero's eyes widened in shock. He was sure that there should be no one else here except him. He slowly looked back and saw a guy with a familiar mask who was fighting the Black Dragon and the Lazy Swordsman. The man asked warily how he got here. Michael intentionally placed an ability pearl into his body, allowing him to easily locate his victim. Ignoring the question of how he got here, the guy said that Adam shouldn't worry, because he only came here to ask a few questions. The man frowned upon hearing his words. He knew perfectly well that this guy could defeat high-ranking heroes on his own, so fighting him would be pointless and too dangerous. He should just say whatever they wanted to know from him. He sighed and said that even though he, the Black Dragon, and the other heroes belonged to the same company, it didn't mean that they all had the same positions, and asked Michael not to hold a grudge against him. To which Michael replied that Adam had misunderstood everything, and perhaps he was the only one who could help him. The next moment, catching his gaze, he activated the human control ability. He was almost immediately transported into the subconscious of the superhero Hot and Sour Noodles. Gradually, one after another, windows began to appear in space with many different memories of Adam. He peered closely into each of the windows, trying to figure out where the memories of the blue pill were. Suddenly, his gaze caught on a man in the window whose face was very blurry. When Michael noticed the blue pill in his hand, he knew it was what he had been looking for all this time. He held on to this memory a little longer. A stranger handed Adam a pill and said that once he ate it, his abilities would greatly increase. Thanks to this, he would be able to reach the peak of his career, pay off his debts, and finally return to his family. The hero was greatly encouraged by these words. He stepped forward, shouting for the stranger to give him this pill. He raised his hand with the magic pill higher and said that he would exchange it only for information. Adam frowned and asked warily what information he needed. The stranger replied that he was very interested in the secrets of some heroes. The hero understood that if he wanted to get this pill, he simply had no choice. Sighing heavily, he began to tell everything he knew. Michael went through memory after memory to see if the scandalous information was what he needed, or if there were other deals that required something other than information. He lingered on some of them a little longer, while he immediately brushed some memories aside, considering them unnecessary. From them, Michael managed to find out that they met each other more than once. He counted more than 5 meetings. During their last meeting, the stranger said that he had recently heard that a new possessor of abilities had appeared. Adam revealed that this was indeed the case, and that he not only bullied their chairman's son, but also defeated the Black Dragon and the Lazy Swordsman. Adjusting his hat, the stranger asked in an interested voice if Adam had any information related to the ability of this outstanding newcomer. The hero admitted that he only knows that he can erase the abilities of others, but he has never shown his face in public, so he knows nothing about his true identity. The stranger rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Finding the information he had received useful, he tossed the bag of pills to Adam as payment. After that, he turned towards the exit, and finally told Adam to collect as much information as possible about this newcomer for his daughter's birthday next week, and come to him. Michael folded his arms thoughtfully. He assumed that the reason for the blue pill's existence was to reveal the weaknesses of many ability users, and then use it to corrupt the heroes and control them like puppets. He tried to understand what the ultimate goal of the stranger was. Deciding that Michael would find nothing more interesting here, he left Adam's subconscious, and he immediately came to his senses. He looked back in bewilderment but found no one there. A few hours later, the sun set below the horizon. Austin had already arrived at the pre-arranged meeting place and was impatiently awaiting the appearance of his godfather, every now and then driving away annoying mosquitoes. When his patience was running out, he swore quietly, deciding that he had simply been forgotten. At that very moment, Michael's voice was heard behind him, who insistently asked him to repeat what Austin had just said. Turning around, the boy ran to his so-called godfather with a joyful smile, shouting that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Afterwards, he pulled out a small box with a blue pill inside from his pocket, and with a smile on his face, he said that he had put in a lot of effort and received this treasured thing from the ice adventurer. Michael took this pill in his hands and began to examine it carefully in color and quality. It was similar to the one he saw in the hero of Hot and Sour Noodles. Oscar said that it was because of this pill that David accidentally killed a man and asked how terrible the effect of using it was. To this, Michael replied that in pursuit of power and glory, corrupt heroes are capable of anything, and they will not be afraid of any side effects. These words inspired Oscar, and he supported him by saying that these people really do not deserve to be called heroes. Michael chuckled when he heard his words, and asked what he thought real heroes should be like. Austin became visibly wary, the thought flashing through his mind that this question might carry the weight of the organization's expectations of him. Placing a clenched fist on his chest, he said seriously that the more influential a person is, the greater the responsibility he bears. Also, heroes must make saving humanity their life's duty. They must not betray their faith for the sake of power and glory. Michael sighed, thinking that he had been too stupid to trust this guy who had copied a quote from some weird movie. He shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside, and took out a flask with a red liquid inside that he had prepared in advance from his pocket, after which he threw it to Austin with the words that he really tried hard, including the means of organization. This potion will help him raise his ability level to D rank. The boy's face showed displeasure and he asked in surprise why only D rank. Didn't he deserve a higher reward for his efforts? Michael extended his palm to him and said that Austin should gradually raise his position, and not strive for instant success. But if he was not satisfied with this, then he could return the potion back, smiling tightly. The guy replied that everything suited him and thanked him for his generosity. Afterwards, he opened the flask and drank all the contents. When it was empty, he threw it aside and, holding back the urge to vomit, asked in bewilderment why this potion tasted like ketchup. Michael replied that he just imagined it, then walked up to him and touched the guy's back, deciding that he would first try to connect 2 E-rank pearls. He quietly materialized the ability pearls in his palm, combining them. He obtained the ability Werewolf Power D rank, which allowed its owner to freely turn into a werewolf regardless of moonlight. Austin, not noticing any changes, was confused as he watched him. Michael chuckled because if he didn't activate the ability pearl, then naturally nothing would happen. Clenching his hand into a fist, he said that Austin needed to warm up a bit in order for the changes to show. A shiver ran down the boy's spine, and he asked warily what Michael was going to do. Instead of answering, our hero dealt him a strong blow to the face, leaving a juicy black eye. Austin fell to the ground and tearfully began to beg Michael to stop, but he was deaf to his pleas, saying that it was necessary in order to make him stronger. Thus, for another half hour, Austin's painful cries were heard throughout the park. Deciding that was enough for today, Michael finally activated the pearl in his body, and Austin immediately began to transform. When this happened, he was overjoyed. The guy felt how much his strength increased. After giving him time to enjoy the changes, Michael asked Austin to cancel his ability. Meeting his displeased gaze, he explained that this form must be very tiring to hold for too long. The guy listened to his words and immediately turned back, after which Michael told Austin to continue to monitor the blue pill, and also warned him to be extremely careful, because people who use the blue pill are emotionally unstable. Putting his jacket back on, the guy thanked him for his concern with a satisfied smile on his face. Michael ignored this and added that in the second task, Austin will have to collect information about heroes who secretly commit dirty deeds. When the guy asked if the organization really wants to recruit new followers, our hero replied that not everyone can join their organization. Others are just ordinary raw material for them. Austin's face showed surprise, and he asked if the organization was going to absorb their power. Michael asked with a grin in his voice, where he thought the ability potion came from, then flew into the air on his metal shield, leaving a final word for Austin to work hard, gathering more of the necessary materials for his C-rank ability. These words of our hero greatly upset the guy, but he had no other choice, so he put his palm to his forehead and shouted that he would fulfill the mission assigned to him no matter what. Sometime later, Michael flew to the rocky coast of the sea. He flew away to the farthest shore so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Stopping, he pulled his mask off his face and said contentedly that an empty beach in the middle of the night was the most suitable place to train the abilities of the Snow Woman. He extended his hand in front of him and activated the summoning. A golden glow of a portal appeared a couple of meters away from him. A few moments later, a joyful Sophia emerged from it, immediately rushing to him with hugs and with a smile on her face, saying that she had missed him very much all this time. Michael stopped the girl, saying in a serious tone that now was the best time for training. They would need to have a practice fight with each other. Frowning, Sophia refused the offer, saying that she did not want to harm her master, to which our hero replied that she was only a summoned C-rank spirit and could not harm her in any way. The confidence in the boy's voice convinced her. She jumped back and landed on the icy ledge, shouting that she would attack first. A satisfied smile played across Michael's face. He nodded, saying that this was exactly what he expected from her. Concentrating, Sophia released all her power. The sea instantly became covered with a thick layer of ice for the next couple of kilometers around her, and snow-white flakes of snow began to fall from the sky. Suddenly, a small rift appeared in space. Noticing this, Michael frowned, suspecting something was wrong. The rift grew larger and larger, and at some point a huge paw of a monster appeared from there. Following her, a frog of incredible size crawled out of the rift. The message that appeared in front of Michael said that it was a humanoid monster of B rank. The hero frowned even more. He was only glad that this was only a D-rank monster invasion, otherwise it would have been truly dangerous. But to his surprise, that was not all. The next moment, a unicorn jumped out of the rift. Both monsters aimed at Sophia, who was unaware of their presence until the last moment, and turned around only when Michael warned her of the impending danger. At the sight of them, the girl froze in shock and surprise. She didn't have time to do anything when the frog quickly approached her and attacked, throwing her aside with a powerful blow. Seeing this, Michael realized that he could not continue to do nothing if he did not intervene urgently. Something terrible could definitely happen to Sophia. As soon as he rose into the air again, he was blinded by a bright flash of light. A few seconds later, everything stopped, and he took his hand away from his face, looking ahead in bewilderment. The first thing he saw was a huge block of ice hovering above the water, and suddenly deep cracks began to appear on it. As the walls of the ice block flew apart in different directions, a grown-up Sophia appeared before Michael. Looking towards the monsters, she asked with a threatening voice if they were really so desperate to seek death. With her appearance, the snowfall intensified and the temperature dropped even lower. The frog, hit by one of the fragments of the ice block, emerged from the hole formed by the fall. Looking up at the girl floating in the air, the monster began to croak actively, as if telling her something. Sophia cursed softly, looking at the frog with displeasure. At that moment, a wary Michael approached her, noticing that she had changed a lot, and the girl explained that this was her combat form. Having looked her over from head to toe, the guy became a little embarrassed and looked away. Sophia decided not to waste time and, turning her attention back to the monster, attacked, creating many ice needles. The frog was instantly turned into an ice statue, having stared too hard at the snow spirit. When Michael asked if the monster was dead, Sophia shook her head, saying that it wasn't that simple. In confirmation of her words, the very next moment the frog broke free from its icy prison, and many small fragments flew in different directions. Michael also decided to take part, activating his flame control ability. A blue flame shot out like an arrow towards the monster, but it managed to dodge before it could hit it. Michael attacked several more times, but the monster deftly escaped each time. Turning to Sophia, he asked her to try to stop him. The girl nodded and again created ice needles, directing them towards the monster. Due to the high attack speed, the monster was unable to dodge. The needles firmly pinned him to the ground, depriving him of the ability to move. Michael took advantage of this opportunity and attacked him again, creating several fireballs. As the blue flames enveloped the frog's body, a painful roar from the monster was heard. A couple of minutes later, it was all over, and our hero landed on the ground. He approached the dead frog's body and knelt down, activating the extraction ability. When the pearl was in his palm, a message appeared in front of him, stating that the acquired ability physical training was D rank, which allowed him to pump up his stamina and other physical indicators through training. Sophia sat down next to Michael and said that they had lost one. The hero rose from his knees and began to look around, trying to understand where the unicorn could have gone. At one point, Sophia pointed towards the city, saying that there was a high probability that the monster was heading towards the city. Michael agreed with her and said that in that case they should catch up with him as soon as possible. However, at that very moment, something strange began to happen to the girl. She clutched her head and shouted in irritation that it wasn't fair, since she had only just broken free and another part of her wanted to take control of her body away from her again. Michael asked her excitedly what was going on with her, and she, desperately trying to resist her other half, shouted out that her name was Miranda and she was not the Snow Maiden. Suddenly, she grabbed the guy by the cloak, saying that she would not let anyone take this opportunity away from her. When Miranda closed her eyes and leaned in for a kiss, Michael's face showed surprise mixed with embarrassment. However, her wish was not to come true because she turned back into her smaller version. Michael managed to catch the girl in the air and carefully lowered her to the ground. Sophia asked in confusion what had just happened. This question surprised our hero, and he, stroking the girl's head, asked if she really didn't remember anything. She confidently replied that she didn't remember anything at all except that they were about to start training. Her words and the behavior of her adult version led Michael to think that she had not one, but two personalities, and they were not connected by a common memory. Suddenly, Sophia joyfully cried out that the owner had finally stroked her head and, putting her hands out to the side, asked him to hug her. This request left Michael stunned, and he sighed wearily, realizing that in the future, there would definitely be problems with her two personalities. Rising to his feet, he offered his hand to help Sophia up, but she said that she really wanted to sleep. Michael said that in that case, she could go back and rest. Having received his approval, the girl activated the portal and, covering her mouth with her hand, waved to him, saying goodbye that she would miss him. A few moments later, she disappeared, leaving the boy alone on the deserted shore. When the portal disappeared, he looked towards the city, thinking that he needed to hurry there. At the same time, a joyful Austin was returning back and was just passing by near the shore. At some point, he noticed strange activity a few meters from the shore. He slowed down, peering into the distance and trying to figure out what it was. A few moments later, he succeeded, and saw a huge unicorn rushing towards the shore. Horror shot through his body at the sight of this monster, and he immediately slammed on the brakes. He caught sight of a group of young people relaxing on the beach at night. Austin ran out of the car and started waving his arms and shouting that a dangerous monster was approaching them, and that they needed to get out of there immediately. The dark-haired girl heard his screams and looked in his direction, telling the guy sitting next to her to also pay attention to that strange stranger. At the sight of him, Albert frowned and said with irritation that this weirdo just wanted to attract their attention to show off. Another girl asked them to be quiet, listened closely, and said that he was shouting that there was some kind of monster behind them, and that they needed to run away from here. When everyone present heard this, their faces reflected great surprise, and they immediately turned towards the water. As soon as they did this, they immediately saw the danger that the strange stranger had warned them about. A huge unicorn ran out onto the shore and was already a couple of meters away from them. Austin was in a stupor. He didn't know what to do, take a risk and save these unfortunate people, or get back into the car and save himself. Having weighed all the pros and cons, he rushed towards the shore, thinking that he had not been so responsive before. When the monster attacked them, Polina was carried away into the sea by a huge wave, emerging from under the thickness of the water. With tears in her eyes, she asked one of her friends for help. Suddenly, a hand appeared from the water next to her and grabbed her outstretched hand. Kevin himself appeared next, pushing the log towards the girl and telling her to grab onto it. When the water began to carry the guy back, Polina extended her hand to him, telling him to grab onto it too. A smile appeared on Kevin's face, and he extended his hand to her. However, the next moment a unicorn appeared in front of him from under the water, and holding Kevin's hand in its mouth, lifted the boy high above the water. The girl froze in horror at the sight of this scene. The next moment, Kevin, having lost his arm, fell into the water with a heart-rending cry, and the monster dived after him, raising another wave. By this time, Austin had managed to reach the water, and diving, he swam up to the frightened girl who was clutching a log, shouting that he would help her get to the shore. She, unable to hold back her tears, said that Kevin had been dragged into the sea and asked Austin to save him first. The guy stretched out his hands to her and insistently said that he would do this only after he saved her, and hurried the girl so that she would swim to him as quickly as possible before the monster returned. Polina closed her eyes and jumped from the log towards him, shouting that she was terrified of the monster. As he said, Austin had the girl safely ashore in a matter of minutes, all the while trying to figure out how a girl who looked quite slender could weigh so much. Suddenly, the sound of an approaching helicopter was heard somewhere behind. The girl inside it opened the door and started a live broadcast, reporting that the station had received numerous reports of a monster and huge waves on the shore at number 8. Turning the camera to Austin with Polina in his arms, she said with relief that the two had miraculously managed to escape danger. When Alexandra took a closer look, she recognized in this guy one of the most famous internet stars, young Mr. Austin. At the same time, Edgar was sweating vigorously while working out in the gym. He was now doing his 4th set of abdominal exercises, and along the way, he told with displeasure that the ice adventurer had followed his father, the mechanical hero, and gone with him to a meeting at the Hero Association. Pavel, running along the track, couldn't help but chuckle and said that someone was very jealous. Edward paused for a moment from his exercise and objected that he was not at all jealous, and that working out was much better than licking the asses of senile people sitting in their chairs. Suddenly, Pavel's face twisted in horror, and he shouted that Edward should watch the live broadcast. There was a monster on the shore, and his little brother was there too. The black dragon immediately rose from his place, not believing his ears. For a few moments he did not take his eyes off the monitor, after which he said that Pavel was probably simply mistaken, because his little brother would be terribly scared when meeting a monster and would run away to a safe place at the first opportunity. However, when the image was enlarged, Edward's eyes widened in shock. Austin was indeed there, and the monster was now rapidly closing the distance between them. Alexandra was also excited. She said that if the heroes did not arrive in time, then very soon this monster would catch up with them. The shocked Edward came close to the TV monitor and shouted with horror in his voice for Austin to immediately leave this girl and run away from there. But no matter how much he shouted at the TV, his words could not reach his brother. Meanwhile, the unicorn had already caught up with Austin and Polina. Hearing death approaching behind him, the boy cast an anxious glance back. Looking at this, Pavel sighed in disappointment, and closing his eyes, said that he was definitely finished. Edward seemed terribly broken, watching his only younger brother about to die, and he was too far away to do anything to help him. Contrary to Pavel's expectations, Austin was able to save himself by turning into a monster, much to his and Edward's surprise. Thanks to the werewolf's powerful body, his speed increased significantly and their chances of successfully escaping from the unicorn increased. Shocked, Edward took a few steps back, not believing his eyes. He had no idea that his brother also had the power of transformation. Austin made a sharp jump, and in an instant found himself at a safe distance with the girl. In the girl's eyes, he became a real hero. Putting her down on the ground, he said with a smile on his face that she no longer had to worry about her safety. Immediately after this, the guy turned around and rushed towards the unicorn running towards him. Michael also managed to reach this shore and save a guy drowning in the sea. Then he turned his gaze towards the land where the battle was taking place. Our hero created several metal spikes, and with a smile on his face said that it was time to see how his godson fights. Austin moved behind the unicorn in a matter of seconds. Completely confident in his strength and his victory, he chased after the monster with a smile. When he managed to grab the unicorn's leg, his eyes flashed dangerously, and he said that today was a great opportunity to use a new technique. The unicorn wanted to run under the water and drag the werewolf with it, but Austin managed to stay afloat, holding tightly to the monster's leg. The next moment, he began to spin at high speed along with the monster. Deciding that this would be enough, he released the unicorn and it flew high into the sky. Austin watched this with a smile on his face. He said that he had long since stopped being the kind of person who runs away or hides until rescuers arrive. A few moments later, the monster fell limply a couple of meters away from him back into the water. Deciding that victory was his, Austin threw his hands up and joyfully shouted that he was one step away from surpassing his father and older brother and becoming an S-rank hero. Michael had been watching from the sidelines the whole time, not interfering, and when it was all over, he put away his prepared thorns and said that Austin had done a good job and had made people change their opinion of him for the better. At the same time, Polina's frightened friends ran up to her and asked where Kevin was. The girl replied that the monster had dragged him into the sea when he tried to save her. There was a look of great surprise on Albert and Vicky's faces. Polina continued, pointing towards Austin. She said that this hero said that he would help her save their friend. Suddenly, something strange started to happen with the water. Austin didn't understand what was happening, because the monster should have been dead by now. The water grabbed his legs, immobilized him, and lifted him high above the surface in a powerful whirlwind. At that very moment, a unicorn's neighing was heard behind him. When the werewolf's back was pierced by the monster's sharp horn, a painful cry escaped from his throat. The monster mercilessly threw its opponent down with its hoof. Despite his injury, Austin managed to land safely on the shore. Alexandra, who was watching the battle from a helicopter, was shocked by what happened, but did not forget to comment on everything that was happening. Edgar could not calmly watch his brother being killed and hastily put on his gear and headed towards the exit of the office building. Just before he left, Pavel asked his partner to take care of the others there. Thus, Edgar left Olympus and flew to help his brother. Austin slowly rose to his feet, fighting through the pain. The unicorn also did not want to give up while his opponent was still alive and rushed towards him at high speed. Austin's face showed horror as he saw the monster's now familiar attack. The unicorn turned into a powerful whirlwind again, which instantly appeared near the confused werewolf. Alexandra reported that the monster had gone berserk, which made things much more difficult. A huge vortex of water swallowed Austin, leaving him unable to breathe. Suddenly, he noticed on one of the towering rocks the familiar figure of his so-called godfather. With difficulty, he climbed out from under the thick water and shouted out a request for help. The water did not want to let him go and again enveloped his body, immobilizing the werewolf. The crowd gathered on the shore watched what was happening in horror. Bitter tears welled up in Polina's eyes. She desperately hoped that someone would save him. Suddenly, someone rushed past them at high speed, attracting everyone's attention. Michael heard Austin's cry for help and was now rushing to his aid. As he passed by the helicopter, Alexandra shouted in surprise that it was the same mysterious masked guy who had recently appeared on television during his fight with the Black Dragon and the Lazy Swordsman. A few moments later, Michael stopped near the vortex and thanked Austin for revealing his abilities and acting as bait. He then extended his left hand upward, activating his metal manipulation ability. When a metal pole on the beach suddenly buckled, the people standing nearby became very scared and chose to move away. So Michael got new metal needles. The unicorn didn't notice our hero right away. Meeting his gaze, Austin said that the monster should prepare for death. Then he waved his hand down and all the arrows flew at once towards the unicorn. The monster tried to escape, but 3 arrows still hit him, piercing his neck and stomach. This attack was his last, because the water whirlwind immediately dissipated, releasing Austin from its grip. Shocked by what she saw, Alexandra commented with disbelief in her voice that the guy in the mask knocked out the monster with just 1 punch. Michael managed to catch the unconscious Austin before he fell into the sea. As soon as he found himself on our hero's metal shield, the guy immediately transformed back. Meanwhile, Michael carefully descended, flying up to the dead carcass of the monster he had defeated. Without wasting any time, he immediately activated the extraction ability. The surfing master ability he had obtained was a D-rank ability that allowed him to walk on water and control its flow to attack. Taking the Pearl of Ability, he said that he would let Austin take all the laurels this time. Polina raised her surprised gaze to the sky when she noticed a man approaching them. Once on land, he handed the wounded Austin over to the girl, who treated his wounds and the wounds of the found Kevin, saving their lives from danger. Sometime later, Austin regained consciousness and slowly sank to the ground. Polina immediately threw herself on his neck, hugged him tightly, and thanked him for saving her. Feeling the softness of the girl's body, the guy became a little embarrassed and asked her not to hug him so hard, because it was putting pressure on the bandaged wound. He was instantly surrounded by others who had been watching the entire fight with excitement, and various questions began pouring in from different directions about when Austin had managed to awaken the hero's ability. Michael stayed with them a little longer, and having made sure that everything was now okay and there was no threat, flew back. Unnoticed by the others, an unfamiliar person quickly approached the crowd. The man moved forward quickly, pushing aside the onlookers who were in his way. Austin turned around when he heard disgruntled voices behind him. He immediately recognized the man who stopped next to him, who said in a stern voice that Austin had violated the rules for using abilities, so he needed to follow him to the Hero Association. With his appearance, everyone immediately began to whisper to each other, throwing displeased glances every now and then. But the man nicknamed Grumpy didn't pay any attention to it. A confused Austin said that he was just saving people. To this, the man replied that he did not care what the reasons were, whatever they were. He had broken the law by using his powers in a public place without permission, and had to report to the Hero Association. When Edward appeared and said that this issue would be decided by the Olympus Company, and now he was very interested in taking a look at the one who dared to send his little brother for interrogation, the man shuddered. When everyone saw the black dragon in front of them, admiring sighs were heard from all sides. Austin's face showed surprise, and as he approached his brother, the guy asked what he was doing here. He ignored the question, and after carefully examining Austin, said that the Wolfman had very good regeneration, since his wounds had almost healed, and in a stern tone asked Austin not to get involved in anything like that again, because it was causing the company unnecessary problems, to which the guy replied with displeasure that he would try, but did not promise anything. Realizing that his presence here was pointless, Grumpy turned and walked away, expressing his hope that the Olympus Company would be able to provide the Hero Association with a comprehensive explanation of what had happened today. Edgar forgot about him almost immediately. All his thoughts were focused on trying to understand why Austin had woken up so suddenly, because he had never had the slightest hint of having an ability before. After yesterday, Michael returned home safely and went to bed. This morning he started with a refreshing shower. After drying his hair with a towel, he materialized in his palm the Pearl of Ability received from the unicorn. and the thought came to him that he already had quite a lot of different elemental abilities, and they could be tried to be combined. The next moment, the flame, metal, and plasma manipulation ability pearls appeared in front of him. But he decided to put this matter off for later. There was a glimmer of hope in him that he would find a healing ability with which he could heal his sister. Thinking about where he could find information about a person with such an ability, he came to the conclusion that he should try to penetrate the body of the hero of hot and sour noodles and look for some useful information. Closing his eyes, he activated the human control ability. An unsuspecting Adam was leisurely strolling through the park near his home, enjoying his well-deserved day off. Suddenly, his body became paralyzed and his consciousness left him. Michael managed to successfully take control of the hero. He could freely control this body, which made the guy incredibly happy. He held his hand out in front of him and tried to activate his metal manipulation ability, but it didn't work. A look of displeasure crossed his face as he realized that as long as he was in this body, his abilities would be unavailable. Suddenly, loud voices were heard nearby, attracting the attention of our hero. Michael hid behind a nearby tree and listened to their conversation to understand what was going on. The bespectacled man grabbed the hand of the girl standing next to him and said with irritation that if she wanted to join the Divine Dragon Hero Company and undergo training there, then she had to follow the rules. Approaching her, he excitedly said that if she pleased him and their boss, she would be unconditionally accepted into their company. His hand slowly reached towards the girl's body, lifting her skirt higher and higher, continuing to persuade her. The man said that their boss was very good at this, and he also had simply amazing healing skills. When Michael heard about the healing ability, the thought flashed through his head that God himself was helping him. Otherwise, such a lucky coincidence is simply impossible to explain. Meanwhile, the man, unable to restrain himself, tore off part of the girl's jacket, exposing her skin. She fell to the ground and, covering her chest with her hand, with tears in her eyes, screamed that she didn't want this, and for Jacob to go away. Her wish was fulfilled instantly. Suddenly, the man flew into the air and screamed in fear. A moment later, he fell with a crash into the nearby bushes. When his displeased face appeared from the foliage, he looked around and indignantly asked who dared to kick him. Michael immediately appeared in front of him, flexing his fists, smiling ominously. The guy said that he was the embodiment of evil karma, and now retribution would fall upon the man for all his dirty deeds. Having emerged from the bushes, Jacob looked at him in bewilderment and asked why the hero of hot and sour noodles was interfering in something that was none of his business. He helped the sobbing girl to her feet and said with a discussion in his voice that if the man had a younger sister or daughter who was being blackmailed with harassment, he would have done the same. Jacob responded to these words by saying that there was no harassment. Vika had been doing an internship at their company for several months, and all this time she had been waiting for something like this to happen. The girl could not listen to his lies any longer, and, throwing a furious look at him, she shouted that she had never asked for such a thing. Michael got her attention by telling her that once it started, it would never end, and if she wanted to become a heroine, she should focus only on her goal and dedication to it. A grateful smile appeared on Vika's face. She thanked the hero and promised that she would definitely remember these words. She then turned towards Jacob and shouted that he was a real piece of trash, causing another wave of irritation in the man. Deciding not to linger there a minute longer, she turned and headed in the opposite direction from the men. Jacob looked at the hero in front of him for a few moments, knowing full well that he needed to eat something sweet and sour to transform, and the effect of this lasted no more than 15 minutes. Taking a step forward, he held his hand out in front of him, clenched into a fist, and said in a threatening voice that Michael had let Vika escape and destroyed everything he had worked so hard for, so he simply could not let it go unpunished. His words brought a mocking smile to Michael's face, and he folded his arms across his chest and asked what Jacob was going to do. He shouted that he would make him an invalid and rushed at his opponent with bare fists. Still smiling, Michael pulled an orange pill out of his pocket and popped it into his mouth. The next moment, he transformed into the hero of hot and sour noodles. He stood up and delivered a powerful punch to the stomach of the approaching man. He flew a good couple of meters to the side, back into the bushes. Michael waited for the man to come out to him again, but everything was quiet around him. Frowning, he shouted for Jacob to come out. Continuing to hide somewhere, the man said that even if the hero ate the oversalted capsule, his transformation still only lasts 15 minutes. So when that time is up, he can easily get rid of it. Michael is surprised by such a low limit. He had already realized that the ability could not move with the owner of the body, but it could increase the internal strength since it was connected to the soul. And after he had collected many abilities, his internal strength had become insanely frightening. Because the ability's power is directly dependent on internal strength, the hot and sour noodles hero can only last 15 minutes. He cannot control his energy, and spends it completely until he reaches exhaustion. Michael was confident that by using the spiritual power of the octopus he killed, he could release all the power in an instant, so this transformation could last longer. Thinking about this brought a satisfied smile to our hero's face. Concentrating, he was able to locate Jacob, sensing his energy a couple of meters away from him behind the bushes. Jumping up from his seat, Michael said reproachfully that only weaklings hide. When he pulled the man out of the bushes, he asked in bewilderment how Michael managed to find him, since he was an ordinary B-rank hero. The guy replied with a smirk on his lips that he was hiding his true strength. Realizing that he was at a huge disadvantage, Jacob excitedly shouted out that he admitted his defeat, so Michael should let him go, and he would also call the Divine Dragon Company, and they would offer him a material reward. Still holding the man above the ground, our hero replied that he would only let him go if Jacob stopped causing any more trouble and seeking revenge. Suddenly he remembered something and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Jacob's eyes widened in horror, and he asked in bewilderment what he was going to do. As Michael looked over his body with a searching gaze and quietly chuckled at the same time, a terrible guess came to the man. Covering his backside with his hands, he asked with fear in his voice if Michael was gay. His request was met with thoughtful silence. The man grabbed the hero's hand and with a pleading voice, said that they could just talk calmly without violence. But Michael didn't listen to him. He was completely focused on the thought that now he could not only teach this scum a lesson. After this incident, hatred and persecution from other people would be directed at the hero of hot and sour noodles. Grabbing the man by the leg, he pulled him into the bushes. A few moments later, Jacob's frightened cries and pleas for Michael not to take off his clothes were heard from there. A couple of minutes later, our hero finally came out of the bushes and transformed back. Taking out his cell phone, he began to chuckle contentedly. He was sure that after this photo shoot, Jacob would no longer harass girls. Michael also left a message for the hero of hot and sour noodles, saying that new photos on the phone should not be deleted if you do not want new problems for yourself. After that, he closed his eyes and deactivated the human control ability. A moment later, Adam came to his senses. Trying to figure out what had happened, he looked around. Seeing that he was still in the park near his house, he assumed that he had simply fallen asleep while walking. As the man turned his confused gaze to the phone in his hand, his brows furrowed, and he read out loud the message left for him. At first, Adam didn't understand what photos were being discussed, but as soon as he entered the gallery and saw a photo of a half-naked man unknown to him in the park, he began to scream in confusion. At the same time, a meeting of heroes was taking place in the city of L in one of the branches of the association. William, the leader of the L City Association, looked at his guests with a keen eye. The mechanical hero looked tense, although he tried to hide it. The man standing next to William, who was the co-head of the branch, was no less tense as he looked at the heroes in front of him. Breaking the silence that had fallen in the conference room, William said that planning the first stage of defense required the help of the Olympus Company, and the scale of the depressions was unusually large, so they all had to be extremely careful. Yang continued to explain further, saying that after planning this period, everyone would create a role model of attack and make the monsters return to their world, and it would be the heroes from the Olympus Company who would portray those who drove the monsters away. The heroes from other branches sitting at the table shouted out that they supported the idea. The metal hero was in no hurry to agree with the others. He was thinking about the fact that this time, the association wanted to allow every organization or company to send an A-rank hero to the core deviation center and strengthen control over the depressions. He understood these intentions perfectly well, but he was worried that by taking the form of monster hunters, someone could make a lot of money. But the most important thing here was that the monster world had the ability to improve items, equipment, and weapons. Information about this was the main reason why the heroes were so eager to do this work. The ice adventurer was also aware of all this. The thought that he could improve even his ability delighted him. As night fell, Michael decided to take action. Using the Pearl of Ability, he created a clone of himself. He then took the Plasma and Metal Manipulation ability pearls into his palms to combine them. To do this, he decided to first break apart a low-level Metal Control Pearl and upgrade Plasma Control to A rank, and in the end, he would need a B rank support ability. He did everything step by step, and finally managed to create a new B rank ability, Shadow Substitution, which allowed him to create shadow clones whose location could be changed during battle, and they were also able to create weapons from shadow matter for attack. Once everything was ready, he placed 2 ability pearls into the clone's body. Michael instilled in his clone that he was cool, powerful, and had to remain cool at all times. At this point, the main part was completed. Finally, he applied transformation to the clone, and a snake mask appeared on his face. Smiling, our hero took a step closer to the clone and, patting him on the shoulder, said that it was now his turn to step onto the stage and begin collecting abilities. The next morning, Michael went to the 2nd district of the city of Sheesh. When he left the airport, he decided to take a little walk around the city, carefully examining everything around him. Suddenly, a yellow taxi stopped in front of him. A blonde driver appeared from behind the rolled-down window and asked where Michael was heading. So our hero got into the car and gave the required address. Almost immediately after he got into the car, he received a message from Austin that he had sent him all the information that Michael had asked him to find out about the members of the Saints organization by email. Looking in the rearview mirror, the driver decided to start a casual conversation, saying that the most developed sphere in this city is the gambling business, and advised Michael to visit the casino at a convenient opportunity. He assured that after a big win, the guy would be able to safely return to the hotel. The man also said that if Michael was interested, he could recommend another good place here. Upon hearing his offer, our hero looked up from the screen and asked what he was talking about. A smile immediately appeared on the man's face, and taking out a picture of a girl in a bikini, he said that Paris Dreams is a place full of various beauties. The driver's story about local attractions convinced Michael that this city really deserves its title of City of Chaos. A few minutes into the drive, the car stopped at a tall building, and the driver announced that they had arrived at the Heaton Hotel. When Michael reached for his wallet to pay the man, he said that the cost of the trip was 500 Azure coins, which caused great surprise in our hero. He looked again at the counter, the price on which was set at 98 coins, but not at 500. Michael frowned and said that the man had quoted the wrong fare, which caused a grin to appear on the taxi driver's face, who explained that he had quoted everything correctly. Everything else was a fee for information and explanations. So Michael could consider today a lesson for someone who had come to the 2nd district for the first time. Suddenly, he pulled out a gun and pointed it at the guy, saying that if he had nothing to pay with, he would have to pay with his life. Michael frowned and replied that the man had chosen the wrong victim and had activated his human control ability. Afterwards, he and the man went inside the hotel and took a room there. When the girl handed him the key card, Michael thanked her and walked away from the reception desk. Watching him go, the girls began to whisper to each other, trying to understand how he managed to get this uncivilized taxi driver to help with his luggage. One of the girls put on lipstick and said hopefully that perhaps Michael would like to invite her to dinner. Stopping at the elevator, the hero turned to the taxi driver, saying that he still had things to do and that he could leave as soon as he brought his things into the room. When the elevator stopped on the 37th floor, Michael got out. He immediately took his phone out of his pocket and opened the letter Austin had sent him. There was information about the location of one of the heroes of the Saints organization. Michael checked that the floor he arrived on was correct. Now all he had to do was find room number 441. Putting the phone back, he activated the shadow clone skill and created a clone. He quickly found the right number and stopped. The shadow clone was able to easily sneak inside by turning into a shadow. Once he was sure it was safe inside, he resumed his human form. Voices were heard from the next room, and that's where the guy headed with confident steps. A masked hero with a towel wrapped around his hips was frolicking with 2 girls. Suddenly one of them froze in place in horror. Several black shadow arrows appeared from behind the man. Sam's whole body tensed and he turned around, asking in confusion who was there. He immediately saw Michael's clone who was controlling these strange shadows. The man reacted quickly and covered himself with a girl standing nearby. The next moment, the shadows wrapped around the women's necks, squeezing them tighter and tighter until their bodies went limp. As the shadows rushed towards the man, he threw his hands up and shouted furiously that Michael would not get off that easy, especially after he allowed him to absorb the fear of the dead girls. He then rushed at his opponent with his fist raised to strike. Michael was not idle either, dropping to one knee. He directed a shadow pillar towards the man to attack him, but he dispelled it with one blow. The man stopped in front of him and asked warily who he was. He had never heard of anyone being able to control shadows before. Still holding the girls' bodies in shadow, Michael ignored his question. It was becoming more and more difficult for him to act coldly and ruthlessly with each passing moment. But he had to see this through to the end. Sam frowned too. He knew that if it weren't for the power he had pulled out of the girls, he wouldn't have had a chance against him. Suddenly, several more shadow arrows shot towards him. But the man managed to jump aside, and the arrows fell on the empty bed. When he shouted out whether Michael realized what he was doing, because if the organizations of the Saints reported everything that had happened here, they would rip off more than one skin from him, the double continued to stand silently in place, not taking his eyes off the enemy. This infuriated Sam even more, and he rushed at him again, shouting irritably that when questions are asked, they must be answered. It only took the man a few moments to get close enough to Michael, but even then, the boy didn't move. Sam was certainly attracted by the idea of such an easy victory, but he had a feeling that something was wrong here. When his fist pierced the guy's head, it dissolved right before his eyes, causing a wave of bewilderment in the man. The next moment, a shadow grabbed his wrist, not allowing him to move. Sam tried to break free from the grip, but to no avail. Suddenly, the double's hand reached out to the man's face, which was distorted into a grimace of horror and fear. He asked with a pleading voice to be let go, otherwise the priest would not leave it that easily. Without saying a word, Michael pulled the man's mask off. He then threw it aside, calling it trash in disgust. When the double placed his palm on Sam's head, he couldn't even move. Deciding not to waste any more time, Michael activated the ability to extract the ability. The pearl that was obtained was of C rank, and the ability itself was called the Mask of Fear, which allows its owner to absorb fear, and with the help of this, makes him stronger. A few moments later, everything was over, and the man came to his senses. Resting his hands on the floor, he asked with tears in his eyes what Michael had done to him, and where his ability had gone, to his request to return the ability back, because without it, the priest would kill him. The clone replied that in that case he simply had to look at this priest, whom Sam had already repeatedly remembered. He held his hand out in front of him and activated his human control ability. When the man passed out, the double managed to enter his subconscious. While looking through Sam's memories, Michael learned that he had participated in the War of Ability and had been mortally wounded, leaving him with virtually no chance of survival. Suddenly, a man stopped next to him and promised to heal him. But in return, Sam had to swear allegiance to him, and he had no choice but to agree to this deal. When his consent was given, a soft healing glow enveloped Sam's body. All his wounds disappeared without a trace in just a few moments. The man sank to the ground and looked at himself with an unbelieving gaze, after which he bowed low to the man who had saved him and swore deep loyalty. The next morning, Michael took control of the man and left the hotel. It took him some time to get to the garages, which are located almost right next to the coast. Michael stopped at one of them and began looking for the garage he needed. A few moments later, he found a familiar combination of numbers that he had already seen in Sam's memories. The hero was incredibly happy that his ability provided open access to the memories of those whose bodies he captured. Closing his eyes, he again turned to the man's memories, and a picture immediately appeared before him of how in a huge hall, sitting in his rightful place, surrounded by two girls, sat a priest, and a little lower, his faithful confidants sat in their places. The dark-haired girl said that she already knew that a young swordswoman had infiltrated Sam's secret production base. The masked hero knelt before her and assured the girl that there would be no problems with this, and that at the first command he would immediately find the offender and get rid of her. Sitting next to bloodthirsty Rose, the commander of the deep-sea army looked at him with displeasure and asked how exactly Sam was going to kill the A-rank hero. The great land mage rubbed his beard thoughtfully and said that even if she was an A-rank, there was no point for the disciples of the saints to be afraid of any heroes, even if they were an E rank or even an S rank. The saint intervened in their discussion with a satisfied smile on his face, telling them to bring this offender to him, so that before she was punished, he could enjoy her to his heart's content. 3 of his confidants rose from their seats and said that they would definitely carry out this order. Sam also bowed his head and said that in that case he was going on a well-deserved vacation. As the man was about to leave, Jackson called out to him. Sam bowed low before him and asked what his orders were. He said that goods had arrived at the port on the first platform, which were in a red container. Putting a lighter to the cigarette, he ordered the masked hero to go there and find out if there was any information about this girl who dared to penetrate the base. If there really was something there, then he should immediately report it to him. Taking a few steps forward, he patted Sam on the back and added that every damaged item would be fine if handled responsibly. Michael came back to reality and approached the garage, wondering if he could get inside. Suddenly he noticed a fingerprint scanner on the door and held his palm out to it, delighted that this would make the task of breaking in much easier. The next moment, he activated the plasma manipulation ability. The door opened and let him inside. After walking a few steps forward, Michael saw a staircase leading down. He realized that the garage was just a cover. The real goods were hidden deeper, from where the incredibly strong smell of blood was coming. When Michael went downstairs, he found himself on the basement floor. The first thing that caught his attention was a man sitting at the table. His appearance did not go unnoticed by Clark either. He immediately jumped up from his seat and saluted him, greeting the hero who had appeared, who approached with a confident step and asked if anything interesting had happened today. Clark replied that valuable goods had recently arrived, and that during this time these creatures had managed to get on his nerves. Michael became wary upon hearing this. Deciding that he needed to know what the product was, the hero told the man to show him the goods he had brought, after which they both headed deeper into the room. All the way Michael looked around the empty cells with steel bars on the floor gave him terrible thoughts. Suddenly, Clark stopped past one of the cells and threatened the children sitting there that if they angered the gentleman in the mask with their whining, they would not get off with just a beating. The boys looked at each other silently and nodded, again turning their wary gazes to the man. Michael frowned with displeasure. He really didn't like this place. As he passed other cells containing children, he thought that they had been kidnapped from different parts of the world. He stopped as Jackson's words about the product came into his mind. Our hero barely managed to restrain himself, but inside he was simply filled with rage. He swore that he would make everyone involved pay. Loud screams were heard from behind the walls of one of the cells. The warden was torturing a boy chained to the wall with a whip, holding his bleeding ear. The man was truly furious that this child dared to bite off his ear. As he swung at it again, Michael came up to him and ordered him to stop immediately. When asked what was going on, the man explained with anger in his voice that the guy had suddenly attacked him and bitten off his ear. At these words, Lucas, chained to the wall, cast a frowning glance from under his eyebrows at the newly appeared man. Michael took a couple of steps towards him and asked what was the reason for such a crazy act. The warden visibly hesitated and looked away, frantically trying to think of something to say before the kid spilled the beans. At that moment, a blue-haired guy, who was a preacher of the organization nicknamed Mantis, stepped forward and said with a smirk on his face that everything here was pretty obvious. Marcus just wanted to have fun with this guy's sister. These words shocked Michael greatly. He glanced to the side and saw a little girl there, about 11 years old, wearing shabby clothes. The Mantis stopped next to Michael and mockingly said that Marcus had only scared the girl to death for nothing. Then he turned his gaze to Michael and asked what he was doing here, since he should be enjoying his vacation with the two blondes he had recommended to him. The hero replied that those girls were, of course, good. But today he came here to help the commander of the Deep Sea Army check the condition of the goods. Pointing to the chained guy, he told them to let him go, because they could pay a large sum for him. Lucian walked up to him and bent down, grabbing Lucas by the face, saying that even if this brat lost all his teeth, he could still be sold for a high price, but so be it. They would leave him alone. In response to this, the guy, already missing a couple of teeth, said in his own language that he would kill them all. Frowning, Michael said that Lewis needed to be patient for a little while longer, and very soon he would grant his wish. Lucian turned his suspicious gaze and asked if he really understood their language. Concentrating energy in his palm, Michael replied that he promised to fulfill his wish and would definitely fulfill it no matter what. The next moment, he pierced Lewis's body through and through. The guy's face distorted with bewilderment, and he whispered with his lips the question of why he betrayed them. Towering over him, Michael said with anger in his voice that he and that boy were similar. He didn't give Lewis a chance to fully comprehend the meaning of these words by depriving him of his head. The men standing behind him were frozen with fear and had no idea what was happening. Creating several shadow strands with blue flames at the ends, Michael turned to face the men and said that they would all die here. The blonde man took off, jumping towards Michael. When he almost reached his opponent, his entire body and arms were enveloped in the shadowy fetters of our hero, engulfed in blue flame. The next moment, Michael sent an electric shock through them, which reached the man, causing a painful cry to escape his throat. Clark, shaking with fear, slowly backed away. As soon as he turned around and ran towards the exit, the shadow bonds released their previous victim and rushed after a new one. A huge stain of blood spread across the floor. Lucas watched what was happening in surprise. Suddenly, he saw pearls, shrouded in a strange glow, appear in the palms of the masked man standing in front of him. The boy raised his head, looked at him resolutely and said his name, after which he asked Michael who he was. Michael turned to him and replied that he was the one who came to save him. At these words, Lucas grinned crookedly and said that he heard how he had recently mocked the children here. Michael sighed and created a blue flame in his palm. Then he took a step back and, waving his palm like a blade, cut the chains that were binding the guy and advised Lucas to sit here for a couple more minutes, because he still needed to deal with the people outside. Nodding, the boy silently stood up and headed towards his sister. Kneeling down beside her, he pulled her body closer to his and hugged her tightly. Seeing this picture, Michael sadly remembered his sister, who still had not regained consciousness. Suddenly, guards appeared at both ends of the corridor he was in. As they rushed towards him, our hero again summoned the shadow bonds, and shouting for them all to die, attacked first. The shadowy fetters, like whips, swung in different directions, cutting their targets in half with one swing. A few moments and all the guards were killed. At that moment, another long-haired man came out from around the corner, holding a thin disc over his palm, and said that it was an impressive sight. Afterwards, he looked somewhere beyond Michael and, having greeted his partner, said that since the mask-wearer was surrounded, he would not be able to escape now. A satisfied smile played on the face of the man who appeared. Nodding to his brother, he said that he could attack first. The Lord of Music did not need to be asked twice. Raising his hand with the disc up, he shouted, "Let the music begin." The next moment, a terribly disgusting sound was heard throughout the entire floor, causing all the children to grab their heads and scream from a severe headache. Michael also had to cover his ears. He realized that this music was affecting the mind, and if he didn't do something urgently, these children wouldn't be able to hold out for long and might even go crazy. The only thing that came to his mind was to pretend that the music had really affected him. Lowering his hands, he slouched and began to giggle strangely, which caused the Lord of Music to smile contentedly. Taking a step forward, he threw the disc he had been holding in his palm at Michael. But this attack flew through our hero without causing him any harm. The next moment he simply disappeared into thin air. Without wasting any time, he quietly moved behind his opponent. The unsuspecting man was knocked down and kicked hard in the back. Coughing up blood, he looked at his brother with a pleading look in his eyes and asked him to save him. He immediately reacted and threw his fire spear at Michael. The hero was too busy with his first victim and did not notice the danger approaching him. The spear pierced his right shoulder through and through. He lowered his gaze to the wound, pausing for a few moments. Then he clenched his fist and hit the man lying underneath him with all his might. Spearman's eyes widened in horror as he watched Michael kill his brother. When he asked why the masked man had betrayed their organization, the hero slowly stood up and asked if he really didn't understand. Waving his hand towards the cages, he shouted that he was doing this for these children and in the name of justice. These words puzzled the spearman, and he said with a mocking voice that, by fighting in the name of so-called justice, he was doing no better than themselves, and even if he managed to defeat him, he would not be able to escape from here in any way, because the commander of the Deep Sea Army was already approaching here. With his eyes burning with anger, Michael said that he would kill everyone here. Andre tensed at his words and involuntarily clutched his spears tighter. At some point, a thin thread of fear appeared from his forehead. It reached right up to Michael's chest, and he immediately felt the absorbed power spreading through his body. Andre decided that if he attacked first, he would have at least some chance of winning, and threw his fire spears at the enemy. Michael covered himself with his hands and they dug deep into his skin. As he swung his arms out to the sides, the spears flew back at the man. He couldn't move. Looking straight into the eyes of death in confusion, Andre didn't even foresee such a turn of events. A moment later, his own spears pierced his entire body. As soon as he fell dead, Michael sighed in relief, saying that it had hurt enough. One of the boys looked out from behind the bars of his cage and looked at him with concern, asking if he was okay, to which Michael, with a slight smile on his face, replied that it was all nonsense. Afterwards, he opened the cages, releasing the children to freedom. At the very end, Lucas also came out of his, carrying his sister on his back. Stopping next to Michael, the guy looked him straight in the eyes and said in a serious voice that he no longer wanted to suffer because of his own weakness, but wanted to become as strong as he was, and asked if the hero could become his teacher. Michael nodded his head in agreement, and added in an equally serious tone that before that he had to swear eternal loyalty to him. The guy's gaze showed unbending determination. He replied that he was ready for anything and would definitely become his most devoted student. This answer satisfied Michael, and he handed Lucas the Pearl of Ability taken from Mantis. The guy looked at her in bewilderment, asking what it was. The hero explained that this was an ability that would allow Lucas to turn his hands into swords, just like Mantis did, thanks to which the guy would be able to protect himself and his sister for some time. Michael's words brought a joyful smile to Lucas's face, and he gratefully accepted the gift extended to him. Afterwards, he headed towards the exit under the accompanying gaze of his savior. As they disappeared around the corner, the hero sighed and turned his gaze to the corpses of the lying men, and quietly said that now he needed to deal with this. He held his palm out in front of him and activated his extraction ability. He managed to simultaneously obtain the abilities of all the enemies he killed. Michael had a happy smile on his face and said that last time he had to make a lot of mistakes before he managed to get 2 pearls from the frog and the unicorn, but now he was able to collect quite a lot of pearls. First of all, he decided that he needed to improve his shadow exchange ability to A rank. It took him only a couple of moments to do this, and now the ability in his hands allowed him to create up to 5 clones, and during battle, one of them could move to the place of another person's shadow. Having completed everything that was necessary there, Michael finally left the garage. He froze in place, having taken only a few steps from the garage, when he felt a threat appear behind him. The girl pointing a blade at him asked with a clear threat in her voice who he was and where so many children came from. Michael gently turned his head in her direction and asked who she was. The wary girl was about to answer something, but she was interrupted. The children surrounded her and began to shout her name with joyful smiles on their faces. One of the boys told Alex that this hero saved them. The other guys nodded their heads in agreement, confirming his words. The girl realized that she had jumped to conclusions, and putting away her sword, embarrassedly asked Michael for forgiveness for her mistake. A slight smile appeared on the hero's face, and he replied that everything was fine. Then he asked if she really was the A-rank swordswoman heroine. Alexa confirmed this with an agreeable nod and said that she received information that people were being traded here. So she rushed to save them. But she couldn't even predict that someone would be able to free them before her. Afterwards, she walked up to Lucas and gently stroked his cheek, apologizing for coming too late. Suddenly, fear appeared on the children's faces as the ground beneath their feet began to shake noticeably. Michael also felt this trembling that came out of nowhere and, throwing a puzzled glance towards Alexia, asked what was going on. But he didn't wait for an answer. The thorny vines wrapped tightly around the children's legs and pulled them up. In a matter of moments, these vines had already entangled the entire port and everything that was there, including the garages. The children, one after another, rose high into the air and with tears in their eyes, begged for help. Michael managed to shield Lucas and said that they should try to escape, and he would save everyone else. Afterwards, he took a step towards the three men and a girl standing a couple of meters away from them. One of the strangers was sitting on a huge, blossoming rose, from which all these vines had spread. Amanda heard his words and looked at Michael in bewilderment, asking how exactly he was going to save them. A satisfied smile played on Wilhelm's face, pointing his staff towards his subordinates. He ordered them to show this bug all the power of the saints, after which he used the ability of healing. Amanda flinched as she felt healing energy shoot into her back and instantly spread throughout her body, restoring her strength. Confidence showed on her face, and she said that using an ability with such a large radius was very tiring. But now, with the power bestowed upon her by their high priest, she had fully recovered. Wilhelm touched his chin and looked thoughtfully at Alexa, saying that she was not allowed to touch the goods of the Saints' organization. If she did not want to die, then she had better surrender right away. Then he turned his gaze to Michael, and without thinking twice, said that they would get rid of the traitor on the spot. Hearing this, Michael and Alexa tensed up. The girl grabbed her sword more comfortably with both hands. She was confident that she could easily deal with 3 opponents. But she might have problems with the priest. Looking straight at Wilhelm, she said that the Hero Association was already on their way here, and said that they should lower their weapons and deactivate their abilities. Otherwise, they would die for disobedience. To this, the priest merely chuckled with displeasure and repeated his order that his subordinates should deal with them before the association members arrived. They immediately rushed towards our heroes. Alexa also took a step forward and activated the seal power. Her sword was immediately enveloped in powerful energy. Michael was shocked that she could also release such a dangerous ability. However, nothing else was expected from an A-rank hero. She took off and rushed towards her opponents, completely confident in her abilities. The mage pointed his staff towards her and used a sand magic circle. The girl was running straight towards him when a huge wall of earth appeared a couple of meters in front of her. But this did not stop her. With one swing of her sword, she destroyed this wall, opening the way to her goal. Jackson, the earth mage standing next to him, also did not remain idle, but began to actively form the necessary seals. The next moment, 3 water vortices appeared near him. Alexa decided to attack first and, swinging her sword in the air, created an incredibly powerful wave of fire that immediately flew towards the enemies. But as soon as she looked down where her attack had flown, the girl's eyes widened in horror. Amanda, with a joyful smile on her face, held out the boy she had captured earlier in front of her and shouted that he would be her first victim. A moment later, the child was consumed by Alexa's intense flames, leaving not even ashes behind. With horror in her voice, the swordswoman asked how she could use a child as a human shield. Amanda smiled wryly and replied that kindness was a weakness, and she would be very interested to see what Alexa would do next, since she still had many hostages. At the same time as these words, a sly smile appeared on Jackson's face and his body began to slowly dissolve in the water. In an instant, he was behind Alexa with a blade raised above her head. The girl didn't even flinch, completely not noticing how the blade silently descended above her. At the last moment, Michael intervened, covering the girl with his body. His torn mask immediately fell off his head, as did his disguise. Adjusting his snake mask, he said with displeasure that it was close. A little more, and he would have managed to hit the second mask. He turned around and attacked the man. As he plunged the sword into Justin's neck, a pained cry escaped his throat. The man immediately took a few steps back, holding the wound on his neck tightly with his hands. Alexa wanted to go and finish him off, but Michael stopped her, blocking her path. Wilhelm rose from his flower throne and raised his staff high above his head, using his healing ability. As soon as he did this, the wound on Justin's neck instantly healed. Feeling a surge of strength, the man laughed contentedly and said that with the high priest, they were as good as immortal. Meanwhile, Wilhelm used his new skill, Enhancement. A blue glow enveloped all three of them, enhancing all of their abilities. Michael clicked his tongue in displeasure as he watched this scene. He really didn't like the fact that the priest could improve the characteristics of his followers. Thus, the strength of these three would rise to A rank, if not higher, in a very short time. Suddenly, the Earth Mage dropped to one knee and clasped his palms together at his chest, concentrating the energy. Alexa was horrified and shouted that under the influence of this power, the destructiveness of his spells would reach A rank. Our hero also tensed up. He understood that this long-range attack could harm the children, so he had to prevent it by any means necessary. Taking a step forward, he glanced sideways at the swordswoman and said that he was leaving these two to her. He would deal with the rest himself, which caused a strong stupor in the girl. Looking at him in bewilderment, Alexa asked, even if by some miracle he could cope with the spells of the Earth Mage. But what would he do with the children taken hostage? With a wave of his hand, Michael asked her to simply trust him. The girl was confused. For some reason, this stranger gave her confidence. Sighing, she clasped the sword in her palms and releasing her ability, she said that she would clear the way for him. The next moment, Alexa made one powerful leap and rushed towards Justin. He blocked her attack from above with his blade. He didn't expect this girl to have so much strength, and with difficulty holding her back, the man called out to his partner standing behind him, telling her to help him. Amanda huffed in annoyance and released more force, telling Justin that she wouldn't save his ass forever. The number of vines increased significantly, and a multitude of scarlet rose petals fell from the sky, and the air was filled with a sickly sweet aroma. Alexa froze and looked up in horror as she realized her strength was rapidly fading. Smiling contentedly, Amanda explained that her body was now craving love, and could awaken this desire in others as well. At the same time, Justin, using the water element, created several clones. Afterwards, his original approached Alexa from behind and asked with anticipation how she felt about what was happening. Suddenly, the girl released all her power, activating the mind seal, immediately after which a bright column of light burst out from her body, throwing Justin and his clones aside. Amanda was perplexed. She had never seen an ordinary swordsman possess such a strong ability as a mind seal. At some point, Alexa disappeared. Amanda didn't even have time to understand what happened before the blade of the sword slashed at her, cutting her body in two. Finding herself behind her, the swordswoman said that she had only recently mastered this technique, which allows one to be reborn in a critical situation. Amanda slowly turned her head and looked at the girl in amazement, asking how she managed to do it. By this time, the Earth Mage had also completed his preparations and activated the release. A moment later, in its place was a huge dragon, eager to destroy everything around it. At the sight of it, the children were overcome with panic. None of them noticed how an ornate shadow stretched upward along the stem. Without wasting any time, the monster rushed at the swordswoman. Before the girl could do anything, Michael appeared in front of her with his lightning control ability activated in his hand. He threw a powerful charge straight into the monster's mouth. As the dragon's body became paralyzed, the hero clenched his fist tightly. The next moment, a loud explosion thundered in the port. The rescue helicopter was rapidly approaching the scene when suddenly there was an explosion somewhere below, followed by a huge cloud of dust and smoke. The Earth Mage who had turned back thanked Wilhelm for saving him. If it weren't for that, he would already be dead. The priest gave him a displeased look and said in a voice full of irritation that they were of absolutely no use. He even had to lose 2 B-rank followers. Rising to his feet, the old man said that even if the saints had been defeated, he should not worry too much, because the high priest was still alive, and it would not be difficult to restore the organization. Wilhelm returned his gaze back, agreeing with the magician's words. Among the clouds of dust, he found Michael carrying an unconscious girl on his shoulder. The priest knew that since this man was able to repel an A-rank attack with just one blow, he was much stronger than them, and they should retreat before it was too late. Suddenly, a pillar of bright light appeared again a couple of meters away from our heroes. But this time its creator was Wilhelm, who activated the reverse summoning. Watching this, Michael said that no matter where they ran, he would definitely find them one day. Afterwards, he laid the girl on the ground and approached the man lying nearby. He put his hand in front of him and activated the extraction ability. A few moments later, a pearl of the B-rank Deep Sea Ghost ability appeared in his palm. It allows one to control the water in the human body, create water clones, and huge waves as long as there is at least a small amount of liquid nearby. Having finished with this, he then approached the girl who controlled the roses and did all the same actions with her. The ability extracted from it, Bloodthirsty Rose, was also a B-rank ability, and it allowed the user to summon rose vines using the user's blood, which are capable of emitting a stat-boosting scent, to attack enemies. But this can come at the cost of losing control of the vines. So Michael got a new pair of abilities. He decided that he should break them down to an F-rank ability, and then add the skill he got earlier to them. Thus, he would be able to create another A-rank ability. He immediately began to put this idea into practice. And so, a few minutes later, in the palm of our hero lay a bright emerald pearl with the Super Brain ability. Upgraded to A-rank, it improves vision, hearing, smell, touch, and sixth sense, and also allows you to release a wave that paralyzes the victim's nervous system. As soon as Michael absorbed this pearl, pressing it to his body, he almost immediately felt how all the feelings listed in the description improved at once. At that very moment, Alexa came to consciousness and opened her eyes. The guy noticed this and turned to her. The girl stood up and looked around at the ruins. Afterwards, she took a few steps towards Michael and excitedly asked him what rank his abilities were and who he was, to which the guy replied that he was from the judge's organization. Alexa frowned and said thoughtfully that she had never heard of such a thing in the Hero Association before. Suddenly, her gaze caught on the empty vines and her heart skipped a beat. With eyes wide with horror, she asked where all the children were. Without turning around, Michael replied that she should turn around, and she would see that they were all safe. As soon as the protective dome fell, all the guys ran towards the girl. They told her with joy in their voices about how Michael's shadow saved them. Alexa didn't understand what exactly they meant, so one of the boys explained that the shadow had quietly cut the vines and taken them to a safe place. And after the explosion occurred, the hero used this shadow to create a protective dome, which saved them. The swordswoman was shocked by what she heard. She didn't expect that this guy would actually save all the children. She turned to Michael and thanked him for his help. However, the person to whom this apology was intended was no longer here. When the dust settled a little, the association's helicopter appeared in the air and announced via loudspeaker that from that moment on, the Association of Heroes was taking control of this area and asked everyone here to refrain from rash actions. When the helicopter landed a few meters from the garages, many members of the association came out. Among them was Valeria, as a reporter. Turning to the assistant walking behind her, the girl said that this would be her first time interviewing live and asked where she should start. The man nodded towards Alexa and said that she should ask the seal swordswoman first. Valeria followed his advice and immediately went to the girl with a smile on her face. Stopping next to her, she introduced herself and asked permission to ask a couple of questions. Alexa nodded her head in approval. The reporter handed her a microphone and said that the Hero Association had received her message and had immediately arrived at the port, which was now completely destroyed, and asked the swordswoman to tell what had happened here. The girl immediately told that she came here to save all these children, whom the Organization of Saints intended to illegally sell. This story caused a very strong reaction among TV viewers. Valeria frowned and said that she had heard rumors about these criminals before. From the general information, at the moment it was known that they were on the territory of the city of Shu and were engaged in illegal activities. They could only hope that the government would be able to investigate this case. Alexa shook her head sadly from side to side, saying that it was impossible because this organization had been doing this for a very long time, and she herself had put in a lot of effort to get in there to get at least some information. In the end, she only managed to save these children. The passers-by crowded on the street, listened very attentively to the girl, and expressed their sympathy for the injured children. Angry cries were heard from different sides that the criminals should be punished. Meanwhile, the broadcast continued. Alexa said that if she had fought alone in the battle with the High Priest, then she would not have succeeded. But, fortunately for her, a man in a mask came to her aid and helped her. Hearing about this mysterious stranger, Valeria's eyes widened in surprise. The swordswoman continued, saying that this guy's fighting skills were many times superior to her own, and with his ability, he was able to destroy the enhancement effect that was only available to A-rank heroes. She then pointed towards the wreckage where smoke was still pouring out, and asked everyone to pay attention to that scorched area because it was his doing. The only thing she knew about the guy was that he had a weird mask with a snake pattern on his face, and that he was a representative of the judges' organization. Valeria looked around in search of the stranger, but found no one. Alexa pointed towards the garages and explained that the high priest had fled, and the masked man had gone there in an attempt to catch up with the criminals. By this time, Wilhelm and the Earth Mage had already managed to find themselves in a safe place, casting a terribly displeased glance in the direction of the old man. The priest asked if his sand power was capable of getting rid of the brat who was interfering with their plans. The Earth Mage nodded and replied that he had filled the environment with his magic, and even if he tried to use his abilities to attack them, it wouldn't change anything. Michael, hiding around the corner, heard every word they said, even how Wilhelm, moving to the very end of the parking lot, told the old man to find a suitable car so that they could drive away from here and lie low. The hero frowned. He didn't plan to let them escape, but on the contrary, to make this place their grave. Everything might have gone according to his carefully thought-out plan, if suddenly the phone lying in his pocket had not started ringing, giving away Michael's presence completely. Hearing this sound, the men immediately stopped, turning on the spot in the direction where our hero was now hiding. Michael cursed loudly in his mind, wondering who could possibly need him at such an inopportune moment. When the melody rang again, the men were already carefully approaching the partition, the only place where their mysterious friend could hide. Taking out his phone, he saw that it was none other than Valeria calling him. He listened to the approaching steps of the men, who stopped a couple of meters from the wall, and thought about what he should do in this situation. Wilhelm stared at the wall and kept his forces at the ready. Meanwhile, Michael came to the conclusion that it would be best for him to pretend to be an ordinary passerby, so he used his ability to change into his everyday clothes. Immediately after that, he answered the call and came out from around the corner, talking to the girl in a cheerful voice. His appearance greatly alarmed the men. They were overcome with doubts that this guy could be an ordinary civilian, but they decided not to weaken their vigilance until the very end. When Valeria happily said that Michael would never be able to guess where she was now, the guy asked in confusion if she shouldn't be at home now. To this, the girl replied that she had flown to the city of Esh on the association's helicopter. For a moment, Michael hesitated. He was deeply perplexed about what Valeria was doing here and how she got on the association's helicopter. Trying to maintain a casual tone, he said that the city was currently in turmoil and asked what brought her here. As soon as the girl replied that she simply wanted to share the news that she had found a new job, Michael was overcome with a new wave of surprise. Meanwhile, Valeria continued, happily telling about how she had been accepted as a journalist intern into the Hero Association and had just taken her first interview with the swordswoman heroine, Alexa, and was now going to find and question the masked man. Michael was still recovering from the shocking news he had just heard when he froze again, miraculously not tripping on the level floor. What he found out didn't please him at all, because with the help of the Hero Association, the girl could easily find him. A moment later, he regained his composure and continued on his way, promising Valeria that they would definitely celebrate her new position. All this time, the men simply watched him, and when he disappeared into the dark corridor, they agreed that he was just a passerby, and they were worried in vain. But Wilhelm soon realized that they were mistaken and had simply been fooled, forcing them to relax their vigilance. Once again transformed into the serpent, Michael leapt out of the shadows, followed by shadowy shackles shrouded in blue flame. The Earth Mage reacted instantly and created Earth Wolves, ordering them to kill the boy. When one of the wolves attacked Michael, the boy's body simply disintegrated into thin air. Looking at this, Wilhelm said with a smile on his face that they needed more of these wolves to deal with this guy. The mage replied that each of his wolves could handle an A-rank hero on their own, so there was no need to worry too much about it. Suddenly, several shadow strands passed through the hero's body. With just a couple of powerful swings, Michael got rid of the threat of the wolves. Wilhelm didn't notice how he moved behind him and attacked, piercing his left shoulder with a shadow. The man couldn't turn around because of the shadow bonds, swallowing the blood that had accumulated in his mouth. He asked Michael how he managed to master several types of magic. The old man standing next to him suffered a similar fate. With hope in his voice, Wilhelm said that if the hero allowed him to live, he would not remain in debt. Michael raised his finger to the mask, gesturing for the man to be quiet, and said that he was not saving people's lives for his own benefit, but only in the name of justice. Immediately after his words, shadowy fetters wrapped around the men's necks, squeezing them more and more with each passing moment. Taking advantage of the last opportunity he had, Wilhelm pulled a couple of blue pills out of his pocket and threw them into his mouth at once. Noticing this, Michael immediately jumped away from him to a safe distance, not knowing what to expect from this man after taking these mysterious pills. Suddenly, Wilhelm's body was engulfed in a golden glow, and he bent over, clutching his head with his palms. A few moments later, the glow stopped, and the man turned around, looking at Michael with a maniacal smile. After which he said that he forced him to do this, because he knows not only how to heal, but also something else. Having said this, the man put his hand in his mouth. Screaming in pain, he slowly pulled out a huge spear. Michael immediately became wary. He felt something strange from this man, something similar he had already felt from Alexa's sword. A few long moments later, Wilhelm pulled out his weapon, which was immediately engulfed in golden energy, and through his mad laughter, he said that his trump card was the legendary Spear of Justice. Raising his hand with the weapon up, he activated the Sacred Thorn skill. The next moment, many golden portals appeared in the air. One after another, spears began to appear that were completely identical to the one in Wilhelm's palm. The man shouted with hatred in his voice that justice would be done. Obeying his power, all the spears simultaneously flew towards our hero. Michael managed to jump to the side before the spears pierced his body. But the attacks didn't end there. An endless number of copies pursued him wherever he tried to escape. Suddenly, one of them passed tangentially across his left leg, leaving a deep wound. Wilhelm, who was watching this, laughed joyfully, and through his laughter he said that no matter how much Michael tried to run away or dodge, the end was already decided. The hero had to sit down on the ground because of his injured leg, and he was not pleased by the thought that such a light attack could have wounded him so easily. He raised his head, looking at the ceiling, thinking about how this glow spread throughout the entire ceiling, allowing his location to be instantly determined. As the spears flew towards him again, Michael was determined to see which of them would be faster. These words made the man laugh even more, and he shouted that nothing in the world could surpass the speed of light. However, the next moment, Michael's eyes lit up dangerously as he activated his superbrain ability. The spears immediately slowed their movement, and from several sides, near Wilhelm, who was frozen in place, several huge shadows appeared. Without moving from the spot, he created several shadow clones of himself. All his clones armed themselves with sharp blades. The next moment, they simultaneously attacked their enemy, rushing past him. Only after this did Michael release Wilhelm from his control and tell him that he should surrender. The man's face showed genuine bewilderment no matter how hard he tried to move. He couldn't. At that very moment, 5 spears rushed towards him at a terrifying speed, echoing the movements of the clones, who had been moving along the same trajectory for a few moments. As Wilhelm's body was pierced through, a heart-rending cry of pain escaped his mouth. Breathing heavily, he said that no one person could have so many abilities. Michael noticed the man's attempt to heal himself, and said that it was useless to try to heal him, because Wilhelm would have to experience the same torments of death many more times until he stopped trying. Afterwards, he extended his hand to the side and activated the extraction ability. The ability he received, Heart of Light, was A rank and had several ways to use it. Recovery, heals physical wounds, enhancement, increases ability stats, invisibility, hides the selected target, holy healing, allows you to heal yourself and others, Spear of Justice, allows you to use light and create a large spear that can destroy the enemy. Michael absorbed this ability and immediately used the holy healing skill. His whole body was enveloped in a healing glow, feeling his strength being restored and his wounds healing. He said that he should be more careful in the future. He didn't expect that Wilhelm would have a blue pill. Because of this, he almost said goodbye to his life. When the treatment was finished, Michael approached the dead body of the old magician. By activating his extraction ability, he also took away his B-rank Great Land Wizard ability, which allowed him to change the landscape using sand and summon an attacking sand monster. Michael jumped as a loud announcement came from the street about the arrival of the Hero Association. Just like in the previous location, they repeated that from now on they are taking control of this area. Our hero did not want to be discovered, so he quickly changed his clothes and headed away from this place before the members of the association arrived. By this time, several helicopters from the Hero Association had already landed near the building. As they walked down to the parking lot, Valeria reported that the sound they had heard earlier indicated that there had been a fierce battle taking place in the building. When she saw the body of William, who had been pierced by his own spears, she said in disbelief that this was the leader of the organization of saints, the High Priest. The cameraman approached him and filmed everything in close-up. This picture caused a strong reaction among the viewers of the broadcast. They were glad that the criminal was finally punished for all his crimes. Suddenly, one of the men who had discovered the magician's corpse shouted out that there was another body here. Valeria felt sick from contemplating the deaths. Covering her mouth with her hand, she took a few timid steps back. Finally, unable to restrain herself, the girl turned around and ran to the nearest wall. Paul, who was standing next to her, worriedly asked if everything was okay with her, but Valeria no longer heard him. As soon as she stopped at the walls in the corner, the entire contents of her stomach came out. A look of surprise crossed her face when she saw the bottle of water being handed to her, and a familiar concerned voice. She looked up to see Michael standing in front of her and asked him what he was doing there. He replied that he had been nearby when she had called him, and given the amount of noise the association had made, it wouldn't be difficult to find her. The girl looked away and said with embarrassment on her face that he was never there during her brilliant interviews, but constantly caught her in such awkward situations. Michael pulled her close, embracing her tightly, kissing her on the top of her head and saying that she remained beautiful no matter what she did, while mentally noting that he should have done something more sensible and cleaned up the place a little. At that moment, Paul approached them and wanted to ask if Valeria was feeling better, but noticing her in someone's arms, he stopped short. The couple turned awkward glances at him. The man decided to speak first, dispelling the awkward situation. He informed them that the rescue team had found a girl who had been kidnapped by an organization of saints and that they were now going to interview her. This news surprised Valeria. She looked to the side and indeed noticed a rescuer a little further away who was pulling children out from under a hole in the floor. Valeria freed herself from Michael's embrace and ran there, asking him to wait for her. This scene broke Paul's heart. He also liked Valeria, but as it turned out, she already had a boyfriend. A couple of minutes later, the girl was completely immersed in her work, chatting pleasantly with the rescued children. All this time, Michael was waiting for her, watching everything from the sidelines with a satisfied smile on his face. Having materialized the pearl of the heart of light in his palm, the hero said with hope in his voice that very soon he would be able to return and save his sister. He managed to gather the abilities of all 5 main elements together. So it's time for a new person from the judges' organization to appear on the scene, and his name will be Dragon. All injured children were immediately taken to the nearest hospital. Among them was Lucas and his sister. He was worried that he no longer saw his teacher. Suddenly, he was attracted by a sound coming from the entrance to the car. He saw his teacher in front of him in a snake mask, who gestured that he should remain silent. The doctor, taken under his control, continued to take the children to the hospital, completely ignoring Michael. Sitting down next to the children, the hero asked how Lucas's sister was, and he answered with sadness in his voice that she was dead. But he wanted to take her home because he could not allow her to stay in that terrible place any longer. Materializing a glowing pearl, Michael said that he could save her. This news immediately revived the guy, and with hope in his voice, he asked if it was true. Presenting his palm to the girl, Michael used holy healing on her. A few moments later, Juliana opened her eyes and pulled away from her brother, and at the sight of this, tears of happiness welled up in Lucas's eyes. He was incredibly happy that his sister was okay. Having cured the girl, Michael began to heal Lucas himself, telling him that he would take them away from here later, but warned that no one should know that Juliana had been healed so quickly. Wiping tears from his eyes, Lucas nodded in agreement. After that, Michael said that the boy can call him teacher and handed him money from their organization, saying that Lucas's sister is still too young and she should live her normal life. And he asked the boy to infiltrate the hero's class at sea. Lucas said hesitantly that he would need stronger abilities for that. Michael replied that he didn't have to worry about that and handed him a pearl with the mimic ability, saying that Lucas could use this ability in conjunction with the previous mantis ability, which would be enough to enter the university. Lucas couldn't quite believe that he was actually being given such an opportunity. Taking the pearl, he said with a confident smile on his face that he would definitely do everything in his power. After which Michael stood up from his seat and said that they should live a good life and not try to find him. If necessary, he himself would find him and periodically contact them. Once outside, the hero immediately changed his clothes back. He had only taken a few steps when a disgruntled Valeria called out to him, which left Michael dumbfounded. The girl quickly approached him and angrily asked where he had run off to. She had asked him to wait, but instead, she had to look for him herself. The guy looked away and replied that he had been helping children in the hospital, after which he asked if anything had happened. The answer calmed Valeria, sighing. She shook her head and said that she was glad that they were finally saved. Now the association should contact their families. When Michael asked what would happen to the homeless children, the girl replied that they would be sent to a shelter and would live there. The hero smiled and expressed hope that they would grow up healthy. Suddenly turning him towards her, Valeria overcame her indecision and, closing her eyes, kissed him on the lips. This action surprised our hero. A few moments later, the girl gently pulled away from him. Finding her with his gaze, one of the members of the association called out to Valeria, saying that they needed to go back. A happy smile played on the girl's face, waving goodbye to Michael. She said that she still had a lot of work, but in a few days they would meet at home, and winking at him, she called him her beloved. This greatly confused our hero. A few hours later, he boarded a plane and returned back. The first thing he did was immediately go to the hospital to see his sister. Michael hoped that the holy healing would work. Activating the ability, he held his palm out in front of him. The next moment, her entire body was enveloped in a bright glow. But when the glow stopped, nothing happened. Lucia was still lying unconscious. This left Michael in deep shock. Throwing aside all bad thoughts, he called his sister's name with a faint hope in his voice. But again, there was no reaction. The guy was truly perplexed as to why the ability did not work. Suddenly, several small blue bubbles appeared near the girl's head. Michael carefully tried to touch them, but they immediately flew away. His eyes widened in horror as the realization occurred to him that these bubbles were splitting and growing stronger by feeding on his sister's energy. He pulled back from her bed, realizing that his abilities were still not enough to cure Lucia, but he had no intention of giving up. Michael decided that he could not wait any longer, and it was time to take more decisive action and come face to face with the one who gave the hero of hot and sour noodles the blue pill. The next moment, he materialized 3 pearls of transformation, clone, and metal manipulation abilities in his palm to enhance them. For half an hour, a bright golden light came from the room. In the end, Michael's plan succeeded, and in his palm appeared a golden pearl of the transformation ability, upgraded to C rank, which allows one to transform in a split second, can also change one's physique, appearance, voice, personality, and improves acting skills. He further improved the clone ability to C rank as well, which allowed him to create a clone that was 8 times weaker than its owner, with a lifespan of only half an hour. After that, it was the turn of the metal control ability. Although Michael's strength was already at its limit, he had no intention of giving up. He had to reach S rank at all costs. A couple of minutes later, he fell to his knees. He finally managed to create an S rank ability. Now he could control metal within 10,000 miles and not exceeding 100,000 tons in weight. Michael had a happy smile on his face. He couldn't wait to meet this mysterious man who was distributing the pills. That same night, he took control of the body of the hero of hot and sour noodles and showed up for the meeting he learned about from Adam's memories. A couple of minutes after he climbed up onto the empty roof, a rift appeared in space. The mysterious stranger from Adam's memories emerged from it. After greeting him, the man asked if the hero of hot and sour noodles had obtained any new information. Michael folded his arms and said that he had some information about the guy in the mask, but he doubted that the stranger had enough money to buy this information. The man thought for a moment and, adjusting his hat, replied that if the information was reliable, he would pay twice as much. Michael nodded and said that a couple of days ago, the organization of saints was destroyed in the city. Everyone should already know about it. The stranger nodded, saying that it was the Seal Swordswoman from the Hero Association who did it. After this, the hero added that during the report, Alexa reported extremely curious information. She was helped by an unknown person who introduced himself as Snake. The man said that he also knew about the Snake, and a certain Michael were both from the judge's organization. This was common knowledge. Michael asked the stranger if he knew that both of them were the owners of 2 abilities. This information did not surprise the man much. He assumed that most likely this organization recruited only such heroes. The hero chuckled and shook his head, saying that such people were very rare, so he didn't think that such a thing was possible. The man asked, confused, what he was getting at. In response, Michael handed him a flask of liquid, saying that it was an elixir of abilities. The stranger extended his hand towards the flask, asking what the elixir of abilities meant. But at the last moment, Michael closed his hand, saying that after using it, a person can gain a new ability. A user without superpowers will become their owner, and those who already have the ability will receive additional power. The man shook his head, saying that this was just complete nonsense. Michael expected such a reaction, so after opening the flask, he looked into the man's eyes and said that he would now demonstrate the effect on himself. Afterwards, he emptied the flask in a couple of gulps. A moment later, when his hand was engulfed in flames, the stranger was confused. He knew that the hero of hot and sour noodles had the ability to strengthen the body, but not flames. Meanwhile, Michael continued the demonstration, raising his fist up and releasing a fireball into the sky. He explained that he had previously managed to make a deal with Michael, which is why he had all this information. And thanks to the blue pill, he was able to believe in the existence of such things. The man was amazed at what had just happened and asked if he knew what this elixir was made of. A satisfied smile appeared on Michael's face, and he said that he had told everything he knew, and now it was time to pay for the information he had received. Taking out a jar of blue pills from his pocket, he replied that this information was really interesting, so he deserved 15 blue pills. Michael reached out to take his award, saying he had one quick question. When he received an approving nod from the stranger, the hero explained that a couple of days ago, he discovered that his body had begun to become covered in light blue spots, and asked if this could be an effect of the pills or if it was something else. Turning his back to him, the man spread his arms wide, saying that it was just an unremarkable side effect and that he shouldn't pay attention to it. Afterwards, the man looked at him and said that he would look forward to their next meeting. With these words, he disappeared into space, leaving Michael alone. As soon as this happened, the transformation immediately dissipated. He was amazed that even after discovering the effect that entailed the loss of vitality, the man called it an unremarkable side effect. Afterwards, Michael walked around the roof to the other side, where he left Adam lying. His attention was immediately drawn to the approaching voice of a child calling for his dad. Michael stopped next to the man and threw the bottle of pills he had received next to him. With contempt in his voice, he said that if Adam was doing this for his daughter, then he should stop taking these pills as soon as possible. At that very moment, the door to the roof opened and a little girl looked out from there. Taking a few steps forward, she found her father sitting on the roof and asked what he was doing there. Adam came to his senses and, running his hand through his hair, said that he had accidentally fallen asleep. These words caused little Katya great discontent, and she accused her father of deceiving her by saying that he would keep her company on her birthday. Suddenly, she noticed a jar of blue balls lying nearby. The man's eyes widened in horror. He instantly picked up the pills from the floor and raised the bottle high above his head, saying that this was not a toy at all, but a dangerous thing. Adam didn't understand what happened. He clearly remembered that he came here to meet that man and get those pills. But for some reason he couldn't remember anything at all about what happened next. Getting up from the floor, he took his daughter by the hand and invited her to come back to eat some cake. At the same time, a disgruntled Austin was heading to his room. He yawned, throwing his hands above his head. All his thoughts were filled with how he could no longer stand this stupid treatment, in which he was constantly forbidden something. Noticing the light coming from his father's office, he stopped, surprised that his father was sitting there until such a late hour. He walked in cautiously, looking inside. Austin was sure his father was inside, but to his surprise, the office was empty. Looking around, he noticed a piece of paper on the table. His curiosity made him come over and see what was so important that made the mechanical hero sit up until late at night. Looking at the sheet, he read the requirements listed there for the plan for the deployment of a white area in the city of L. This information inspired the boy because it was a great chance for him to become a hero savior. The next day he returned to his job. As he stood at the printer, he was called out by Alex's familiar voice, who asked in bewilderment where Michael had been all this time. Michael didn't want to talk about Austin's request, and simply said that a woman had recently come into the newspaper office and asked to publish a missing persons report. Alex walked up and took one of the leaflets, which said that a 7-year-old boy named Yegor Lyson was wanted. The hero took the leaflet from him and asked him to leave and not distract him from the matter. Suddenly, an announcement was made about the invasion of A-rank monsters, and now all residents need to immediately go to a safe shelter, and B-rank heroes were also asked to come to the scene to confront the monsters. Everyone who was in the office panicked and ran hastily towards the exit. Michael frowned when he realized that the street in question was very close to the apartment he rented with Valeria and the others. He hastily dialed the girl's number and asked in an excited voice where she was now. When the terrified girl said that there was a monster in their apartment, the guy squeezed the phone tighter. Valeria wanted to say something else, but she didn't have time. Someone's scream was heard, and then the call was dropped, leaving the guy in horror and bewilderment at what was happening there. Alex approached him and asked excitedly if everything was okay. He decided that he couldn't waste time on empty chatter and rushed to help Valeria, leaving his confused and bewildered friend behind. Running onto the roof, he used his metal control ability to create a metal shield and flew on it to the scene of the incident. Along the way, he again transformed into the image of a rooster. He hoped that he would make it in time before something terrible happened to the girl. A few long moments later, he approached the place where the huge rat-like monster was raging. He didn't notice Michael right away and continued to fight with other heroes. In the window that appeared, he read that this A-rank monster can attack opponents by emitting a terrifying scream, and it also has very sharp fur. Michael thought with displeasure that it would take a whole team of 3 or more A-rank and above heroes to defeat such a monster. Afterwards, he glanced towards the 2 girls who were fighting that monster. They had B- and C rank abilities. Having missed the last time, the monster repeated its attack, this time aiming it at the fire butterfly. The heroine Green Storm managed to save her only at the last moment, and the devastating attack flew into the house behind them. Having let go of her partner, the girl asked in bewilderment why she had come here, since there was no place for C-rank heroes here. They would only become cannon fodder here. The fire butterfly replied guiltily that she should be nearby and see how Lisa was fighting here alone. She sighed heavily, not knowing what to answer to this. Suddenly, somewhere behind them, someone's cry for help was heard. The building, which had been attacked by a monster a few moments ago, began to rapidly fall to the side, and someone's figure was hanging out of the hole. Grasping the railing, Valeria was able to save the girl at the last moment, who had the misfortune of falling out of the building. Marina, with tears in her eyes, said that she did not want to die and asked for help. Valeria, with firm confidence in her voice, shouted for Marina to calm down, and they would now come up with something together. Suddenly, deep cracks appeared along one of the sharp protrusions on the ceiling. A moment later, he fell straight down on the girl. Valeria screamed in pain as the sharp end of a piece of debris pierced the hand she was holding onto the railing with. Because of this, both girls fell down. As she fell down, Marina screamed loudly in horror she didn't want to die so early. The fire butterfly managed to catch her a couple of meters above the ground. Marina looked at the girl in front of her with disbelief. She smiled sweetly and winked and said that now she could stop worrying because her life was no longer in danger. The arriving reporters could not help but film such a heroic scene of rescue. Suddenly, the host Emily came to her senses and became worried about what had happened to the second girl. The cameras quickly found her too. Valeria was still flying down helplessly. However, a moment later, someone's shadow slipped past and saved the girl. This is what a confused Emily told the viewers. At that very moment, Lisa's loud scream was heard, warning the television crew of the impending danger. A devastating attack from a monster was heading towards their helicopter. Realizing that they simply wouldn't have time to fly away, Lisa stood up to protect them, releasing her power. When their attacks collided with each other, a deafening explosion was heard. A powerful gust of air forced Fire Butterfly to turn away and cover her eyes. Meanwhile, Michael moved Violetta to a safe place, away from the battle. He carefully sat her down on a nearby bench. Looking at the girl's face, which was all covered in bruises, he said with regret that he had come too late. Activating his ability, he healed all of her wounds. Then he pulled off his cloak and covered her with it, whispering that she was okay now, and he would make sure that no one would harm her again. Before he could take a step back, the girl opened her eyes and looked in surprise at the masked guy standing in front of her. Suddenly she grabbed his hand and asked him, in confusion, why he kept pretending to be a bad guy and then a good guy. The hero replied that he saved her simply because he was nearby, that's all. Michael couldn't reveal his true identity to her, otherwise she would be in danger. He activated his metal manipulation ability and raised his shield, climbing onto it, telling Valeria one last time that she should rest for a bit and then head for cover. Michael flew back, ignoring Valeria's screams. The girl was haunted by a strange feeling that this guy was familiar to her, even though she was seeing him for the first time. Michael created a shadow clone as he rose high into the sky. Afterwards, he materialized 2 pearls in his palm and said that the clone's abilities would be the Heart of Light and the power of the Snow Queen, and also added that it would be better for him to be in the form of a girl. The next moment, his clone transformed into a pretty girl with a rabbit mask on her face. When Michael ordered Rabbit to go and save everyone in danger, the clone immediately went to do the job. Once his clone was gone, he decided that he could now take on this monster. He was about to attack, but suddenly noticed another figure on the roof of one of the neighboring houses. Victoria had a confident smile on her face, and flexing her fists, she said that she would never have thought that she would have to deal with such a creature right in the middle of her own vacation. Emily also noticed her appearance and couldn't believe her eyes. In front of them was the famous A-rank heroine who was last seen in L City several years ago. Victoria looked straight into the camera and smiled, waving to everyone. Mike decided that since heroes had appeared who were ready to take everything upon themselves, he could simply watch everything from the side and assess their strength. The girl returned her attention to the monster and looked at him thoughtfully, thinking that he would be perfect as a punching bag for her. The monster, meanwhile, decided to attack, opening its mouth. It released another destructive sound wave. Lisa called out to Victoria, warning her that the monster's sonic attacks were incredibly powerful. She just smiled and crossed her arms over her chest, and said that if she didn't try, she wouldn't be able to find out whether she could handle this task or not. The next moment, the attack hit the roof of the building she was standing on, and a loud roar was immediately heard from there, and debris quickly flew down. Emily said in surprise that the heroine's explosive fist could have easily dodged this attack, but instead chose to face it head-on. When the dust that had risen into the air settled, there was no one left on the roof. Thinking that the heroine was dead, the monster began to laugh joyfully. However, Victoria was not so simple. Dodging the frontal attack, the girl quietly moved behind the monster. After concentrating all her strength in her fist, she attacked him. The huge rat fell to the ground from the incredibly strong impact. With a satisfied grin on her lips, Victoria asked the monster why he didn't scream anymore. He hissed in displeasure, trying to get up, but he couldn't. Without taking her eyes off her opponent, the girl landed carefully next to him. Then she grabbed the monster by its long tail. As soon as the girl pulled him towards herself, the rat immediately flew into the air. Laughing cheerfully, Victoria began to spin around her axis at high speed, dragging the monster along with her. A minute later, the girl released the monster's tail, and it flew away many kilometers away somewhere. Lisa watched what was happening with bewilderment. The strength of the newly arrived heroine was no less destructive than the strength of the monster. Just at that moment, the rabbit flew past. The clone noticed one of the building fragments flying towards the civilian. She managed to save the man a moment before the debris would have hit him, successfully completing her task. The man lying in her arms looked at his savior in surprise, thanked her, and asked what organization she was from, since he had never seen her before. The rabbit let go of the man and turned around, heading off to continue her work, throwing out at the end that her name was Rabbit, and she was from the organization of judges. After taking a couple of steps, the clone stopped when she noticed Fire Butterfly and one of her former neighbors, Marina, sitting on a bench. Noticing her, a girl standing nearby explained that they had fallen from a height and were seriously injured, then asked if Rabbit could heal them. The clone nodded, and, approaching them, activated her healing ability. Everyone watched in surprise and disbelief as the girl's wounds healed right before their eyes. Once the treatment was complete, Rabbit turned to the rest of the civilians and said that they had better get to the shelter quickly to avoid further trouble and unwanted deaths. Her last words were drowned out by the terrifyingly loud screech of the monster, which made people cover their ears with their hands to somehow protect themselves. Lisa had it harder, being dangerously close to the monster. Her palms did nothing to protect her from the sound, which made her feel like her brain was about to explode. Victoria was not in a better position. While this screech was heard, she could not do anything. Michael, who was watching what was happening, was horrified when he realized what this monster was doing. The rat absorbed the souls of people nearby. A few moments later, when the monster was surrounded by many green lights, the monster closed its mouth, stopping the nasty screech. After a moment's pause, his mouth opened wide again, and he began to absorb all the souls he had collected. Lisa, who didn't understand anything, asked Victoria what was going on, and she replied that this monster was absorbing the energy of the souls of dead people. As the souls were absorbed, the rat's wounds gradually healed. Noticing this, the reporter immediately commented on what was happening. Doubts crept into her mind as to whether the best fighter would be able to cope with an opponent with such a terrible ability. Victoria looked at Lisa and said that she should retreat because the monster's subsequent attacks could be even more ruthless, and took a decisive step forward. As the girl had expected, having regained his strength, the monster simply went berserk and began to attack even more furiously, destroying everything around him. Valeria jumped towards him, concentrating all her strength in her fist raised to strike. The next moment, a powerful shockwave erupted from her fist, sending the monster flying to the side. After landing, the girl looked hopefully towards the direction where a large cloud of dust had risen after her attack, checking if the monster was dead. Suddenly, she winced from the pain piercing her body. The rat's tail attacked her from behind, piercing her right through. Wincing in pain, she said that this was too low a reception. The monster lifted the girl into the air and threw her sharply to the side, causing the girl to cry out in pain. She fell to the ground, hitting her back hard against the hard surface, and blood gushed from her mouth, which meant that there were some serious injuries. Although with difficulty, Victoria managed to raise herself up on her elbows. Dying so early was not in her plans yet. At that moment, a frightened Lisa appeared next to her and picked her up in her arms. Her appearance caused displeasure on the part of Victoria, throwing an angry look at her. She asked what Lisa was doing here. After all, she was told to leave here if she valued her life. She replied with tears in her eyes that it was her duty as a hero to protect people, and she couldn't just run away after meeting a monster. Emily continued to comment on everything that was happening here with tension. As the monster raised its paw to finally get rid of the two annoying obstacles, Victoria quickly covered Lisa with herself, deciding to take the full brunt of the blow. However, before the attack could reach the girls, a sharp metal needle pierced the rat's tail, causing the monster to yelp in pain. Michael and his clone arrived in time to prevent any more victims from appearing. His appearance left the reporter amazed, and she excitedly said that in such a tense moment, a masked A-rank superhero had come to their aid. This time, All the attention was drawn from Michael to his clone. The mysterious beauty caused a violent reaction among the audience. Victoria and Lisa's faces showed surprise when two previously unknown heroes saved them. Meanwhile, Michael created several dozen more metal needles. With a wave of his hand, he sent them all at the frozen monster. A moment later, the monster was pinned to the ground by needles. The only thing it could do was hiss furiously. Victoria watched this from the side. Noticing that the rat's mouth was also pierced, she realized that the hero did this in order not to prevent her from absorbing souls for her healing. Lisa, standing nearby, doubted that this would really help. Completely confident that she was right, Victoria gave Lisa a slap, looking at her with displeasure. Michael continued in the meantime. When the monster's body suddenly flew into the air, Victoria couldn't contain her surprise. The disgruntled monster tried to free himself. Through the pain, he managed to open his mouth wider. Then he turned towards Michael and threw his sound wave in his direction. Our hero reacted quickly and put a metal shield in front of himself. The shield that was put up managed to hold back the rat's powerful attack. Without moving from his place, he called out to Rabbit and ordered him not to allow the monster to open its mouth. The clone nodded and activated the Snow Queen's ability. The air temperature instantly dropped sharply, and snow-white snowflakes began to fall from the sky. An icy hurricane surrounded the body of the crucified monster. The civilians were shocked. They couldn't believe that this girl was actually able to freeze such a huge monster in a matter of seconds. Hanging in the air, the rodent tried to escape from its icy confinement. But it was all useless. It was completely immobilized. Suddenly, green lights began to rise up from under the rubble again. Victoria's eyes widened in horror. She didn't understand how this was possible. Michael shouted that the monster might forget about feeding on someone's energy again, after which he soared higher, dragging the rat behind him. He said that from the height at which they were now, he would not be able to reach a single corpse. Having risen high enough, the hero stopped and clenched his fist. The next moment, the frozen body of the monster split into many pieces. The people below looked up in surprise, catching small fragments with their hands. Meanwhile, Michael managed to steal the slain monster's A-rank Soul Eater ability at the last moment, which allowed its owner to absorb the souls of the dead to restore the owner's body, but this can provoke characteristic mental disorders. Michael absorbed this ability as well when, having studied its properties, he realized that it differed from the Heart of Light only in that it required the souls of people for restoration. The reporter's loud voice came from the helicopter again, telling civilians not to panic, because very soon they will disperse the clouds to see what situation their hero is in now. They didn't have to wait long. Michael himself came down to them through the clouds on his metal shield. Emily waved at him and shouted that they would like to interview him. The cameras immediately zoomed in on Michael, waiting for some kind of reaction from him. Looking at him, Victoria guessed that his strength had gone beyond A rank and was now at least S rank, judging by how easily he dealt with that monster. The girls immediately turned around when they heard someone land a couple of meters away from them. When two blue balls flew out of Rabbit's palm and immediately rushed towards the heroines, Lisa jumped up from her place, shielding Victoria from the attack. The girl herself put her hands in front of herself for protection. She closed her eyes and braced herself for death as a bright flash flew dangerously close to her. However, contrary to her expectations, there was no pain. On the contrary, all her wounds began to heal and the pain to go away. The same thing happened with Victoria. The girl looked warily at the rabbit and asked what kind of ability it was and who she was, to which the clone answered that she was one of the representatives of the organization of judges. Suddenly, behind her, there was the sound of an approaching helicopter, and then the voice of the presenter was heard from there, who explained to the viewers that the new heroine, who came with Mr. Michael, was also a member of the organization of judges and had an amazing healing ability. Awkwardly scratching the back of her head, Victoria said that she had never heard of such an agency before and thanked Rabbit for his help, because they themselves would not have been able to cope with this monster. After saying goodbye to the girls, the clone rose into the air and flew away with Michael. The cameras continued to roll until the figures of both heroes disappeared behind the clouds. All the while, Emily continued to talk about the significant contribution these heroes had made today. Lisa was fascinated by the rabbit and kept her eyes on the sky even after the rabbit had long since disappeared, while Victoria, standing next to her, felt only strong irritation and dissatisfaction with the fact that those two had taken all the glory for themselves. A couple of minutes later, our heroes found themselves outside the city limits and were now flying over the forest, moving towards the agreed meeting place with Austin. The whole way, Michael was thinking about what information his godson would give him this time. Suddenly, the rabbit began to disperse and said that her time was running out. When the girl disappeared, the energy previously invested in her returned to its original owner. Michael looked at the 2 pearls in his palm and said that it was very convenient, so in the future he would be able to create more clones and send them on missions without fear. Along with the power, our hero also received the memories of his clone, in which he saw the unpleasant looks of men directed at the rabbit. So he decided that he would no longer create girls in order to avoid similar situations. At that very moment, he flew up to some old building, next to which there was a parked car. Austin had been picking his nose for an hour now, waiting for Michael to arrive. Having looked around carefully, our hero was very disappointed that it had not occurred to his adopted godson to check his tails. Sighing, he went downstairs and greeted the guy, asking if he had managed to get any useful information. Upon seeing him, the guy happily ran to Michael with some paper in his hand. However, the next moment, a rustling sound was heard from the forest, causing Austin to freeze a couple of steps away from our hero and become wary. Having handed Michael the sheet, the guy wanted to check what was there, but the hero coughed, saying that first he would check the information indicated on the papers. Afterwards, he began to carefully read the writing, where it was stated that the Hero Association had recently planned to open a white area in the city of L. Completely forgetting about the rustling he had heard earlier, Austin turned his attention completely to Michael and enthusiastically told him that he had heard that there were special items or equipment in the world that could help increase one's strength and that they had to get their hands on these things at any cost. The hero nodded and said that the information he had received was very valuable. Austin had done enough to exchange his merits for a C-rank ability. Having received the ability potion from him, the guy downed the entire contents of the small bottle in one gulp, before thanking Michael for it. When Austin wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and said with disgust that these potions tasted more and more disgusting each time, the hero walked up to him and, patting him on the back, replied that all good medicine tasted bitter. The next moment, he began to rapidly transform into a werewolf. The developed ability now endowed him with the full powers of a hereditary werewolf, and every night during the full moon, although the transformation would take place abnormally, in return, Austin would receive double the power. The werewolf laughed contentedly, saying how he felt like he had become much stronger. Suddenly, Michael looked towards the forest and said that the mechanical hero did not have to hide there any longer. Austin was confused. He said that most likely Michael was mistaken, because his father should now be enjoying drinking and swimming with a large group of beauties, and not wasting his time on his youngest son. Michael was not mistaken in his words. The man who came out of the forest was none other than the mechanical hero, whose eyes were now burning with fierce rage. He approached them, flexing his fists and turning to our hero, asked permission before starting the conversation to teach his wayward son a lesson. Thus, the brainwashing of his son continued until the very evening. Still transformed into a werewolf, Austin tearfully begged his father for mercy. But the man didn't even intend to stop. Kicking the werewolf with his foot, he angrily shouted how a son could betray his own father by leaking information to his new godfather. Michael had been watching the beating the entire time, but decided to intervene here, saying that they had made a deal with Austin because he really wanted to get the ability and asked to have mercy on the boy. Austin nodded vigorously, saying that he had already been punished enough and promised that he would no longer divulge their family secrets. The mechanical hero was still full of righteous anger at his son, but he stopped hitting him, shouting at him to shut up and stand still against the wall. He then turned his attention to Michael, saying reproachfully that his son was born without abilities, and that the hero had no right to simply grant him superpowers. Michael realized that the man knew his son too little to say such words. He knew that he had previously had the ability of A-rank reincarnation, and now this ability was his main trump card. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the hero replied that it was actually not that difficult. Giving Austin 1, 2, or even 3 abilities was a piece of cake. These words surprised the werewolf, and he immediately became interested when he learned that he could get more power. The mechanical hero frowned and asked if superpowers could really be obtained by anyone, even an A-rank hero like him. This question made Michael smirk. This man could not cope normally with what he already had and asked for even more. But the hero understood that this was an expected reaction. People who thirst for power will try to become stronger at any cost, and there will be no end to this. He took a step aside and replied that it was true. Absolutely anyone could become the owner of these abilities. But the price for an A-rank ability would be prohibitively high. It was clear that this interested the mechanical hero, and he asked Michael to tell him more. Instead, the hero threw the man a blue pill, which he immediately caught and asked if he knew anything about it. He looked closely at the ball in his hands and shook his head, answering that he had never seen anything like it before. A crooked smile appeared on Michael's face, which was reliably hidden by the mask, and he said with a hint of mockery in his voice that the mechanical hero was not even able to keep track of what was happening inside his own company, and said that his heroes had been using blue pills for a long time, and if you eat one of them, your power will immediately increase threefold. When the man asked if Michael was one of the representatives of the organization that produces these pills, our hero replied that he was from another organization, but was cooperating with Austin precisely to obtain information about the manufacturers of these pills. At these words, Gilbert looked at his son and asked him to tell him everything he knew. He enlightened his father that the ice adventurer was abusing this drug to indirectly get rid of many people he didn't like, and he even saw it with his own eyes a couple of times. The man sincerely did not understand how such a small pill could have such strong properties earlier. He was interested in learning how Pavel provoked all these accidents, and now he finally knew the true state of affairs. He turned his frowning gaze to the boy in front of him. Realizing why Michael had told him all this, Gilbert was more stating than asking the boy that his plans were for him to find out everything about the organization that was making these strange pills. The hero nodded, then added that he would also need his help to enter the White Area's plan, and as a reward, he could offer an A-rank ability that would give a double boost. Upon hearing his offer, the man warned Michael that the White Area was a dangerous place where people died just by stepping in and never returned alive. To this, the hero replied that the mechanical hero had no need to worry about him, and showing the ring on his hand, he explained that he only needed to activate it to collect all the ability genes. The man frowned even more, and asked in confusion what it was. Michael shared with him that ability genes are the most important ingredient in making the ability elixir. Criminals take them from weapons obtained from monsters and various materials, and the White Area will be full of monsters just waiting for the hour of their death. His words still did not inspire complete confidence in Gilbert, and he asked how Michael could prove to him that the ability elixir was really effective. The hero immediately spread his arms out to the sides, a flame flared up in one palm and ice in the other. He said that his very existence was the most solid confirmation, but if the mechanical hero believed that the judges could not be trusted and cooperated with, then that was entirely his right. Hearing this, Austin, who had been standing quietly to the side until then, perked up, shouting at his father not to make a mistake and not to interfere with his further progress along the hero's path. His son's screams irritated Gilbert again, and he punched him in the head, yelling at him to stop yelling in his ear every time. Sighing, he turned his serious gaze to Michael and replied that he agreed to this deal and promised to deal with the ice adventurer. This was more than enough for our hero. Rising into the air, he said goodbye, that he would look forward to their next meeting. After this meeting, Michael immediately went to the hospital. Sometime later, a sleepy Valeria entered the room. She had to spend the night in the hospital. She was very surprised when she saw Michael inside and asked what he was doing there, especially at such a time. The hero took a few steps towards her and put his arm around her shoulders, saying in a voice full of excitement that he had been looking for her all day. He had heard that all the wounded from the shelter had been transported to this hospital, so he had immediately hurried here. After which he asked if everything was okay with her, to which Valeria replied that she had received a minor injury, and that her home was no longer there, and now she had absolutely nowhere to live. A smile appeared on Michael's face, and he said that if that was the problem, then she could move in with him. Such a sudden proposal to move in greatly embarrassed the girl. With a blush on her cheeks, she said that it was still too early for them to live together. Michael realized how wrong this could sound on his part, and hastened to explain that he did not quite mean it that way. But Valeria was not going to listen to his explanations, and breaking free from his embrace, rushed to the other end of the room, insistently saying that she did not want to live with him, which left our hero stunned. Standing near the window, the girl sighed sadly and said that she still missed her chicken. Michael raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion what chicken he was talking about. Without turning to him, Valeria, with a dreamy look on her face, replied that today she almost died, but she was saved by a mysterious hero in a rooster mask. While the girl continued to soar in her dreams, Michael's displeased gaze pierced her back. He would never have thought that he would be jealous of his own girlfriend towards himself. Valeria screamed in surprise when the guy picked her up in his arms. Ignoring his questions about what he was doing, Michael threw the girl onto the hospital bed. Valeria slowly rose up and, with an embarrassed look, repeated her question, which the hero had so stubbornly ignored all this time. But this time her question remained unanswered. Michael simply silently approached her, not taking his gaze off her. Realizing what the guy wanted to do when his hand reached out to her, the girl turned away and said that you can't do something like that in a hospital. However, the guy's subsequent actions surprised her greatly. He simply covered her with a blanket and climbed onto the bed after her. For several minutes they simply lay next to each other, looking into each other's eyes. Suddenly, Michael pulled the girl to himself, embracing her in a warm embrace, and said that she had better fall asleep quickly, and tomorrow he would help her with the move. It would be better if she lived with him after all. Valeria nodded slightly, hiding her happy smile on his chest. The next day, our hero had to urgently go to another city. While standing in line, he talked to Valeria on the phone, who was desperately trying to find a frying pan in their now shared home. When the guy advised her to check the kitchen cupboard, the girl replied with displeasure that she had already searched the entire kitchen and could not find a single grain of rice there, let alone a frying pan. By this time, Michael had finally managed to get into the plane's cabin, where he was loading his luggage onto the shelf. Holding the phone with his shoulder, he told Valeria to take the card he had left her yesterday and buy everything she needed, to which the girl replied that she would just wait until he returned from his business meeting, after which she added that she had prepared a surprise for him. The man sitting next to him looked at Michael strangely when the girl's meowing came from the receiver, after which the guy said goodbye to the girl, promising that he would call her as soon as he got off the plane. The man smiled, saying that animals require a lot of attention, in response to which our hero only laughed awkwardly. A couple of minutes later, the plane took off. Michael sat quietly until suddenly something caught his attention, disturbing his peace of mind. In the next row right next to him sat Anna, next to a girl he didn't know. He was going to the city of Esh to make a deal with the Chamber of Commerce, but he couldn't even imagine that he would fly on the same flight with this girl. He could only hope that she wouldn't recognize him in ordinary clothes. The men sitting behind him were literally devouring the girls with their eyes the whole time. As a pretty flight attendant walked past them, the girl sitting next to Anna asked if she could bring her a towel. She nodded and asked to wait a couple of minutes. At that very moment, Anna noticed Michael sitting next to her and, with irritation in her voice, asked why he was staring at them like that, and immediately switched to various insults in his direction. But the hero ignored all of this. He did not want to attract unnecessary attention to his person. Suddenly, the towel that Sakura had asked for earlier fell to the floor. Feeling the barrel of a gun pressed into her back, the flight attendant raised her hands and, in a pleading voice, asked not to be killed. The man standing behind her ordered no one to move and to put both hands behind their heads. The remaining men, dressed in identical uniforms and holding weapons, stood up from their seats and began to threaten the passengers of the plane with a bullet in the forehead if they dared to disobey the order. Michael glanced sideways at the gun the man standing next to him had. He assumed it was made entirely out of mutated monsters. Noticing his scrutinizing gaze, the man shouted with a threat in his voice for Michael to immediately put his hands behind his head. The hero followed this order and now wandered his scrutinizing gaze over the man in front of him. He assumed that the enemies were at least B rank, but even so, hijacking a plane in broad daylight was too reckless. He glanced sideways at Anna. The hero couldn't transform in front of the whole crowd, especially when this girl was here, so he needed to come up with something urgently. Meanwhile, the most senior among them ordered the flight attendant to open the cockpit, still holding her at gunpoint. As soon as she did this, loud shots were heard behind the wall, which greatly alarmed our hero. Having gotten rid of all the crew members, France put his man behind the wheel, saying that they must strictly follow the developed plan, to which Thomas only nodded in agreement. The girl sitting on her knees was barely holding back tears of fear. Raising her head, she asked where they were taking the plane. France turned to her and, pointing the gun at her again, replied that they were heading to the tallest building in the city of Shush, to the White Tower, and that everyone else would die. Immediately after these words, he fired a bullet into the girl's forehead. When red drops of blood splashed on his face, the man's gaze did not waver. He remained just as cold and ruthless. The criminals kept a close eye on their hostages. At the same time, the man sitting next to Michael looked quite happy. He couldn't take his eyes off Anna, saying that even though this would be his last flight in his life, he didn't regret it at all, because it was worth it to meet such a beauty. Michael, meanwhile, was wondering where these kidnappers came from. Since this question was asked out loud, Anna heard it and said that a couple of minutes earlier, one of the men said that they had seized control of the plane to shoot down the White Tower. So judging by their hatred of the 2nd District, they could be from the 35th. When Michael asked her why she thought so, the girl's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked if he hadn't heard of the old story yet. The guy's uncomprehending look became her answer, and she told him that when the 50th District was just founded, people from the 2nd invaded it and began to sow destruction everywhere. After defending the peaceful 50th District, the 35th District demanded that the Government Council force the 2nd District to publicly apologize for the invasion and compensate for the losses along with the damage caused. But the arrogant chairman of the 2nd District Parliament rejected this decision. After listening to the story, Michael said that their actions were indeed very cruel. But times are changing, and such terrible terrorist methods cannot solve the problem, Anna agreed with him, saying that only civilians suffer from this. The warden heard their whispering and asked them in a threatening voice what they were whispering about. The girl replied that they were whispering about nothing and apologized, saying that they would not do it again. However, a simple apology did not satisfy the man, and he roughly grabbed Anna by the hand, forcing her to get up from her seat. Then, throwing her over his shoulder, he walked to the front of the plane and, opening the door, shouted that if anyone else desperately wanted to say goodbye to life, then he would immediately throw them down along with this girl. Realizing that he was not joking, Anna began to break free and ask for help. Michael jumped up from his seat. He could no longer watch the tyranny going on here. However, someone got ahead of him and got rid of the man earlier. The stranger in the green suit picked Anna up in his arms and said that she had nothing more to fear and that he would now carry her back to her passenger seat. Following him, another blonde man appeared on board the plane, saluted everyone and apologized for being late, and Michael recognized him as the A-rank hero, Star Cloak. The second man, with a deep scar on his forehead and a cigar in his teeth, was also an A-rank hero nicknamed Captain Cigar. Seeing them, everyone immediately jumped up from their seats and could not hold back their joyful cries. They understood that since these heroes were here, it meant their lives were saved. Michael also sighed with relief. He did not have to reveal his identity. Several male invaders ran toward Starcloak to attack him, but he didn't even move, only holding his hand out in front of him. The next moment, something rushed past the men at a terrifyingly high speed, terrifying the attackers. Michael was surprised to see that the hero's cloak was a spiritual weapon that had a strong self-awareness, and its combat power was not to be underestimated. France ran out to the noise and looked at the new hero with bewilderment. By this moment, Klaus had already managed to deal with all the invaders in the salon. Turning his gaze to France and the subordinate standing next to him, he said that only the two of them remained, and that it would be better for them to simply surrender. In response to this, the invaders shouted that this was far from the end. The next moment, France and his subordinate activated their fruit meat bomb ability, and their bodies began to rapidly inflate like balloons. The explosion that occurred on board the plane was too strong and damaged several important elements. The plane tilted, lost control, and began to plummet downwards in order to somehow hold on. People grabbed onto the backs of their seats. The heroes remained completely calm, and Ivan shouted in a commanding voice for everyone to quickly put on oxygen masks. Afterwards, he looked at Klaus and asked if he had any useful abilities for such a case, such as using a cloak to lift a plane. He irritably blurted out that for such a level of skill, one must have at least an S rank. He sighed and said that with his cloak he could lift only a few passengers, but no more. Hearing this, everyone immediately rushed to him, asking him to choose him, offering any amount in exchange for their lives. Michael looked at all these people skeptically, hoping that they wouldn't think of paying right there. The cries about who the hero should take became louder and louder with each passing second, not even thinking of stopping. Meanwhile, Ivan looked at the girl he had saved and asked her to return to her seat and fasten her seatbelt. Anna thanked him again for his help and headed to her seat. When she approached, she was met by an excited Sakura. Taking off his cloak, Klaus spread it on the floor in front of him and told Ivan that he had a good plan and asked the man to follow him. When Ivan said that they should not leave the passengers alone and asked what his partner was going to do, he replied with a hint of displeasure that the man should just trust him, otherwise it would be too late. Ivan had no choice but to agree as he climbed onto Klaus's cloak, and they both flew up and out of the plane. Watching this, Michael also came up with a brilliant idea. He could simply create a clone of himself outside, even with only a small part of his creator's powers. The clone would be able to save the plane. Deciding that he had no time to waste, he closed his eyes and activated the ability. His shadow seeped through the window, and a few moments later, Rooster was already looking at him from the other side. Meanwhile, the two heroes managed to climb onto the roof of the plane. Once there, Klaus shouted at Ivan to use his ability and create a large parachute to slow the plane's fall. The man praised his partner for his intelligence. He himself did not even come up with such an idea. Taking a deep breath, he used his cigarette smoke ability. A moment later, he exhaled thick cigarette smoke, splitting into 3 parts. The smoke entwined the tail and wings of the plane, leveling it. Once everything was finished, the man sat down tiredly on the surface, and breathing heavily, said that that skill had greatly exhausted him, and now he was practically without strength. He sat with his back to Klaus, so he didn't see how an evil smile appeared on the young hero's face, twisting his cloak into a sharp needle. He thanked Ivan for his hard work. As the plane slowed down, Michael's clone noticed the two heroes who had come to their aid a few minutes earlier on the roof of the plane. Suddenly, Klaus attacked his partner from behind. He waved his hand and the sharp end of his cloak pierced Ivan's body, causing him to cry out in pain. The picture he saw left our hero in great shock. He did not understand what the hell was going on here. Klaus's eyes burned with fierce hatred. Looking at his former partner, he said that on every mission it was he who showed the best result. But all the glory went to Ivan. Thus all his popularity completely disappeared, and now sponsors refused to cooperate with him. Having said this, he turned around, saying as a parting word that since Ivan was such a good hero, he should die for the civilians, and he would tell the press that Captain Cigar died in a plane crash trying to save people, as befits a real hero. Immediately after that, Klaus jumped down. When the hero disappeared from sight, Michael immediately flew to the wounded man and began to heal him with his ability. Breathing heavily, the man replied that he should not waste his strength in vain, because this wound was inflicted by a spiritual weapon and could not be healed. Michael winced in shock, not believing his ears. When the guy stood up, Ivan said with regret in his voice that he was too naive and could not even imagine that Klaus hated him so much, and yet he had a son who was waiting for him at home to play football together. Suddenly, Ivan's ability disappeared and the plane shook violently. By this time, Klaus had managed to return back on board the plane, and, under the puzzled looks of the passengers, went inside. When asked where the other hero had gone, he said with mock sorrow in his voice that Captain Cigar had thrown all his efforts into slowing down the crash, but had been unable to stop it completely, then apologized and said that he could only take a few of them with him. The next moment, the hero's cloak grabbed several girls, causing them to be confused. As the cloak wrapped around Sakura's waist, she cried out in fear that she wanted to stay on board with Anna. But Klaus was not going to listen to anyone. Having chosen several girls, he left the plane. The hearts of the remaining passengers sank into real despair. Meanwhile, Michael extracted Ivan's ability, promising that he would definitely avenge him. Suddenly, everyone crowded around the windows when they noticed the familiar figure of the hero in the rooster mask outside. Using metal control, Michael attempted to stop or at least slow down the plane. It seemed to him that the tense seconds stretched into minutes, but nothing happened. The plane continued to fall down. However, when there were a couple of kilometers left to the ground, the plane finally gave in to him and froze in the air. After that, Michael tried to lower him to the surface as carefully as possible. Once safe, the passengers ran outside with joyful cries. Some began to look around worriedly, trying to figure out where the hero who had saved them had gone. Anna was the last one to come out and sighed with relief, glad that she had managed to survive. Having come to her senses, she also began to look around in search of Michael. By this time, Klaus had managed to run to the city and return back, bringing reinforcements with him. Following them was an association helicopter, with a reporter inside saying that they would keep viewers updated on what was happening at the crash site of the hijacked plane. When the hero jumped off his cloak, his face showed confusion. He was sure that there must be a lot of victims here after the plane crash, but somehow everyone managed to escape without a single scratch. Noticing him, Anna immediately approached him and, with accusatory notes in her voice, asked what he had done with the girls whom he had earlier forcibly taken from the plane. Having landed nearby, the reporter said that they still don't know what happened here, but the only thing that matters now is that the plane landed safe and sound. And some people also said that before the plane crashed, there was a hero in a rooster mask who could control metal, but they disappeared somewhere along with Captain Cigar. Klaus listened carefully to what the reporter was saying so he could fit the legend. When reporters approached him with a list of questions, he said with a voice full of sadness that Captain Cigar was his precious partner, with whom they participated in the rescue operation. Covering his face with his hand, he said that at the moment of the crash, Captain Cigar threw all his strength into slowing the fall and died from lack of strength, and he himself was able to save only a few passengers. Afterwards, he called an ambulance as soon as possible to save the victims, but he did not expect at all that they would be lucky and that everyone would remain alive. Suddenly, an angry voice came from above, telling Klaus to stop his one-man show, because he should know better than anyone whether he was successful or not. Michael dropped to the ground next to them, holding Captain Cigar's dead body in his arms. His appearance shocked not only the passengers with the arriving reporters, but also Klaus himself. Anna ran up to him and asked if it was true that he was the one who saved their plane. Michael carefully laid the man's body on the ground and replied that he had only helped them a little. The real hero they should thank was Captain Cigar. The girl turned her sad gaze to Ivan and asked if he really died simply from overexertion, having used too much strength, however. The next moment she noticed a gaping hole in his chest. When Anna reported this, others also began to have strong doubts about the version told by Klaus. Michael pointed at the Star-Spangled Banner hero and asked in a reproachful voice what had really happened. And he instantly turned red with rage and shouted that he had no idea what had happened to his partner. Our hero sighed heavily and said that in that case, he would tell everyone the truth himself. Then he told everyone that he saw with his own eyes how Klaus lured Ivan out of the plane under the pretext of saving people. And then he forced him to use his ability and killed him when he was very weak, attacking from behind. To prove his words, Michael asked everyone to pay attention to the hem of Klaus's cloak, on which there were bloodstains from the fallen general's cigar. To be sure, it would be enough to conduct a blood test, and everything would immediately fall into place. When the passengers standing aside actually saw the bloodstains on the cloak, everyone was shocked. They found it hard to believe that Klaus really killed his partner. Reporters immediately surrounded the caped hero, asking him to comment on the accusation brought against him, and to answer a couple of questions. When the truth was revealed, there was no point in him continuing this whole circus. His face distorted with irritation, and he said that he had been very stupid. He did not expect that his carefully thought-out plan could be ruined by some scoundrel who appeared out of nowhere. Unable to cope with the emotions that had washed over him, he burst into a shout, asking why Captain Cigar had always been more popular than him, since all this time he had tried not to give in to this man in anything. But still, all the laurels went to Ivan. Michael suddenly intervened, saying that those people from the 35th region were very surprised to see him. Their faces showed the pain of betrayal, so our hero dared to conclude that Klaus had secretly made a deal with them and agreed to steal the plane. These words caused the hero to burst into a fit of crazy laughter, soaring upward. He shouted that this was indeed so. In fact, he was also from the 35th region. He then pulled off his cloak, saying that because of Michael's intervention, the deaths of his friends were in vain. The next moment, a huge sand whirlwind rose into the air, sucking in several medical buses and the unfortunate people who were near the vehicles. When he was a child, Klaus had a favorite cape that his mother gave him before she died. She said that all superheroes who save the world wear one like that. The boy himself was born in the 35th region, where the sun does not shine, and all around there was only ashes and destruction. The flowers that appeared there occasionally were treated as if they were sacred and worshipped. Even though Klaus had to scavenge for food with the rest of the kids throughout his childhood, he was happy thinking that the whole world was like that, until one day he accidentally ended up in the 2nd region. It was then that he first learned that water could be tasty, that flowers could bloom everywhere, that the sky was actually blue and the clouds were gray. He had hoped for a better life here, but the locals turned out to be much more horrible than Klaus had expected. As soon as they found out that he was from the 35th region, they began to look down on him, laugh at him, and even beat him. At first he thought that he had done something wrong to be treated like that. But once he started digging into the truth, he discovered that it wasn't him, but these usurpers who stole resources, bullied the weak, and acted arrogantly towards others. And once he realized this, his cloak awakened its spiritual power. Klaus resorted to trickery and forged a passport in order to stay in the 2nd district, and secretly traded information with people from the 35th region. He provoked them to commit terrorist attacks, and then became a hero and saved people. Thus, he transformed from an ordinary citizen into a respected A-rank hero. He was enjoying himself, basking in the glory, until Captain Cigar showed up and all the attention shifted to him. Klaus couldn't stand it, so he tried his best to kill as many people as possible, but Captain Cigar saved them again and again. Klaus was simply overwhelmed with emotion. He shouted that all the fools from the 2nd region, Captain Cigar, and all these stupid rules deserved to die. He would get rid of all this. Taking a step forward, Anna shouted with horror in her voice that he was simply crazy, that what he had become was absolutely no different from those usurpers he had spoken of. Afterwards, she turned her gaze to the guy standing next to her, and asked what they were going to do, because this madman could really kill everyone present. Michael didn't answer the girl, but only turned his gaze to the whirlwind that was caused by the cloak. Afterwards, he said that this spiritual weapon was entirely dependent on the owner's emotions, and after so many kills, it had leveled up to S rank. Hearing this, Anna immediately summoned her bag and began to rummage through it, but to her regret, she had nothing that could compete with a weapon of such a high rank. The girl turned her worried gaze to Michael, asking if he could handle Klaus. Noticing his trembling hand, she asked in surprise if he was really that afraid. In response to this, our hero took several decisive steps forward and said that he was not at all afraid. On the contrary, He was in anticipation of the upcoming battle. Floating into the air, Michael called out to Klaus and said that from what he had told him, he had been secretly killing civilians in District 2 just to let off some steam. Raising his head, he shouted that he had indeed killed many. Klaus admitted that all the fans, all the people he saved, their lives belong to him, so he can do with them whatever he wants. Michael shook his head sadly and said that the A-rank hero with a million-strong audience turned out to be a lunatic who kills the weak and constantly rushes from destroyer to savior. He then angrily shouted that when a victim becomes an offender, all her motives become unforgivable, and she does not deserve pity. These words made Klaus laugh, and he said that Michael speaks as directly as Captain Cigar. As a reward for this, he will give him 100 seconds to try to escape. Having said this, the caped hero began the countdown. Michael decided not to waste the time allotted to him and activated the metal control ability. A few moments later, the sharp blade of the weapon he had created emerged from the whirlwind. He created several more blades with sharpened blades on both sides. Then they all settled behind his back, 4 on each side like wings. After counting to 15, Klaus opened one eye and said that he was so patient and he was interested to know what his opponent would do. However, when he looked around and saw no one except Anna, he was confused. He did not understand where Michael had gone because they were in the very center of the sand vortex. He looked up when someone called out to him. The next moment, Michael attacked the cloak that was the cause of everything. This helped, and the whirlwind immediately disintegrated, freeing all the unfortunate people from its grip. People were rapidly approaching the ground, screaming in horror. Klaus's face showed shock. He didn't understand how this could happen. However, when he took a closer look, he noticed that the corners of his cloak were pierced by sharp blades. This was the first time Michael had used his S-rank ability to restrain a spiritual weapon of the same level. But he didn't expect that the spiritual power would be so difficult to control. Looking at Anna, he shouted at her to come up with a way to save all the falling people. She confidently replied that Michael could rely on her. The next moment she threw several eggs out of the bag, which immediately increased significantly in size. Although she understood that it was necessary, she still felt very sad to part with her beast eggs, which cost 30,000 yen each. When the eggs reached a certain size, they cracked and a sticky liquid began to flow out of them. It instantly spread across the ground in a thick layer. The falling people landed directly on her, which greatly softened the impact of the fall. Klaus grabbed his gun and shouted that they must not survive. Everyone here must die, and to do that, he needed to get the cloak back. Raising his gun up, he began to fire furiously at Michael, but he easily dodged each of the bullets flying at him. However, when he realized that these bullets were not ordinary but homing and they were flying towards him again, he was confused for a few moments. He had no choice but to get rid of them by cutting them into pieces. Meanwhile, Klaus managed to get his cloak back. As soon as this happened, the man ran towards his enemy with a furious cry. He relentlessly launched one furious attack after another at Michael, but he dodged each one. Suddenly, a deep cut appeared on his right hand. Our hero immediately activated his healing ability and began to heal the wound. But when nothing happened, he remembered Captain Cigar's words about how the damage caused by spiritual weapons could not be healed. Seeing this, Klaus jumped to the side, laughing happily. Through his laughter, he explained that because his cloak was a spiritual weapon, it directly attacked the enemy's mental power, so healing was impossible. Michael chuckled and replied that in that case it would be more useful for him to have this weapon. The next moment, the cloak flew up, slowly rising from Klaus's shoulders. One of the ends of the fabric, under the puzzled gaze of its owner, went into his inside jacket pocket. A moment later, the cloak pulled out a handful of pills. Watching this, Michael frowned. He was afraid that if the spiritual weapon was strengthened with this pill, it would become many times more dangerous, and then he would never be able to defeat it. Meanwhile, the cloak force-fed Klaus these pills, completely ignoring his attempts to resist. Our hero tensed up and waited for what would happen next. The fact that the spiritual weapon could now act on its own caused him great concern, because now it was more difficult for Michael to predict the enemy's actions. A few moments later, the hunched-over Klaus straightened up, his eyes glowing bright blue, and he furiously shouted that it was Mikhail's fault that he had to eat that nasty thing again. Immediately after this, the cloak tore off his shoulders and grew to simply incredible sizes. Rushing towards our hero, Michael did not know what to do, because the cloak cut off his escape routes. Once above him, the spiritual weapon pressed its ends tightly against the surface, forming a kind of dome trap. Michael swore under his breath as the cloak covered him, and he was now completely blind, finding himself in pitch darkness. Suddenly, approaching lights began to shine above. At first, the guy did not understand what it was, however. As soon as they came a little closer, his eyes widened in horror. All the pointed stars were flying towards him. Michael had absolutely no idea why all these stars were sticking to him. When he took one of the stars in his hand to throw it aside, it suddenly began to shine. Following it, all the other stars, which had covered him almost up to his neck, also began to light up and heat up. And then he realized with horror that these were far from ordinary stars, but bombs. A moment later, a loud explosion was heard inside the cloak. Anna was very scared for Michael. A malicious grin appeared on Klaus's face, and he said that this was the end. Her boyfriend had already exploded and turned to ashes. After these words, his cloak began to shrink, returning to its original shape, and thick steam began to pour out from under it. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand from the horror that washed over her. However, as soon as the smoke cleared, they saw in front of them an iron statue, into which Michael had turned himself in order to save himself. At some point, the metal began to crumble, releasing our hero. Now it was Klaus's turn to be horrified and confused. Michael gradually freed himself from his armor, shaking off the dust from his clothes along the way. He said that if he had waited another moment, he would have definitely said goodbye to life. The people he had saved earlier shouted joyfully. They believed that their hero could not have died so easily. Anna completely shared their joy. Completely freed, Michael reached into his pocket and, looking at Klaus, said that he had received one little thing from the captain of the cigars. The moment he brought the dead man's cigarette to his lips, the caped hero's eyes widened in disbelief. The mere mention of his dead partner enraged him, and he rushed towards our hero. But Michael acted faster. Putting his palm in front of him, he used absorption of stars. Klaus froze a couple of meters away from him, completely unable to move. Suddenly, some dark liquid began to separate from his body. A few moments later, his entire body disappeared, turning into a perfect black sphere. Michael pulled out all the metal from his opponent's body. As soon as Klaus's body disappeared without a trace, a star cloak fell into our hero's hands, changing its color. When Michael looked at the description of the cloak's abilities, he learned that it could not only damage the enemy's mental power, but also had immunity to A-rank attacks and incredible elasticity. He was distracted from studying the information by the cloak, which said that since the old master was dead, Michael was now its new master. After the spiritual weapon took the shape of a heart, looking at it, our hero sighed tiredly, thinking that he needed to become even stronger if he didn't want this weapon to get out of his control and absorb him one day. Suddenly, from the other side, screams were heard from civilians who were stuck in the sticky liquid and were now asking for help. When he glanced at Anna in confusion, the girl laughed awkwardly and said that the egg white was her doing, but she didn't know how to get it all back. Having created a metal shield, Michael soared into the air, leaving the girl alone to clean up this mess, and at the end, he said that a rescue team would arrive here very soon, so his presence was not necessary. A few hours later, he landed on the grounds of Captain Cigar's country home. In the backyard, a boy of about 6 was kicking a soccer ball around an imaginary field by himself. When his ball stopped near Michael, the boy, with a happy smile on his face, asked if he wanted to play football with him. Kneeling down, the hero smiled and replied that he had not come here to play football, but upon seeing it, he immediately wanted to play. Afterwards, he asked the boy to turn around. He did as Michael asked, and saw a tall human figure, like a cloud, and joyfully shouted that in that case they should not delay the start of the game. At that moment, our hero, unnoticed by the child, placed the pearl of the cigarette smoke ability into his body and said that the boy could begin, and he would join a little later. Thus, the boy became completely immersed in the game with the smoky phantom, completely forgetting about everything else. Leaving an open pack of cigars on the front step, Michael quietly disappeared, fulfilling his promise to Captain Cigar. Meanwhile, all the victims who were on the crew of the hijacked plane had long since been rescued by the rescue team and taken to the city. Now Anna and Sakura were walking and actively discussing everything that had happened to them. Parodying Michael, Anna told in detail how he dealt with the caped hero. Sakura couldn't boast of that, because those who took Klaus were much less lucky. They were simply abandoned in the desert. They were very lucky that they were spotted by passing helicopters. Otherwise, they would have all died right there. After listening to her story, Anna grabbed her friend by the shoulders and said enthusiastically that the fact that they survived was fate, and from now on, they should value their lives more. Sakura nodded in agreement, and then said that today, she still had a meeting with the judges' organization and needed to make a deal with them. She pulled out the letter she had received and showed it to Anna, explaining that a couple of days ago, a letter with an invitation had arrived at the head office, the sender of which turned out to be a member of the judges' organization. She could not even dream of being sent on such an important mission. As she spoke hopefully about possibly being able to see that very hero in the rooster mask, who had saved them today. The snake appeared out of nowhere behind her. Anna immediately noticed him and pointed behind her friend with surprise on her face. She turned around and, seeing a stranger hanging over her, asked in fear who he was. He was silent for a few seconds, just looking at her, and then asked why she was so surprised. Anna looked at the guy standing in front of them with an attentive gaze and said that he looked familiar. It seemed that Sakura remembered something, and looking at her friend, she said that one day Alexa, the heroine from the 2nd district, said that in the organization of judges there is a person named Snake, whose specialty is a mask with an image of an animal. Nodding uncertainly, Anna took a few steps towards Michael and introduced herself as an old friend of the hero in the rooster mask, who had recently been on the brink of life and death. When the guy didn't answer but simply continued to look at her silently, Anna thought with displeasure that although the snake and the rooster were both from the same organization, for some reason this one was too cold with her. Sighing, she turned around and walked in the other direction, telling everyone along the way that they had come here at the request of their organization to help with the goods. But the goods were nowhere to be seen. Sakura jumped in surprise as her hand was suddenly grabbed and pulled back. Anna turned around, and noticing that the two had moved back a few steps, asked warily why they had moved away. Michael touched the hanging chain and said with a mocking voice that she had previously been interested in the location of the goods. The next moment he pulled the chain, and a shocked Anna felt the ground disappear from under her feet. Smiling contentedly, Michael thought that this girl should have been taught a good lesson a long time ago. Sakura was terribly afraid for her friend. She dropped to her knees. She carefully crawled towards the hole in the floor, desperately calling Anna's name, but no one answered her. When Michael approached the girl and began the countdown, her face showed confusion. At the exact moment when he named the last number, Anna's terrifyingly joyful cry was heard from below about how rich she was, which greatly surprised Sakura, who was sitting at the edge, and made her crawl back. Anna did not calm down and shouted to her friend to jump down boldly. Afterwards, a little more quietly, she said that she had never seen so many jewels in her life. She climbed into one of the huge boxes of gold, and, with her eyes shining with happiness, said that she wanted to stay here until the end of her days. Michael came down and explained that these were the goods of the judges' organization, and for some reason, they were handing them over to the MOP's Chamber of Commerce. Taking out her purse, Anna winked at the guy and, sticking her thumb out in front of her, said that he could trust them with peace of mind. She then looked at Sakura, who was sitting next to her, and asked in a quieter voice why she thought the judges' organization needed to hand over so many treasures to their Chamber of Commerce. She replied that MOPS is the largest business agency. After trading, they establish basic trust relationships that will help smooth out future cooperation. When Anna asked what kind of cooperation they were talking about, the girl explained that when leveling up, strong heroes rely not only on themselves, they also need good weapons. Taking one of the diamonds in her hands, Anna asked if Sakura meant to say that they had people who could make weapons from monster materials. She nodded, saying that when the judges' organization needed equipment or weapons in the future, they would definitely help them. Meanwhile, blue bubbles were increasingly emerging from the girl's body, hovering around her. Suddenly, she gripped the sheets tightly with her fingers. Her face was distorted with intense pain, and through her sleep, Lucia desperately called out for her brother. Late in the evening, our hero flew back. As soon as he stepped off the plane, Michael heard someone shouting his name. An excited Valeria ran to meet him. She shouted that just a couple of hours ago she saw the news about the crash of the hijacked plane and already thought that she would never see him again. Michael wrapped the girl in a warm embrace and said with a gentle smile on his face that she was exaggerating too much. Michael was soothingly stroking the girl's hair when he noticed the burning, jealous glances of the men passing by. Moving away from him slightly, the girl said with tears in her eyes that the next time something like this happened, she demanded that he write to her that he was okay. He nodded and hugged the girl, leading her towards the exit, saying that now he would take her home, and after that, he would need to meet his godson. The news about the godson shocked Valeria, but Michael explained that in fact, he and his friends just called each other that. Meanwhile, Austin was drinking away his sorrows, surrounded by two beauties clinging to him. As he downed another glass of alcohol, he bitterly blurted out that his godfather had simply used him to get closer to his father, and now that they had met, he was no longer needed. Austin was somewhere far away in his thoughts, not even suspecting the impending danger. Suddenly, the girl sitting next to him fell down. Austin instantly sobered up and jumped up from his seat, completely not understanding what was happening. The next moment, someone poured ice water on him, causing the guy to let out disgruntled cries and then threatened to get rid of this brave man. Michael, standing behind him, said with a mocking voice that he would be interested to watch his attempts. Austin immediately realized what a huge mistake he had made and stepped back, putting his palms out in front of him in a surrendering gesture. He said that he would never dare do something like that to him, and he had no reason to. Michael chuckled and ruffled his godson's hair, asking if he was the one who had complained a moment ago about being used, to which Austin replied that he had indeed been. When the hero shook his head and replied that Austin had great potential and he wasn't going to give it up, the guy almost burst into tears of happiness upon hearing these words, and sadly said that he had never been able to gain recognition from other people. Michael joined the thumb and middle finger of his right hand, and holding his palm towards Michael's face, said that he would now dispel his doubts about this. He explained that he had decided to arrange an expedition for Austin and give him a task as an official member of the organization. After that, he activated his ability and flicked the guy on the forehead, throwing him aside, causing him to lose consciousness. When Austin opened his eyes, he found himself in some dark space, and in front of him hung a huge pentagram. Without thinking twice, the guy walked up to her and placed his palm on the circle. His subconscious mind itself told him what to do next, so he turned his back to the circle and leaned on it. Closing his eyes, the pentagram immediately shone even brighter, and someone's voice sounded in his head, which reported that the spiritual contract had been concluded. As soon as he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a different place again. This time he was in the middle of the clouds, and for some unknown reason, he could not shake the feeling that he was somewhere very far away. Suddenly, Michael's voice was heard behind him, explaining that they had made a spiritual contract and that Austin had now bridged the gap between body and soul. The boy immediately turned around and his eyes widened in horror when he saw that Michael was missing half of his body. As it turned out, he was also missing the lower half of his body. The hero said that he shouldn't be so surprised because they are now in a space controlled by thoughts, in which Austin can imagine and create anything with the power of his spirit. Then he added that recently he has received many spiritual abilities, and during his research, he accidentally discovered this space, which people who have entered into a spiritual contract end up in. When he asked the guy to dive into his gemstone that had appeared in his forehead, Austin glanced at his forehead in confusion, trying to figure out where it had come from. Then I closed my eyes and tried to concentrate on my consciousness. The next moment, the space behind him began to change rapidly. First floors appeared, and then the walls of a huge building grew. Shocked, Austin looked around frantically, not believing his eyes, and the last thing he saw was 12 empty thrones, one of which was immediately occupied by Michael. The guy looked at all this and couldn't find a single word. Noticing his godson's reaction, our hero beckoned him with his palm, telling Austin to come closer. Having recovered from the shock, he shouted with enthusiasm in his voice that the organization of judges was much bigger and cooler than his father's company. Michael reminded that he promised to give him official membership, and this place is called the Heavenly Palace. His organization uses it to exchange information. The next time their meeting will also take place here. Hearing this, Austin's eyes sparkled with interest, and he asked what his mission was and what position he would occupy. Michael raised his palm and pointed to one of the thrones, and said that the rat's position was currently vacant. Hearing this, Austin was very happy and immediately rushed to his throne. However, as soon as he took a couple of steps, he crashed into an invisible barrier, hitting his nose painfully against it. When Michael jumped down and found himself behind the guy, he asked in confusion why they did this to him. The hero replied that the guy was in too much of a hurry. He didn't say that he had the authority to appoint Austin to this position. Austin said Michael had mentioned formal membership earlier. The hero sighed and explained that he had only said that the rat position was open, which meant that Austin could be a candidate for the job. This statement greatly surprised the guy, and he asked if his father was also a candidate for this position. He nodded, answering that Gilbert was indeed one of the candidates. The leader of the judges would determine which of them would take this place. What he said greatly outraged Austin. Michael was not going to give anyone any slack and said that he could not do anything about it, because the judges are an organization that puts strength first. And if Austin wants to hold a high position, he must be capable and powerful. The guy hung his head dejectedly and, sighing sadly, replied that he understood everything and would try not to miss the chance given to him, then asked that Michael give him a new assignment as soon as possible. With a thoughtful look, the hero said that Gilbert would never give him the ice adventurer, so he wanted Austin to figure out how to lure him into a trap, and then he would deal with him himself. The guy nodded contentedly, saying that he could handle it, but he had one question. Having received Michael's approval, he asked if he would be introduced to Rabbit if he became a rat, a question that left our hero dumbfounded. With a dreamy expression on his face, Austin said that he saw her on TV and she would forever remain in his heart, If luck smiled on him and he married her, then his life would not be wasted. Michael was simply shocked by the news that this idiot wanted to marry his clone. This would be another reason why he swore off creating any more girls. Kicking Austin in the ass, he shouted that now was not the time to sit around here. The sooner the task was completed, the better for him. Michael returned home late in the evening. He sat at the set table in the kitchen and watched the news while waiting for Valeria. He became interested when the host said that the financial company from the second region, the Knights of the Round Table, imposed a fine on the A-rank heroine, swordswoman Alexa. What he heard greatly shocked our hero. A girl entered the room and called out to him, informing him that the barbecue chicken was ready. With slow steps, dressed only in underwear and an apron, an embarrassed Valeria headed towards the table with a plate of chicken in her hands. To say that Michael was shocked would be an understatement, even though he had seen the girl once in more revealing clothes when she worked at the club. But now he couldn't take his impressed gaze off her. When the girl approached the table, she, without looking up, asked why he was not saying anything. Did she really look bad? Michael, still impressed, shook his head from side to side and said that she looked great, and asked why she was suddenly dressed like that. Valeria sat down opposite him and replied that she had already mentioned earlier that she was going to give him a surprise. And it was not only about delicious food, but also about something else. Eventually, the girl's embarrassment overcame her, and taking a chicken thigh from the plate, she shoved it into Michael's mouth, telling him to eat quickly. As he was starting to eat, the girl suddenly came to her senses and asked if he had watched the news about the swordswoman Alexa. The hero nodded, chewing on his chicken, and asked why she was interested. She replied that she had heard from other heroes that Alexa was in secret collusion with one organization, and then disappeared after a massive attack in the second region. Without taking his eyes off the girl, Michael asked why such a rumor had started, since she was a noble heroine with an excellent reputation, and also beautiful and strong. His words made the girl wary, frowning. She asked if it seemed to her that he was too worried about her. Continuing the meal, the hero replied that a person with such a unique charisma could have various secrets, and asked Valeria to wait a little. Tomorrow he would try to find out everything. As this conversation progressed, the girl frowned more and more. Michael noticed this and praised Valeria's cooking, saying that every dish she prepared was simply amazing. With these words, the girl put down her chopsticks. She jumped up from her seat and said with irritation in her voice that she really could never compare to Alexa. But maybe if she started helping others more, Michael would pay more attention to her. The hero jumped up from his seat and pulled the girl towards him by the shoulders, explaining that he was investigating this case and that it was completely different from what she had thought. Then he touched the girl's soft lips with his own, deepening the kiss. When she was already starting to run out of air, Valeria slowly moved away from the guy, blushing deeply. Michael hugged her tighter and said with tenderness in his voice that for him she was perfect, and Alexa couldn't compare to her. Without looking up, Valeria asked what he meant when he said earlier that it wasn't what she thought. Michael replied that he was a reporter, so it was important for him to know all the details of this case. Valeria carefully looked up at him and asked if it was true. The hero took a step back, still not letting go of the girl, and replied that all journalists were like that, and that he was not interested in Alex in any other way, he only liked Valeria. The girl hugged him tightly, saying that he was the best. Michael's eyes filled with regret, and he mentally apologized to the girl, promising that sooner or later he would return her ability to her. The next morning he began his investigation. He had to turn to Anna for help. The girl answered him much faster than Michael expected. He immediately opened the letter in which she sent a darknet link with all the information he needed. Michael crossed it without the slightest hesitation. The guy was pleasantly surprised by what he saw there. It contained information about almost all the heroes. First of all, he decided to check the information about the hero of hot and sour noodles. When he followed the necessary link, he was transferred to another page, which required a payment of 100,000 to get the information. After the payment was made, Michael immediately had access to information about the hero he needed. It indicated not only all the details about Adam's personal life, but also all his battles as a hero. It also provided an analysis of combat skills, which described that during the last battle he managed to gain a new ability, and he also began to better control the power of his transformation. Having familiarized himself with all this, our hero became convinced that the darknet is quite reliable, and even recorded the time when they taught a lesson to an idiot in the park. Michael decided to end here and move on to the next hero, the Ice Adventurer. His brows furrowed as he moved to a new page, and saw a message that there was no information about this hero. The guy strongly doubted that they really had no information about him, and assumed that most likely it was simply hidden. Since he couldn't find anything about the Ice Adventurer, Michael moved on to Alexa, who interested him. This time he was lucky. The information about her was not classified. After making another payment, he got access to her personal information. It was written there that the girl betrayed the Knights of the Round Table Company. But this case has not been fully solved. The incident began due to the fault of the hero boxer in a mask in the hotel. After a series of investigations, it was established that Alexa, together with the organization of judges, killed Boxer in a mask. Now she is wanted, and it was established that she was last seen in the port of the city of Shi. Michael was shocked to learn that the masked boxer was one of the heroes of the Knights of the Round Table. He was confused by what was happening. The guy was sure that this company could not help but know that the masked boxer was a member of the organization of saints, and they had something to hide. When he glanced over the text again, his attention was drawn to the last line, which stated that Alexa and a member of the judges' organization, Snake, were in a relationship, which Michael didn't like very much, because if Victoria found out about it, she would get angry again. In addition, it was also indicated that information about the organization of judges is already on the internet, and the personal data of the hero in the rooster mask is already on sale. If you pay 30 million, you can learn all the secrets of this powerful hero. Michael's face stretched in surprise at the sight of the sum offered for information about him. At the thought that Alex was being persecuted right now because of him, he nervously adjusted his glasses, feeling guilty in front of her. Meanwhile, a schism was brewing in Olympus. The enraged Black Dragon burst into his father's office and angrily asked why he gave the ice adventurer a chance to participate in the case of the White Region, when he was not even his son, while Gilbert preferred to leave his own son aside. Without taking his intense gaze off him, the man asked if Edgar doubted his decision. He reminded his father that he had previously promised him that this would be his place, and that he would be the one working with the heroine Explosive Fist, and that they would both go to the White Area and train there. The mechanical hero jumped up from his seat and shouted that Edgar was no longer suitable for the role, so he had to be replaced by someone more suitable. The Black Dragon asked what had suddenly changed in such a short period of time, and whether it was somehow connected to the fact that he had lost to that rooster. Gilbert slammed his fist on the table and shouted at him not to bring Rooster into this. This caused confusion and surprise in Edgar. Approaching him, the man placed his hand on his son's shoulder and said that Edgar had no idea how dangerous this area was, and he was doing all this just for him. But these explanations did not calm the Black Dragon. With one movement of his hand, he threw off his father's hand, after which he moved towards the exit, throwing out a last word so that Gilbert would not come up with these childish excuses, and admitted that he simply did not take him seriously. Leaving the office, he loudly slammed the door. Left alone, the mechanical swordsman sighed heavily. He felt sorry that his son did not understand how dangerous the White Area was, because it was not just a territory with monsters, and those who were there also noted that it was many times more dangerous than everyone was used to thinking. As he left the office, Edgar froze in surprise. Austin, who was sitting by one of the walls of the corridor, approached his brother and whispered what they were arguing about. The Black Dragon replied that their father wanted to let Pavel participate in the White Area operation, and because of that he was now furious. This news made Austin very surprised. He did not understand how his father could do such a stupid thing, because everyone knows that the White Area is a great place to earn a lot of valuable materials from monsters. Edgar walked past him and said with irritation in his voice that if other people found out about this, they would think that Pavel was Gilbert's biological son. Immediately after meeting him, Austin immediately went to the toilet. He needed to tell Michael about everything. Locking himself in the booth, he concentrated, holding his palm on his forehead crystal, to enter the heavenly palace again. A few moments later, he succeeded, and fell face down on the floor. When he heard Michael's voice standing in front of him, asking what brought him here at this time, Austin looked up at him in surprise. The guy stood up and, actively waving his arms, he told about how his father was sending Pavel for an operation in the White Region. Michael frowned and asked suspiciously what Gilbert was up to. Austin replied that he did not know this, and his brother began to argue with his father about this. The hero sighed heavily and said regretfully that if he got rid of the ice adventurer, it would make people wary, since he had a very close relationship with Gilbert. After thinking for a few moments, he suggested that Austin take part in this operation together. If something happens in the White Area, no one will be surprised. He was surprised by this proposal and asked what his role would be in this. To which Michael replied that he was instructing him to make sure that everything went according to his father's plan, and that he and Pavel both took part in the operation, and that he could not worry about the rest. Hearing this, Austin stood at attention and putting his hand to his head, shouted that his godfather could provide this to him. Sometime later, our hero returned to reality. He decided not to waste time and improve his abilities in order to prepare for the operation. First of all, he began to pump up the transformation and cloning abilities to B rank, for which he needed to decompose several abilities into dark matter cubes. Afterwards, he materialized 2 pearls of abilities in his palms and began to fill them with dark energy. A couple of minutes later, everything was finished, and Michael received 2 B rank abilities. The improved transformation ability gave the ability to change body size, appearance, voice, and even personality, and cloning extended the lifespan of the clone to 6 hours. Immediately after that, he began to improve the ability of the Spirit of the Deep Sea and Fiery Fire to A rank and received 2 more improved abilities, Water Leader, which had several skills such as Bloody Rain, River Defense, Water Steel Spear. The second ability, King of Fire, allowed him to take control of the territory engulfed in fire. Michael was pleased with the results he got because these 2 abilities would be perfect for the dragon. A few hours later, at dawn, a secret meeting took place in the port. Holding a bag full of money in his hands, the guy looked at Alexa and asked why a girl who was bathing in money and fame decided to take up smuggling. She gave him a dark look and said with a bit of irritation that he shouldn't interfere in other people's business. If he was going to live, then he shouldn't do what he should. And if anyone asked, he should say that he didn't know anything. He sighed and decided that for his own safety, it was really better for him not to touch her anymore. He said that he would keep all the questions to himself. The girl wandered around the city until the night, thinking about how only a couple of days had passed since she stopped in the city of S. But now she didn't belong here either. In such a short period of time, she managed to turn from a superheroine into a super criminal. And those who want to bring her back are A-rank heroes. She couldn't help but think that whoever killed Masked Boxer, it was right because that hero was a servant of the Saints organization, and he didn't deserve forgiveness. Alexa walked slowly towards the park, her thoughts gradually turning to why the company didn't care about her motives, and instead just chased after him. She assumed that she could find the serpent in this city, where a hero in a rooster mask constantly appears. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her, shouting that she would never be able to escape from him, causing Alexa to shudder in horror. The girl reacted quickly and jumped to the side to a safe distance. As soon as she landed back on the ground, she saw the dead body of the guy she had made a deal with earlier fall not far from her. Looking at this, Alexa cried out in horror that if her hunter had come for her, then she shouldn't kill ordinary people. Suddenly, a shadow began to circle around her at a terrifyingly fast speed and said with a mocking voice that he had come for her, but all her allies must also die, and now it was her time to answer for her actions. Alexa drew her sword from its sheath and swung it, hoping to catch the enemy, and shouted that if he wanted to fight her, he should stop hiding in the shadows. But he slipped away with ease, laughing loudly in response to his request. Throwing several sharp needles in her direction, her hunter shouted that it did not matter to him, because his goal was to kill Alexa by any means necessary. It all happened too fast for her to react before several needles pierced her chest, causing her to wince in pain. The girl froze in place and could not force herself to move even an inch. She had already managed to prepare for death when suddenly an agitated Valeria appeared next to her and asked if everything was okay with Alexa. Taking a closer look, she noticed a wound on her chest, and she became even more worried. Alexa looked at her, and through the pain, said that Valeria should leave here as soon as possible. She did not immediately understand why the stranger was saying this. However, when she raised her head, she saw sharp needles approaching her. Valeria covered Alexa with her body and screamed loudly, hoping that someone would come to their aid. Her screams were heard, and the needles were destroyed just before they could reach the girl. Alexa and Valeria raised their surprised gazes to the guy who had protected them, in whom the swordswoman easily recognized the snake. The bounty hunter hid behind a nearby tree, and, without taking his attentive gaze off Michael, he asked if he really was one of the judges who had destroyed the organization of the Saints. The hero asked him a counter-question about why this bounty hunter didn't run away, since they already knew each other, to which he laughed and said that he was interested in seeing for himself what the snake was capable of. Stepping out from behind the tree, he released a powerful stream of energy from his palm towards Michael. He threw a counterattack at his opponent, but it was quickly dispersed by the energy of his opponent. This surprised our hero quite a bit. He was completely confident in his abilities and did not expect anything like this. He took a step forward, steadfastly taking the brunt of the blow. Even though Michael tried to cover the girls with his body, several swift rays still hit them, tearing their clothes. This attack helped Alexa identify her bounty hunter. Looking in his direction, she shouted his name, asking if it was him. Stefan came out of his hiding place and said with a smile on his lips that he was very surprised that she still remembered him. She asked in bewilderment how he managed to escape, because 2 years ago, she had put him behind bars, and he was even given a life sentence. With the same smile on his face, the man replied that someone had helped him, and that he was no longer the weakling he once was, but a user of an S-rank ability. Alexa held the sword in her hands with difficulty, but she took a decisive step towards him and said that even for her it would cost her life. She was obliged to send him back to prison. All this time, Michael stood aside, not rushing to intervene. He carefully looked at their opponent, thinking that if his abilities were really at such a high level, then during their battle Valeria could suffer. So the only way out in this situation was to scare Stefan away and make him leave. Guided by this decision, Michael told the man standing opposite him that although he was strong, he had not come here alone, and that Rooster, an S-rank hero and also one of the judges, would be arriving here very soon, and it would not be difficult for him to deal with a nuisance like him. Laughing, Stefan said that in that case he would just have to kill the serpent before anyone else got here. Michael created an electric ball in his palm and said he couldn't try to do it. Alexa shouted to the girl standing behind her that she needed to run away quickly, because the snake wouldn't be able to stop him alone, while Valeria dialed the right number, saying that she wasn't going to abandon them to their fate, and would call for reinforcements from the Hero Association. These words of the girl did not go unheard by Stefan, jumping on one of the lampposts. He said that this time they had the advantage, but one day he would return for their lives. Immediately after that, he disappeared. Valeria sighed with relief, glad that she'd managed to scare him off. Looking at her, Michael asked if she had actually called the association. She shook her head, answering that she had simply wanted to scare Stefan. Especially since Alexa was currently wanted, it would only have added extra trouble. The swordswoman coughed to get his attention, and said that he had one question regarding the organization of the judges. Michael held his palm out in front of him, interrupting the girl, and replied that she should first get better, and then he would visit her when the time came. Immediately after these words he disappeared, leaving the girls alone, looking at the empty space in front of him. Valeria noted that all-powerful heroes simply love to disappear without a trace. She then turned her attention to Alexa and asked if she needed to be taken to the hospital before the poison spread too much. She shook her head from side to side, explaining that it was too dangerous for her there, and said that Valeria had better hurry up and get out of there, and she needed to find a secluded place so she could heal her wounds. When Valeria suggested going to her house, Alexa's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't expect that someone would show her such kindness, and asked if the girl standing in front of her was sure of her offer. At that very moment, Michael ran out into the park and asked what Valeria could have been doing in the toilet for so long. However, as soon as he noticed Alexa still standing next to her, he feigned genuine surprise at meeting her, and asked what such a famous heroine was doing here. The swordswoman glanced uncertainly towards her new acquaintance and asked who it was. She replied that it was her boyfriend. They had gone jogging together earlier, and she suddenly wanted to go to the toilet. Afterwards, Valeria looked at Michael and told him about what had happened, as well as about her proposal for Alexa to be a guest in their house. She hoped that he would not be against it, and would support her. The hero nodded his head approvingly, and with a smile on his face said that in that case he would carry the wounded girl. No one raised any objections to this idea, and in this group they headed towards our hero's house. On the way, Alexa told them everything that had happened to her from the very beginning. After listening to her, Valeria said with a smile on her face that fate itself had brought them together today. The swordswoman closed her eyes and thanked them for their help, since she was a wanted criminal and they had no need to save her. Valeria confidently replied that the Alexa she knows always sacrificed herself to save others, and that she was the one who helped the children in the city of Shu, so she and Michael do not consider her a bad person. Alexa's eyes filled with tears, and she admitted that she did not kill the masked boxer or work with the mysterious organization of judges. After listening to her, her hero said that he heard that the masked boxer was somehow connected with the saints in the city of She. Even if she personally killed him, it would only be for the best. Alexa shook her head, saying that it didn't matter how he died. The main problem was that someone wanted to use his death to get rid of her, but that might not be their only goal. When the girl fell silent, wondering if she should voice her assumption, Michael did it himself, saying that this was also a great chance to drag the judges' organization into this, making them public enemies #1, which caused surprise to the swordswoman sitting on his back. She asked why he thought so too. The hero replied that the rumors and news were not only against her, but also against her collaborating with the judges. Valeria intervened and said that it would not be so easy to pull this off, because this organization has a good reputation, because the rooster has saved people many times already, and now the snake has helped them. Alexa looked at the girl and told her that recently heroes from all regions have become afraid of the judges. Some even say that this organization wants to take over all 53 regions, if not the whole world. The assumption she voiced greatly shocked Michael. He did not understand where such crazy rumors could come from. Meanwhile, the girl continued, saying that it was these rumors that made her realize that people from all over the world were hunting her, and judging by the promised reward for her head, there would be many who would want to get it. When Valeria asked how this happened, Alexa explained that because their country is divided into so many regions, the distribution of superheroes and their abilities must be even to avoid one region gaining dominance over another. For this reason, the association often sends its heroes to another area. Some call it a vacation. After listening to the swordswoman, Valeria said that this is confidential information, so ordinary people like them will understand little. Michael, meanwhile, was carefully considering the information he had received. He immediately remembered Xenia, who had appeared during the rat attack. She had said something about having just recently returned from vacation. Now our hero understood what explained her long absence, and what her words about vacation meant. Alexa interrupted his thoughts, saying that there are too many strong heroes in the judges' organization, and the most powerful of them is Rooster. Because of his sudden appearance and uncontrollably huge power, they have become a kind of lever for pressure on other heroes from different areas, and there is no doubt that someone wants to take advantage of this opportunity to gather all the superheroes together and destroy the judges. Michael asked in confusion if people were really capable of spreading so much hatred through rumors alone, which surprised Valeria, who said that the power of rumors should not be underestimated. Our hero frowned. He couldn't shake the thought that the organization that deals in blue pills is good at manipulating people's consciousness, and she probably has something to do with it. With each passing day, Michael had more and more questions and too few answers. Besides this, he still hadn't figured out what this blue light was that surrounded his sister, gradually absorbing her energy. No matter how much he wanted to give it all up, he couldn't. He glanced sideways at Alexa and asked her why she had come to this city, and she replied that she wanted to find out everything and help the judges. This statement from the girl left Michael in shock once again. When he asked why she would suddenly help them, the swordswoman's cheeks turned pink, and she said that she knew the serpent from their organization. They had been through fire and water together, and now he had miraculously appeared here and saved her. She believed him unconditionally, so she wanted to ask about the true motives of the judges' organization. Michael barely held back a smile. Earlier he had simply heard strange sounds, and having transformed, hurried to Valeria, worried about her safety. At the same time, the storage facility of the main office of the MOPS Chamber of Commerce allowed visitors in for the first time in a long time. Anna helped her boss carefully lower himself into his chair. The man was incredibly pleased with the news that such a rich and powerful organization of judges would appear among the four great seas, without taking his eyes off his wealth. He said that if Anna managed to concede there, then their position would be significantly strengthened. The girl happily replied that she would also like this very much. But despite their close relationship with the Rooster, she had never been offered to join the judges, and suggested that in this matter they could be helped by the treasures with which they would bribe him. Sakura, standing behind her, shouted that Anna was a real genius, and that this could really work. Nikolai laughed contentedly and told Anna to organize a monster weapon exhibition and invite Rooster there. It would be a great opportunity to gift him with an S-rank weapon. Anna hugged the man, happily saying that she believed her grandfather would support this idea. Sakura didn't seem so happy at the thought of having to give up such a valuable weapon. The next morning, Valeria woke up early and prepared a delicious breakfast for everyone. Michael woke up because of the aromatic smell that filled the whole house and went into the kitchen, hugged the girl from behind. She said that she received a message from work in which she was assigned an emergency price, so she would not be able to have breakfast with them. Kissing the girl on the cheek, the hero replied that he could give her a lift to the meeting place. She smiled and said that everything was fine, and she would get there herself, and he should wash up and sit down to breakfast. Otherwise what she had prepared with such diligence would go to waste. Alexa became an involuntary witness to such a sweet picture when she also went downstairs, led by the appetizing smells of food. Quickly changing her clothes, Valeria took everything she needed and headed towards the door, saying that it was time for her to go, but Alexa could stay with them longer until she recovered. Thus Michael and the swordswoman began breakfast together. The girl said that she was very grateful for the help and care for her, but she also had to go. Tearing himself away from his breakfast, the hero looked at her in surprise and said that it was not safe to go anywhere in her condition now, especially since everyone outside was only looking to catch her. Smiling mysteriously, Alexa replied that she still had things to do and tasks to complete, despite all the danger. And Michael didn't have to worry about her, because her wounds had almost healed. While chewing a bun, the hero noted to himself that her wounds had healed so quickly only because he had treated her the previous night, but he had not done this in order to send her to certain death. When he wanted to say something to the girl, she was no longer in the house. A few hours later, Michael used his transformation to go to one of the empty beaches to practice his new dragon abilities. Activating his water control ability, he created a huge wave, jumping on which he slowly moved away from the shore. A couple of minutes later, he noticed a ship approaching him. Michael didn't even think about moving out of his way when he noticed two familiar figures there, but his appearance went unnoticed. All the people on board continued to have a good time, chatting with each other and dancing. Sakura and Anna were also here. The first girl stepped forward and, putting her hands on her hips, shouted with undisguised irritation to the group standing opposite that they were not welcome here. A grin appeared on the blonde boy's face, and he replied that without the support of their organization, the Florence family would never be able to obtain an S-rank weapon. Frowning, Anna said that even after many years he had never stopped playing the role of a little dog chasing her, and now suddenly he decided that he had become strong enough to bark at her. Twisting his lock of hair around his finger, Jacob admitted that all this time he hated her family for their impulsive decisions. Even if he was an ordinary dog, he could still easily surpass Anna. This time Sakura stepped forward, shielding her friend with her body. Frowning, she said that Jacob should not embarrass himself and waste their time. The girl's words made the guy laugh, and he said that now they would learn from their own experience what shame was. Then he gave the order to his subordinates standing nearby to tear Sakura's clothes into pieces. He couldn't wait to see what the second most beautiful girl among all four seas looked like. His subordinates, with gloomy looks, approached the two friends almost closely, intending to carry out their master's order. At that very moment, Michael, sitting relaxed on the crest of a wave, attracted attention by asking if they knew in which direction the city of El was. Anna immediately became happy when she saw him, because, judging by the appearance of this stranger, he was one of the rooster's partners. Michael heard the girl's suggestion and laughed, replying that his name was Dragon and that he was one of the members of the judges' organization. The others on board looked at him with genuine interest, eager to find out what he was capable of. Meanwhile, Sakura ran up to the side of the ship and greeted the dragon, asking if he could take them away from here. With one movement of his hand, he asked her to shut up and replied that he could not do that. Then he pointed to the guys behind her and said that he could help get rid of this obstacle. Jacob's face twisted in anger, and he asked with bewilderment in his voice how someone like him dared to provoke the love organization. Without saying a word, his subordinates simultaneously jumped towards Michael, who was still sitting on the wave in a relaxed pose. Wilson attacked first, releasing several bolts of dark energy towards his opponent. Without changing his position, our hero activated the river defense skill, and many drops of water began to rapidly rise upward. Everyone watched what was happening with wide eyes. Anna was among them, trying her best to understand what kind of technique the dragon was using. A few moments later, the figure of the water protector appeared behind Michael, easily repelling the attack that had been sent earlier. With a mocking voice, the hero said that he expected more, but to their regret, now it was his turn to go. The water protector's huge fist firmly grabbed Wilson's sword, and the boy himself could not force his body to move. Suddenly, a sharp water needle flew past him, tearing the clothes on his shoulder. The next moment, the water protector let go of him and Wilson fell into the sea, realizing that the difference in their strength was too great, and he had no chance of winning. Having studied the enemy's strength, Will, Jacob's second subordinate, went on the attack, shouting that although the dragon's strength increases several times near water, he can easily reduce the gap in their strength. As he swung his staff, several clumps of flame flew out from it, which immediately transformed into several fire dragons. With a mocking tone in his voice, Michael said that his opponent should calm down because he could use more than just water. Immediately after these words, our hero stood up, thinking that by activating the Lord of Fire, he could easily subdue the flames that were lower in level than him, which he did. Michael held his palm out in front of him and directed the dragons towards his opponent, shouting that he would now show Will what it was like to be chased by a fire dragon. He started running away in panic, shouting to everyone else that this guy had two abilities, and they needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. Others watched with delight what was happening and filmed this incredible fight of the newly emerged hero from the judges. Sakura also kept her admiring gaze on the dragon, even when he landed on the side of the ship next to her. He looked around and noted with regret that these three had given up too easily, and Jacob had been shouting so loudly that he wanted to beat him to death. Before Sakura could say anything, An inspired Anna ran up to her and asked with hope in her voice if he would help them find the rooster, since they were from the same organization. She explained his search by saying that she wanted to invite him to an auction that her MOPS Chamber of Commerce was organizing. After some thought, the dragon replied that he had a way to help them contact him and invite him personally. Anna asked in surprise what this method was. The hero created 2 crystals on his palm and explained that if they signed a spiritual contract, the girls would become representatives of the judges' organization. Anna's eyes lit up with happiness, and she said that she would never have thought that becoming a representative of their organization would be so easy. The dragon shook his head and folded his arms across his chest and said that he had appeared here on the orders of the rooster. He hoped that both girls could become representatives of the judges, to continue to help them with their goods. Michael said this because he realized that without the help of this Chamber of Commerce, which was headed by the Florence family, he would never be able to explore the territory of the 4 seas and obtain useful materials. Anna immediately agreed, accepting the offer, while Sakura needed a couple of seconds to think about it, but eventually she accepted the offer as well. After receiving their consent, Michael placed crystals in their foreheads and made a spiritual contract. A few hours later, all the news programs were discussing the new member of the judges, Dragon, and his fantastic fight today, which many recorded on camera. This is precisely what distracted Edgar from his intense training. Upon hearing about one of the judges, he immediately dropped the 40-kilogram weight and headed out of the gym. By the time it was dark outside, most of the invited guests had already arrived at Florence's luxurious mansion, languishing in anticipation of the rooster, the special guest of the evening. Our hero did not keep us waiting long and arrived exactly at the appointed time as soon as he entered. Everyone turned their interested and admiring glances towards him, continuing to whisper quietly among themselves. At the entrance, Ivan and his granddaughters greeted him warmly. The man greeted his guest and said that he had heard a lot about him, and was glad to meet such a respected hero in person. Michael nodded, and, putting his clenched fist to his chest, replied that it was an honor for him to have managed to meet the head of the Florence family. Afterwards, the man looked towards the guests and good-naturedly told them to start taking their seats because the auction would begin soon. He was interrupted by Jacob, who appeared and asked him to wait a little, followed by several more people carrying some very heavy load. With a sinister smile on his face, the fair-haired guy asked why there was such a rush, since not all the high-ranking guests had arrived yet. Michael grimaced under his mask. The last thing he wanted to do today was run into that annoying guy again. Faced with puzzled looks directed at him, he took a folded piece of paper out of his jacket pocket, saying that he also had an invitation, so they should be a little more welcoming to their guest. Anna approached him and shouted with irritation in her voice that she knew he was up to something, because no one brought their own weapons to the auction. He came very close to her and whispered that the situation of Florence's family was even worse than he had assumed, since they were so eager to find strong allies. Afterwards, he turned to the assembled crowd and loudly declared that the Florence family's weapons had always been famous for their strength, but the price for them was also appropriate. So considering the recent events, he brought his own monster weapons here to try them out here, and there was absolutely no problem with that. Sakura was about to go and put Jacob in his place, but her grandfather stopped her, saying that it would be interesting to watch. At that moment, Michael approached him and asked if Jacob belonged to the Rook family. He took an uncertain step back and nodded his head, and asked what difference it made. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the hero replied that he had some connections with the top of this family. Hearing this, Jacob was delighted with such a wonderful opportunity. A satisfied smile played across his face. The guy extended his hand to Michael for a handshake and asked who exactly he knew. This question made our hero fall into a stupor, because he was just bluffing and his lie would be revealed if he said something wrong, in which case he would have to cheat. He walked past Jacob, heading towards the cargo the guy had brought with him, and said that he should ask them about it in person when he got home. Then he lifted the dark cloth that concealed the weapon he had brought. Michael's attention was immediately drawn to the unusual sword lying there, and out of interest he picked it up and tried it on. But he quickly lost interest in this weapon and began to examine the remaining items. Jacob had been watching Michael's actions all this time and suddenly asked if Rooster knew his aunt. He ignored the question, and moving away from the load, he addressed everyone, saying that they could now take their places. Afterwards, he himself took his place of honor next to the satisfied Ivan. A few moments later, the host appeared on stage, joyfully greeting the guests gathered today and introducing the first lot, a B-rank armor worth 3 million won. The race for who would offer the most began from the very first second, with voices coming from different directions every now and then with a new, higher amount. When the last voice shouted out 6,000,000 won, Jacob couldn't help but smirk. He knew that this armor wasn't even worth 5,000,000 won. Florence's family had put it up just to deceive people, and they didn't have anything truly valuable. The next lot was one of the most outstanding works of the head of the Florence family, the Gloves of Light, with a starting price of 200,000,000 won. Jacob was amazed that this old man decided to play his main trump card. The subordinates sitting next to him knew that if an A-rank user wore these gloves, they would be able to withstand the power of an S-rank, and they, like Jacob, strongly disliked the idea of someone getting their hands on such a valuable weapon. Anna and Sakura were also shocked that their grandfather would do such a thing. Meanwhile, Ivan glanced at Michael with interest and asked why he didn't try to set a price as well. The hero was in no hurry to answer, because the budget of the entire judges' organization was only 200,000,000 won, and he simply couldn't afford to spend so thoughtlessly. Noticing his hesitation, the man touched the hero's palm, saying that their Chamber of Commerce intended to cooperate with the judges' organization, so he would be grateful if Michael accepted this modest gift. Also adding that he could deny himself nothing, because he would be provided with full financial support for their family. The conditions seemed quite favorable to our hero, so he decided not to refuse this gift. Suddenly, Jacob's voice was heard from somewhere off to the side, setting the price at 310,000,000 won. The presenter was inspired by how quickly the price of this lot rose, and asked who would give more. As the man was about to announce that the lot was sold, Michael shouted out that he was bidding 315,000,000 won, causing Jacob to look confused. Will, who had approached him, asked if they would continue to raise the price, to which Jacob, shaking his head slightly, replied that they would give in this time. But there were still many lots ahead, and there would be plenty of opportunities to win back. No one else dared to put a higher price. And then the host congratulated our hero on the purchase of the Gloves of Light. After that, he moved on to the next lot, presenting to everyone a 1-star S-rank jade shield. As he was about to announce the starting price, Jacob came up on stage holding his sword in his hand and asked the host to wait a bit. Approaching the lot, the guy raised his sword over it and furiously shouted that if they dared to put something like this up for sale, then he had the right to try the goods first before buying. Michael sighed heavily, crossing his arms over his chest. He suspected that this guy wouldn't last long and would do something like that. Sakura looked very tense, even though she knew that this shield was made using S-rank materials, but it was most effective against spells as it provided magic resistance and might not be able to withstand Blue Azure's physical attack. Anna jumped up from her seat and asked with a pleading voice if Michael could lend her the seals of light so that she could destroy this sword. Instead of answering, he ruffled the girl's hair, causing her surprise, after which he advised her to calm down and be patient and watch what would happen next. Meanwhile, Jacob launched his first attack at the shield, intending to destroy it, but it didn't even move. This was absolutely not what the guy expected. Not intending to give up, he swung his sword again to finish what he had started, and prove to everyone that the Florence family was losing ground. However, the next blow again did not cause a single scratch on the shield, but his weapon was covered with deep cracks and fell apart. From the audience, there were taunts from other guests that a member of the Rook family would dare to bring a fake gun to the auction to ruin the evening. Anna couldn't believe her eyes, and without taking her eyes off the stage, she asked Michael if he really knew in advance that this sword would not be able to destroy the shield. He just chuckled behind his mask, remembering how he managed to steal the ability from the sword without anyone noticing when he touched it before the auction started. Completely confused as to what was going on, Jacob clutched his head in confusion as Will approached him. The man remembered that Rooster had previously touched all the weapons they had brought, and most likely it was after his touch that they all lost their power. Hearing this, Anna became furious, frowning. She shouted that they shouldn't blame others for their lies. A weapon that could be destroyed by just one touch couldn't be S-rank. Will chuckled and replied that Rooster himself also had S-rank abilities, and suggested that he could change the internal structure of objects he touched. His words caused a new wave of discussion among the guests. The arguments he presented seemed quite logical, because they all saw how Rooster touched each weapon, and if it was a matter of deception, then Florence's family could be in cahoots with him. Jacob looked up at Michael and said that since there was such an argument, they should find out the truth with another weapon. He nodded, saying that he was not against such a check. Jacob put on his helmet without delay and picked up the enchanted horn, blowing into which golden waves of vibrations immediately came from the weapon. When he pointed the horn at the guests, they covered their ears with their hands, feeling how this terrible sound made their heads almost burst into pieces. After confirming that these items were working, Jacob took off the mask from his face. He was in a real confusion, The attack and defense of this equipment was at the S-rank level, which meant that it disproved the theory that Michael had something to do with the breakage of his sword. Anna walked up to him and shouted that she had had enough. First, he treated them cruelly, then he slandered their clients and even dared to accuse Rooster and her family of lying. Jacob had no answer to the accusations brought against him, so Will approached him and said that there was probably a traitor in the family who should know what was going on. Without saying a word, the heir of the Rook family, accompanied by his subordinates, left the hall, watching their retreating backs. Michael mentally rejoiced that Jacob managed to stop him before he managed to remove the dark energy from another magical weapon. He was intrigued by the mask and wanted to absorb its ability, but at that moment the guy asked a question about his aunt. Michael decided to stop there and return back to the guests. Approaching him, Sakura asked in surprise if he had foreseen this outcome from the start. But our hero did not have time to answer, because the next moment Ivan approached him, who said that he would also be interested in hearing what he did with this sword, and suggested continuing this conversation in the VIP room. Meanwhile, Alexa wandered through the deserted streets of the city. When she felt the gazes on her, she raised her head and saw mercenaries who called themselves the Five Elements on the rooftops of the buildings surrounding her. The girl sitting on a tree branch wound her red curls around her finger, and with a smile on her face asked if Alex's parents had taught him not to walk alone in the dark. She replied with undisguised irritation in her voice that they hadn't taught her, and that the stranger would be the first. Hugh clenched his fist with the knuckle duster on it, and said that tonight would be Alexa's last, because she would never be able to handle all 5 elements at once. Sometime later, our hero, in the company of Ivan, Sakura, and Anna, moved to the reception room. Ivan was the first to speak, saying that there were no prying eyes here, and he hoped that Michael would dispel all his doubts. Nodding, the hero explained that whether it was a monster or a hero, both had ability genes in their bodies, and one day he discovered that weapons made from monsters also had these particles in them. Anna said that if she understood him correctly, these ability genes should be something like energy from alchemy. The man was eager to understand everything in more detail, and said that they, the masters, can only feel and use this energy, but not extract it, and asked how Michael managed to do this. He replied that it would be correct to say that he does not extract the ability, but collects it, then showed him his palm with a ring, and explained that thanks to this absorbing star ring, he manages to absorb the genes of abilities. Anna asked in surprise if he could really absorb all the ability genes with just one ring. The girl's question was ignored. Standing up from his seat, Ivan said that he also had some achievements in the field of alchemy, but he had never heard of collecting ability genes before. Taking a brush from the table, he handed it to Michael, saying that it was a D-rank wolf brush that allowed for faster healing, and asked if the hero could demonstrate to them how he absorbed the ability genes on it. Our hero nodded and took the brush in his hands, using his extraction ability. A few moments later, he handed the brush back to the man, saying that Ivan could check whether he had lied or not. The man's eyes widened in surprise when he discovered that all the energy in that hand had disappeared. Sakura, who was watching everything from the side, asked how Michael was using the genes he had received. Our hero smiled contentedly under his mask. All this time he was just waiting for this question, because if he told the Florence family about the production of the ability elixir, it would help significantly improve their fighting ability, and next time, he would not have to fight alone in the territory of the 4 seas. Looking at her, Michael explained that special elixirs can be created from ability genes, and it is thanks to them that all members of the judges' organization have 2 or more abilities. Anna's eyes lit up with happiness when she heard this and said with enthusiasm that if ability genes could be used to create equipment, then the 7 mythical S-rank weapons that only existed in theory could be made in practice. Michael spread his arms wide and replied that as much as he wanted to disappoint her, it was impossible. Afterwards, he looked at the man standing in front of him and said that he had actually wanted to ask the head of the Florence family something for a long time, and he replied with a smile on his face that Michael could ask him any question. Having received his approval, the hero said that he knew that the weapon was made from a certain part of the monster, but he did not understand why this small part of the genes could only reach 30% of the entire mass. Ivan explained that after the death of the monster, a phenomenon known in alchemy as an energy beam occurs. All the energy of the monster is collected in one specific place, and they extract exactly this charged area. Special techniques are then used in combination with an alchemical matrix to make a weapon out of a specific monster. Walking to the far corner of the room, the man said that if Michael was interested in alchemy, he would be happy to demonstrate his experience accumulated over the years. The hero did not refuse such a tempting offer and followed him. Meanwhile, A video drone had flown to the scene of the skirmish between Alexa and the Five Elements, from which the voice of the TV presenter could be heard. He told all the TV viewers that about 10 heroes had gathered on one of the streets of the city of L. Hugh frowned and looked at the drone hanging in the air with confusion, trying to understand what they were talking about, because there was no one else here except Alexa and the 5 of them. However, a moment later he turned around when he heard someone appear behind him. The Black Dragon arrived along with the lazy swordsman and the heroine explosive fist. Stepping forward, he asked with fury in his voice how someone dared to encroach on his precious prey. Looking at him, Hugh replied that it was they, the 5 Elements, who had found the seal swordswoman first, and now it would be very unfair to openly take away their victim. Edgar's body began to be covered in dark flames, and a sinister smile played on his face. And he replied that Alexa was a traitor, and they, the 5 Elements, from the Hero Association, were also traitors, so he would not allow any of them to leave alive. Immediately after these words, he disappeared, causing Hugh to become wary. But before he could even notice anything, the Black Dragon appeared in front of him and dealt a powerful attack with a blow to the chest. The TV presenter, who was watching everything through a drone, shouted out that the Black Dragon could instantly get rid of the Golden Claw Tiger. With such power, the chances of his opponents escaping were greatly reduced. The spectators rejoiced and supported their idol, eagerly awaiting how this skirmish would end. The 5 Elements members decided to make a move first, and 3 of them simultaneously attacked Edgar from different sides with their abilities activated. But the Black Dragon dealt with them all without any difficulty. And when Hugh tried to attack him from behind, taking advantage of the situation, he simply threw him over his shoulder, causing him to lose consciousness. Cassandra stood aside the entire time, not daring to attack such a strong enemy. Realizing that if she didn't want to die here, the girl turned around and ran away from there. Edgar noticed her, and had no intention of letting the traitors escape. Moving towards her in a flash, he pierced her chest with his claws. With a sadistic smile on his face, he said that he never lets go of his prey. Having dealt with the annoying 5, Edgar looked at Alexa, who was still there, and said that it was now her turn. A tense Oscar and a joyful Amelia were watching what was happening there through the TV screen, and she told the guy sitting next to her that he didn't have to worry about his brother so much, because Alexa wasn't in the best shape right now, so the Black Dragon's victory was guaranteed. Oscar smiled and replied that for this reason he was not at all worried about his brother. All this time he was worried about something completely different. Whether Alexa was one of the members of the judges or not, if she really was one of them, then what would he say to the Godfather when Edgar killed her? The girl standing behind him, still with the same smile on her face, said that although Oscar says he is not worried about his brother, his face shows otherwise. Austin turned around and headed towards the exit, asking Amelia to monitor the broadcast while he went to the restroom. Once he locked himself in the booth, he used a spiritual contract and was transported to the judge's secret meeting place, where he told Michael that the Black Dragon was too ruthless today and was going to kill the Seal Swordswoman. Then he approached him and conspiratorially asked if Alexa was one of them or not, because on the internet everyone only talks about it. There is even a rumor that she is the Snake's girl. Michael replied that Austin shouldn't believe stupid rumors. The Snake is too old to get into a relationship with anyone. The guy frowned, trying to figure out what kind of connection there could be between him and Alexa if they weren't in a relationship. The only assumption that came to his mind that could explain everything was that Alexa was actually the illegitimate daughter of the Snake. Shaking his head from side to side, he decided that since it was a secret, he should pretend that he didn't know anything and wouldn't cause his godfather any extra problems. He was brought out of his thoughts by Michael's voice, who said that he would send reinforcements to the scene. Hearing this, Austin was very happy, and getting ready to leave this place, he threw in a parting shot that he would closely monitor the broadcast, and if anything happened, he would immediately report it. As soon as he disappeared, our hero materialized pearls in his palms, deciding that he could endow the dragon with 2 more types of abilities. Michael enhanced these earth control and wind control abilities to A rank, then created a clone to absorb these enhanced abilities. Once everything was finished, the dragon went to help Alexa. Edgar slowly approached the girl, saying that he could be generous and give her time to call the hero in the rooster mask here. He explained that he was not eager to kill Alexa, because they were on good terms when it came to studying. She looked at him with a frown and said that he shouldn't waste time. If he wanted to fight, then she was ready. The Black Dragon didn't need to be told twice, and he shouted that in that case she should show him everything she was capable of, and immediately jumped up, declaring his body a dark flame. The girl barely managed to step back when his sharp claws flew past her a centimeter away. Quickly moving to the side, She concentrated her power into her sword. When Edgar landed on the ground, he turned around, feeling something was wrong. The next moment, the sharp blade of Alexa's sword pierced his body, causing the guy to cry out in sharp pain. Overcoming the pain, he took a step forward and turned sharply to attack his opponent. But she managed to jump back a couple of meters in time and cover herself with her sword from the cutting air wave. Although it was difficult, Alexa managed to survive, which cannot be said about the drone, which received significant damage and fell down. When control of the drone was lost, the TV presenter said that, to his great regret, their equipment was damaged and the image was lost. But despite this, he asks everyone to remain calm, because a team of reporters will arrive there very soon and continue the broadcast. Alexa and Edgar continued their fight, completely oblivious to anything else. Approaching the girl sitting on the ground, the Black Dragon said that if she did not call the rooster, she would die. But the swordswoman refused anyone's help. Edgar had no choice but to continue attacking her, hoping that sooner or later his opponent would give in and finally call the one he really wanted to see here. As he was about to attack her head-on, the girl raised her sword in front of her and created a protective dome, which the Black Dragon's fist smashed into, leaving deep cracks on the golden surface of the dome. Putting more force into the blow, he shouted that for him this was all nothing more than a warm-up. It was obvious that with each passing second, it was becoming more and more difficult for Alexa to hold on, and her shield was about to collapse. A few minutes later, Valeria arrived on the scene accompanied by a drone and reported that the Black Dragon and Alexa were still fighting each other. Having broken through the swordswoman's shield, Edgar approached her and grabbed her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. Gradually strengthening his grip, he gave her one last chance, saying that if she called the rooster here, he would let her go. But the girl shouted that she would never do that. The guy, irritated by her stubbornness, threw her into the wall, not sparing his opponent at all. She slowly slid to the ground and showed no signs of life. The TV presenter was concerned that after such injuries, Alexa might never get up again. Edgar himself was approaching the swordswoman with rapid steps. He believed that he was still not finished with her. The lazy swordsman and explosive fist stepped forward to stop him. The swordsman said that if Edgar didn't control himself, at this rate he would leave this girl crippled for life. He frowned and asked irritably why they were protecting the traitor. Suddenly their argument was interrupted by Alexa, who stood up and said that she was still able to continue. Although the girl stood with great difficulty, there was a challenge in her eyes, without a drop of fear. Valeria said that the seal swordswoman's steadfastness was worthy of respect. She had already sacrificed herself once for the safety of citizens. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, the Black Dragon shouted that since she wanted it, he would not stop. As he was about to attack her, something unexpected happened. A huge column of water appeared out of nowhere and swallowed his raised fist, completely immobilizing the guy. Edgar raised his head and saw the guardian of the waters hanging over him. The other hand of the water giant carefully lifted Alexa. Surprise was reflected on the girl's face. She saw the dragon in front of her, who apologized to her for the fact that their organization was a little late. This picture convinced the audience that the seal swordswoman was indeed on the side of the traitors, and all those rumors were true. Swallowing her fear, Alexa asked in confusion why he said she was a member of their organization of judges. To this, the dragon replied that if she wanted to stay alive, then she would be better off joining them. These words gave rise to many doubts in the girl's head, although she understood that she really had no other choice. Leaving her alone with her fears, the hero jumped down to the Black Dragon and asked what their cutie Alexa had done to him. He ignored this question and asked his own, asking why he had arrived and not the rooster. The dragon put his palms together and said with a mocking voice that if Edgar was worried about his opponent being too weak, then he shouldn't, even if he miraculously managed to defeat him. People much stronger than him would not keep themselves waiting long and would definitely visit the Black Dragon. The next moment, two huge water palms appeared on both sides of Edgar, rushing towards him with terrifying speed. The only thing he managed to do was to put his hands out to the sides in order to somehow hold back the enemy attack. The dragon standing to the side said that the next move would be more interesting and clenched his hand, shrouded in a blue glow, into a fist. Edgar watched in bewilderment as the water that had been squeezing him from both sides suddenly began to rise upward. His eyes widened in horror when he saw the huge palm hanging over him from above. The Black Dragon understood that he simply would not have time to escape. The next moment, the water palm crashed down onto the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Mike finally left the Florence family mansion. Moving a little further from the entrance, he stopped and began to look around carefully. When our hero was sure that there was no one else there, he quietly slipped behind the nearest tree with a thick trunk. After that, he took out a notebook from his pocket, considerably worn out by time. Ivan gave it to him with the words that it described the entire experience of one respected alchemist and something about his life. Michael picked up the notebook and quickly ran his eyes over the pages. Suddenly, white lights began to appear from one of the pages. In surprise, the hero immediately slammed the notebook shut, and the man watching him said that if Michael was interested, he could give it to him for a while. The hero replied that there really was a lot of interesting information there, and that this offer would be very useful. Now he opened the notebook again. That time he realized that there was a secret entry here that could only be read by people of the third rank of spiritual power, and above. Michael was absolutely sure that Ivan had never seen this entry. Otherwise, he would hardly have given him this diary so easily. A couple of seconds of searching, and he finally found that very page with the secret entry. It said that George came from a distant continent of the planet Odysseus, and was one of the members of the Alfonso family. He managed to get here thanks to the use of elementary magic. The recording detailed how a man landed on one of the plains of planet Earth and discovered the legendary heroic stone there. This stone, even for those who lack magical talent like himself, appears to be a valuable treasure, capable of bestowing power on those who comprehend its true essence. When George had mined only a small part of this stone, he had already surpassed his ancestors in strength and quickly reached the 4th rank, becoming one of the greatest gods. But after some time, he had to return back to his planet. Before his departure, he helped a group of human beings become stronger by teaching them how to open a portal to another world, the White Region. He ordered the lucky one who was able to find this diary to go in search of the heroic stone, which he hid somewhere on this planet. It was his gift to people to prevent their imminent enslavement. As Michael reached the end of the recording, a bright glow began to emanate from the pages again. Suddenly it separated from the page and rushed towards our hero. He closed his eyes, feeling a strong tingling sensation in his forehead. A few moments later, everything passed and Michael, having created a shield, rose into the air. He had a hunch that this strange glow was the key to the location of the Hero Stone, and now he needed to try to collect more information about this world and its secrets. With these thoughts, he flew away from the Florence mansion. Valeria was still watching what was happening, saying that at the moment the black dragon was still pinned to the ground by a huge palm. Although the new member of the judges' organization resembled a child, he had simply terrifying power. Every day the power of the judges was becoming more and more frightening. Suddenly the dragon landed next to her, interrupting the girl. Looking at her, he good-naturedly said that she should not be afraid of him. He then turned his gaze to the drone and waved at the camera, saying that his name was Dragon and he was one of the representatives of the Chinese zodiac signs, and their organization of judges was called to fight evil and nothing else, so there was no reason to be afraid of any of them. The camera captured every movement of the hero. The dragon's short conversation with the audience was interrupted by a loud bang that came from behind him. The badly battered black dragon took its final form and was able to lift the water palm that had fallen on it. Finding his enemy with eyes full of hatred, he growled furiously. The dragon turned to Valeria, saying that by entering this form, Edgar had lost his human mind, so it would be too dangerous for her to be here and she should leave here quickly. Immediately after these words, he jumped towards the enraged enemy. The girl did not move from her place, looking at the retreating back of the guy, in whom, for reasons inexplicable to her, she felt something familiar, as it once was with the hero in the rooster mask who saved her. In just a couple of jumps, the dragon was again next to the protector of the waters. The black dragon remained in place, not rushing to attack first. Suddenly, a stone palm flew towards him, which was much smaller than the previous one, but much faster. The black dragon managed to jump up and grab the stone hand with his sharp fangs. She changed her direction and began to shake the dragon from side to side. From the walls of the Olympus office, Austin watched the battle with a joyful smile on his face, shouting every now and then how incredible the members of the judges were. The girl standing next to him did not share the same joy. At some point, she came closer to the guy and worriedly asked if he thought the building had become much colder. The reason why she felt the sudden coldness revealed itself when the black dragon blew away half of the building's roof with its powerful tail. Amelia's face showed genuine horror as she imagined what would happen if they were caught too. Standing on the roof of one of the houses, the black dragon tried his best to immobilize the stone hand, but she was stronger, and when she jerked to the side again, he was unable to hold on because the surface he was leaning on crumbled, and the black dragon himself also flew down. Valeria, standing below, watched with frozen horror in her eyes as a huge piece of the roof fell towards her. She closed her eyes, preparing herself for death. But when a few seconds later nothing happened, she cautiously opened her eyes. In front of her stood the dragon and his water monster, who caught the fragment flying at her. The girl waved her hand uncertainly at him and thanked him for saving her life. The hero waved back at her as well, thinking that he needed to end this battle as soon as possible before there were any unwanted casualties, which would be very difficult to avoid if the black dragon continued to rampage uncontrollably. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest area, and his mouth was filled with the metallic taste of blood. Someone pierced him with a sword from behind. Behind the water protector, the lazy swordsman said that he had been waiting for a long time for the moment when the dragon would let down his guard. This attack took the last of the man's strength. Dropping his sword, he fell down helplessly, saying that he had already played his role. The TV presenter said with disbelief in his voice that in order to defeat the dragon, the lazy swordsman had ignored all the consequences of his own windsword pursuit technique, which was equivalent in strength to S rank. His eyes filled with horror as he realized that the black dragon was now defenseless. If he received another attack, it would be the end for him, which he informed the viewers. But at the same time, the man noted that the dragon was being reckless in trying to protect an innocent reporter. What happened there caused viewers to have conflicting views on Edward, who should protect the residents. But now he only brings chaos, and the dragon, whose side it was very difficult to determine. Explosive Fist couldn't stand still either, and decided to intervene. Gathering all the strength in her fist, she struck the huge water monster. But it didn't cause him any particular damage. Xenia only tore off a small part of his body. Soaking wet from the water drops that rained down on her after this attack, Valeria said that by combining their efforts, all three heroes managed to injure the water monster. At the same time, the dragon was busy with his opponent. Making several strikes in the air, he sent a dozen air blades towards his opponent. The black dragon, in turn, tried to fight off these attacks with its tail, but one of the blades still hit him, causing significant damage. The dragon couldn't help but take advantage of this opportunity, and turning his fist into a stone block, he rushed towards the enemy. He watched his rapidly approaching death with wide eyes in horror. Having gotten close enough to the black dragon, the dragon delivered a powerful punch straight into his chest. Immediately after this, the stone fist disappeared, and the hero shouted that it was time for Edward to give up, because this time he was definitely finished. Echoing the movements of his palm, another stone hand emerged from the ground and grabbed the black dragon in a vice. No matter how he struggled, it was all useless. The hand pulled his body towards the ground. A few moments later, there was a loud roar, followed by a cloud of dust rising into the air. When it dissipated, everyone saw Edward lying unconscious, who had returned to his normal form. The dragon wrapped water vines around the bodies of the lazy swordsman and the defeated Edward, and said that Gilbert had a difficult choice to make. The man had been watching the fight from his company's conference room the entire time. The warning he received from the dragon filled him with a fierce rage that he was unable to contain. Valeria, who was still there, did not understand what choice was being discussed. No matter how many assumptions were born in her head, she could find out all the details only by being patient. A couple of minutes later, she noticed the mechanical hero approaching them, dragging the ice adventurer with him. The man slowly descended to the ground, where the dragon was already waiting for him. He understood the deal he had made with Rooster some time ago. His duty was to investigate the blue pill case and help him take part in the white area operation. Turning to the dragon, Gilbert said that they should carry out everything according to their original plan. Hearing this, Pavel looked at him in bewilderment and asked what it meant. He lowered his head and replied that an agreement was an agreement and it had to be followed. At first he was too overcome by emotions, and he couldn't make up his mind for a long time. But now that his son and the lazy swordsman were involved in this, the sacrifice of one subordinate was worth nothing. This answer shocked Pavel. He knew that if the lives of two A-rank heroes were at stake, then any sacrifice would truly be considered justified. Patting the boy on the shoulder, the man said that he would die as a true hero who protected his precious comrades. But the ice adventurer did not share this desire, and as soon as Gilbert let him go, he began to run. However, as soon as he took a couple of steps, all his limbs were cut off at the same moment. Everyone watched this cruel scene with horror. Austin watched this through binoculars with a joyful smile on his face. He said that his father should have done this a long time ago and not dragged the cat by the tail. The guy literally saw how the new elixir of abilities was running into his arms. Standing behind them, Amelia did not at all share the joy over the sad fate of their common colleague. Meanwhile, the mechanical hero approached Pavel's lying body, completely ignoring all his questions. The man lifted his body and threw it at the dragon's feet, not caring at all about the fate of his subordinate. He turned his head towards the hero and asked why him, since he had done nothing wrong to their organization, to which the dragon replied that if Pavel really thought so, then he was very much mistaken. For taking drugs and killing civilians, he could be classified as a villain without much investigation, with whom the judges deal. When the mechanical hero received his son and the lazy swordsman in exchange for Pavel, he announced that he had already excluded the ice adventurer from his organization, and that he was leaving the rest to the dragon. Just as they were about to say goodbye to each other, they heard Pavel's hysterical laughter from the side, attracting their attention. Taking a closer look, the dragon noticed the guy's distraught look. The next moment, a powerful explosion was heard in the place where he was lying, but Gilbert and the dragon managed to jump to the sides. When the cloud of thick smoke cleared, Paul appeared before them, who, by means of his own power, restored his severed limbs, and furiously asked how he should take revenge on them for such a vile treatment of him. Without taking his eyes off his offenders, he said that the most appropriate thing in his opinion would be to let them die here and now. Looking at the dragon, Gilbert suggested that they join forces and get rid of Pavel, and the clone willingly accepted his offer. Activating his flame manipulation ability, he summoned a huge phoenix. This only made the ice adventurer laugh, and raising his hands above his head, he shouted that his ice power would be enough to turn the fire monster into an ice statue. The next moment, he threw a couple dozen ice bullets towards the phoenix. In a matter of seconds, he was covered with a thick layer of ice, preventing him from moving. Without wasting any time, Pavel approached the phoenix statue and, turning his hand into an ice blade, cut the fiery bird into two. Afterwards, he looked at the dragon and said that it was too weak. He then attacked the mechanical hero who had betrayed him, throwing several of the same freezing bullets at him. The grim man didn't move from his spot at the sight of the danger flying towards him. Instead, he fired several rockets from his rocket launchers behind his back. They flew towards Pavel and, having reached their target, exploded, creating another cloud of smoke and dust in the air. But Gilbert knew that this wouldn't be enough to kill the ice adventurer. So he fired laser beams from his eyes and aimed them at where his enemy was supposed to be. His calculations were correct, and he attacked right at the guy's eyes, causing him to scream in pain. Unable to bear it, Pavel lost consciousness and fell limply to the ground. The dragon, who was watching this from the side, felt that there was a catch somewhere. He could not believe that their enemy could be defeated so easily. When he landed next to him to check if the guy was alive, he was stopped by Gilbert, who landed next to him. He said that there was no need for that because he had already figured everything out. Suddenly, the dragon's attention was drawn to the blue liquid slowly flowing down the ice adventurer's armor. As if noticing someone else's presence, the liquid moved towards him. The dragon was able to react quickly and jumped back to a safe distance to the side, dragging the mechanical hero along with him. But the strange slime was not going to let go of its victim so easily. Several more tentacles formed from it, the ends of which were covered with sharp teeth. They instantly caught up with the heroes, wrapping themselves around their bodies and making them unable to move. Gilbert looked at the dragon in bewilderment and asked what the hell this was. He shouted that he himself did not understand anything, and asked if his partner could fire a couple of shots to blow up the tentacles that had wrapped around them. As his gaze dropped downwards, the clone noticed that Pavel, who should have been dead, had risen again and was in the very center of this creepy slime. Laughing mockingly, the guy shouted that the power was simply overflowing him and he was madly in love with this feeling. Gilbert was horrified by what he saw. He didn't understand how his ice adventurer could turn into something like that. The dragon assumed that this was the result of the blue pill's influence. All this time, another unnoticed figure was watching what was happening from around the corner of the house. Looking at how the ice adventurer had gotten out of control, he said with a bit of disappointment that if only a little more had happened, everything would have worked out, and now he would have to admit number 52 as an official failure. But to give this guy credit, the destructive power he was seeing now was much greater than that of the previous test subjects. Mr. X adjusted his hat, saying that the more he delved into studying spiritual power, the more magical it seemed, and with each new detail, he became more and more convinced of his own incompetence. He needed to obtain the third stage of spiritual power at any cost in order to quickly reach the level of a great commander. So he decided that he should wait for the culmination of this battle, and then take advantage of the opportune moment and take the dark blue fragment. Immersed in his thoughts, the man did not notice the stranger's intense gaze on him. Michael quietly said that the stranger was not the only hunter here, waiting for his prey. Meanwhile, Valeria reported that no drone could get close to the epicenter of the battle, so they too had to retreat to a safe zone. Regarding the battle, the girl said that his transformation was more like some kind of infection. The dragon managed to escape the grip of the tentacles, and was now delivering furious blows to them with wind blades. But no matter how much he chopped them, the tentacles regenerated too quickly. Gilbert, in turn, incinerated them with his lasers, fired from his hands. The ice adventurer watched their fluttering with a satisfied smile on his face. He tilted his head to the side and said that they should just give up. Right after he was done with them, he would deal with the entire Olympus company. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind that it would be a good idea to eat all those heroes. After all, humans were just food for the dark blue race. Suddenly he became furious, and his head began to hurt terribly, as if it was splitting into two. Pavel screamed in pain. With difficulty he managed to switch his focus to the dragon and the mechanical hero. When the pain dulled a little, he blamed them for all his suffering. When one of the tentacles covered the guy's head, he said with relief that after another dose he felt much better. The clone said that Pavel's body no longer belongs to him and is controlled by someone else. They need to find the enemy's real body and deal critical damage to it. Gilbert shouted that he could use the exploding egg to get rid of this clingy monster. But to do that, Dragon would need to figure out how to get him out of the monster's clutches. He nodded and summoned the Fire Phoenix again. The raging flames instantly engulfed the tentacles, burning them. This was enough for Gilbert to free himself, and immediately after that, he threw down the exploding egg. It fell rapidly straight into the very core of the monster's body. Looking at the dragon, who was still held hostage by the monster, he said that he forgot to mention one important thing. The explosion from his egg spreads over 500 meters, and the dragon simply won't have time to hide in order to survive this explosion. The clone cursed loudly upon hearing this. He had not expected such a setup from Gilbert, although he should have been more careful, knowing full well about his rotten nature. The next moment, the egg began to glow dangerously. The explosion that occurred could be heard within a radius of a couple of kilometers. And now in the place of the monster one could see a huge pothole in the ground and clouds of rising smoke. It seemed like the explosion should have destroyed the blue monster, but it miraculously managed to survive. The dragon was also badly hurt, losing half of his body. But Michael was glad that this body was just a clone, and not the real one. Otherwise he would already be dead. Drones flew in and filmed the current situation. The spectators were shocked. For the first time, the judges' organization suffers such colossal damage. They also quickly noticed that the monster was still alive and quickly took on its previous form. Many of this sight made them think about the coming end of the world. So, a few moments later, one of the tentacles was already rising above the houses. At the same time, the hero of hot and sour noodles arrived at the scene. Having managed to regain her strength a little, Xenia joined him, standing behind his back. Seeing the determination of these two, the other heroes also became eager to defeat the monster. Valeria, who was watching this, said with tension that today was the longest night in the history of the city. Something unknown had invaded their home, and the destructive power of the enemy was so great that they did not know how to cope with it. But even despite this, she hoped that very soon they would all meet a new dawn together. Because now, numerous heroes had entered the battle. The TV presenter sighed heavily, thinking that in some ways it would have been easier not to resist, but to nobly give up their lives. Taking a look at the heroes gathered below, the dragon asked in bewilderment if they had all decided to become feeding troughs for the monster. Xenia looked at him with a defiant look in her eyes and asked if he had another way out of this situation. The hero looked towards their common enemy and nodded his head, asking everyone to move away because he did not want to hurt anyone. When they fulfilled his request, he began to create the wind blast technique in his palm. Due to the fact that he was only a clone, Michael could not worry about his life. He would not want to die like that. Xenia did not take her wary gaze off the guy, trying to understand what he was planning. Standing next to her, Adam explained that a ranged attack would not be able to harm the monster because its skeleton was hidden too deep, and someone would have to get closer and deliver the finishing blow. Having finished creating the wind blast, the dragon rushed towards the enemy at high speed. The technique he created had a strong destructive effect. The gusts of wind emanating from it cut everything around like sharp blades. Despite the numerous cuts, the number of which increased, the dragon moved forward. When he reached his target, there was a terrible explosion, and powerful streams of air flew out from the epicenter in all directions. Xenia had to cover her face with her hands to protect herself from the small stones and dust flying past. The hot and sour noodles, Hero did the same, depriving himself of the opportunity to follow what was happening for a few moments. After waiting a little while, the heroes looked again at where the explosion had occurred. Apart from the billowing columns of smoke, no one was visible. The TV presenter jumped up from his seat in surprise, not believing his eyes. The man shouted that no one could have imagined that the judges' organization would make such a significant contribution to history. Even after the dragon lost both of his legs during the battle, he destroyed the monster, dying like a true hero. Tears welled up in Valeria's eyes, which showed joy and relief. As well as a bit of regret, the girl mentally thanked the hero who had given them a new dawn. Meanwhile, Michael created another clone and appointed him as the new dragon, saying that the A-rank abilities would still be the same as before: control of water, earth, air, and fire. He nodded, replying that he would fulfill his mission. The two judges stood on the roof of one of the tall buildings, watching the rising sun and patiently waiting for the moment when their time would come to appear on stage. Meanwhile, Gilbert returned back and began to look around carefully. He needed to make sure that this strange slime was completely destroyed. Suddenly, he noticed something that made him wary. As he got closer, he saw a shining blue stone hovering above the surface. He was overcome by an irresistible desire to possess this stone, and, succumbing to the attraction, he reached out to it. But he was stopped by a voice behind him. The stranger said that an ordinary person is not allowed to touch this thing. The next moment, he felt the sharp blade of a weapon pierce his body through and through. Gilbert looked behind him with wide eyes in surprise. He couldn't believe that he had taken such serious damage. But his armor was not affected. Even the alarm system did not go off, although the enemy came so close to him. Pulling his blade out of his body, Mr. X said with disappointment that all heroes rely too much on magical enlightenment. The TV presenter was in real shock. He had absolutely no idea where this stranger came from, and how he managed to sneak up on the mechanical hero so unnoticed to strike. Gilbert meanwhile jumped to the side to a safe distance and asked the one who attacked him and how he was able to wound him. Bending down to pick up the blue stone, Mr. X replied that the mechanical hero was too weak to sense the danger right behind him. Just as he was about to grab the stone, someone snatched it right from his tray, disappearing along with the stone at the same moment. Michael, hovering in the air with a blue stone in his hand, looked at the stranger in the hat and said that this stone now belongs to the organization of judges. A joyful smile appeared on the TV presenter's face. As soon as our main character appeared at the epicenter of the incidents, he firmly believed that together with Rooster, they would finally be able to break through to a peaceful life. The audience also perked up and expressed all kinds of support for their new idol. Looking up at Michael, Mr. X said that Neva's organization did not want to feud with the judges, and to prevent this from happening, he should return the blue stone back to its true owner. Suddenly, the cameraman, who had just arrived at the scene, looked at his camera in surprise, saying that for some reason he could no longer record any more footage, but decided to attribute this to the equipment breaking down. Valeria examined the drone that had landed near them and was no longer showing signs of life, and said that it was most likely not a technical issue, but rather that someone was using some kind of spiritual ability. Michael heard their conversation. It was not difficult to guess that Mr. X deliberately disabled the equipment so as not to expose himself, and most likely he was driven by some larger goal. He asked Mr. X what would happen if he wanted to declare the Neva organization his enemy. Jumping towards him with his blade raised to strike, the man shouted that if Michael so strongly desired death, then he would gladly fulfill this wish. As the sharp blade was almost at his face, the hero used spiritual explosion to stop the attack aimed at him. His opponent was shocked when his weapon simply disappeared into thin air. Jumping back, he said that their leader had reached the third stage 15 years ago, and now he claims that only their dark blue trump card is capable of breaking the human limit, so he didn't even imagine that there were other third stage holders. His words made Michael think that Lucia's spiritual particles were somehow connected to this dark blue race. He needed to learn as much as possible about it in order to know how to cure his sister. Adjusting his hat, the man said that he would very much like to fight our hero, but the organization assigned him to an urgent mission. He turned away, leaving a parting remark that he would be grateful if Michael would save the blue stone until their next meeting. In response to this, the hero said that he had no intention of letting him escape. Suddenly, Mr. X's body froze, not allowing him to take a single step. The next moment, he felt a powerful spiritual attack fly at his back, throwing him back several meters. Turning around, he created a shield in his hand. But he was well aware that this boy was too strong, and his shield would definitely not withstand a few more blows like this. However, before he could take a step, Michael's attack pierced his shoulder. Mr. X could do nothing in this situation except swear loudly. When Michael's blade, which he used to attack his enemy, dissolved, he fell limply to the ground. Looming over the man, the hero said that he was now a prisoner of the judge's organization. Our hero's attack did too much damage, because when Michael approached him and asked how he felt about what was happening, he shouted that he admitted his defeat, and if the hero wanted to kill him, then let him kill him. Leaning slightly over him, Michael said that if Mr. X would obediently answer his questions, then he could spare him. Without waiting for any reaction from the man, he immediately asked how the ice adventurer was connected to that blue thing. He quietly said that nothing would happen if he told about elementary particles. Afterwards, Mr. X said that usually the spiritual body of the dark blue race contains a lot of these particles, and with the beginning of the period of changes, these blue elements gradually change the soul of the carrier. Over time, peculiar sprouts grow from the bodies, which will track the location of areas of light in order to subsequently obtain the soul of a representative of the race. And the greater the spiritual power, the denser the particles will be located in the carrier's body. Thus, the sprouts are cultivated, increasing in size. Depending on how stable these sprouts are, the more power particles a person will be able to absorb, unlocking new secret techniques or combat skills within themselves. The dark blue race is now actively trading blue pills to find a suitable body for their migration. But as the Ice Adventurer's experience has shown, not everyone is able to withstand when the particles begin to act. Grabbing the man by the lapels, Michael asked if it was possible to cure a person infected with these particles. He asked with surprise why the hero was interested in something like that. But a few moments later, he figured it out himself, and with a mocking voice asked if there was anyone among the test subjects that Michael valued very much. Instead of answering this question, the hero attacked the man with several more blades of spiritual power. However, he managed to avoid the attack at the last moment. When Mr. X was safe, some blue energy flew out of his body. Michael cursed loudly when he realized that the creature that controlled the man had escaped. The man himself fell limply to the ground, and white steam began to emanate from his body. Underneath the mask, our hero's eyes widened in shock when he saw what happened next. Gilbert, standing nearby, also couldn't believe his eyes. The image of the man evaporated, and in his place everyone saw an unconscious woman, who was undoubtedly recognized as the head of the Association of Heroes of their city. Michael clicked his tongue in displeasure and said that Neva's organization had already infiltrated the top of the association. Looking at him, Gilbert said that regarding the case of the headmistress's murder, he could testify in defense of the judge's organization if necessary. This would serve as retribution for the unintentional injury to the dragon. Hearing this, Michael pounced on the man, asking with rage in his voice if he was really trying to hush this matter up with just a few words. An ordinary person couldn't even imagine how difficult it was to raise a person with 4 abilities at once. Gilbert stepped forward and asked what he wanted from him then. To which our hero replied that the mechanical hero should allow Austin to replace the dragon and become the successor of the Olympus Company. A nervous smile appeared on the man's face, and he said that he could indeed make his son his heir. But to do so, he would need to at least reach A rank. Otherwise, no one else would support this decision. Rising into the air on his shield, Michael replied that there would be no problem with that, and that once Austin became an A-rank hero, he would immediately be appointed as the heir to Olympus. Immediately after these words, the hero rushed away. Already on the way, he created a clone, transforming it into the serpent. Michael ordered him to deal with the problems regarding Alexa, and he himself intended to immediately go to the hospital to see his sister having received the order. Snake immediately went to carry it out. Our hero, meanwhile, was deep in thought about the fact that after the death of the Ice Adventurer, some strange wave had formed, and now he needed to make sure that Lucia was okay. Meanwhile, Gilbert returned to the office and called an emergency meeting with those who were at the scene of the battle and saw everything that happened. Without taking his eyes off the window, the man said that everyone had witnessed the fact that Headmistress Olivia had been infected, and this suggested that she could have been a spy for some secret organization that was responsible for the Ice Adventurer's mutation. For this reason, he asked everyone present to answer the Heroes Association's questions honestly. Xenia and Adam said that they would do everything in their power. After this, the trio headed towards the exit of their boss's office. When Gilbert called out to his son and asked him to stay, he obediently turned around and asked with an exhausted look what he wanted. The man patted Austin on the shoulder and said that he had made a deal with Rooster. He explained that the hero wanted to make him the successor of the Olympus Company, so Austin would have to obtain an A-rank ability at any cost. Having said this, he ruffled his son's hair and wished him success in this difficult task, but he only gave his father an irritated look and said that this would ruin his relationship with his brother. Austin threw off Gilbert's hand with disdain, his goal being to become one of the judges, one of the signs of the zodiac, and to fulfill the will of the dragon. Looking again at the man standing in front of him, he said that his godfather had opened the way to a bright future for him, while Gilbert was constantly forcing him to run family errands. Therefore, he does not intend to continue down this path, wasting his talent. Looking at his son, the mechanical hero couldn't help but sigh heavily. Even though Rooster had done a lot for them, he had greatly underestimated his relationship with his sons. Unable to contain himself, the man hugged Austin tightly and said with slight regret that he had not even had time to notice how his children had grown so much. Such a sudden surge of parental love caused the guy to become indignant, and he demanded that he be released immediately. At the same time, Alexa sat leaning against the wall of one of the houses, which was located at a safe distance from the scene of hostilities. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of her and extended his hand. The girl looked in surprise at the snake, who offered her help. But shaking her head, she replied that she could handle it herself, and grabbing her sword in her hands, she began to slowly rise from the ground, leaning on it. However, her weapon couldn't withstand the load and slipped, causing Alexa to fall back onto the cold floor. Due to extreme fatigue, everything she had been holding back until that moment came flooding back at once, and she could not hold back her tears. Covering her face with her palms, the girl apologized to the serpent for the death of the dragon, who suffered such a sad fate because of her fault. The snake stroked her head and said that it was not her fault at all, so she should not be so upset about it, and now she should go with him, because this is exactly why the organization of judges sent him here. With a weak nod, the girl extended her hand to the guy and followed him. By this time, our hero had already managed to fly to the hospital. His worst fears were confirmed. Some strange dome covered the entire hospital building. After going down, he entered the building without any obstacles, but to his surprise, he did not meet a soul inside, although he should have come across nurses or other medical personnel making their rounds. But there was no one. Suddenly, a strange, dense energy concentrated a couple of steps away from him, forming a kind of curtain. A few moments later, strange zombie-like creatures emerged from it. Michael took a few steps back when he realized that the wave had turned all the victims of the department store incident into dark blue uniforms. He stopped when he felt a hand touch his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw a monster rushing towards him with its mouth wide open. Without moving from his place, the hero grabbed the monster's blue hand, which was resting on his shoulder. Immediately after that, he threw the monster over his shoulder, laying it on its shoulder blades. He then delivered the finishing blow with his fist to the chest. Taking the blade in his hands, Michael got rid of all the monsters in the corridor in a couple of moments, rushing past them. He looked at those he had killed and sincerely hoped that his sister was not among them, for that he should hurry and check her room. Before heading towards his sister, he threw his blade towards the camera, disabling it. After that, he found Lucia's room in a matter of seconds. When he entered, he saw that many blue bubbles filled the room, and his sister, embraced by a blue glow, was floating in the air. The girl's body was almost transparent, and small appendages, which Mr. X had mentioned earlier, were bursting out of it. Michael realized that his sister was mutating, and if he did not intervene urgently, he risked losing his sister forever. He called out to Lucia, telling her that she must not give in to this power. At some point, the glow began to fade, and a loud, painful cry escaped her lips. Miraculously, her body returned to its original state, and slowly sank back onto the bed. Lucia stopped screaming in pain and unconsciously hugged her body. At the same moment, her hair turned from golden wheat to black. Michael immediately approached his sister, anxiously checking her breathing. Feeling his presence, the girl opened her multicolored eyes and looked at the guy in front of her with confusion. Quickly jumping up on the bed, she created a dagger in her palm and, putting its blade to Michael's throat, asked who he was and what he was doing here. He raised his hands in a surrendering gesture and said in confusion that it was him, her brother. But Lucia did not believe him, saying that her brother had a completely different voice. Michael was then forced to drop his disguise and return to his normal form. But even so, the girl did not believe him and repeated her question about who he was, having said before that he was definitely not her brother, because he could not transform. Sighing, the guy adjusted his glasses and told him about an incident from his childhood, when Lucia, at the age of 7, wet the bedsheet, and so that her parents wouldn't find out. She lied to him and asked him to sleep with her, and then set him up, placing all the blame on him. This story was more than enough to dispel all the girl's doubts. Putting away her weapon, she looked at her brother with admiration and asked when he learned to transform so masterfully. Grabbing his sister's hand, Michael said that first they needed to get out of here, and he promised to tell her about everything else on the way. Upon returning home, the girl immediately went to the shower. By this time, Valeria had also managed to return home after a hard night and prepared breakfast for everyone. Michael carefully approached her from behind and hugged her, thanking her for preparing so much. Turning around, she wrapped her arms around the guy's neck and said that there was a reason, because Lucia had finally woken up, so they should definitely celebrate it. Suddenly, sadness appeared on her face, and she said that today at work, she felt how weak a person can be in front of an unknown force. Valeria was deeply affected by the death of such a strong hero as the dragon, and the memories of his selfless battle still haunted her. However, when she raised her head again and looked at Michael, she said that this incident taught her to value her love even more. A romantic atmosphere reigned in the kitchen. Michael did not take his eyes off the girl's face. When Valeria reached out to him for a kiss, a slight happy smile touched his lips and he slowly moved towards her. He didn't even notice the footsteps that were heard in the corridor, and Lucia's loud voice that she had already taken a shower and wanted to eat. But Valeria became embarrassed and pushed the guy away from her, shouting that everything was ready and they could sit down at the table. Michael helped her carry the plates of food to the table and lay out the chopsticks. Seeing the set table and the dishes on it, Lucia joyfully shouted that all her favorite food was here and thanked Valeria for such a warm welcome. Having sat down in her place, the girl immediately began to eat the chicken legs, happily chewing each piece. Michael and Valeria watched Lucia with smiles on their faces. Seeing such an idol, Michael thought that he would be ready to give anything just so that the people dear to him could live peacefully and happily. An hour later, he called his sister into his room, where he said that they shouldn't tell their parents about her awakening yet, to which he received an uncertain question from the girl about whether they really should do that. Michael explained that the Hero Association was investigating mutation cases at the hospital, so it would be best if she was considered dead. With his arms folded across his chest, he reasoned that the more the association became known, the more danger they were exposed to. And he also warned Lucia that no one should know about his abilities except her. The girl nodded and smiled and said that he didn't have to take everything on himself. She was always ready to help him. Looking down at the floor, Michael said that it was his fault that he couldn't protect her by forcing her to become part of another world. Lucia replied that everything was fine because she had learned a lot, then created a blade in her hand and told her that this weapon could directly attack the enemy's mental power. Grabbing her brother's hand, she asked him with confidence in her voice to use human control on her. She smiled and said that although her health had been restored, her mind could be controlled by the dark blue race. Michael nodded and touched Lucia's cheek, saying that her physical body was special. First, he needed to improve his ability to S rank. Having said this, he materialized an ability pearl in his palm and began to fill it with dark energy. A few minutes later, the hero received a message that the human control ability had been upgraded to S rank, and now it allows brainwashing of A rank and lower targets to completely subjugate their will for 30 years. And the spiritual body can also penetrate the controlled one and take away 6 hours from it. Immediately after that, he activated the human control ability and used it on Lucia, who was sitting in front of him. Michael closed his eyes to concentrate better. What he felt now was significantly different from the previous sensations. Suddenly, a water cycle appeared in front of him. Slowly, a tree sprout began to rise from its depths, growing larger with each passing second. When Michael heard someone else's voice in this space, he looked around and asked who was there. However, our hero never received an answer the next moment. Something pulled him deep under the water, and the voice laughed sadly, saying that this was just another dismal find. A few moments later, Michael came back to reality and was in real horror. He was greatly frightened by the realization that someone had almost broken his spiritual strength. Noticing her brother's condition, Lucia approached him and worriedly asked if he was okay. He removed her hand from his face and said that he would have one important task for her. At that moment, Valeria entered their room and asked if they wanted some fruit. Looking at her, Michael smiled tenderly and said that a light snack wouldn't hurt them. Lucia chose to stay at home, and our hero and Valeria returned to the kitchen. When the girl sat down at her laptop, he asked what she was doing. Valeria replied that she was offered a new position because she had performed well last time. Hearing this, Michael tensed up a little and asked if it would be dangerous there too. Laughing softly, the girl replied that he need not worry about it, because this time she was entrusted to broadcast from a special booth. The hero rose from his seat and moved behind the girl. When he took her hand in his to discreetly pass on the pearl of ability, the girl looked at the guy in surprise. The ability he gave her was called Green Snake Chain. It automatically activates a defensive chain when the owner is in danger and turns into a green snake to attack the enemy. At the same time, Alex, in the company of Sakura and Anna, went to the hot springs. Sakura said that this source is very beneficial for health and will help to recover faster after a night battle. The girl frowned and, scooping up some water in her palms, asked if that was really the case. Afterwards, she stood up and, looking at her companions, said that they could stay here longer. But it was time for her to go, because the organization was looking for her. Coming ashore, she lay down on the rug she had spread out earlier, wondering what kind of mission she would be given this time. Anna looked at the girl with enthusiasm and said that she was doing a great job of keeping a low profile. A few minutes later, the swordswoman transferred her consciousness to the Heavenly Palace, where they were already waiting for her. Michael asked if she had heard of the 4 My territory before, and told her that the organization was sending her there to learn more about the dark blue race. If she does well on this test, she will be able to become the 28th member of the organization. Alexa, bending one knee, replied that she would go immediately to the place indicated to her. Michael couldn't help but be glad that his little lie had worked, and now their small team of researchers finally had a truly strong member. He waved his hand in front of him and said that in that case the first thing she should do was go to Florence's family and fully replenish her strength. Only after that could she leave. A happy smile appeared on the girl's face. She bowed low and replied that she would do everything in the best possible way. Immediately after that she disappeared. After waiting a few seconds, Rabbit asked if she could speak, to which Michael responded with an approving nod. Without hiding her enthusiasm, the girl shouted out that it was the first time she had seen Alexa, one of the Knights of the Round Table, so close, and she really liked her, and asked if she could get her autograph the next time they met. Michael sighed heavily and said that now he understood why his sister had been silent all this time. It turned out that she had met her idol. Approaching his sister, he placed his hand on her shoulder and said that her name was now Rabbit, and that she needed to be extremely careful not to reveal her true identity. The girl seemed not to hear Michael's words. As soon as he let her go, she said that in the future she would actively work with Alexa after she completed this task. For her, this also meant that she would have more chances to get the autograph of such an outstanding swordswoman, and the thought alone brought the girl into wild delight. Realizing that his sister was fixated on the wrong thing, he couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. The hero had a premonition that he would have to mess around with his sister for a long time before she would understand that this wasn't just a game. Remembering her brother's presence, the girl looked at him and asked what he was going to do next. Michael replied that he already had a plan. The Knights of the Round Table Company was closely related to the dark blue race, so he planned to assign the hero of sour and spicy noodles and Oscar to investigate the matter. At the same time, Alexa will go on a reconnaissance mission in the territory of the 4 Seas, and Lucas was tasked with infiltrating the Hero Association and becoming one of the strongest there, becoming another black horse in the hands of the judges. Now he was going to visit an old friend. Late in the evening, Lucas sat near a small park and thoughtfully looked at the bottle in his hands. When Michael appeared behind him and said that the guy had been too tired lately, and if he ran out of strength, he should just rest, Lucas shuddered in surprise. But recognizing the voice of his teacher, he looked at the hero with a smile on his face and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, Michael asked how he was doing. He looked down at the floor and replied that he still couldn't fully awaken his power. His body was only 7 times larger than a normal human's. Our hero was very surprised by the number he heard and said that usually, when this number reaches 10, the hero is approaching A rank. He praised Lucas for the excellent work he did and said that he should not wind himself up again, but calmly develop at the same pace. With that said, Michael turned around and headed the other way, saying that he had no doubt that Lucas would be the next winner of this year's World Hero Championship. In response to this, the guy shouted out that he would do everything in his power for the sake of the organization. Michael interrupted him with a raised hand, silencing him. Without turning around, he said that the danger was too close now, and he would have to use the human control skill to temporarily control Lucas's body. He nodded in agreement and replied that he was ready for this. A few moments later, our hero occupied his body. At the same time, not far from the place where they were, an active battle was taking place. The men the girl had been fighting with all this time were slowly approaching her. One of them said that she should have continued to mind her own business instead of interfering and ruining their organization's business. That they, the Firecloud Club, would never be able to let her get away with it. In response to this, the girl asked in bewilderment since when sending out postal responses to ordinary people was a business. The girl didn't have time to finish speaking because she noticed a cloud of dark energy flying towards her. Taking a step to the side, she managed to get out of the way of the attack, and the clot flew past. Immediately after that, she rushed at the large man with horns, pointing her blade at him. He didn't have time to react when he felt how part of his horn was destroyed. The next moment, purple liquid flowed from his mouth and horn, and he realized that the girl had used poison. But he was unable to counterattack her in any way, because the next moment, there was a loud explosion. The man hiding behind his partner took a few steps back, succumbing to a strong gust of wind, and covered his face with his hands. Suddenly, he felt a threat approaching from behind. Leaning back, he miraculously managed to avoid the beam of light flying at him. The man sank to the ground and looked at the girl in bewilderment, asking how a person could master several elements at once. Alice threw the gun over her shoulder and, smiling, replied that he could try to guess, and if he succeeded, she would be happy to share the details with him. An irritated expression appeared on the man's face. and a gray mist began to emanate from his body. However, before he could take action, he noticed someone's boot approaching his face. Lucas knocked the stranger out with one kick. Then he looked at the girl standing to the side and said that if she created another explosion, this place would be finished. And in 5 days, the entrance examinations of B University would be held here. Judging by how easily he dealt with a C rank, Alice guessed that this boy was a B rank, or even higher. She stepped forward and extended her hand to him, telling him her name, and then said that if things worked out, they could meet at the entrance exams and even become partners. Shaking the girl's hand, Lucas nodded that if in 5 days they were on the same team, then so be it. Suddenly, he looked down at their palms in surprise. The girl tried her best to squeeze Lucas's hand to cause at least some discomfort, but he didn't react in any way. Smiling sweetly, Alice asked if he would like to have dinner together that day. The guy was confused and not knowing what to answer. He turned to Michael, who was sitting in his head, for help. He answered that Lucas should calm down. Now he would help him. Afterwards, he took control of his body and coughed into his fist, saying that he still had some things to do at home, so he had to go. Without waiting for any reaction from the girl, he pulled his hand out of her grip. Alice looked at the back of the departing guy in surprise in her memory. No one had ever refused to have dinner with her. Meanwhile, Michael told Lucas to never bother girls, always remembering his sister, and the guy thanked his mentor for his help and guidance. Suddenly, a satisfied smile blossomed on the girl's face. She was sure that this time there would be something to see at the tests. 5 days later, from early morning, many people flocked to University B. The team of reporters arrived among the first, took their place. Veronica greeted everyone, saying that today she would be a commentator. Afterwards, she introduced everyone to her new partner, Valeria, who had already established herself as an excellent reporter. Having finished with the introductions, the girl said that now they would explain the procedure for conducting entrance examinations to help the audience understand what was happening. Here Valeria picked up, saying that the rules themselves were simple. You just need to complete the assigned task in a certain amount of time, using any techniques. Veronica winked and said that there was no need to think ahead of time. That in reality, everything was so simple, because the organizers had prepared various traps and obstacles for the children. Lucas, along with the other participants, had already arrived at the place and was patiently waiting for the start. Ethan approached him, threw his arm over the guy's shoulder and asked with surprise if Lucas had abilities that increased physical strength, because, apparently, he had no transport. But for some reason he was not wearing windproof glasses. To this, Lucas replied that he does not use such abilities. He just has good speed and does not need any glasses. Ethan smiled widely and said that today was probably going to be a very interesting day. Afterwards, he talked about how he heard that even the S-rank Purple Panther was invited here, and Alice Wilson, who was an A-rank, was also invited. Suddenly, his story was interrupted by Lucas's call. When the boys raised their heads, they saw Alice in front of them, dressed in a sports uniform, with a smile on her face. The girl said that she was waiting for this meeting with Lucas, and said that today they would be on the same team. Approaching him, she reminded the guy that last time they agreed to work together, and he could not break that promise. Suddenly, Ethan stepped in between them with a cheerful grin on his face, and said that he also had speed abilities, and if Alice had been paired with him, they would have easily completed the task. The girl just snorted in displeasure, replying that he was just a user with the ability to improve physical strength, of which there were millions, and she was not at all interested in him. Lucas looked at his friend in surprise, whose hearts were literally shattered into tiny pieces. A couple of minutes later, a warning sounded that the exam would soon begin, and all participants should take their places and get ready. Immediately after that, everyone hurried to the start line. Many participants were in cars, but there were also those who were confident in their physical abilities and performed without any transport. Lucas was among them. When the countdown began, he tensed. After counting down to 0, permission was given to begin. And in confirmation of these words, one of the organizers fired a pistol, giving an additional signal to begin the test. As soon as the shot rang out, most of the participants immediately soared into the sky, to the surprised looks of the spectators. One of these participants looked down, and smiling contentedly, shouted that those who fly cannot be defeated in a sports car. However, he did not notice the obstacle that appeared in his path in the form of a flying goose. The bird began actively pecking the guy, leaving him confused. A few moments later, several more geese appeared in the sky, looking out for their victims. Veronica said from her seat that if it were so easy to travel by air, many would bring flying machines with them. Afterwards, the girl turned her gaze to Valeria and asked if she recognized these monsters. She nodded and replied that the summoned creatures in front of them were B rank. When Valeria looked at the sky again, she announced with surprise that the flight team had already dropped out of the race, and that the leadership now belonged to the participants in sports cars. One of the participants, who managed to get ahead, shouted that this would be the easiest driving test. Suddenly, another car caught up with him. The racers were racing at full speed, completely unaware of the road and obstacles in front of them. The boys were too busy arguing among themselves. At some point, the black car accelerated even more, pulling ahead. However, one of the organizers standing in his way put his palm in front of him and blew a whistle, attracting the attention of the participants. The person inside the black car cursed loudly as a wall of bubbles suddenly appeared in front of him. The man gave all the stopped racers a stern reprimand and reminded them that heroes must save people and that they must never break the rules while carrying out missions so that no one gets hurt. At that very moment, Ethan ran past them and couldn't help but chuckle contentedly at the sight of this scene. Too carried away, he noticed the old man walking ahead too late. Because of this, they collided and both flew in different directions. The man fell to the ground, hitting his head hard and bleeding from his nose and mouth. Jumping up from his seat, Ethan looked at the old man in horror, not understanding where he got such serious injuries. At the same time, 2 more participants were running past them, but they decided not to get involved in this matter, so as not to run into unnecessary trouble and not waste time. Ethan decided to borrow their tactics and slowly, before anyone else noticed him, leave the place. But the old man who had risen from the ground did not allow him to do this, shouting loudly that he had absolutely no conscience, since he, having hit the old man, dared to just leave and leave the injured man to his fate. Lucas, however, moved forward without any problems, jumping across the rooftops. Alice landed next to her craft, holding onto it. The guy looked back from her and said that the university had put a lot of effort into organizing this test, even using illusion magic. Alice looked at him in surprise and asked if he meant that the old man was just an illusion. Lucas nodded, and preparing for another jump, warned the girl that there were 2 people on their way. She replied that she was really looking forward to the next test. Looking in the direction indicated to her, she noticed 2 guys that Lucas had warned her about, and in the hand of one of them, the girl found a hammer. Valeria also saw these 2 and asked who they were, because if they were heroes, she would have recognized them immediately. Veronica stifled a chuckle and replied that, according to the information they had, the couple was not studying at University B, but mentors have already been sent after them to stop them, if necessary in this test. Participants are subjected to comprehensive checks. Some may even be dangerous. Meanwhile, the director of the university called one of the new teachers into his office. Sean, with a relaxed smile on his face, said that the director need not worry because he would have no trouble taking care of the 2 slackers. One of the guys standing on the roof shouted to Lucas and Alice that they were now about to experience the true power of a B-rank hero. The next moment, he began to transform into a beast. His fangs instantly appeared, his facial features sharpened, and a tail appeared. He sat up, resting his palms on the cool surface of the roof, and meowed loudly. Alice found this scene very sweet, and she could not contain the delight that overwhelmed her. Lucas, who was standing next to her, did not share the girl's emotions. He turned his gaze to the guy who had turned to him and said that he would take him on himself, and Alice could take on the second one. The next moment he jumped up and ran towards his opponent. Michael, who shared his body, said that in order to control the power, Lucas first needed to feel the movement of every muscle and bone. Finn wasn't going to sit and wait to be attacked, so he jumped towards him. Lucas quickly reacted to his opponent's attack and punched him in the stomach. The blow produced the characteristic crunch of broken spinal bones. Blood immediately gushed from Finn's mouth. He didn't understand where some kid got so much strength from. Lucas was also surprised. It seemed to him that his opponent was stronger and faster. But as it turned out, his resistance and endurance were poorly developed. Leaning over to the guy lying on the ground, he extended his hand and asked if everything was okay, since he had slightly misjudged his strength. Finn shouted that Lucas had gone too far, first defeating him, and now he dared to mock his defeated enemy. Suddenly, a fiery ball appeared next to Lucas, flying straight towards him. He managed to jump back and avoid unwanted damage from the explosion. The second attacker actively swung his hammer from side to side, throwing fiery clots at the girl, who deftly avoided all his attacks. But when the flames flying at her became more numerous, she created a fire extinguisher cylinder. Lucas watched in surprise as the girl put out the flames. She and Michael noted that her ability to create items was incredibly useful. If she could create equipment as well, that would be great. When the smoke cleared, Lucas saw that the enemy he had been fighting had disappeared. But the next moment he noticed movement a little to the side. Throwing Finn over his shoulder, the second one ran away when he realized that he couldn't cope. By this time, Valeria had managed to find out information about these 2. and she informed the viewers that these heroes were members of the Fire Cloud Society. One of them, who had the ability to transform, Lucas defeated with just one blow. Veronica, who was sitting next to her, happily shouted out that everyone should notice this boy and send him a gift, because perhaps in the near future, he could become a super strong hero. The escaped heroes didn't get far. As soon as they thought they were safe, Sean appeared before them and said that those who dared to touch his students must pay in full for it. Our heroes at this time had already reached the finish line. The girl looked at the huge screen and sighed in disappointment when she saw that she and Lucas had taken 14th and 15th places. The guy standing next to her said that she shouldn't worry about it because that battle should be enough for them to be noticed. Alice turned her gaze to him and nodded with a satisfied smile. At that moment, Michael mentally told Lucas that it was time for him to go. The guy looked forward seriously and replied that everything was fine. He could figure it out himself from now on. The blue clot of energy that flew out from the association director's body traveled a long way and finally reached one of the small, uninhabited islands in the middle of the sea. Having descended on it, the clot penetrated into the cave located there. Sometime later, he found himself in a deserted room, in the center of which stood a stranger in a cloak, and above him from the ceiling hung many blue tentacles. The clot landed on the ground in front of the man and turned back into a blue monster. After that, he announced that he had very important information. Receiving a slight nod of approval, he told them that one hero from the judge organization had reached the 3rd level of spiritual power. A grin appeared on the man's face, covered from head to toe by a cloak, and he said that something interesting was brewing. The next morning, Lucia reported to her brother that for some reason she was able to see several dark blue shoots awaken, but only for a couple of seconds. Michael was shocked by this news and asked in disbelief if she could really see through other people's eyes. The girl replied that she had only succeeded 3 times, but all of them involved other representatives of the dark blue race. Opening the laptop, the hero asked if she could remember where they were. After thinking for a moment, Lucia replied that the first time it was a large white tower in the 2nd region, the second time in the clubhouse, the 3rd time inside the mansion. After listening to the descriptions of the places, Michael tried to find something similar. A few minutes later, he shouted out that he had found the clubhouse and asked Lucia to see if it was the same building. The girl moved a little closer, looking at the screen. She nodded and replied that this was it. She had seen people from the dark blue race come there to get their nails or hair done. Michael frowned, a memory flashing through his mind that among the leadership of the Knights of the Round Table, there was definitely a girl who owned half of their shares, but she didn't have even a hint of ability. Meanwhile, Lucia continued, saying that the 3rd time she saw a lawn, a fountain, and some antiques, but there was nothing else there. Collapsing back onto the bed, she said tiredly that she couldn't do it anymore, and didn't understand anything at all. Suddenly, she had a great idea, which she voiced to her brother, suggesting that he use his ability to climb into her head and look through all her memories himself. An equally important family meeting took place at Olympus this morning. Gilbert sat with his hands clasped thoughtfully, considering how best to present the information to his eldest son. With a heavy sigh, he finally said that he had called them both here today to tell them one important thing. He looked at Edgar and said that he would take his place in the heroic union, and the company would be entrusted to Austin's hands. Austin himself was extremely tense, and kept his eyes on his brother, watching his reaction. Contrary to his expectations, relief was evident on Edgar's face, and he said with joy in his voice that his father should have recognized Austin's talent long ago, because he was much better suited for this role. The next moment, his gaze became extremely serious, and he said that he just wanted to become the strongest hero. Frowning, Gilbert said that he knew that Edgar had a grudge against the judges' organization, but he had to tell them something. Casting an equally serious glance at his son, the man asked if he knew why all the members of this organization were so strong. He shouted that it was natural, a consequence of their hard work, as well as their innate talent. Gilbert shook his head and said that Edgar was very wrong. These people have special technology and equipment to create the elixir of abilities. But besides this, the judges are assisted by forces from another world. Michael followed his sister's request and looked into her memories himself. Having scrolled through her entire memory up to the latest events, he finally found what Lucia was talking about. From her memories, he was able to learn more about the places she described. Immediately after this, without wasting any time, they, having transformed into the costumes of the judges, headed to the House of Firearms. When they arrived at the location, and Michael told his sister to just stand aside, the girl rebelled and asked in bewilderment why he had taken her along if he had planned to make her an ordinary decoration. The guy extended his hand towards her and ruffled his sister's hair, calming her down. Suddenly she laughed, causing Michael to look puzzled. She nudged him in the shoulder and said that she knew he was strong not because of his abilities, but because of his acting skills. Meanwhile, the man who owned the house our heroes had flown to was calmly sipping tea in his garden. Noticing the stranger's presence, he asked with a smile why the guest had arrived without an invitation. Michael came down, released his shadows, and destroyed the statue standing nearby. The table at which the man was sitting followed her. He dodged the attack when one of the shadows rushed straight at him, landing in front of Michael. He said that he heard an interesting rumor that the organization of judges helps the dead, and Florence's family supports them in this. Our hero tensed up. He couldn't understand where this rumor came from and why it spread so quickly. Meanwhile, the man rose to his feet and asked if the judges could really return the soul to the body of a dead person. To this, Michael replied that the dark blue race had achieved great heights in the study of the spiritual component. So why was the man asking him about it? He shrugged his shoulders and said with disappointment that the answer was the same everywhere. Afterwards, he quietly pulled out a gun and pointed it at Michael, firing, saying that since he couldn't say anything, he no longer needed it. As the bullet flew towards our hero, he activated his clone ability and created about a dozen shadow clones. The bullet hit one of them and went right through him. But she didn't stop there, but changed her trajectory and flew towards the next clone. Watching this, Michael analyzed that although this gun had a homing function, but because the speed was low, throwing it back and forth would take too much time. George understood this too, so he shot at several clones at once, saying that it would be more difficult to dodge. Michael himself approached his opponent from behind with his sword at the ready, and said that he should be more careful. When the man turned around and looked at our hero, a satisfied smile played across George's face. The next moment, an explosion thundered in the garden. But the clones quickly reacted and jumped back to a safe distance, so they managed to survive. George, who was at the epicenter of the explosion, also survived, as an icy stream of air suddenly rushed towards him. The man was truly horrified when his hand began to rapidly freeze over. Lucia, sitting on her ice throne, chuckled quietly. George screamed hysterically that they had indeed kicked his ass, but 2-on-1 was not fair. The next moment he called over to them the girl who had been standing unnoticed all this time and told her to join in. She immediately emerged from the shadows with a sword in her hands and rushed towards her opponents. A worried Michael warned his sister to be careful. She nodded and also created an ice sword for herself. A moment later, their blades clashed, Eliza putting all her strength into the attack. But Lucia blocked her sword without much difficulty. The girl jumped to the side and lowered her sword, asking if Rabbit was also from the dark blue race. Lucia didn't answer and jumped back onto her ice throne floating in the air. Meanwhile, George again pointed the gun at his opponent, shouting that if he dared to come closer, he would die immediately, and he fired. Michael closed his eyes, considering how best to deal with the homing bullets. While he was deep in thought, without moving from his place, the bullet came closer and closer to him. A few moments later, she flew into his shoe, and a small flame immediately began to flare up there, but immediately went out. At that very moment, the hero opened his eyes and was able to come up with a plan on how to deal with this. The next bullet was flying straight at his head, but Michael dodged in time, and the bullet flew into the trunk of a tree, piercing it right through. Immediately after this, the entire tree trunk was engulfed in raging flames. George's face showed obvious displeasure. The man realized that the snake had already guessed how to resist his ability. Meanwhile, Michael created an eclectic ball in his palm and ran towards the man. At the same time, Rabbit also rushed into battle. Eliza was running straight towards her, when suddenly an electric ball flew at her. However, she managed to take a step to the side, and he flew past her, only touching the girl's shoulder. When Eliza was attacked by Rabbit, the girl put up a shield in front of herself, holding back the attack. The man realized that they could not win, and took out a handful of blue pills, shouting that he did not intend to give up so easily. Immediately after these words, he swallowed all the pills at once. His body was enveloped in a blue glow, and his hand, which had been frozen by the rabbit, was restored, following which the man's eyes and hair also turned blue. Noticing this, Eliza looked up from the fight. Horror immediately reflected on her face, and she shouted at her husband not to do this. She instantly jumped towards him, creating a small blue stick in her palm. Touching the man's forehead, she brought him back to consciousness, excitedly saying that his spiritual body was not able to handle such a large number of particles. A little more, and he would have completely turned into a dark blue form. She came close to him and, opening her lips, began to absorb this blue energy. Michael saw this as a great opportunity and created another electric ball in his palm. George's eyes widened in horror as he saw the ball flying towards his wife. He couldn't let that happen, so he covered her with himself, taking the full brunt of the blow. As the man fell to the ground, Eliza dropped to the ground next to him and, with tears in her eyes, pulled him onto her lap. George looked at his wife and said that he had been waiting for this day to finally come for a long time and was grateful to the heroes for helping him. The man said that when his wife died, life became worse than death for him. Touching Eliza's palm, he asked her to return that hairstyle because he wanted to see his real wife one last time. He kept his eyes on the girl, telling her that the representatives of the dark blue race said that they would help bring back her wife, and in exchange he had to betray humanity. And if they could really do it, then he considered it a worthy payment. But as it turned out, he was only mired in the abyss of his own lies. As George spoke, Eliza's eyes filled with tears. Suddenly a bloody cough came from his throat. Turning his gaze to Michael, he said that he wanted to exchange the information for Eliza's life, since she was not guilty of anything except getting involved with an idiot like him. When he received an agreeing nod from our hero, the man said that those people were somehow connected with the Crawler Chamber of Commerce. This was the last thing he managed to say before his consciousness left his body. Tears of despair flowed from the girl's eyes, and, pressing his body tighter to hers, she began to beg that George would not leave her alone. The rabbit asked her brother what they would do, because they really needed to get rid of this girl from the dark blue race. Michael held his hand out to the side, blocking her path, and replied that they could wait on that. Eliza heard their conversation and said through tears that when she decided to join the dark blue race, she was already ready to give anything for this person. So this was quite enough for her. After that, she lay down next to the dead George with a happy smile on her face, and blue energy came out of her body and formed into a blue ball. Once fully formed, the ball fell to the ground. Michael went down and picked up the ball, deciding that it was better not to leave such a thing there. Rabbit's attention was focused elsewhere, and she suddenly asked thoughtfully if she could meet someone who would love her as much. Michael ignored his sister's question and, hiding the ball he had picked up, turned around and said that it was time for them to leave here. Lucia just sighed heavily and followed her brother, flying back. When the hero suddenly changed his appearance to Raven, she asked where they were heading now, but he continued to fly silently further, being completely immersed in his powers. Lucia couldn't contain her irritation and asked if he would answer at least one of her questions, or would continue to play the silent game. Meanwhile, at the university stadium, the fighting competitions came to an end, and now it was time to award the participants. Lucas and Alice were able to improve their rankings and were now enjoying the fruits of their hard work. Michael managed to fly in for the congratulations ceremony and, quietly watching from the sidelines, was happy for his protege, because he had even managed to make friends in such a short time. A little later, he dropped by the guy's place to praise Lucas for his efforts, materializing a green sphere in his palm. He said that he had improved his ability to A rank and presented it to the surprised guy's body. In a couple of moments, the sphere was absorbed into his body. Afterwards, Michael patted Lucas on the shoulder and said that their next goal was the entrance exams, so he had to give it his all, and the hero himself would need to leave for a while. As our hero turned around and headed towards the exit, the guy called out to him and asked where Michael was going. He, without turning around, replied that his goal was the territory of the Four Seas. That same evening, Austin made his way into the Black Dragon's office, finding it empty, and found the safe without difficulty. He assumed that the only password his brother could have set was his birthday, since that was the password he used everywhere. The guy immediately decided to test his assumption and entered his date of birth. The safe immediately opened, and Austin saw a book about the territories of the Four Seas lying there. He was amazed at his brother's carelessness in being so irresponsible about such important things as passwords. Austin took the book and left the office, whistling a cheerful song as he went. Naturally, the adventure he had pulled off did not go unnoticed by Edward, who saw his brother enter the office and come out with the Book of the Four Seas. Even though he didn't know why Austin wanted the book, Edward was glad to see how much happier his brother was after receiving the book. Returning to his place, the guy immediately transported himself to the Heavenly Palace and handed the book to Michael. It was written there that from time immemorial there were two races on the planet, and they lived on 4 continents. One day, after a protracted war, creatures from another world invaded the southern lands and enslaved 1/3 of the entire civilization. In order to redistribute the forces, the territory was divided into 4 parts: the Hero Association, the Iron Blood Army, and the Trade Organization Association. Since then, the territory of the heroes has been governed by an association of the same name, and the territory of the Free Union has been subordinated to an association of trade organizations. In mixed lands, all these forces coexist, and its protection is ensured by their agreement. Whatever the relationship between the Dark Blue race and the Heroic Stone, all the facts pointed to the Free Sea territory. Michael decided to test this hypothesis and start his search from this place. Placing his hand on Austin's shoulder, He said that he had done a great job, which showed his growth as a member of their organization. The guy's eyes lit up from these words. Rubbing his palms, he wanted to voice his cherished request. However, Michael got ahead of him, saying that since Austin had passed his test, the judges would not deprive him either. He would receive his elixir of abilities, which he earned for his work, and threw the guy a flask with the potion. The guy immediately removed the lid and covered his nose with his hand, wincing from the disgusting smell. But this smell did not become an obstacle for him, because he tried so hard for this potion. He emptied the contents of the flask in one gulp, trying not to think about the fact that its taste was as terrible as the smell. His strength instantly left him, and he sank to the floor, asking what rank the potion was, to which Michael replied that it was B rank. Afterwards, he explained, using his fingers, that this potion contained 2 B rank abilities, an improved werewolf ability, and a mask of terror, which uses people's fear to increase the wearer's strength. The maximum possible increase in strength is only 9 times, and the lifespan of the fear energy is exactly 45 minutes. Hearing this, Austin beamed with happiness, jumped up from the floor, hugged our hero, and thanked him with all his heart for such a wonderful gift. Having said goodbye to his godson, our hero returned home, where a wonderful dinner awaited him with Valeria. There was a romantic atmosphere around them today, and the girl was wearing a beautiful black dress that emphasized her figure. Here, Michael shared that he had received an offer for a year-long assignment abroad. With a slightly saddened look, he said that they could go together. Valeria smiled broadly and replied that she could take care of herself there, but he should work hard for the sake of their common future. Michael had no choice but to agree with her. Taking a glass of wine, he drained it in one gulp. He wanted to quickly sort out all the problems and just enjoy life. The girl rose from her seat and, approaching the guy, she hugged him around the neck and said that she would look forward to his return. He hugged her back, and a happy smile blossomed on his face. He was pleased to hear these words from Valeria. Having given in to passion, the couple moved to the bedroom, helping each other get rid of their clothes along the way. This is how our heroes spent their love-filled evening before their long separation. The next day, Michael went to Florence's family estate. The butler came out to meet them, easily recognizing the guests as members of the judges' organization, and the man let them inside. Smiling, our hero followed the butler along with his sister. He led them to the office of the head of the family, where Ivan and his 2 granddaughters, Anna and Sakura, were already waiting for them. The man greeted the guests who entered with a joyful smile on his face and said that he had already had the opportunity to communicate with members of the organization of judges a couple of times. Anna immediately recognized Michael and hastened to tell him about it, reminding him that they had once flown together on the same flight, which had been captured by the Starcloak. The hero replied that it was on that very day that the rooster noticed him. Michael had already thought out his cover story earlier, so he told that the gentleman gave him an elixir of A-rank ability and allowed him to join the organization. Anna looked at him with distrust and asked if it was really that easy to obtain an elixir of such a high rank, and inquired what kind of ability he had received by drinking this elixir. Ivan held his hand out to the side and gave her a displeased look, telling her that she shouldn't be so rude to their guests, interrogating them about their abilities. Michael chuckled and replied that it was okay since they were future allies and he wouldn't mind answering a few questions, then told them that his ability was called the Folding Plum Navy Suit. Sakura leaned forward and said that she had never heard of anything like this before. Michael explained that this is not surprising, because this ability combines both the martial arts of the underwater army and a plum-style suit, which allows him to dodge enemy attacks like a plum blossom. After listening to him, Anna said that she had one more question and pointed to Lucia standing next to him, asking who she was. The hero replied that she was Rabbit's ward, and that she was also an A-rank user, just like him. She cast a distrustful glance at everyone present, and said that her ability was ice control. Michael then went on to say that Rooster told them to travel through the Free Union's sea territory under the name of Florence's family, so he was interested in knowing what the head of the family himself thought about it. The man rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and replied that it was indeed time for Florence's family to return to a Free Union. A few hours later, when it was deep night outside, the brother and sister arrived at the port. Michael approached Lucia from behind and, putting his hand on her shoulder, asked what she was thinking so deeply about. The girl replied that she was just a little worried, because they would be leaving the city tomorrow. Although her brother said that it was not forever, this did not console Lucia. Previously, she thought about spending the rest of her life here, and did not even suspect the existence of the territory of the Four Seas. Michael understood his sister perfectly well, and nodding his head in agreement, said that now it became clear why all 3 forces in the government did not want to talk about these lands. He understood that once others learned about the territory of the four seas, they would immediately discover the existence of a war with another world, and what was really going on. Lucia sighed heavily as she listened to her brother's words. Looking at the sea, the girl said that local residents have to live with daily stress, and that their life is much better compared to these people. Michael ruffled the girl's hair and said that the atmosphere within the Free Union was quite tense, and that she needed to be constantly on guard to protect herself. The next morning, the 6-star ship Sea Dolphin arrived at the port. Ivan explained that the bottom of this ship was made from materials from monsters from another world, and was protected by 4 different alchemical substances. Therefore, it was enough to just use spiritual power for him to fly into the sky. He can also shoot fire, create a barrier, and accelerate. Making a gesture with his fingers, he called over the butler, who had been standing a little further away all this time. The man immediately approached, bearing gifts from Florence's family. Ivan explained that Michael and Lucia would need these things in the territory of the 4 seas: sea clothes, light armor, and a bladder. They allow you to walk on the surface of the sea and breathe underwater, and their appearance depends on the specific person. Our heroes immediately put on the armor and sea clothes given to them. A little later, the rest, dressed in sea armor, approached them. Sakura was also there, wearing a suit that matched her hair. Looking back at them, Ivan asked in bewilderment why there was so much noise here. The butler replied that young Master Greg from the Gross family and his group Midnight had arrived here. Michael was already familiar with this name, so he immediately understood whose appearance the butler had just announced. A weak smile appeared on his face. He was grateful to the people from Midnight for coming here themselves. Ivan seemed very unhappy with the appearance of uninvited guests. Noticing this, the butler said that Greg had originally planned to return on the 4-star ship Midnight, but upon hearing that a 6-star ship had been prepared, they immediately rushed here. The man sighed heavily and said that in that case the young master should be given 1 room here. After this, the butler added that Greg had expressed a desire to occupy the 608th silver room. At that very moment, a fair-haired guy approached Sakura with his arms outstretched for a hug, and said that he expected nothing less from the second beauty of the 4 seas. Ivan called out to the guy, causing him to turn his attention to him. Greg approached the head of the Florence family, greeting him warmly. The man said that the young master would always be their honored guest, who would always be welcomed. Greg walked past them with a smug grin on his face, saying that Ivan needed to take good care of his guest. The butler stepped forward and pointed the guy in the direction, saying that he could stay in the platinum room. Hearing this, Greg frowned in displeasure, and quietly ordered his guard that they needed to find out who lived in room 608. He really didn't like the fact that this Florence family dared to go against his will. At the same time, Michael was in his room, sipping the drink that had been offered to him earlier, and enjoying the beautiful view from the window. Suddenly, someone knocked loudly on the door of his room. Michael wiped his mouth with a napkin and then stood up from his seat. Approaching the door, he immediately opened it. There he saw standing young Master Greg and his bodyguards. A smile appeared on the hero's face, and he said that he had been waiting for them for a long time. A look of bewilderment flashed across Greg's face, but he quickly managed to get his emotions under control and said that in that case they would do without unnecessary preambles if Michael himself did not collect his things and free this room. Then his guys would help with that. The hero took a step forward, and, coming close to the young gentleman, he whispered in his ear that he had something interesting. Sakura's personal photo album. What he heard made Greg surprised, and his face flushed. Turning his interested gaze to Michael, he asked if he really had this thing. He stepped back and replied with a smile on his face that he would not dare to lie to the young master of the Gross family. Coming a little closer, Greg whispered to ask what the price would be for such a generous gift. Michael suggested that we look at the photos first, and then he would quote the price. Greg nodded and ordered his guards to stay outside. After that, they both went inside. Closing the door behind them, the young gentleman impatiently voiced a request to show him the album quickly. When Michael turned to him, the boy staggered, feeling something strange. Using his ability, the hero entered Gag's head and was now looking through his memories in search of useful information. A few moments later, he managed to pull out the memories of Uncle Greg. Michael knew that Byron played only a secondary role in the family hierarchy, but some time ago he suddenly gained power and authority, becoming one of the key figures in the family. Looking through the memories, Michael realized that despite all his attentiveness and caution, Byron only opens up to his nephew. Having brainwashed the guy, our hero completely subjugated him. Michael approached Greg and in a serious tone ordered him to behave appropriately to the young master of the Gross family from now on, and to interact more actively with Byron, since he could be a member of some organization. He bowed low and replied that he would pay more attention to the events happening in his family, and would definitely let me know if he learned anything. After saying goodbye to Michael, he left his room. The security guard who had been guarding the entrance the whole time asked if they should start taking out the guy's things. Greg hit the man on the head, asking why they were doing this when they were already in the platinum room. The confused man bowed, apologizing for his mistake. After that, they headed away from here. Several hours later, the ship began to sail towards the island. Michael and Lucia were watching the night sky when the girl noticed land and, delighted, asked what was there. The hero replied that it was an independent customs office. Suddenly, they heard approaching footsteps behind them. Turning around, they saw a man who greeted them and informed them that he was the manager of this place. Michael immediately tensed up because he didn't even feel his appearance. Ivan came out to meet the man and welcomed the guest on board. The men shook hands, and Richard said with a smile on his face that when the head of Florence first arrived at their customs house, he was sure that one day he would return again. When the ship docked, Richard invited everyone present to follow him, saying that he would treat them to dinner. At dinner, the girls almost instantly surrounded Michael and did not let him take a step. From all sides, there were proposals to exchange numbers. The hero was a little confused. He had not been given such attention before, so he tried to gently decline their proposals. Anna watched everything from the side with displeasure. She was very angry at the fact that instead of her beautiful sister, Michael chose the company of those ugly women. Embarrassed, Sakura replied that they weren't on good terms, so Anna shouldn't be so angry about it. Suddenly, Lucia began to violently push the crowd of girls aside and persistently tried to break through to save her brother. When she reached him, she grabbed Michael's hand and pulled him away. Finally, she said that instead of just standing and watching, they should help her get rid of these annoying flies. Smiling, Sakura suggested that they all go together to the famous Rakushka Hotel and have some fun there. Anna's eyes lit up and she supported her sister, saying that this hotel's special event was very popular among the 4 seas. Michael asked with interest what this event was. Suddenly, another girl appeared next to him and silently pointed to his cheek, on which there was a trace of someone's lipstick. The hero immediately took out a handkerchief and wiped it, blushing deeply. Alexa folded her arms across her chest and sighed heavily, saying that he himself would come and see everything. Sometime later, their company moved to the Rakushka Hotel, where the event was just in full swing. They were led into a spacious room decorated in a marine style, and instead of one of the walls, there was an aquarium in which fish of various sizes swam. When enough people had gathered, the host thanked everyone present for coming to today's mermaid party. Michael asked Sakura if she had the ability to transform into something. Smiling mysteriously, the girl replied that he would find out about everything very soon. Anna ran off in an unknown direction, saying at the end that she needed to go change clothes, and Michael and the others could wait here. The other guests also remained in their seats, waiting for the main fun to begin. Suddenly, a multitude of holes appeared in the wall of the aquarium, from which water gushed in turbulent streams into the common room. Everyone reacted to this with joy. Michael was confused because he had no idea what was going on. A man standing on a stage protected by glass announced that the party was now open, and that they should now prepare to become mermaids. Once in the water, a confused Michael immediately held his breath, still completely confused. He looked around, studying the situation. Suddenly, Anna's cheerful voice was heard from behind him, asking why Michael hadn't transformed yet. Noticing the appearance of other girls who had mermaid tails, thanks to which they moved in the water without any difficulty. When the hero felt his body begin to transform as well, he looked at his tail in surprise. Besides, he didn't have to hold his breath underwater and could breathe freely, which made him very happy. He immediately decided to try out his new abilities, looking around with interest. Suddenly, a strange sound caught his attention. A huge shark broke through the wall and rushed towards them. The guests were overcome with panic and immediately began to swim as far away from her as possible to save their lives. However, the shark was not going to let its victims escape so easily, so it chased after them. Michael watched this strange shark, trying to figure out if it was a real monster or just a transformed human. When she approached, the hero managed to activate the ancient dragon ability. Thanks to this, he managed to grab the shark by one of its fins, squeezing it painfully. The monster couldn't hold back a painful cry. The next moment, he threw Michael aside, slamming his powerful tail into him. The powerful blow caused a thin stream of blood to flow from our hero's mouth, and he clutched his chest, which was aching with pain. It was not difficult for him to understand that this shark had been sent here to test his and Lucia's fighting strength. He decided that he first needed to try to understand the enemy's tactics, and only then come up with a plan on how to defeat him, because showing too much strength now would be dangerous. Alexa couldn't stay away, and having created a weapon, she attacked the monster before it noticed her. But he was not so simple, and, dodging the attack, He broke the sword that the girl was holding into pieces with his bite. Sakura couldn't believe her eyes, because this sword was an S-rank weapon, and it would be simply impossible to destroy it so easily. With the next move, the shark lashed out with its tail at Alexa, sending her flying, just like Michael had moments earlier. Sakura looked at the swordswoman with concern and asked how she was. Suddenly, Anna, standing nearby, said that they had better look ahead. Lucia blocked the monster's further path with herself and activated her ability, directing streams of water towards the enemy. The shark almost instantly turned into a huge block of ice. The ice pulled the monster deep into the abyss. The guests, who had been watching this with apprehension, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that their enemy had been defeated and that the danger had now passed. However, contrary to their expectations, a couple of seconds later the shark somehow miraculously freed itself from the shackles of ice and emerged from the depths. Once free, she immediately rushed at Michael. Using the plum-style ability, he turned around and ran away at full speed. He knew that this ability would not help him break through the monster's defense, so he decided to resort to the glove of light that Ivan gave him during the auction. Afterwards, he changed direction again and approached the shark and attacked it. He knew that these gloves increased strength, but Michael couldn't even imagine that it was that much. One blow from him took the monster's life. This caused great shock and bewilderment in our hero. He could not allow anyone to find out that he killed the monster in just one attack. Therefore, he dealt a few more active blows to the enemy's body in order to divert unnecessary suspicions from himself. All three girls watched this battle. Anna's face showed surprise. She admitted that for a moment she thought that Michael had taken out this shark with the first blow, but Alexa replied that it was not so easy to deal with a high-ranking monster. A few moments later, everyone saw how the shark transformed into a man, who began to fall down like a limp doll. Michael also transformed back into a human, landing next to his sister. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he quietly stole the enemy's A-rank ability, which allowed him to transform into a killer shark and increase his physical characteristics, making the wearer a dangerous sea monster. Lucia asked worriedly if her brother was badly hurt. He replied that he was fine. Sakura, who approached him, said that they should return to heal his wounds, since Michael was badly injured in the battle. Our hero's face showed surprise when Alexa picked him up in her arms, telling him that he shouldn't have taken such a big risk by going it alone when they could have done it together. He didn't answer this, but just looked away, thinking that in this situation he would have to pretend to be seriously wounded. The next morning, Ivan came to visit Michael. When the man stopped next to him, the hero wanted to say that his wound had healed long ago, but was stopped. Smiling, the man replied that he didn't need to explain anything because he already understood everything. Since people were trying to reveal his true power, they couldn't let them do it. Michael breathed a sigh of relief and asked who had sent the killer shark after them. Taking the pipe in his mouth, Ivan thoughtfully said that there were many security agencies behind this man, and it was practically impossible to find out who exactly it was. He slowly approached the window and said that when they reached the Island of Love, they would be under the control of the organization of the same name, and therefore the Rook family. Hearing this, Michael remembered that the guy who caused a scandal at the auction was also from this family. After standing by the window for a while longer, Ivan headed for the exit, telling our hero that Florence's family would spread the word that he was seriously injured, so he would have to pretend to be sick for a couple more days. A few hours later, when the sun was already beginning to set, Michael decided to leave his room. Together with her sister, they lay on the sun loungers, enjoying the quiet moments of rest. Suddenly, the girl jumped up from her seat, shouting that she had seen the vision of the dark blue race again. Michael took off his glasses and looked at his sister with concern, saying that they needed to find the hero's stone quickly. Lucia had a smile on her face and said that this time she managed to remember even more details, and when she got better, she would even be able to find their base. Michael shook his head and said in a serious tone that she should forget about even thinking about helping him with this, because he simply wanted her safety and health. Lucia sat down next to him, and taking his hand in hers, she said that he could read her memories and discover something new. Michael really had no other choice to find out anything, so he sighed heavily and used the control ability on his sister. He found himself back in her subconscious, looking through her memories. The hero tried to quickly scroll through memories that were in no way connected with the dark blue race. A couple of minutes later, he finally found something interesting. He saw someone kill a strange man. Afterwards, the same man with a silver ring on the thumb of his left hand mixed some blue liquid with water. The test subjects standing to the side were covered in cold sweat from horror. Having seen everything, Michael came out of his sister's subconscious. He rose from his seat and walked towards the side, thinking that if that blue liquid was what he thought it was, then the number of infected people of the dark blue race would increase significantly. Meanwhile, On the island of Love, the lady of the Rook family was about to enjoy her rest in her bathhouse, where they were already waiting for her. Without undressing, the girl slowly entered the slightly cooled water, filled with many scarlet rose petals. Cassandra sank almost completely into the water and swam up to Isaac, saying that she missed him very much. While sipping a cherry at him, she invited him to play a little game. As they were about to touch lips to enjoy the taste of the berry together, the voice of her subordinate was heard, who announced that young Master Jacob wished to see Cassandra. The girl sighed in disappointment, kissing the man on the cheek. She came out of the water, telling Isaac to wait for her here. Suddenly she stopped, and with an intriguing smile on her face, said that when she returned they would play another, more exciting game. A couple of minutes later, she came out into the common room, where Jacob was waiting for her. His arms open for a hug. The guy asked if his beloved aunt knew about the owner of a spiritual ability nicknamed Rooster. Cassandra lay down on the sofa, and propping her head up with her palm, asked with a bit of interest if he was handsome. Jacob did not expect anything else from his aunt, knowing full well about her dissolute lifestyle, and replied that he did not know such details, but if she knew him, then she should help him lure the rooster to them. Cassandra silently considered his request, sighing tiredly. The girl rose from the sofa. She asked him to give her time to remember this man, because she had met so many in her travels. When she returned back to the bathhouse, she froze, not even reaching the red-stained water. Cassandra refused to believe her eyes. The Rose Warrior standing before her, Julian, had killed her lover, and was now looking at her with anger. Pointing a sword at her, he asked how she dared to cheat on him when they were already engaged. But the shocked Cassandra could not utter a word. The irritated man stepped forward and asked why she was silent. She looked away and said uncertainly that all he knew was how to hurt girls. He should have found her boyfriend first, and killed him first. Julian replied that her boyfriend had just died from his sword, to which the girl smiled and said that he was not her real boyfriend. Hearing this, the man approached his bride and, grabbing her by the neck, ordered her to name her lover. Cassandra was in great fear for her life, shaking all over. She said that it was Rooster from the judge's organization. Every time Julian called her, they slept together and laughed at him. Suddenly blood started pouring out of the man's mouth and he had to let go of Cassandra. He looked at her and said that she had gone too far and swore that one day he would kill her. Michael was a little tired during the day from pretending to be sick in front of everyone. When everything around was covered in fog, the hero frowned. He felt that something strange was happening, but he could not yet understand what exactly. A few moments later, he saw a boat approaching their ship. Alexa came on board and called out to Michael, telling him that he should go to the captain's cabin because a pirate ship was approaching them. The hero followed the girl. In the captain's cabin, Vincent told everyone that the pirate group approaching them is known as the Shooting Star Pirates. Their leader is an S-rank user, the Undead Mage. He also said that this pirate had 3 important subordinates under his command: the Charming Fox, the Seaweed Monster, and the Tyrant of the Deep Sea. He bowed down and asked the heroes gathered there for help, because all the passengers would be in danger if their ship was captured. Yvonne thoughtfully said that this time these pirates attacked to test the strength of Florence's family and the judge's organization, so he warned Michael to be extremely careful. A smile appeared on the guy's face. He was pleased to receive care and support from Ivan. No one had ever worried about him like that before. He pushed those thoughts aside, deciding that now was not the time for sentimentality, and said that they could leave the captain of the Shooting Star Pirates to him and Lucia, and the rest of them could take care of the rest. Sakura stepped forward, blocking his path and telling him that he couldn't participate because he hadn't fully recovered yet. Ivan chuckled and said that she didn't have to worry about it because Michael was already practically healthy, and there shouldn't be any problems. The girl looked at him and said that such severe wounds could not heal in such a short time. Michael scratched the back of his head and said that they had better stop arguing and hurry to repel the enemy attack before it was too late. Suddenly the sirens began to wail and flare up in all the corridors and floors. The pirate ship came very close to our hero's ship. The undead mage stepped forward and informed his brethren that the famous Florence family ship, Dolphin, was right in front of them. Raising his staff above his head, he asked them what they wanted. His subordinates, as one, shouted out that they wanted gold and jewels, and also beautiful girls. Immediately after this, several of the warriors jumped down. Michael arrived at this moment and also rushed into battle. He ran over the heads of all the pirates who had come down and took them out of action. A charming fox was waiting for him right at the courthouse. When the hero was at a sufficient distance, she immediately attacked him. Because her attack was too predictable, Michael easily dodged her attack. The girl turned around and, looking at him, said with irritation that he should stop being a coward and fight like a real man, and not dodge. When another attack flew at the hero, he couldn't immediately notice it. But he didn't even need to dodge this attack. The spiritual skill that Charming Fox attacked him with was too weak against his third spiritual stage. Leaping forward, he grabbed the stunned girl by the neck. But the next moment, the expression on her face changed to a satisfied grin, and she said that although he was able to withstand her spiritual attacks, he would definitely not be able to dodge the next attack. Lucia, fighting nearby, called out to her brother, warning him of the danger approaching from behind. A revived skeleton with a huge saber was rushing straight at Michael. Hearing his sister's warning, the hero looked at the monster standing behind him. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Michael turned around and exposed the girl to the skeleton's slashing blow. This attack was the last one for the Charming Fox. As her life left her, a green pearl flew out of her body. Michael grabbed her and said that the girl had killed too many people. Maybe she would have better luck in her next life. Meanwhile, Sakura fought the tyrant of the deep sea. The girl moved quickly, dodging each of the enemy's attacks. The man shouted to his brother, the seaweed monster, and shouted for him to use his trap. He replied that everything was ready. The next moment, his ribbon-like hair rushed towards the surprised Sakura. They enveloped her entire body, completely immobilizing her. The longer the bonds held her, the hotter she became due to the awakening arousal. Alexa came to her aid, cutting through the bonds that were wrapped around Sakura with her sword. The seaweed monster shouted that no one had ever managed to stop his seaweed. As his hair began to flow towards the girls again, Alexa stepped forward, shielding Sakura. At that moment, Lucia appeared and used her ice control ability. All the algae instantly froze and crumbled. This battle was closely watched from the sidelines. Vincent was pleased that one of the leaders had been killed, and that the remaining two would soon follow him. All this time, Anna stood next to the captain and, shrugging her hands, said with disappointment that she would also like to fight with them. But now, she can only watch. Suddenly, a golden pentagram appeared under the dolphin ship. A protective dome instantly grew from underneath her. Meanwhile, the undead mage was busy with a duel with Michael. He promised that he would make his own trophy from the hero's bones. Raising his staff above his head, he activated the curse. The skeleton that the curse was directed at froze in place, and its body was enveloped in black and white clots of energy. A few moments later, the skeleton of a huge monkey with 2 clubs appeared before them. The undead mage said contentedly that the monkey skeleton's strength was almost S rank, and Michael wouldn't be able to hold out against it for even a minute. The hero chuckled and said that this remains to be seen. The next moment, the monkey rushed towards him. Stopping literally a step away from the guy, she hit with both batons the place where Michael should have been. But our hero was clever enough to escape the attack. He jumped and landed on the back of a monkey skeleton. His opponent was not going to just stand there waiting to die and tried to attack the hero with his tail again. Noticing this threat in time, Michael jumped back to a safe distance again. He immediately materialized gloves of light when he realized that if he couldn't get rid of this tail, he wouldn't be able to get to the spine. His thoughts were interrupted when the monkey's tail flew at him again. But thanks to the power of the glove, our hero managed to hold off this attack without difficulty. The monkey immediately pulled its tail back. Using his speed, he was able to strike his opponent in the back before the monkey had time to react. Due to the force of the impact, the skeleton fell limply to the ground. Satisfied, he shook his palms and asked the undead mage to repeat his words from earlier. The mage shouted in irritation that if Michael wanted to die so much, then he would now show him the full power of the S rank. However, the next moment, his expression changed, and he voiced an idea that came to his mind, that instead of dying, he should turn Michael's skeleton into a knight, which he would use to defeat the others. After saying this, he activated his ability, and his staff was enveloped in clots of dark energy, and above the water a huge circle with a pentagram in the center appeared. This attracted the attention of everyone on board the dolphin ship. A few moments later, a huge dragon skeleton flew out of the circle, choking ash coming from its mouth. All who were fighting on the surface of the water succumbed to the power of despair, which instantly took hold of their hearts, because they understood quite clearly that none of them would survive. Michael, however, remained calm and watched what was happening with a bit of interest. Smiling, he clenched his fist and said that he would be glad to fight someone so strong. Watching him, the others were confused. It was hard for them to even imagine how Michael would deal with the S-rank undead mage and his summoned warriors, because even none of the best heroes of all 4 seas would dare to approach him. Meanwhile, the dragon made its first move, releasing a clot of ash towards Michael. The hero dodged this attack with one jump, but he didn't plan on running away from the attack forever. So he quickly turned around and jumped into the air, rapidly approaching his opponent. Finding himself behind enemy lines, he concentrated his strength into his fist to strike. The undead mage smiled wryly and said that it wouldn't help him. Immediately after this, the dragon's head turned 180 degrees and, opening its mouth, released another clot of ash. The hero reacted instantly and at the last moment created a shield in front of himself. The monster emitted an endless stream of ash, but Michael endured it all steadfastly. When he was sure of the strength of his shield, he began to take leisurely steps towards the dragon. After some time, he finally managed to catch up with the dragon and grab it by the mouth. Jumping up from his seat, the undead mage shouted that grabbing his dragon was also useless. The man flew as close as possible to his warrior, and the next moment a green glow came off his staff, which shot in rays towards the dragon, after which he said that he would be very interested to know how Michael would cope with this. A barely noticeable smile appeared on our hero's face, and he turned to face the man. Jumping towards him, he said that it would be better to attack directly, rather than wait for the undead mage to summon more monsters. The man had not expected this, so he was very confused by the realization that he had been Michael's target from the very beginning. He turned around and started to run away. But he didn't manage to get far, because our hero's fist pierced his chest. The undead mage looked down in shock and said that this couldn't be. As soon as the magician died, the monster he had summoned also flew down after him. All the assembled men watched this scene in horror. They understood that since their boss was defeated, then fighting further with such a strong opponent would be pure suicide. So everyone rushed out of here as fast as they could, saving their lives, while Michael calmly watched from the air. Suddenly he noticed something that he really didn't like. One of the men, who was fighting on the enemy side, was swimming underwater in a completely different direction. Michael knew there would be problems if he decided to attack their ship. Using his ability, our hero created a shadow clone transformed into a rooster to follow the man and scout out the situation. The clone received the order and immediately dived under the water. The rooster followed his target unnoticed, keeping slightly behind. He quickly realized that the man was not escaping by roundabout routes, but was trying to get to a specific place. After several long minutes of swimming, the stranger emerged and began to walk out onto the deserted beach. Without even turning around, he headed towards the entrance to the cave in the huge mountain. The clone also emerged from the water, watching the man closely. He suggested that there might be a lair of the shooting star pirates there. When Brooke entered, he immediately ran into Herman, who angrily grabbed the newcomer by the lapels and told him to repeat again what he had just said. Brooke stuttered as he explained that their leader, the charming fox, the tyrant of the deep sea, and even the seaweed monster, had all been defeated. The men standing nearby said in disappointment that attacking Florence's family was too big a mistake, because now they had lost their main forces. As soon as Brooke told everything, Herman threw him to the floor and shouted that even though the others died in battle, it did not mean that they should give up. They should become stronger and avenge their fallen brothers. Beach stood up and, rubbing his neck, said that in that case they should split up. Everyone immediately liked the idea of everyone splitting up and going their separate ways, and supported Brooke. Only Herman did not understand the reason for their joy. He looked at his brothers with stunned eyes. Turning his gaze to Brooke, he hit him in the chest, and said in an irritated voice that their boss's inheritance now belonged to him, and they all had to obey his orders, and not act arbitrarily and so thoughtlessly. He delivered several more blows to the man until he fell to the ground, then grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. With a wry smile on his face, Herman told those present that if they didn't want to end up like that, then they should listen to him, and then they would be guaranteed a good future. And he didn't forget to mention the two beauties that the elders hadn't allowed to approach all this time. With that said, he threw Brooke's body back onto the ground. Waiting for some reaction from his brothers, he asked what they had decided. They joyfully shouted that they would follow him anywhere if they could have fun with the girls. When the girls sitting in one of the cells heard this, their bodies were shaken by a violent tremor of horror. One of the men opened the camera and grabbed the long-haired, frightened girl by the hand, dragging her towards the exit, completely ignoring all her screams and protests. Suddenly he threw her to the floor. Then the girl's screams became even louder and more desperate. But desire burned in the man's eyes, and he heard absolutely nothing. The clone witnessed such an unpleasant scene. Picking up a piece of metal, he threw it at the target. The metal he controlled pierced the heads of every man present there, and they didn't even have time to understand what had happened to them. The girl looked at the man looming over her in shock as he fell limply onto her, a bloody hole showing on his bald head. Herman, who was not present during the incident and had just arrived here, heard strange sounds and looked around the hall in bewilderment. Brooke, who miraculously had not yet died after the beating, laughed hoarsely and said that someone from Dolphin had followed him and found this island. Glancing sideways at Herman, he said with glee in his voice that if he was destined to die here, he would take everyone else with him. Herman was overcome with rage. He rushed towards Brooke and, grabbing him by the neck, began to strangle the man again with all his might, saying that he should have died during the battle and not led his tale here. When Brooke finally died, Herman rested his hands on the icy floor, tormented by many questions about who exactly had entered this island and how strong that someone was. Rising slowly, he told the invisible guest with ill-concealed fear in his voice that whoever it was, he would be ready to acknowledge him as his master and do anything if he was promised a good future and protection. The clone didn't like his proposal. His blade pierced Herman's body right through, not even letting him finish speaking. Michael approached and said that he had no need for new charges for now, so he should forget about it. He coughed up blood and whispered with regret in his voice that he had tried so hard for so long to become the most famous hero among all 4 seas. But it had all been in vain. By the time the hero drew his sword, life had already left the man's body. Michael stood up and used ability extraction. He managed to obtain the B-rank ability Red Copper Armor, which increases such stats as strength, agility, physical damage resistance, and elemental power. The hero was interested in what would happen to this skill after he improved it. Having spent a couple dozen units of dark energy, he received the ability of the S-rank Golden Armor of the Fire God, after using which, the owner receives unimaginable power, high speed, and almost impenetrable protection. In addition, it contains 2 additional skills, Flight and the Golden Eye of the God. After he absorbed the ability he had received, Michael went to the cells with the prisoners and opened them, announcing that everyone was now free. He also said that he would leave them 1/3 of the treasure. This amount should be enough for the girls to survive for the first time. The hostages could not believe that this was not a dream, but that they were really free, and tears of joy flowed from their eyes. Having freed everyone, Michael climbed out of the cave and climbed to the very top of the mountain, thoughtfully looking into the distance. He reasoned that in the territory of the 4 seas, even an S-rank ability didn't seem that strong, so he should try to improve some ability to SS rank. Without further ado, our hero immediately moved on to his experiment, which resulted in him obtaining a pitch-black pearl of the SS rank ability, the Golden Armor of the Demon God, which increased physical strength by the 3rd level and provided immunity to normal attacks and elemental abilities. Michael smiled contentedly under his mask. He liked the result he got. He decided that he should disassemble this ability and improve other abilities and test them in action. He got straight to work. However, contrary to his expectations, nothing worked out for him. Thinking about this, Michael decided to improve other abilities and try to break them down into dark energy particles, because the potential of this ability is much higher. But he was haunted by the worry that this oddity might somehow be connected with the 3rd stage. After all, if this is really so, then it turns out that the ability that has reached the 3rd level can no longer be decomposed. He created a clone to learn more about the armor's ability. After absorbing the Pearl of Ability, he explained what needed to be done. Moments later, our hero's rooster image changed to the Golden Armor of the Demon God. Michael said that the clone needs to use physical, spiritual, and elemental attacks. Nodding, the clone attacked him, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. But this blow did not cause any harm to the hero, because the armor completely absorbed this attack. The clone moved away and, using the air element, attacked again. Michael held his staff out in front of him. He wasn't surprised when the S-rank element technique sent at him was absorbed by the weapon. Michael waved his staff and decided it was time to try out the armor's additional skill. He raised the weapon above his head and swung the staff with all his might, as if cutting the air with a sword. In response to this attack, the water beneath his feet parted to the sides, rising high into the air. The drunkard slept peacefully with a bottle in his hand in his small ship. However, a sudden strong shaking caused him to wake up instantly. The man grabbed the binoculars and began to quickly look around to understand what was happening. By this time, the water in the sea had already returned to its usual state. The power of this ability impressed our hero so much that he could not wait to fight a stronger opponent as soon as possible. But now he decided to try out his flying skills. Putting away his staff, he threw himself like an arrow straight into the sea. When his body was underwater, a lot of splashes flew out to the sides. He swam deeper and deeper into the sea. When our hero activated the Golden Eye Shard, 2 golden beams appeared from his eyes. Any random fish that came their way were instantly incinerated. The same drunken sailor continued to observe the changes taking place in the sea. The man had absolutely no idea what was going on, and decided to blame it all on the fact that he had drunk too much. The next day, the dolphin practically swam to one of the islands of the 8th archipelago. When Michael asked who was in charge, Ivan replied that the K-Union ruled here, led by their leader, the Sewn Spring Sword Julian. The man's gaze became more serious, and he said that the power that their leader possessed should not be underestimated, because when the Florence family fell, the K Association offered itself for this position many times. A couple of minutes later, they docked at the port. Julian and his daughter had been waiting for them there for a long time. The man shook Ivan's outstretched hand and said that it was an honor for them to meet members of Florence's family. Michael noticed the intent gaze of the girl standing next to him. When he looked at her, she immediately blushed. The hero did not understand at all the reason why she was staring at him like that. But his attention quickly turned to Julian, who also turned his attention to him and asked Ivan to introduce his companion. He replied that he was his very gifted student. Julian took a few steps towards Michael and said that he seemed very strong to him, and that he would most likely be able to take his own place in the territory of the Four Seas in the near future. Afterwards, he said that the girl behind him was called Vivienne, who was a 43rd rank 4th C, so he believed that these young people should get to know each other. Julian took their hands and joined them, which greatly embarrassed the couple. He also added that the K Association had prepared a banquet and a comfortable hotel for them, where they would now be taken. The man let go of the young people's hands and headed in the right direction. Some time later, Michael was enjoying himself with everyone at a banquet arranged for them. There, they offered him drinks almost continuously, even though the hero constantly refused. A couple of hours later, he returned to his room, so drunk that he could barely stand on his feet, and immediately collapsed on the bed. Not even a few minutes had passed when someone knocked on his door. When he opened it, he saw Vivienne standing there, who, without raising her eyes to him, said that there was one very beautiful place on this island, and asked if Michael would like to go there with her. The hero asked in surprise if it was really just the two of them going, to which the girl replied that there would be no one else. Michael smiled and apologized, saying that he was too tired, and suggested that they go there some other time. Immediately after these words, he slammed the door right in front of Vivienne's nose, despite all her protests. Meanwhile, a very tense conversation was taking place in Julian's office. His sister was extremely unhappy with what was happening now, but Julian sternly said that without sacrifices, there would be no benefit, and if they did not use Vivienne, then they had no other way to lure Michael into their nets. One man promised him to deprive Florence's family of the support of the judges and to make their association K a full-fledged organization. That's why Julian was ready to sacrifice his daughter. Meanwhile, the girl still managed to get into our hero's room, who immediately laid her down on the bed, covering her with a blanket. He remembered very well that Vivienne had not drunk enough to be in such a state, so he did not understand at all why she was so drunk now. Also, for some reason, with each passing moment he felt hotter and hotter, and his consciousness became clouded. The best solution to regain his sober mind was to take a cold shower. But when this did not help, disturbing suspicions crept into our hero's head. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened. Michael looked towards the open door in bewilderment. At the entrance, he saw a completely naked Vivienne, who languidly complained that she was too hot. The hero immediately left the shower stall and wrapped her in a sheet, covering her nakedness. The girl leaned even closer to him, whispering that his body was very cold, so she felt good with him. Michael sighed, looking at Vivienne, and said that since things had gone this far, he had no other choice. Then he knocked her out with one sharp movement. Half an hour later, Michael was sitting there fully dressed and sober. He was almost 100% sure that he and Vivienne had been drugged. He was very lucky that the spiritual power of the third stage can suppress the effect of drugs. Vivienne slept on his bed, completely bound hand and foot with ropes. Michael sighed heavily. He tried to find the culprit, but neither the people from Delphinus nor the people from the K-Union had a reason for such a devious plan, especially considering the fact that Vivienne was Julian's biological daughter. Suddenly, the door to his room swung open and the enraged head of the K family burst in, followed by his sister. However, the picture they saw was fundamentally different from what they expected, and anger was replaced by surprise and bewilderment. Michael's face also showed surprise at their unexpected appearance here. Augustina approached the bed and, screaming, began to untie the ropes that bound the body of her dear niece. The hero's eyebrows involuntarily frowned when he realized that it was these two who were behind the fact that they were drugged and were waiting outside all this time. If the drug had not left his body, then something irreparable could have happened. A few moments later, Augustine was finally able to shout to her niece, who slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Seeing her aunt's familiar face, the girl immediately hugged her tightly and, without holding back her sobs, admitted that she almost made a mistake. The girl's tears quickly dried up. Pulling away abruptly, she looked at her father in bewilderment and asked what he was doing there. The woman looked away, not knowing what to answer to this question. The silence was broken by Julian, who angrily shouted that he had taught his daughter to talk to her elders incorrectly. Vivienne, with no less anger in her voice, shouted that adults should not drug their children. She then pointed to a surprised Michael and said that she had already promised to get closer to him, but she had not thought that her father would go so far as to drug them both. Without lowering his tone, Julian silenced his daughter. But Vivian wasn't about to just turn a blind eye to what had happened, and with tears in her eyes, asked what kind of father would ever decide to send his own daughter to bed with a stranger. Augustina hugged her niece, holding her tightly to herself, and looking at her brother said that he should stop, that in this situation only both of them were to blame. After that she promised Vivian that in the future, if someone wanted to use her for their own purposes, then she would definitely protect her and not let them hurt her. These words touched the girl deeply. This was exactly what she wanted to hear. Tears flowed from her eyes with renewed vigor, and Vivian herself pressed herself even tighter to the only person who was on her side. Julian chuckled with displeasure and headed towards the exit of the room. After he left, Michael felt too awkward to stay there, and he said that if they needed it, he could leave them alone and move into another room. Augustine looked at him and with a gentle smile on her face asked if he could leave the room for a couple of minutes while she dressed Vivian. 15 minutes later, the girl was put in order, and now her aunt was apologizing to Michael for all the inconvenience she had caused him. The hero smiled awkwardly and said that they didn't have to apologize, since he hadn't been hurt in any way. But in such things, there had to be agreement on both sides. Augustina asked him with a pleading voice to keep everything that had happened here a secret, because her niece was just as much a victim as he was. Michael nodded and replied that she could count on him in this matter. After hearing this, the woman's features softened considerably, and she expressed her hope that despite today's incident, in the future they would get to know each other well enough and would actively cooperate in the future. It took a lot of effort for the hero to keep a welcoming mask on his face when he realized that Augusta had decided to get her way by approaching the issue from a different angle. Getting out of bed, the girl grabbed her aunt by the hand and, with a burning face, walked out of the room, dragging her along with her. Left alone, Michael sighed wearily, thinking that today had been too eventful a night. Before he could enjoy even a minute of peace, someone knocked insistently on his door again. Holding back his irritation, he walked towards the door, simultaneously considering the options of who could come to him to carry out their dirty plans. He carefully opened the door and looked out. Contrary to all his expectations, there stood Vivian, who immediately bowed low and thanked him for helping her. Having said this, she immediately ran back. A smile involuntarily appeared on Michael's face. This girl seemed quite cute to him. The next morning, everyone returned to the port again. Julian put his hand on our hero's shoulder and smilingly said that it was difficult for him to come to terms with the fact that his dear guests were leaving this island so quickly, and asked what Michael thought about staying here a little longer and becoming his son-in-law. The hero was sincerely amazed at how wonderful this man's acting was. He deserved an Oscar. The guy forced a smile and replied that the head of the K Association shouldn't joke like that, since Vivian didn't even come to see them off. And then he asked if the girl was feeling well. The hint about last night made Julian hesitate for a few moments. Looking away, he said that the time for departure had already come, and it was time for them to go. After saying goodbye, all the dolphin passengers began to slowly board the ship. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice from above shouted the rooster's name. The man demanded that the hero come out to him if he had the slightest shred of conscience left. Julian looked down at them from the air with a menacing expression. The people at the port did not understand what had brought one of the Rose Warriors here and why they needed someone from the judge's organization. Some were whispering that a major scandal had occurred between them. Michael was truly perplexed, because he saw this man for the first time in his life. Ivan approached him and asked if Michael knew why the famous Warrior of Roses held a grudge against the rooster. To which the hero replied that he had not crossed paths with him for a long time, so he was also not aware of what was happening. The man turned his gaze to Julian and said thoughtfully that he was already somewhat familiar with the rooster, and asked why the Knight of Roses needed him. He replied that he did not want to quarrel with the judges, but he was simply left with no choice, because his fiancée had cheated on him with the rooster, and today he had come here to restore justice. The people who heard this were shocked by such a statement, but it fully justified Julian's thirst for revenge. Michael frowned. He didn't understand at all why he was dragged into the mess that was happening in the Rook family, and even accused of something he didn't do. Julian asked with a mocking voice if the judge's organization was really made up of only cowards, since Rooster did not dare to come out and answer for his shameless act. Having said this, he looked around, expecting that his opponent would finally decide to come out. But when this did not happen, he said with disappointment that if the culprit did not want to come out, then okay, he would come back. But this time, not with a simple warning. Suddenly, Julian shouted that if the Rose Warrior wanted to insult the people on his territory so much, he should first ask permission from his sewn spring sword. To this, Julian replied that this was only his business, and that scoundrel from the judges, no one else dared to interfere in this. Without waiting for the knight to finish speaking, the head of the K family took out his sword and attacked him. Julian held off this attack without much difficulty and asked with displeasure why Julian needed to get involved in this conflict and create new problems for himself. He replied that he would not allow the members of the judges to be touched in his presence, after which he shouted to Ivan that they should sail away from here as quickly as possible while he held back this knight. Julian grinned, saying that in that case he simply had no other choice. Suddenly, a threatening voice of his master sounded in his head, demanding that the rooster be brought to him, alive or dead, and that no one waste time on unnecessary trash, otherwise no one would escape the consequences. He realized that he had to get rid of this guy at any cost if he wanted to continue to peacefully fulfill his duties as a knight. Feeling something strange, Julian looked down in confusion and saw a small golden dragon wrapped around his leg. Meanwhile, Julian jumped towards our hero with his sword raised to strike. He immediately materialized gloves and clenched his hand into a fist, concentrating all his strength there. So when the man struck with his sword, he responded with a punch. To his surprise, the sword turned out to be stronger and survived. Michael decided that since it didn't work, he would have to show all his maximum power. The next moment, a clone of Julian, dressed in golden dragon armor, appeared behind him and said that he had seen enough of their games and it was time for them to end them. The Knight of Roses looked warily at the hero who had appeared and realized that he had serious problems, because he might not be able to cope with the judges alone. He swung his sword and pushed Michael aside. He was in no hurry to attack the hero in the monkey costume. He needed to try to lure at least one of the members of the judges to his master's side. With an uncertain smile on his face, he said that, apparently Monkey was also one of the members of the judges' organization, and he had one proposal for him. Michael didn't let him finish, shouting that he wasn't interested, because he hadn't felt the taste of a real battle for a long time, and wanted to have a good workout. Panicking, Julian took a step back and holding his hand out in front of him, he said that the incident had nothing to do with the monkey, and that he was not obliged to deal with it instead of the rooster. Michael, ostentatiously picking his ear out of boredom, replied that he had defiled his brother's honor with his words, and that if Julian really wanted to meet Rooster, he should first fight him. The man grimaced in displeasure at the words of the hero, who was not going to compromise with him. Before he could respond, Michael appeared behind his opponent, causing him to go into shock. Kicking him in the back, the hero sent the Rose Knight flying. When the man's body fell into the water, a lot of splashes flew in all directions. It took him a couple of moments to get to the surface and come to his senses. He clearly didn't expect this guy to be so strong and fast. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a strange sound behind him, and he carefully turned his head. Michael flew at him again, not giving his opponent time to recover from the previous attack. Julian had no intention of losing to some brat so easily. Standing up, he picked up his sword and, activating his ability, used the sword aura technique once. A large rose immediately materialized in front of him, emitting a suffocatingly sweet aroma. This obstacle did not frighten our hero. Without changing his trajectory, he attacked the enemy with a kick. He was unable to stay on his feet when an incredibly powerful blow landed right on his chest, and thick blood gushed from his mouth. They both sank under the water, Julian unable to do anything because Michael kept pressing down on him with his weight. Suddenly the pressure on him decreased, and the next moment, using him as a support, the hero made a jump. He jumped out from under the thickness of the water to the astonished gaze of the crowd gathered nearby. He folded his arms across his chest and looked down to where Julian should be, deep under the water, and said with disappointment that he had expected more. The spectators watching this fight were amazed by the strength of this hero, who easily throws the Knight of Roses from side to side, as if he were an ordinary bag of sand. Julian was no less amazed. He had heard rumors about the incredible nature of the judges before, but today he was able to see the power of the warriors of the zodiac sign with his own eyes for the first time. And this sight was enough for him to conclude that it was too dangerous to have such a strong organization on his list of enemies. High in the sky, among the clouds, another spectator was hiding, watching them, the Dragon of Fury. For now, he has decided not to interfere in what is happening. But if the life of the hero with the serial number is at risk, then he will have to intervene. Meanwhile, Michael continued to provoke Julian to finally show his full strength and not hold back. Coming out from under the water again, the man gave him a look full of hatred and releasing his energy. He shouted that now he would show him a technique that would knock all the arrogance out of him. The next moment, he raised his sword high above his head. His entire body was enveloped in scarlet flames, which pulsated around him for several meters, and a powerful stream of flames rose up into the air. This stream instantly overtook the dragon, who was calmly watching from the sky, engulfing his body in flames. The Dragon of Fury was forced to transform back into a human before the fire completely consumed him. Julian looked at Howard with a smirk on his face and said that their deal was too unequal, while he was doing the heavy lifting for both of them, and the man would get his benefit without doing anything. He silently descended to the surface of the water towards them, Julian's action leaving him no choice but to intervene. He folded his hands in a welcoming gesture and greeted Michael, saying that he was just passing by when he saw Julian bullying the weak, so he wanted to teach the bastard a lesson, but he was beaten to it. Michael's eyebrow arched behind his mask, knowing full well that the words spoken by the man standing before him were too obvious a lie. Without waiting for any answer, he looked at his quasi-accomplice. Afterwards, the man summoned the dragon and ordered him to kill it. The dragon, which appeared behind the stunned knight, immediately rushed towards its victim with its mouth wide open. He had already managed to say goodbye to life, knowing full well that he could not escape from this dragon, when something strange happened. Michael was at the dragon's side in an instant, and striking him said that no one was allowed to encroach on his prey in such a brazen manner. Suddenly, instead of the dragon, the reincarnated Howard appeared in front of him again, who said that he was just helping Florence's family sort out this trash. Having said this, he disappeared into thin air without a trace. However, a few moments later he appeared again in front of Michael, and behind him was a huge dragon with a bloodthirsty grin and eyes burning with rage. Michael chuckled, saying that things were taking a rather interesting turn. Leaving the summoned dragon to Monkey, Howard switched to Julian, who pointed his sword at him and shouted in bewilderment that this was not what they had agreed on. With the same gloomy look on his face, the man said that the situation had changed. The knight clicked his tongue in displeasure, complaining about his bad luck. Putting away his sword, he said that he had done his part of the deal, and now it was time for him to go. He was about to leave when suddenly something blocked his breathing and he froze in place, his face distorted with horror and bewilderment. Julian began to desperately struggle against the invisible enemy who had wrapped his neck in a chokehold. Blood began to flow from his mouth as he was suddenly attacked again. With one hand, the knight pointed the blade of the sword at himself, shouting that he would drag this monster to hell with him. The next moment, without a moment's hesitation or fear, he carried out his threat by cutting his own neck, along with the invisible monster. Julian's vision went blank, the life left his body, and he collapsed limply. When Alexa asked what the thing was, Sakura replied that it was Howard's third summon, an invisible dragon. The hero pointed his staff at the summoner and said in a threatening voice that he had broken the law by killing a man with a serial number. He just laughed in response to the accusation brought against him, and said with a smile on his face that he had not killed anyone, because Julian had committed suicide. Suddenly Michael noticed the man's clothes, and noticed that they were exactly the same as what Lucia had seen on the dark blue race. This important detail led him to suspect that Howard might be one of them. A slight grin involuntarily appeared on his face, and he said with hope that this fight should be more interesting than the one with the dead Knight of Roses. The man also did not hide his smile, and confidently said that the monkey would not be able to maintain his arrogant behavior towards him after he realized who he had crossed. Sensing the alien energy approaching him, Michael said that this invisible attack would not work on him. When the dragon realized that he had been noticed, and there was no point in running away anymore, he appeared, and letting out a terrifying roar, rushed even faster towards his target. Michael immediately used the golden eye shard technique, and from his eyes, through the slits in his mask, 2 golden incinerating beams flew at the dragon. This attack dealt heavy damage to the monster, and it disappeared. Having decreased in size, the dragon, breathing heavily, materialized next to its master, who looked at the beast and said that he would definitely take revenge for the suffering he had endured. A few moments later, the dragon had grown significantly in size again, standing behind Howard. He transferred part of the accumulated energy to the dragon. Afterwards, he disappeared, leaving Monkey alone with his dragon. Standing on the shore, Ivan looked at Michael uncertainly and asked if the monkey could handle it alone, since his opponent was ranked 25th in strength. Our hero smiled and answered with confidence that they had nothing to worry about, because the monkey had incredible instincts and would never lose due to carelessness. Meanwhile, his clone was already attacking the dragon in full force, circling at high speed near it and delivering blow after blow. Several dozen attacks later, his opponent finally opened up, giving him a perfect opportunity to deliver the finishing blow. He used the golden eye shard again, and a fused golden beam shot from his eyes into the monster's wide-open mouth. Howard was shocked. He didn't expect the dragon, strengthened by his own energy, to lose so quickly. He was overcome with irritation and anger when he saw Monkey kill the second summoned dragon. Shouting that he would destroy our hero, the man used an unknown technique, and the next moment, a huge shining circle with a pentagram appeared on the water. With a wild roar, a huge green dragon emerged from it, its size many times greater than the previously summoned dragons. Looking at Howard with his golden eyes, he said that it had been 10 years since he had been last summoned, and asked if they had prepared an offering for him this time. The man's face showed confusion, and he asked with a pleading voice to give him 10 days, and then he would offer him 10% more loot. The dragon held out a paw with one bent finger in front of him, and said that he would give him 7 days and 20%. Howard had no choice but to agree to this condition. In exchange, he demanded that he kill the monkey. The summoned dragon nodded his head in agreement and rushed into the sky, finally exiting the portal. Towering over our hero, the dragon asked him whether he wanted to leave his body intact and commit suicide, or whether it would be better to be eaten. Sakura's eyes widened in shock as she realized that this was no simple summon beast, but a very ancient spiritual being. Hearing her, Lucia looked at Ivan and asked if there could be problems with him, to which the man replied that the last time this dragon helped people fight monsters, then he deliberately ate more than a dozen heroes with high abilities. So, if the monkey loses this battle, the dragon will eat everyone who is here. The girl's concern for her brother was reflected on her face. Although she was confident in his strength, this monster made her wary. Twirling his staff in his palm, the monkey replied that now they would see who would eat whom next. Immediately after these words, he rushed towards his opponent. He remained in his place when our hero dealt a very noticeable blow to his head with his staff. The weapon, imbued with powerful energy, caused the dragon's impenetrable protective scales to crack. He jumped up with a deafening roar of pain. Ignoring the throbbing pain, the dragon, his gaze blazing with fury, rushed at the monkey, shouting that now he would show him what happens to those who dare to hit him. The monster's huge clawed paw was rushing straight at our hero. Michael held his staff out in front of him and blocked the attack, striking his opponent in return. Their contact caused a powerful stream of wind to spread out in all directions. Exhaling hot steam, the dragon growled and said that he would kill the monkey. He spread his paws to the side so that his victim was between them. Gripping his weapon tighter, Michael, without a drop of fear in his voice, told the dragon to attack. The next moment, the dragon clapped his hands loudly. He was sure that this attack would crush that impudent boy into mush. But this did not happen, which greatly surprised the dragon. Our hero's staff withstood the monster's attack. Looking up, Michael said it was now his turn to attack. He jumped up to be level with his opponent's face. The dragon immediately released a powerful stream of blue flame from its mouth to burn this nasty boy. But our hero successfully avoided damage this time too. Twirling his staff in his palm, he absorbed the flame flying at him. When all the fire was consumed, the hero stopped and told the dragon that it was very unfair of him to attack out of turn. As he spoke, his staff began to rapidly increase in size. Michael swung his staff and hit the dragon on the head. Before the dragon could respond to this attack, he growled in pain again as the staff struck him in the torso. The next attack was made on one of the paws. The dragon was breathing heavily, suffering terrible pain from the blows inflicted on him, and his eyes were burning with rage. Looking at Howard, he growled that he did not need any more offerings and demanded that he be called back immediately. Michael chuckled and said that it was too late to run away. He would never let his prey escape from him. The next moment, the staff flew into the dragon's mouth and pierced its body through and through. His body immediately began to dissipate into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Having dealt with him, Michael looked at Howard and asked if he had any other tricks left. Our hero wondered if this old man would dare to use the skills of the dark blue race. Suddenly the man disintegrated into many small dragons, saying at the end that the day would come, and he would definitely take revenge for today. Michael sighed in disappointment and said that he couldn't be fooled by pathetic clones. He turned around and grabbed the dragon that was flying behind him. He looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked how he managed to figure out where his real body was. Michael replied that he knew not only his location, but also his true identity, and then asked what it was like to be a traitor. Hearing this, Howard immediately transformed back, slipping out of the guy's grip. The man looked at the monkey and shouted that he was an ordinary man fighting for the people, although he tried to give his voice as much confidence as possible. But the confusion that flashed across his face for a split second gave him away. Howard pointed the finger at Michael, saying that he was just saying all this to justify killing him, but it wouldn't work. The hero grabbed the man by the neck and said that he would never believe that even being on the verge of death, the old man did not use the ability of the dark blue race. He pressed his palms into the guy's hand, trying to loosen his grip, but it was all in vain. Michael pressed harder, saying that it was time for him to show his true colors. Howard croaked that he was from the Troz family, and if his nephew found out about what happened, he would not leave any of the judges alive. Lucia's face reflected displeasure. She didn't like the fact that the hero, who bore the title of Super Strong, not only couldn't defeat the enemy, but now decided to use the name of his relative, naively hoping that it would help him. Sakura explained that his nephew has the 5th ordinal number, and his nickname is the God of Wind, and his name is John Tros. Also under his influence is the defensive front of the territory of the 4 Seas, the commander-in-chief of the Free Army, and the leader of the trade union. The information she received from her surprised our hero's sister quite a bit. She coughed and said that they should forget about what she had said earlier. Meanwhile, Howard was still trying to free himself from the guy's iron grip. Suddenly, a man in a formal suit who had just been discussed appeared next to them, and noticing the situation his uncle was in, he asked the monkey with emphasis in his voice and asked if he was really going to kill him. He glanced sideways at him and asked if it was really that obvious, or if Jan thought he was just pretending. A nervous smile appeared on Ivan's face, and he said that the monkey was surprisingly too calm. Howard reached out to his nephew and asked him for help. He reminded him with a grin on his face that when his uncle left the island, he claimed that he would never ask for help again. Afterwards, he asked if the dragon who needed offerings could withstand a fight with the top 20. Howard said that now was not the time for his jokes, especially since he had already summoned this dragon. But the monkey killed it. Hearing this, Jan lost interest in his uncle and turned his interested gaze to Michael and asked if he wanted to work for him. The hero responded to his proposal that he was not interested in it when he became a member of the judges' organization. He swore to be faithful to his cause. He scratched his ear demonstratively, saying that if that was all, then he should step aside and not interfere with him. A smirk played on Jan's lips again, raising an eyebrow. He reminded Michael that if he killed an old man with a high serial number without a good reason, he would be breaking the law and would be caught immediately. He came close to our hero, and with a challenging look in his eyes asked if he could defeat him. Looking him in the eye, Michael calmly replied that it was unlikely now, but in the future, anything was possible. This answer made the man laugh, folding his arms across his chest. He said that in that case, he should let Howard go for now, and in the future, when the opportunity presented itself, then he would kill him, squeezing his hand tighter around the old man's neck. The hero said that he had a good reason to kill him, so he could not put it off. Suddenly, Howard's hair changed color to blue. In one movement, he tore Michael away from himself and threw him into the water, promising to kill him. Ian's eyes widened in shock when he realized that his uncle was a member of the dark blue race. Shock was instantly replaced by rage, and without holding back, the men shouted that he would never have thought that Howard was capable of disgracing their family so much. Looking at him, the man said that it was Jan who controlled the position of the head, and there was no place for him in the so-called family. Frowning, Ian reminded him that he had been using their family name to further his own goals for the past couple of years, and now he had so easily renounced that name. Howard replied that he did it because the family had become useless to him. Suddenly there was a loud splash of water and Michael jumped out with a quick movement. Howard's face showed surprise at the sight of the boy he had just thrown into the water. Once he was near him, Michael swung his staff at him. He didn't have time to get out from under the line of attack, and the blow landed right on his head. Because the blow was too strong, the man lost consciousness and fell into the water. Michael looked at Ian, who was standing next to him, and said that now he should understand that he had very good reasons for killing the old man. Jan nodded and replied that in that case he wanted to propose a deal. He would forget about everything that had happened here, and the judges would take control of the 7th island of the defensive front. The conditions seemed quite favorable to our hero, and he agreed to this proposal. After saying goodbye to him, Michael jumped aboard the ship. He approached his original, and throwing him a mask, said that he had shown himself well today, and had successfully completed the star path, so from today on he would be called Raven. Looking down at the mask, the hero saw on it an image of a black raven, symbolizing the position he occupied. After this, the monkey left the ship, which was now free to continue its further journey. Lucia and Ivan raised their heads and waved goodbye to him. Sitting on one of the clouds, the hero thought that their organization needed to expand in order to further deal with the territory of the 4 Seas, so it was necessary to find a couple of new members. Michael decided not to delay this and moved to the Heavenly Palace. He understood perfectly well that his organization was very different from other forces, because if others were more like a traditional market, then his judges were more like online trading, selling ability elixirs and finding new members still hung on him. But the reward for it was also worthy. Materializing one of the ability pearls in his palm, he decided to first upgrade the contract ability to S rank before looking for someone new. It only took him a couple of minutes to improve, and now he had an S rank pearl in his palm. The improved ability allowed him to use spiritual power to distract the enemy and contact anyone at a distance. It also contained 2 skills: a seal thanks to which contracts were created and a spiritual space. Afterwards, the hero took out one of the empty masks. Using the seal, he planned to create new masks and force all members of the judges to wear them, and then they would gain the right to enter the heavenly palace. Based on the signs of the zodiac, he decided that there would be 12 signs of the zodiac, among which only the strongest would be, and 28 constellations, and in the future, he planned to create even lower positions if the need arose. A few moments later, the empty mask split into 8 more of the same kind. On each of them, characteristic drawings of zodiac signs and inscriptions began to appear. Looking at them, Michael had the idea to send them out throughout the 4 seas, and those who wanted to get the ability elixir would quickly switch to searching for the heavenly masks. After finishing the masks, he checked the remaining fragments of dark energy and was satisfied because he could still afford to improve some ability to SS rank. Without thinking twice, he decided that he should improve the superbrain and materialize the pearl of the ability in his palm, feeding it with the remains of dark energy. A couple of minutes later, everything was ready, and a message appeared in front of our hero, from which he learned that the improved ability has 4 skills at once: heart control, penetration, spiritual seal, and justice. In addition, this ability is able to improve 5 senses, endow the 6th, intuition, and the 7th, knowledge. This made Michael very happy. He expected nothing less from the ability of the 3rd stage. However, there was something he didn't understand about the 7th sense. He had never heard of anything like it before. He closed his eyes and activated the skill to immediately understand what it was and how it worked. At that moment, Michael's thoughts were spinning around the creation of man. Suddenly, he felt how the images in his head were becoming clearer, and his thoughts were becoming material. After standing like that for a couple of moments, he opened his eyes and saw in front of him a clot of dark energy that was flickering, taking on a more understandable form. Thus, a pretty dark-haired girl appeared before him, her body covered only by a top made of dark energy and a short skirt. Michael couldn't help but look at her in admiration, finding it hard to believe that he had actually recreated his thoughts in reality. The girl bowed to the guy and greeted him, calling him older brother. This confused our hero even more, blushing deeply. He assumed that some mistake had occurred during its creation. Having calmed down, he said that from now on she should call him Sir, and also told her that soon other people would appear here, because their organization needed to expand. Having explained everything to her, Michael created several more palaces floating in the air. He said that the Green Dragon Palace would control the Ironblood Sea territory, the Phoenix would take over the Heroic Lands, the White Tiger would take over the Free Alliance, and finally the Mysterious Turtle would take over the Mixed Waters. Afterwards, the hero shared with the girl that there would be 7 constellations in each palace, but now there would temporarily be 9 heavenly spirits there. After telling her everything, Michael asked which palace she wanted to be in. The girl smiled and replied that she was a part of him, so his thoughts were her thoughts, and asked him to make her a phoenix. The hero nodded in agreement and blushed again, rubbing his cheek, asking the girl to throw on something more decent quickly. The next moment, Phoenix was transformed. A golden mask and a dark dress appeared on her face, and her hair from below was dyed orange. As the girl flew up, heading towards her palace, Michael thought with a bit of regret that such ideal girls as her do not exist in reality. Turning around, he said that someone was looking for him, so he needed to return immediately. Phoenix told him as she left that he could always rely on her. Lucia persistently knocked on the door of her brother's room, informing him that the dolphin was sailing very soon, and the head of Florence asked her to invite Michael to the sea ceremony. As soon as our hero opened the door, the girl grabbed his hand and immediately dragged him along with her. Noticing their appearance, Ivan hurried his brother and sister, saying that they were only waiting for them. When everyone was finally assembled, Vincent announced in a loud voice the beginning of the sea ceremony. A deathly silence reigned on the ship, and all those present brought lit incense to their heads and bowed slightly. Michael was distracted when he heard approaching footsteps. Looking to the side, he saw Vivienne with her father, who with a joyful smile on his face greeted everyone again and said that he had come here especially to see his guests off. Ivan bowed deeply and thanked the head of the K Association for the help he had given them. And he also bowed and replied that he was always ready to help the Florence family in the battle against the monsters. Afterwards, Julian looked towards his daughter, saying that she wanted to go with them to train. Michael and Ivan's faces showed obvious surprise after hearing this. The hero really didn't understand why Vivienne agreed to become a toy in her father's hands again, especially after that incident. She smiled and bowed slightly, asking them to take her under their wing. Michael was confused by the fact that it seemed to him that this girl was now acting of her own free will. Forcing a smile, He extended his hand to her and said he was glad to welcome her aboard. They sailed in this group for a whole week. When an island appeared ahead, Ivan reported that they would soon arrive at the island of Philly. Michael was delighted by this news and was eager to show the territories of the Four Seas what his organization of judges was capable of. Half an hour later, they docked at the port. Noticing the ship stopped, the people at the port could not hold back their tears of joy when they realized that Florence's family had gained strength and was finally back again. Ivan got off the ship and, apologizing for the delay, said that they were now working together with the organization of judges and a bright future awaited them all. Tears of joy also welled up in Anna and Sakura's eyes. A little later they moved to the Florence family estate. Ivan and Michael discussed that as soon as a person from the judges' organization arrived on this island, they would immediately begin the first stage of the plan. Holding a teapot in his hands, the man asked who exactly would be visiting them and whether Florence's family needed to prepare anything for the guests' visit. When Michael said that it would be Phoenix, who has a higher title than the signs of the zodiac and even the supreme judges, because all the elixirs of abilities are her inventions, Ivan's face reflected strong surprise. He also added that this time they needed Florence's seed to find a few journalists to make a small statement and give the people of the Four Seas a chance to become stronger. A sinister smile appeared on his lips, and he said that this would be the first step of their heavenly spirits' plan. The man nodded and handed his interlocutor a cup of tea, saying that they would prepare a wonderful press release today. A little later, our hero moved to the Heavenly Palace, where he visited Phoenix in her abode. When they started discussing the internal organization of the judges, the girl suggested making 3 types of missions for everyone: a normal mission, an information-gathering mission, and a secret mission. A normal mission would be to collect daily resources. It would be somewhat similar to a group of activists fighting various monsters. The loot they got from these missions was planned to be extracted into ability pearls along with dark energy, and then they could convert 10% of the loot into points and use them to upgrade their weapons. Michael listened to Phoenix's proposal in surprise and said in shock that this plan sounded really good. The girl smiled and reminded him that her thoughts were only a reflection of his own. The guy became embarrassed again, coughed, and said that she needed to tell him about the 2 remaining types of tasks. Phoenix nodded and, walking forward a little, explained that intelligence-gathering missions involved exchanging collected information for points, while covert missions involved various assassinations, espionage, and other dirty work. She also added that this type of task requires a precise location and time. Once the task begins, all information will be transmitted using a spirit mark. Michael was pleased with this decision and asked what was decided about distributing masks, as it was a great way to draw attention to the ability elixirs. Glancing at her watch, Phoenix replied with a satisfied smile that the first weapon would appear very soon. Meanwhile, on Candy Island, among the livestock, a young boy was sleeping in the damp hay, with tears flowing from his eyes without stopping. The event that happened to his sister left a deep imprint on his mind. He swore to himself that he would definitely become stronger and save her from the demonic cave. Suddenly, lightning flashed in the street, and thunder rang out along with it. Frightened, the boy jumped up on the spot and looked around frantically. He noticed a strange mask with crows floating in the air next to him, from which a strange, alluring glow emanated. At some point, the glow surrounding her began to pulsate, increasing its radius, which quite frightened the boy, who had absolutely no idea what was going on here. Suddenly, the space around him opened up, and he found himself in some unfamiliar room, and in front of him was a huge brown door. Just when he thought he was dead, the door opened and a sleepy Michael wearing a snake mask came out. Approaching the boy, he ruffled his hair and said that he had now become a heavenly star. But if he continued to cry, he might die. Afterwards, the hero asked what his guest's name was, and after a brief silence, he hesitantly replied that his name was Amon. Michael addressed the boy by name and told him to put on his heavenly mask and warned that the next time he was asked something, he should not answer. Having fulfilled his demand, Amon thanked the hero, who said that it was too early to thank him, and that he would now bring him up to date with everything that was happening. Half an hour later, Michael told the guy everything he needed to know. Looking at Amon sitting dejectedly on the floor, he said that he should be a little more positive, because not everyone has the honor of joining the organization of judges. Amon looked up at him and said with sadness in his voice that he had absolutely no abilities. He wouldn't even be able to handle a simple task like killing a D-rank monster. Michael rubbed his chin thoughtfully and glanced to the side, asking if Phoenix had any thoughts on the matter. She immediately appeared behind him and said that it would be possible to allow newbies without abilities to exchange the points they had collected for a C-rank elixir, but they would be required to return the borrowed points within a month. Thinking about her offer, the hero said that with a C rank, they would be able to complete D rank missions, and if you do the math, this guy would have to kill 1 D rank monster a day. Pointing at the girl, Michael said with displeasure that this was only the beginning, and forcing Amon on such terms was not very wise. Phoenix smiled and reminded him again that she was simply voicing his own thoughts, and added that no one was forcing newbies to fight. They could simply complete resource-gathering tasks. Michael sighed deeply. After all, it wasn't such a bad offer, so he scratched his head and said that in that case they would call it a relief loan. Suddenly, a huge golden roulette wheel appeared next to him, pointing to it. The hero said that Amon, as the first lucky one, was given the chance to participate in the lottery. Taking a few steps towards the roulette, the guy suddenly pulled the handle. After spinning a few times, the circle stopped at a red arrow with the inscription, B rank ability. Smiling behind his mask, Michael said that he was very lucky. Then he said that the prize he had won would be delivered to him soon. But for now, he needed to go back. When Amon returned to reality, the sun was already hanging high above the zenith, and the roosters were already starting their song for the umpteenth time. The guy was rudely awakened by a bucket of ice water from the well. The blonde man in the body looked terribly angry, and in his hand he was clutching a whip. When Amon opened his eyes, he asked in bewilderment how he dared to still sleep instead of working off his money. The man began to beat the boy mercilessly with a whip. He could only cover his face with his hand and beg for mercy. But Rob did not stop, continuing to torture his worker's body with new blows of the whip, at the same time shouting that his sister also could not do anything without a whip. After several painfully long minutes for Amon, the man got bored, lowering the whip. He headed towards his house, ordering the guy to immediately begin his work. A rather battered Amon rose up and, taking the mask with the crows in his hands, looked at it with disappointment, thinking that it was just a dream about unrealizable dreams. However, the next moment the mask was engulfed in an unusually bright glow. Following this, a girl he already knew with a phoenix mask on her face appeared in front of him, and, handing him a flask with a green liquid inside, explained that this was his ability, and to obtain it, Amon needed to drink this potion. The guy was torn by doubts. Looking at the flask in the girl's hands, he hesitantly asked if he really just needed to drink it. When he received her positive answer, Amon decided to throw all his doubts aside and took a risk by drinking the entire contents at once. Meanwhile, Rob was harassing one of his maids, who, with tears in her eyes, desperately begged him to let her go. The man was distracted only when he heard strange sounds outside. Tearing himself away from the girl's body, he slammed the door open and asked in annoyance if he really thought he would get away with it after daring to distract him. The next moment, the man raised his leg to strike, but the guy didn't even move from his place. Grabbing Rob's leg, he asked in a threatening voice to whom the man had sold his sister. He was struck by such a sharp change in the behavior of the guy, who all this time could only roll in the dirt in front of him, and said that now his sister belongs to the Star Club. But this knowledge will not help him in any way. Having received this important information, Amon kicked Rob in the chest with all his might, shouting that because of trash like him, the territory of the Four Seas had turned into a real dump. Having beaten him until he lost consciousness, the boy set fire to the house he hated along with its owner and went in search of his sister. He didn't have to search for long. Having found out about the location of the Star Club, he found his sister there. When he tried to free her, the girl said that he should forget about her and run away from here as far as possible. But Amon stubbornly stood his ground, answering that he came here to save her. The opponent standing opposite him, transformed into a cheetah, mockingly said that he had already paid for his sister and now Julia belonged entirely to him. In one jump he found himself next to the boy, and grabbing him by the throat growled that thieves do not deserve to live. Suddenly the cheetah froze, and horror appeared on his face. The next moment he fell dead to the ground with a smoking hole in his chest. Those who became involuntary observers of this scene were amazed by his strength, and the mysterious mask on the guy's face led them to think that he might be involved in that notorious organization of judges. Michael was still in the Heavenly Palace, watching the events closely, and smiling contentedly when the first stage of the commercial went off with a bang. Deep in the cave that Michael had seen in his sister's memories, the stranger, wrapped in a black cloak, still stood in the center, during which time he had managed to grow several blue flowers. The man's red eyes burned with a furious fire. Not taking his eyes off one of the flowers, he said irritably that due to Howard's fault, the organization had to reconsider its plans for the territory of the Four Seas, and now the man was deeply disappointed in his subordinate. The flower stirred, and smiling said that it was not his fault, because he had been identified by a man who should have been dead a long time ago. His words only made the man more angry, attacking him with a red laser from his eyes. He said that it was better for him not to argue with him. Casper sighed deeply, thinking that now he needed to find a new manager for Moonlight Island. And besides, it was time to show them the power of the sea territory. Still smiling, Howard said that so far their plan was going well, so there shouldn't be any problems with a little surprise. Casper nodded, saying that a press conference would be held soon, but for now they needed to continue to monitor the situation so that it didn't get out of control. Michael, meanwhile, enjoyed the peace and quiet in the Heavenly Palace, lying down and sipping a cool drink through a thin straw. While there was time, he decided that he should ask Arthur about the castle that his sister saw. Closing his eyes, he activated the ability to control a person. A fair-haired middle-aged man, dressed in a gray formal suit, looked at his image in a large mirror with a satisfied smile on his face. Suddenly, he felt a strange intrusion into his consciousness, but he immediately understood who it was. Michael's voice sounded in his head and asked him to report on the current situation. Arthur said that he was now going to a family dinner. When the hero asked who would be there, the man said that his brother, Chris Green, number 37, and his sister Elizabeth, an experienced B-rank user, would be there. Michael was satisfied with the answer he heard, and advised him to look at the photograph of the castle he had sent him before sending it. An hour later, almost all the invited guests had gathered in the spacious dining room and were silently awaiting the arrival of 2 more persons. Entering the dining room, the thoughtful Arthur approached his seat, pushing back his chair. It was precisely at this point that his sister, who had entered after him, found him. Approaching him, the girl curtsied, greeting her older brother with a smile on her face. At that moment, Arthur's voice flashed through the man's head, telling Michael that this girl was his sister, and asking him to kiss her on the forehead out of politeness. Michael was confused by such a request. However, the girl stood next to him and looked at him expectantly. He sighed and kissed Elizabeth on the forehead, overcoming his embarrassment. After this, everyone sat down in their places, and Michael handed control of the body back to its owner, saying that Arthur should talk to his brother, and in the meantime he would take the opportunity to study all the guests. Without a moment's delay, our hero got down to business. After checking everyone in the room, he felt that Chris was the one emitting the most energy. Turning to Arthur, he asked if his brother's strength could exceed the 3rd level. Chris frowned slightly, sensing that someone was using his exploration abilities. Michael finally advised his subordinate to be careful with his brother and left his consciousness. Returning back, the hero tiredly stretched, warming up his body. Just at that moment, Phoenix appeared next to him with a folder in her hands and said that she had information about a new member of her White Tiger Palace. Michael took the folder from her hands and quickly opened it, running through the text written on the pages, asking along the way who would be coming to today's press conference. The girl replied that all the major media and news companies would be there, and that several other large organizations had sent their representatives. Finally, she added that only the Troz family did not send their people, but this could be for several reasons. Too far from them, or they might not have received an invitation at all. After finishing her report, Phoenix said that the press conference was about to start, and Michael needed to get ready. 10 minutes later, our hero stood at the entrance to the large hall, placing his palms on the massive doors. He looked away from himself and, smiling, asked if his companion was ready. His clone in the form of a monkey folded his arms across his chest and replied with a confident voice that, after today, no organization in the world would dare to stop him. Nodding to each other, they simultaneously opened the door and walked inside. The assembled spectators immediately noticed the appearance of 2 figures in the sky and cast their interested glances at them. Walking down to the stage, Michael greeted everyone present and announced that the press conference had officially begun. His face immediately appeared in close-up on the monitors behind him. Among those present were Cassandra, along with a visibly agitated Jacob. The girl turned her haughty gaze to her nephew and mockingly asked if he really felt so uncomfortable around his beloved aunt. When she, without waiting for his answer, suggested making him the same as Dylan, the guy became even more haggard, and his body broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing his name, the man sitting in front of them, who was the current head of the Rook family and an S-rank holder, turned towards them and mumbled something inarticulately in a dissatisfied tone. Jacob managed to force a hesitant smile, and, without looking up at her, he replied that she had misunderstood everything, because it was a real honor for him to sit next to her. Their short conversation was interrupted by the appearance in the air of a girl with a phoenix mask on her face. Everyone immediately started talking among themselves, making various assumptions about who this hot beauty who had just appeared could be. Jacob also paid attention to her and studied the stranger with an attentive gaze, not understanding why the spiritual power that was familiar to him was emanating from her. As Phoenix descended onto the stage, Michael bowed deeply in greeting. Hearing the address to her, Cassandra tensed up. She really didn't like the fact that she hadn't managed to find out anything about this person, whose status apparently was higher than the monkey, who was in the position of the zodiac sign. Without paying attention to anyone, Phoenix took out a flask with a green potion, and smiling, told Michael, addressing him as the Moon Raven, that he tried hard this time, so the organization has prepared a reward for him in the form of a rank increase. The hero took the potion handed to him with a satisfied smile, thinking that these elixirs of abilities are strikingly different from digital goods, and they do not need any information technology. They exist only physically, and now he will clearly demonstrate his goods to everyone. Michael pulled out the cork and drank the entire contents of the flask in one gulp. The spectators watched his actions attentively. Some were inspired and deeply interested in the elixir of abilities. They were eager to see what possibilities this miraculous remedy gave. Closing his eyes, our hero improved the ability of the plum-style marine combat suit inside himself, bringing it to S rank. It took him a little less than 2 minutes to do this, and opening his eyes, he turned to the spectators present and said that the judges had heard that humanity was being attacked by monsters that were extremely dangerous. That is why they will present their heavenly spirits' plan to everyone today. When he said that the organization would open 36 vacant positions for the owners of heavenly spirits, which were represented in the form of masks, everyone's eyes immediately lit up with the desire to get such a wonderful opportunity to join the ranks of judges. For 40 minutes, our hero told everyone the details of the plan. All this time, cameras were filming him, and the broadcast was uploaded to the internet. Michael's speech delighted everyone, and the organization of judges rose even higher in the eyes of the public, because they were even ready to share such a valuable elixir of abilities. Having finished explaining all the main points, the hero decided to move on to the final part. Taking one of the starry celestial masks, with scorpions drawn on it in his hand, he said that all the remaining 35 pieces would be sent out today to different parts of the territory of the Four Seas. Afterwards, he looked down at the mask and, smiling, mysteriously said that the mask, which was now in his hand, would be a special gift for the one who could win a series of fights in the arena. Hearing this, one guy jumped up from his seat and shouted loudly that he was against it, because ordinary newbies would never be able to defeat professionals who had been hardened by numerous battles with monsters. Michael said in a soothing tone that he shouldn't panic ahead of time, because he had a special gift prepared for everyone. Afterwards, he took a step forward. His face became serious, and he said that the young people would be able to obtain B-rank abilities. Jacob stood next to the dark-haired girl and invited her to go first. She smiled and walked confidently onto the stage. Facing Michael, she summoned her sword and shouted the name of her technique, activating her ability. The next moment, the blade of the sword, engulfed in her energy, cloned itself, and, at the girl's mental command, all 6 blades rushed towards her opponent, and Agnes herself did not stay aside, rushing towards Michael after them. With his hands clasped behind his back, our hero deftly avoided the blades flying at him thanks to his misty gait, which allowed him to float unhindered in the air. He stopped one of the blades flying straight at his head with just 2 fingers, a couple of centimeters from his face, and moved it to the side. Everyone was amazed by the skills Michael demonstrated as he fought bare-handed against a swordswoman who was ranked 5th in strength. Suddenly, a contented smile appeared on the girl's face, which did not bode well, and a blue haze began to emanate from her sword again. Michael's lips tightened slightly as the multitude of blades that formed in front of him began to sweat at him again. Letting go of Agnes's sword, he jumped to the side, getting out of the line of attack. As the blades flew past, dissolving into thin air, he glanced at his opponent. Instantly appearing next to her, Michael raised his leg to strike, which surprised the girl. Agnes was truly at a loss, even though the opponent in front of her was only top 30 in the rankings. After he drank the elixir, his strength had increased significantly. Holding her sword above her head, she decided that the best solution was to simply block the attack. The next moment, their collision caused a powerful shockwave that rose up for a couple of kilometers around. All the guests covered their ears with their hands from the terribly loud sound and strong gust of wind. Michael, as if nothing had happened, stood with one foot on his opponent's sword. He bent down slightly, looked into her eyes and thanked the stunned girl for the wonderful duel. As he jumped off the sword, landing back on the stage, the next opponent rose up to him with a confident smile on his face. The girl didn't say anything. She just looked with displeasure at the guy who came forward and returned to her place. As soon as they were alone on the stage, Dominic stood up and activated his ability. Long claws grew on his right hand, and his palm itself was covered in small lightning discharges. The next moment, he rushed at Michael, holding his hand with the technique out in front of him. The men watching the fight were surprised that Dominic decided to use his strongest move called Lightning Heart Attack, which was usually used to defeat S-rank monsters. Without moving, our hero easily blocked his blow with his palm. He saw that this guy was not so simple, so he decided that now he would need an immediate improvement in order to still emerge victorious from this fight. Dominic chuckled and shouted mockingly that Michael wouldn't be able to hold out in that position for long. He explained that his body had an extremely high amount of energy, and it was enough to easily defeat even one of the judges. Our hero didn't answer. He just smiled and began to absorb all the force of the attack directed at him. This action caused genuine shock and horror in Dominic when he realized what had happened. He suddenly fell to his knees, crying out loudly as Michael squeezed his wrist painfully, almost breaking it. Having dealt with it, he turned his gaze to Chris, who was sitting in the front row, and asked if he wanted to try it too. He replied that Elizabeth also wanted to experience what it was like to be able to fly freely, so he, as befits an older brother, would do everything for this. For a few moments they stared at each other in silence. Michael felt that something was wrong with Chris, because his spiritual power was much higher than the third stage, so he planned to drag him out to a duel in order to implant an ability pearl into his body and track his location. The man did not keep us waiting, and literally a few seconds later, having already transformed, he jumped onto the stage, fully prepared for the upcoming battle. A satisfied smile appeared on our hero's face, and he materialized the gloves of enhancement on his palms, knowing full well that his opponent's ability was the Bloody Viscount, and that he was weak against Garlic and Holy Light. Holding the F-rank ability pearl, he attacked first, intending to stealthily place it into Chris's body. However, he managed to jump back in time, and our hero's attempt failed. He chased after his opponent relentlessly at a terrifyingly high speed, intending to strike. But the opponent was no match for him, and avoided him just as quickly, so that only the glowing streaks from the remnants of their energy were visible from their movements. A couple of minutes later, Michael deactivated his gloves and returned back to the stage. He was very annoyed by the fact that Chris did nothing but run away, but never even tried to attack. Activating the Sea Blast ability, he raised his leg to strike above the enemy standing in front of him. By the time his foot had swiftly cut off the man's neck, he had already turned into one big lump of red slime. The residual wave from the attack continued on, stripping one unfortunate man of his gray hair and slamming into the wall with a loud bang. The slime that had spread across the floor began to turn into a red haze, slowly rising upward. A few moments later, Chris appeared before everyone again, completely unharmed. Taking advantage of the opportunity while he was transforming back, Michael approached him and delivered a weak blow to the surprised man's chest. Without wasting any time, he quickly transferred the Pearl of Ability to his body, which, unnoticed by anyone, even Chris himself, penetrated into his chest. Michael knew that this man was hiding his true power, but he had no intention of losing to anyone in the mastery of acting. He swung again, aiming for the still-stricken man's head, but he managed to come to his senses in time and put his hands out, blocking the blow. Suddenly, Michael flew back a few meters with a surprised expression on his face. Holding his chest, he cleared his throat and said in a feigned admiration voice that he expected nothing less from the strongest in their territory. Chris managed to convince him that he was much stronger than the two who volunteered for this duel. Taking a flask of elixir from his pocket, he said that he was giving him a reward he had earned in a fair fight. Chris looked at the elixir in his hands in bewilderment. He hesitated a little, then looked at his sister with a confused look, and calling her over, said that if she still wanted to, she could drink this potion. Michael looked at the two expectantly, crossing his arms over his chest, because this girl would be the first to drink the ability elixir without being one of the judges. Elizabeth pulled out the cork and drank the entire contents without a drop of fear. A few moments later, the happy girl was joyfully flying above the stage, not believing in the reality of what was happening. The other guests watched her in amazement, also finding it hard to believe that the girl had actually gained the ability to levitate. Addressing the guests, Michael said contentedly that they had just seen with their own eyes the effectiveness of the ability potion, and now they could move on to the next part. Pointing to someone, he invited Casper from the camping family onto the stage. The named one immediately rose from his seat and, soaring into the air, laughed joyfully, confidently declaring that he would become the owner of the mask. As he stepped down onto the stage, another man jumped up from his seat and protested, saying that Dylan from the Chamber of Commerce should come over and meet him first. At this moment, everyone around began to whisper discontentedly. Michael turned his gaze to the man who had stood up, who seemed too strange to him. His eyes were empty and expressed almost nothing, and some kind of eerie aura emanated from him. Cassandra looked at him with displeasure, quietly saying that with such a stupid expression on his face, he looked like a puppet. But a moment later, all trace of her displeasure vanished, as she explained that it didn't matter because he was about to die. Meanwhile, Casper, who had activated his ability, rushed towards Dylan, furiously shouting that in that case, he would show him his special move. His opponent didn't even take a step to the side before he was attacked. The attack was so strong that it sent him flying back limply several meters. Jacob froze in shock. It was hard for him to even imagine how strong this man was, who threw out his opponent with just one blow of his palm. Meanwhile, Casper, having dealt with the small obstacle in the form of Dylan, turned his attention back to Michael, bowing down in front of him. However, he was again interrupted by Dylan, who rose to his feet, holding two huge sledgehammers and saying that this was not all. The next moment, he reached Casper in one leap. He barely managed to dodge the spiked weapon in his opponent's hand. Jumping to the side, he wiped a thin stream of blood from his chin, oozing from a small scratch. But the next moment, he pulled himself together and rushed towards Dylan. He struck him with furious, non-stop punches. After a while, his series of attacks ended and Dylan fell limply to the floor. But he had no intention of giving up. Quickly rising to his feet, he screamed loudly in rage and pain. From the energy he released, the floor and the screens located near him quickly became covered with deep cracks, and fragments of stones rose into the air. Suddenly, his head began to be actively covered in dark blue slime, covering more and more of his body. He disappeared from his place so quickly that Casper didn't even have time to realize it. And a moment later, he appeared right in front of him and delivered a very noticeable punch to the chest, forcing his opponent to cough up his own blood from his lungs. The man had absolutely no idea what was happening to Dylan or what that blue coating was on his body. The guests present suddenly jumped up from their seats and ran away, trying to save their lives. The blue slime noticed Phoenix in front of it and immediately rushed towards her. But the girl continued to stand motionless in the face of impending danger. When the blue monster was already a couple of steps away from her, Monkey suddenly appeared in front of Phoenix and held back the blow aimed at his partner. Then, with one movement, he threw the slime away from himself. A golden staff immediately appeared in his palm. He threw it after the slime, putting as much force as possible into the throw. The weapon quickly found its target, pinning the slime to the ground. At that very moment, a smiling Cassandra appeared from behind the hero and said that in reality, the organization of judges was not capable of anything worthwhile. She looked at the monkey with a searching gaze and said haughtily that they were too pathetic. Meanwhile, the slime broke into several pieces, freeing itself from under the monkey's weapon. Transforming into a huge fist, the blue monster squeezed the hero's body in a vice. After this, the monster fell back to the ground, dragging the monkey with it, and crashing into it with a loud bang. Meanwhile, Cassandra's face began to be decorated with black patterns that looked like flames, and the girl herself, approaching Phoenix with a satisfied smile on her lips, said that she would like her flock of night ravens. The next moment, two black beams shot out from her eyes. Phoenix tried to block this attack somehow, but it was all in vain. The darkness swallowed her completely, transporting her into the dream world created by Cassandra. Suddenly, her body was surrounded by many small skulls, one of which bit her on a lock of hair. However, as soon as she opened her eyes, a bright flash of light passed in waves from her body, causing the skulls to go away. Cassandra chuckled nervously and said that even the third-tier elite heroes couldn't resist her power, so Phoenix didn't stand a chance. Suddenly, Phoenix fell onto something hard. Without rising from the surface, she looked around. The space around her had again changed dramatically. Instead of darkness, she was surrounded by a beautiful meadow with many different wild flowers, and clouds were floating across the sky at their leisurely pace. Suddenly, the flowers surrounding her turned into monsters and, opening their toothy mouths, rushed at her. Phoenix didn't react at all to the fact that these carnivorous flowers had wrapped around her entire body. At that moment, the outline of a satisfied Cassandra's face appeared in the sky. She definitely liked Phoenix's helplessness in this situation. However, contrary to her expectations, the next moment the girl's body was surrounded by golden flames, which burned all the flowers enveloping her. This came as a shock to Cassandra, who could hardly believe her eyes. She sent her opponent into a new dream world, in which Phoenix fell like a limp stone deeper and deeper to the bottom of the ocean. But she miraculously managed to get out of there. Then Cassandra sent her to another world, where everything was mercilessly consumed by fire. But it seemed to cause the girl absolutely no harm. When that didn't work, Cassandra sent her to another world, where Phoenix instantly turned into a giant block of ice. Now it seemed that everything was finally over, and Cassandra was completely reveling in her victory. But here too, she was in for a very quick disappointment. Suddenly, the ice surrounding Phoenix's body cracked, releasing her. Cassandra was in a state of genuine horror and bewilderment, completely unable to understand why nothing was working. Phoenix decided not to hesitate and attacked the enemy. The illusory world immediately began to collapse. At the last moment, Cassandra asked with sincere bewilderment what kind of monster she was. A few moments later, Phoenix finally returned to reality. Approaching the girl sitting exhausted on the floor, she asked what her real name was. She was silent for a moment and reluctantly said her name. With a slight nod, Phoenix said in a casual tone that Cassandra had committed a serious crime against honor, and that her trial would now begin. She held her hand out in front of her and shouted, "Fire torture." Cassandra's entire body was instantly engulfed in raging, merciless flames. The girl's body was burning alive, and heart-rending cries of pain burst from her throat. Suddenly her body turned into blue slime, and she rose out of the fire and soared into the air, shouting out that one day she would definitely take revenge. Michael, who had watched her escape, chuckled and quietly, almost in a whisper, said that he had previously fenced off the space around her with his spiritual power, so all her attempts were in vain. Chris wasn't idle either. He wasn't going to let the enemy get away just like that. So he threw down his stretchy cloak. In an instant, he overtook the slime and hung over it like a huge dome. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the slime into his tight embrace, from which it desperately tried to get out. But Chris, who controlled the cloak, did not allow this to happen. Suddenly, everything went out of control. His cloak disappeared without his permission, and horror and bewilderment were reflected on his face. When Michael appeared in front of him holding a cloak with slime inside, he sighed in relief, saying that the hero really was unimaginably strong. Cassandra changed her appearance again. The cramped space and complete lack of oxygen forced her into a deep sleep. Michael looked at the guy standing in front of him with suspicion. He didn't understand why he didn't use his vampire energy to kill, and this raised more and more questions in our hero's head. Turning his gaze to the cloak with the hostage inside, he decided to check what would happen if he tried to take the ability from the dark blue race. Without wasting any time, Michael decided to put his experiment into practice by activating the ability extraction. A few moments later, a green pearl of the S-rank dark blue race's ability appeared in his palm, which possessed a huge array of attacks. Our hero smiled contentedly, delighted with his catch. The slowly fading Phoenix reported that the problem had been eliminated, and now that her task was complete, she must leave. The monkey also jumped out of the sticky mucus holding him and jumped out of the hole in the floor that had formed after the battle. Once on the surface, he looked with displeasure at his hand, which still had slippery marks on it that disgusted him. He decided to leave this problem for later, and, throwing his arm over Michael's shoulder, cheerfully said that it was time for him to go, so he would leave everything else to him. Casper was unable to get to his feet, sitting on the floor and clutching his bruised chest. Suddenly, Michael came up to him and, holding out a mask with a scorpion design, said that this mask now belonged to him and he should use it for good purposes. The man took the mask offered to him with surprise and disbelief in his eyes. A little later, our hero returned back to the Heavenly Palace and, having met with Phoenix, asked how many people had already received masks, to which the girl replied that in the Free Union there were already 6 people, and in the Heroic Lands there were only 3, in the Sea Iron Blood and Mixed Territories, 2 each. She also said that among the heroes of the 4 seas, there is one of their old acquaintances, the Black Dragon. Michael looked at her in surprise and asked when this guy managed to move to the territory of the 4 seas. Hearing his question, Phoenix said that she could think of a quick way to get rid of him. The hero shook his head and replied that there was no need for that, because he could be useful to their organization, and they still had enough free space. Afterwards, he materialized an ability pearl and said that they had already collected many S-rank pearls, and now they could upgrade the Parallel World Cube to SS rank. The hero immediately moved on to improving this ability, and sometime later, the pearl in his palm rose to SS rank, which allowed him to store things and move them around the parallel world. When he read the details about this ability, he was confused by the information that living beings could not enter the parallel world. He did not quite understand whether this meant that living organisms would die after entering there, or could not enter there at all. Having activated the skill of this ability, the Gate of Fortune, Michael decided to find out everything himself and took a live fish for the experiment. After thinking for a moment, he threw the fish inside, but not even a couple of seconds passed before the gate spat out the same fish, but already dead. Michael frowned, the realization dawning on him that the parallel world was collecting life energy, and therefore could not contain living beings. A new idea immediately appeared in his head on how to use this skill, taking another live fish in his other hand and trying to attack it. The same gates he had created for his previous experience, but slightly smaller in size, immediately appeared on her body. From what he saw, our hero came to the conclusion that this was a space-type skill, capable of both absorbing the enemy himself and his attack. After deactivating the ability, he decided that he would give it to Pig because this ability could provide quite good combat power. Sometime later, a clone dressed in the image of a pig was already standing in front of him. When Phoenix suddenly appeared behind him, he flinched in surprise, but the girl did not pay attention to this, and reported that the Hero Association began to capture other worlds in order to obtain the status of a mediator. The pig turned his gaze to her, and thoughtfully said that the dark blue race was also from another world, and they did not really need a mediator, and suggested that people from another world and the dark blue race could be on the same side. Michael stood to the side and thought carefully about this information. Meanwhile, Phoenix added that Alexa and Anna and some others had already arrived at the Turtle's palace. This news infuriated Pig, and he asked in bewilderment why she hadn't said this before. The empty Turtle Palace was filled with the ringing voices of girls. Alexa and Anna excitedly discussed the large number of missions to obtain ability elixirs. Turning to her sister, Anna said that according to the rules, she would have to kill about 18 monsters to get the S-rank elixir. Sakura replied with an indifferent expression that it was too difficult, while Alexa decided to tactfully remain silent. Lucia, who was standing nearby, said that Sakura shouldn't be so sure about this, because, besides this, there are also missions for collecting resources, rescue and special assignments, for which they also give quite good rewards. But at the same time, they are all much easier than killing monsters. Their conversation was interrupted by a portal that suddenly appeared in front of them. Michael came out of it in a raven costume and said with emphasis that he had called them here to discuss the Zodiac sign plan, as well as the loan they would receive as startup capital. Anna and Sakura exchanged surprised glances with each other. Unable to contain herself, Sakura asked with excitement in her voice if this meant that they would be able to buy ability elixirs right now, to which Michael replied that this was indeed the case. The next moment, a huge table appeared next to him, on which a list of all the abilities was displayed. Pointing to it, he said that the girls should quickly choose one of these abilities. The hero did this because he understood that the stronger his key figures were, the faster they would be able to collect all the necessary information, and humanity would have a better chance of defeating civilizations from other worlds. A few days later, the dolphin docked at the port of Banana Island. Our hero went ashore with the Florence family's butler, who informed them that this was the last island where they could rest before reaching the 5th defensive front. Michael nodded and dropped to his knees, not taking his eyes off the picturesque river. Neil told him that this Moon River is the largest water resource of this island. Some even say that if you drink this water, you can find eternal luck. Scooping up water in his palms, Michael asked with a grin on his lips if this river really had such a magical effect. When he wanted to try this water, he suddenly noticed some small particles in it. Suddenly, a memory of one of his sister's visions, in which someone was pouring a blue liquid into water, came to his mind. Michael had no idea why the dark blue race would pour this into the Moon River. Rising to his feet, he looked at Neil and asked where the source of this river was. The man thought for a moment and replied that it was located somewhere in the middle part of Mount M on this island. Michael had no trouble finding the place indicated to him and climbing up to the source, assessing the scale. He came to the conclusion that, given the concentration, an ordinary person would not be able to reincarnate or achieve mutation, even if he drank this water for a year. And this confused him even more. He folded his arms across his chest and decided that the best solution in this situation would be to create his own secret headquarters, because it would be much easier to track their actions. He created a clone of himself, who immediately transformed into the serpent, and ordered him to carefully observe this place, and if he noticed anything strange, to immediately report it. After that, he returned back to the ship, and just a couple of hours later they reached the 7th island of the archipelago, where the 5th defensive front was located. As soon as they moored to the shore, workers immediately began to pull the cargo off the ship. A blue-haired man accompanied by 2 soldiers came out to meet our heroes and asked which warrior from the judges had arrived with the respected Florence family. Michael replied that the organization had sent him as one of the constellations to temporarily protect the 5th defensive front. The man's face reflected surprise at what he heard, and he asked again if they had really sent only him here and not a single zodiac sign. Michael smiled silently. He couldn't say that he was a monkey, a rooster, and even a rabbit at the same time. Taking a step to the side, he pointed at the girls standing behind him and said that besides him, there were 3 more strong heroines who were S-rank ability users. The confused man quickly got his emotions under control and sternly said that even if they were S-rank or higher, he couldn't take his word for it. The young warrior standing next to him chuckled and said that they would test their abilities in the upcoming trial, because they would have to fight shoulder to shoulder with each other on the battlefield, and it would be better for them to avoid misunderstandings. His partner looked at the girls with disdain and said that he would not fight them. Because of their excessive thinness and weakness, they would not be able to hold out for even a minute, breaking all their bones. Michael smiled and told the man that he could choose one of them for himself, and if he managed to win, he would immediately give him his gloves of light. After thinking for a moment, Raven pointed at Alexa and shouted that he would fight her. Activating his ability, the guy advised her to admit her defeat immediately, before it was too late. But when the girl stepped forward, he created a ring of ice needles. The next moment, they all flew into it. Alexa held her sword in front of her and said that if he knew what she had gone through, he would understand that his actions did not affect him in the least. Activating her ability, she rushed straight towards the danger flying towards her, cutting it with her blade. After that, she headed towards the shocked opponent. He held out a hastily created shield made of ice and multicolored stones in front of him, but less than a couple of seconds later, he collapsed. Alexa's sword blade stopped a few centimeters from his face. Russell approached Michael and, smiling, suggested that they finish the duel and look into the commander's house. Having received an approving nod from our hero, he stepped aside and waved his hand. Michael took a step forward, thoughts running through his head about how one had to be strong to negotiate. Meanwhile, Edgar, who had received information that people from another dimension were hiding at the bottom of the sea, headed towards his goal, driven by the desire to earn as many points as possible. His informant was right, and at the bottom of this sea there really was an alien creature. A girl with translucent wings behind her back was sitting inside a huge open shell, and with a mocking expression on her face, she was thinking that other creatures like her were too stupid. Even though they had large reserves of strength, they were always running around with pathetic little people. Looking at the shell, she said that if the authorities had not sent someone like them to train others, they would have been killed long ago by people with their own plans and fears. The shell replied that Daphne should think about the crystal cave, and it would make her feel better. The girl nodded in agreement and replied that she only needed one very transparent crystal, and then she would finally be able to reach the second rank, after which she would need to return the crystal cave back to the Oz plane and sell it. Then they would be able to earn simply untold wealth. Suddenly her face visibly tensed up, and she looked up to see a man approaching them. The shell immediately slammed shut and floated away from here. But the black dragon had no intention of letting its prey escape, and released a stream of dark purple energy from its palm. The shell didn't have time to swim far when suddenly its body was enveloped in alien energy. Opening her mouth, she spat out Daphne, who, armed with a bow, created a magic arrow and aimed it at the enemy. Edgar only needed to move slightly to the side to escape the attack. However, this was no ordinary arrow. Once it hit his back, it immediately turned around. Edgar didn't expect something like this, so he couldn't avoid the attack from behind. Daphne chuckled and said that no one had ever managed to escape from homing arrows. The next moment, suddenly, the arrow that pierced Edgar began to turn into a tree that grew rapidly. The girl took advantage of this opportunity and jumped back into the shell and, with contempt in her voice, threw out at last that he was too stupid to decide to fight her, even without possessing a crumb of magic. After that, they quickly swam away. A little later, Phoenix gave the entire recording of what happened to our hero, saying that she received it from the Black Dragon. Michael frowned slightly, saying that if the humans wanted to take on the Oz Plane people, they would first need to become much stronger. He knew that the people of the Oz Plane were not only the best at using energy, but also at upgrading their abilities. Phoenix approached him and said that, fortunately for them, more and more new geniuses continue to appear among people as well. Turning his gaze to her, Michael asked how their heavenly spirit's plan was going, and if everyone had received the masks yet. To this she replied that 3 sea otters had already worn masks, and the scorpion mask had been stolen by people from the Tros family. Meanwhile, Yang stood among the limbs of the slain monster scattered everywhere and holding a mask with a scorpion on it, told the girl standing next to him that he was leaving this mask for her, and that she should not cross the boundaries of the judge's organization. Adele took the mask, and looking at it with a searching gaze, said hesitantly that if the judges had taken possession of the technology that allowed them to create ability elixirs, then they needed to conquer this organization so that they would not fall into the hands of other families. Ian turned his back to her and said that they shouldn't rush for now. It would be best to choose the right moment when this organization would become vulnerable. Adele looked at him and asked if she could bring him the elixir of abilities that she had managed to exchange recently. He shook his head and turned around slightly, replying that there was no need for that, because he still had things to do in the clan. One of the strongest warriors of the 4 seas, one of the top 3, was meditating in solitude, putting his thoughts in order when Adele came to him. Stopping next to him, she said that although his father gave it to her, she was giving this mask to him so that he could check the authenticity of the elixir of abilities. Adele placed the mask next to Stefan and added that he should not wear it, because he was the heir to the Tro's trading legacy and should not risk himself. At the headquarters of the Iron Blood Army, in the Commander-in-Chief's office, an equally important conversation was also taking place concerning the organization of judges. When Ray, also a Troz, was tasked with dealing with the judges, he nodded weakly, accepting the order. The Hero Association was also on guard. Sitting over a game of Go, the leaders discussed how the people from another world were becoming more and more powerful, while their heroes were becoming significantly weaker. If this continued, they would find themselves in a hopeless situation. Looking at his friend, Maurice assumed that most likely the man was right, and the method of meditation was the only way to save all of humanity. And he felt terribly sorry that, although they possessed this method, they could not teach it to others, unlike people from another world who somehow managed to do it. Mail, without taking his eyes off the board, said that the much-talked-about elixir of abilities could easily replace the meditation method. Maurice, who had been watching his friend's progress, thoughtfully replied that although he had heard of this elixir, they did not yet know whether it could create masters equal to them in strength. Laughing, Miles said that it would be even better if they could surpass them, because then they would have no reason to worry. Continuing their game, they decided not to interfere for now and leave the issue of organizing judges to Maurice's student. Michael received this video recording as well, and after watching it, he decided that they too needed to focus on learning more about how people from another world were leveling up and borrowing their methods. Stefan called his younger brother to him and, without getting up from his lotus position, asked him if he had already managed to obtain the ability. Leon responded enthusiastically and said that he had chosen the Dragon Messenger ability. Afterwards, he scratched the back of his head and said gratefully that he would never have thought that thanks to Stefan, he would have such a wonderful opportunity. Suddenly, Phoenix appeared in front of them. Stefan immediately tensed up. He was very worried that he hadn't even been able to sense her presence before. Without paying any attention to him, the girl turned to Leon and asked if he was ready to take his elixir of abilities. The surprised guy nodded slightly, and the next moment a flask with a potion of abilities was already lying in his palm. He looked uncertainly at his brother and asked if he should do this now. Having received his approving answer, Leon drank the disgusting tasting potion in one gulp. Afterwards, he threw the empty flask aside and decided to immediately try out the acquired ability. Creating a circle on the floor, he tried to summon a dragon. When the summoning circle absorbed some of Leon's energy, a small dragon responded to his call and emerged from the portal. At the sight of him, tears of joy flowed from Leon's eyes from the fact that he was actually able to summon a real dragon. At that moment, Stefan called out to Phoenix and said that he had one question. Afterwards, he stood up from his seat and said that the task of the owners of heavenly spirits is to kill monsters, and he also knows that some of their corpses are ingredients for ability elixirs. Wanting to confirm his suspicions, he asked if this important element was the activator mentioned in alchemy. Phoenix replied that in their organization they don't call it an activator, but an ability gene. Hearing her answer, Stefan frowned slightly, deciding that he needed to know more about this. Michael noticed this young man who seemed interesting enough to him and who would make a great subordinate. Meanwhile, Snake, who was carrying out his mission, was now busy reading a book in his secret base. Mike appeared next to him, smiled, and said that it was quite cozy here. Afterwards, he handed him an SS rank Plasma Ability Pearl, which allowed him to control plasma to fight enemies, and contained 3 skills: Plasma Storm, Plasma Worm, Plasma Apocalypse. Suddenly feeling something, he closed his eyes and said that the F-rank ability Pearl had detected activity in Chris's body on Banana Island, and now he would need to check what had happened. By activating the human control ability, he was transferred into Arthur's body. He was currently at an internal meeting of the members of the Seven Greens. Standing in front of everyone, Chris said with displeasure that last time after the defeat of the Florence family, the organization had a chance to obtain a 3rd-tier elite. Therefore, he expressed his hope that now his family members would be able to become worthy masters of the dark blue race. He explained this by saying that only by making a sacrifice could they save humanity. Michael listened carefully and tried to understand why Chris was trying to present the betrayal of humanity in such a noble light. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a boy who jumped up from his seat, shouted that he did not want to become a monster and asked to be let back. These words clearly made Chris lose his temper, and he asked insistently who the kid dared to call a monster. The boy frowned and said that he was afraid of Chris. In response to this bold statement, he grabbed his hand and said that since not all family members agreed with him, he would have to take extreme measures. Suddenly he stood up and grabbed the boy by the chin, saying that any sacrifice was worth it to keep the human flame from going out. Then he grabbed his neck with his palm, squeezing hard. As the child fell limply to the floor, he glanced at the rest of his family and asked what they would say now. Michael in Arthur's body replied that he would follow him to save humanity, and the guy sitting next to him responded as well. This made Chris incredibly happy, and smiling, he said that now it was time to go to Banana Island to pick seasonal fruits. A little later, Michael moved to the VIP room of the hotel. He was very unhappy that he only had about 3 hours left, but he still did not know what exactly the people of the dark blue race had planned. The man, Peter, who was tied up with tight ropes, asked in bewilderment what they were trying to achieve by kidnapping him. Smiling Chris, sitting in his chair and filing his nails, replied that he had not invited him here out of friendly intentions. Afterwards he stood up and looked out the window and said that one of the reasons Peter was there was to see a great show. The tied-up man looked at him in bewilderment and asked what it meant. At the same moment, a truck outside the window hit a passing cargo vehicle. The disgruntled man got out of his car and shouted loudly that the truck driver was obliged to pay him for the damage caused. However, when he saw the driver's strange behavior, he suspected that something was wrong. As he began to approach, Luke backed away, holding his hand out in front of him and telling him to stay back. But his pleas were not heard, and the strange man continued to walk towards him. Suddenly, his appearance changed completely, and instead of a man, a green monster appeared before Luke, letting out a furious growl. Peter, who was watching this, was horrified when he realized that Chris was spreading the virus throughout Banana Island. He chuckled and replied that they did not use such low methods and instead used 3 driving forces for the dark blue mutation. He then said that the island's inhabitants had been drinking water containing tiny blue particles for several months. Although the concentration was small, he was firmly convinced that the thousands of inhabitants of the island, with the help of 3 provoking factors, would grow to the 3rd rank in an instant. Meanwhile, the monster had killed Luke and was now absorbing his energy. Michael, watching this, tried to think of a way to stop Chris before it was too late. Suddenly Peter tore the ropes that bound him and shouted that he was ready even to die, but he would never allow these dirty plans to be carried out. When he attacked him, Chris just jumped up. Afterwards, he launched a counterattack and a blue clot of energy flew from his palm. Peter didn't pay any attention to it, but when this energy pierced his hand like an arrow, his face distorted in bewilderment. As soon as the arrow disappeared, he grabbed his hand, clutching the wound. Chris had no intention of letting him relax, and created 3 more of the same arrows, aiming them at Peter. 2 of them pierced both of the man's arms, and the last one hit him in the chest, pinning him to the floor. Chris looked at him arrogantly and said that he would cut off all his limbs and break the neural connection in his brain, and after that Peter would become food for the dark blue race. Then, he looked at his uncle and said that he would leave this to him, and he himself would check the remaining 3. The immobilized Peter looked in horror at the retreating Chris. Michael was in no hurry to intervene. Having assessed the situation, he decided that the only thing he could do now was to help Peter restore his nervous system, along with his arms and legs. Turning to Byron, he said that Peter was a hereditary master, and there was a high probability that they would not be able to do without retying. To this, Byron replied that everything would be fine because Chris had already wounded him, and only the spiritual power of the 3rd stage could stabilize his condition. Arthur picked up the rope from the floor and, smiling, said that for the sake of safety, he would still play it safe. Peter, looking at him angrily, asked how they could so calmly watch humanity being destroyed. Michael put as much displeasure and contempt into his voice as he could, and said that food should remain food. Then he took his right hand. Without saying a word, he began to clean his hand of the blue particles, feeling that he could move his hand again. Peter looked at Arthur in surprise, completely not understanding why he was doing this. A few moments later, Arthur stood up and announced that he was finished, and Peter decided to play along and pretended to pass out. Byron rose from his seat and, coming up to them, said contentedly that it had turned out quite well. As soon as Chris left the building, he froze in place, feeling that his uncle had died. He turned around, raising a puzzled gaze to the hotel building. Having transformed into a swarm of bats, he broke the necessary window and flew into it. There he again assumed his human form. Having found his uncle's body, he approached it and, having examined it carefully, realized that the wound on his body was inflicted by Peter. When something flew past him, Chris quickly reacted by ducking. He began to frantically look around, trying to figure out who else was there, and completely failed to notice the shadow that slipped behind him. Peter took advantage of the fact that he was not noticed and attacked from behind, but at that very moment his opponent scattered into many dark clots. At that moment, Michael moved away from the wall. Chris, who appeared before him, said that he would never have thought that he would be so wrong again, because this was the third time he felt the spiritual power of the phoenix. Afterwards, his tone changed and he shouted that when he arrived on this island, Arthur was already completely under the control of the judges, and now he was convinced of this. Creating a blue blade in his hand, he said that it was for the best, because the leader was planning to deal with this organization anyway, and Phoenix's death would be an important step in that direction. The next moment he ran towards Arthur. Michael was thinking about what he should do. The snake was sent to eliminate 3 causes of mutation, so he can't use it now. Having created a shadow clone, he switched places with it and, jumping aside, said that if Chris killed him, he would also kill his precious little brother, while Chris himself was stunned by what happened right before his eyes. But he quickly got his emotions under control, and dark stripes appeared on his face near his eyes. Looking at his opponent, he replied that even if his brother died, he would die with honor. After these words, he used the same ability as Cassandra, flock of night ravens. 2 dark beams intertwined into one and flew at Arthur. Suddenly, Phoenix appeared in front of him, and holding her palm out in front of her, completely absorbed the attack. Peter shouted that he was leaving everything here to Phoenix, and he himself would go and deal with the monsters outside. Chris immediately turned his attention to him and shouted at him not to even try to escape from him. Once again creating a blue arrow, he rushed at Peter. Michael frowned. He knew perfectly well that of those who were now able to cope with the mutants on this island, only he and Peter remained, so he could not allow him to be killed. He rushed right between them, creating a small blade in his hand to stop Chris's attack. However, the next moment something he didn't expect happened. Chris stabbed him in the chest, saying that this was his original goal. Meanwhile, green monsters were already chasing people all over the island. One of the guys managed to hide behind the house and start recording everything that was happening on camera. Suddenly, one of the fearless men blocked the monster's path. Noticing him, Teddy, who was hiding, was very surprised, because it was his brother, Sheriff France. Meanwhile, France took out his gun and began to actively shoot at the monster in front of him. He intended to hold it off until some hero came here and killed it, but the monster was unusually fast and dodged every shot. Suddenly, he noticed Teddy and rushed straight at him. The last thing his camera captured was the monster's terrifying face and its deafening roar. She passed out immediately after that. When the monster loomed over the guy, he stepped back and, covering his eyes, screamed for help. Suddenly, 3 black clots of energy, engulfed in blue flame, flew at him. A moment later, the monster, pierced by black bayonets, fell dead. Teddy looked at himself and the monster in surprise, not believing that he had managed to stay alive. Noticing someone's shadow, the guy raised his head and saw the back of the snake in front of him. He created a dark purple flame with electrical discharges on his palm. He then threw it at the monster, and his entire body was instantly engulfed in flames. Once the monster was finally killed, Michael dropped down next to it and extracted the ability. The ability he extracted, Dark Blue Bloodline, was S rank, and also had several skills: Berserk, Movement, collecting tiny particles and extracting them. Michael wondered if this ability would be able to rid his sister's body of the traces of the Dark Blue race. But he remembered that the sprouts had already taken root in Lucia's spiritual body, so the situation was somewhat complicated. Remembering that the fighter from the Florence family who lost consciousness was in a similar situation, he could try this ability on him. Suddenly, Teddy grabbed his leg with tears in his eyes and begged him to take him with him. Michael tried to get the boy off of him, but he wouldn't listen at all. Meanwhile, our hero's time came to an end and he was thrown out of Arthur's body. Chris's face showed obvious displeasure. Suddenly, a voice came from above and said that from that moment on, he would be his judge. The man looked around frantically, trying to find the owner of this voice. At that moment, Phoenix appeared in the air above him and asked if he admitted his guilt after everything he had done. He didn't answer, but just grabbed his head with a puzzled expression on his face. Sighing, the girl put her palm in front of her and used her lightning attempt technique. Multiple golden lightning bolts pierced Chris's body, causing him to scream in pain. He fell to his knees, unable to bear the pain any longer, and he hissed in displeasure that if this continued, he would have to leave this body. But Phoenix didn't care, and without saying a word, she flew out the broken window. A couple of minutes after she left, the lightning disappeared and Chris came to his senses and crawled towards his dead brother. Squeezing his body in his arms, he could hardly contain his anger. Having promised that he would definitely take revenge, and having turned into a bat, he flew away. Meanwhile, the people in the nearby area were cornered by the monster and were shaking in fear. The monster was getting closer and closer to them. It was at this moment that Peter came to their aid. He landed a very noticeable blow to the head. This attack caused the monster to fall face down on the ground in front of the people, trembling in terror. The monster tried to get up, but Peter held him back with all his might and shouted that he couldn't hold out for long, so they had to run quickly. As soon as he said this, the monster pulled its head out of the ground, growling furiously, and Peter, unable to stay on its head, flew into the air. Turning around, the monster hit him with its paw, causing him to fly even further away. So Peter, having broken the window, flew into someone's empty apartment. The monster itself roared with rage when it lost its victims. The man struggled to get up from the floor. The current situation forced him to come to the decision that he would have to use his trump card to kill this monster in one go. He rose to his feet, and a few moments later his entire body was engulfed in bright flames. His body was burning in the fire, and a furious scream came from his throat. Having become accustomed to the pain, he gathered all his flames into his fist and jumped straight at his enemy. He pierced the monster's chest with one blow. Those watching this fight immediately recognized the trump attack of the eight-handed fist fighter. A satisfied smile appeared on Peter's face as the monster finally fell down dead. But as soon as he turned around, a weapon pierced his head. Chris plunged his blue blade into his enemy's head, bringing his revenge to life. Afterwards, without a drop of pity, he threw his body down. Everyone standing below looked in horror at the dead Peter lying in front of them, not daring to move. A moment later, Chris came down after him, grabbed his hand and pulled him towards the monster. He opened his mouth and began to absorb the remaining life force from Peter's body. Chris watched this with a smile on his face, happy that very soon he would be able to absorb this monster, and he didn't even need to waste his energy on healing it. The monster's wounds quickly healed, and rising to its feet, it opened its mouth and let out a terrifying roar. Suddenly, 3 glowing blue beams pierced his head. Using the blue tendrils from his fingers, Chris happily absorbed all of the monster's energy. He was eager to find out how much stronger he had become. He was distracted from his thoughts by someone's voice behind him. Turning around, he saw a suspicious guy in a mask, similar to one of the judges, and said that he arrived just in time to test his new power. But the snake did not react to these words. Chris expected to be attacked immediately. But when that didn't happen, he looked at him with confusion and asked why the snake wasn't attacking, since he was standing right in front of him and was getting stronger and stronger every second. To this, Michael replied that he was just waiting for Chris to finish, because when the opponent is too weak, fighting becomes boring. Chris was clearly irritated by his words. Finishing absorbing the energy, he said that thanks to his stupidity, he would be able to cut his body into 3 parts in one go. The next moment, a blue blade appeared in his palm, and he rushed at the serpent, shouting that the power of the 3rd stage was now concentrated in his hands. The hero didn't even try to dodge this attack, and his body was pierced by a blue blade. But the next moment, his entire body became a shadow, and several more arrow-shaped shadows separated from it. Covered in blue flames, they all flew at Chris at once. He managed to create and put up a shield in front of himself, saving himself from such a terrifying attack. Afterwards, he threw the shadows aside and ran at his opponent, but he easily dodged the blow. Suddenly, blue lightning bolts began to emanate from his body, and a lot of plasma balls flew at Chris. There was nothing left for him to do but disintegrate into a multitude of black bats. But even this did not save him, because the balls attacked each of the bats. Then the mice merged again, and Chris returned to his previous appearance, after which he said that the power of skills does not decide anything, therefore tactics are needed in battle. He did not take this into account. Creating several blue needles from his energy, and with a grin on his lips, he asked the serpent how many more times he could use such a powerful technique. But he didn't have time to attack, because suddenly someone hit him in the back with a bat. The last thing Chris saw was Monkey and Phoenix floating in the air. Afterwards, he fell to the ground, and the essence from the dark blue race left his body. Realizing that fighting against so many strong enemies was simply pointless, Michael chuckled, amazed that this entity managed to escape even with the spiritual seal activated. Phoenix replied that although he had escaped, it had come at a great cost, as he had spent many tiny particles to open a hole in the seal for escape. Deciding that they should save the people first, they flew on. After settling everything, Michael and Phoenix returned back to the Heavenly Palace, where Phoenix informed him that after the incident on Banana Island, their organization had become much more famous throughout the 4 seas. She said that it was very good for them because more people wanted to join the ranks of judges. But because the number of places for the position of heavenly spirits was limited to only 36, some switched to Florence's family. She was concerned that interested parties might send their spies to Florence's family using this opportunity. To which Michael confidently replied that Ivan would be able to deal with this problem on his own. Afterwards, he turned towards the exit and said that it was time to go back to the city of El. Dressed in a rooster costume, he reached his hometown in just a couple of hours, landing on the roof of one of the buildings. He spread his arms out to the sides and inhaled with pleasure the smell of the city, which he had missed so much all this time. After standing like this for a while, he decided to move on to more important matters, namely improving the metal control ability to SS rank. With each passing second, the pearl of the ability lost its emerald color. Becoming gray, the improved ability could spread out to 30,000 meters and affect metal weighing up to 1 million tons, and also contained the skill Divine Metal, a highly compressed metal with incredible power. This skill seemed quite interesting to our hero. Suddenly something else caught his attention. He looked down and saw a huge monster on the roof of the neighboring house, a black fox with 3 tails, who had destroyed one of the windows of the house and was now looking inside, looking for his victim. The girl inside trembled in horror as the fanged mouth of a huge monster appeared right in front of her. Suddenly the monster jumped up and ran downstairs. At the same moment a man fell from a broken window, screaming loudly in fear. A drone hovering in the air announced that their city was under attack by an S-rank monster, and all available A-rank heroes were needed to get rid of the threat posed by this monster. The man who was falling down had already managed to say goodbye to his life, when suddenly a stone slab appeared under him and safely landed with him on the ground. Meanwhile, a red car parked near the building below. Austin and Pavel, armed with a sword, emerged from it. The lazy swordsman immediately rushed at the monster standing in front of him. Austin, in turn, began to transform into a werewolf, tearing his t-shirt in the process. The TV presenter said that every time a monster of this level appears, their city suffers colossal destruction, and now they can only hope that these heroes can hold out until the arrival of the S-rank hero. Meanwhile, the fox opened its mouth and created a ball of dark green energy. After that, the ball flew straight at Pavel, but he managed to jump to the side. Remembering his partner, he turned around and wanted to warn him. But he, already completely transformed, held back the monster's paw. Looking at Pavel, he shouted that now was a great chance to attack. He nodded and rushed at the fox. When the swordsman's blade was very close, the monster deftly jumped to the side to a safe distance, while swinging its tails vigorously in an attempt to hit the enemy. Afterwards, he found the swordsman with his gaze and opened his mouth again, letting out a thunderous roar. Suddenly someone shot at him and the arrow hit him right in the eye. This attack caused the monster to fall to the ground. When Michael looked away, he saw a girl with a bow and arrow in her hands. He unmistakably recognized her as Lulu, the A-rank heroine. But the hero felt that she was hiding something, because her ability had improved to S-rank and even reached the 2nd stage. Through his spiritual scanning, he realized that all this happened in a very short period of time. Meanwhile, the TV presenter reported that thanks to the heroes who arrived in time, so far there were no casualties in addition, according to eyewitnesses. They are being helped by a mysterious man in a mask who uses metal attacks. The words about the abilities of this mysterious hero led him to think that Mr. Rooster had finally returned. Meanwhile, something strange began to happen to the sky. Dark clots of energy flowed from all sides, concentrating in one point. The black fox stood with his head raised up and, emitting a long howl, concentrated energy in the sky. After igniting the stele, Lulu drew her bow, aiming it at the monster. But before she could fire, the fox jumped back and leapt onto one of the nearby buildings. The host rubbed his chin and said that the night demon fox was very good at hiding in the dark and skillfully used the darkness of the night to escape any attack. Because of this, it would be very difficult for Lulu to aim to hit her. Meanwhile, the fox jumped back and rushed towards one of the heroes. But Austin prevented him from achieving his goal by grabbing the monster by its hind legs. Holding him in place, he shouted at Lulu to shoot faster. The girl didn't need to be told twice, and she fired. Her fiery arrow hit the fox right in the eye. He roared in pain and began waving his paws, trying to get the annoying Austin off of him. A few moments later, he succeeded, and pinned the werewolf to the ground with his hind paw. As soon as the monster's paw disappeared, tears welled up in Austin's eyes, and he said with bitterness in his voice that he would soon die without ever meeting his godfather again. But suddenly someone shouted that he was a real idiot. The werewolf slowly raised himself up on his hands and asked in bewilderment who dared to call him names. At that very moment, a metal plate flew at the fox's head, hitting him with all its might. Michael, dressed as a rooster, hovered in the air above the body of the unconscious monster. Looking at him, tears came to Austin's eyes again, but this time from joy, when he realized that his godfather had heard his prayers and had come to save him. Michael came down to the ground and approached Lulu and said that she had done a good job. After that, he rose into the air again and flew away. At the same time, in the television building, TV presenter Cooper called Valeria to him, and putting his hand on her shoulder, said that today's report about the metal savior was very important for them, and she had done a good job. Feeling awkward, the girl walked away and thanked the man for his concern, saying that if nothing else was required of her, she would go. When she had already turned around and was about to leave, the man called out to her again. He approached her and said that Valeria had been doing very well lately, and would undoubtedly soon become the chief reporter. Smiling, the girl thanked him again for the praise. To this, the man replied that instead of gratitude, she could simply have dinner with him. Valeria hesitated a little, apologized, and wanted to refuse his offer. But Michael suddenly appeared next to her before she could, saying that she would not be able to share the meal with him because he had already promised his girlfriend a romantic dinner. The confused girl looked at the guy and asked what he was doing there, to which he quietly replied that he had come to pick her up. Tears of gratitude welled up in the girl's eyes, and she nodded weakly at him. After that, they turned around together and headed towards the exit. Without taking her eyes off Michael, she asked how long he could stay in town this time. Hugging her a little tighter, the hero replied that she shouldn't worry about it, because this time they would have enough time to be together. This made Valeria incredibly happy, and she suggested going to a new Japanese store that had opened nearby. Michael watched the pair from the sidelines, deciding that it would be best to leave his clone with her for now. By this time, Austin had already managed to return back to the Olympus office. When he saw Michael sitting in his chair, a happy smile involuntarily appeared on his face, and he said that he had missed him very much all this time. He nodded, and asked if Austin would like to go with him to the territory of the Four Seas. Hearing this, the guy was very surprised and asked again if he had misheard. Without taking his eyes off the window, Michael replied that they were going to where the masters and the elite lived. Then he looked at Austin and asked what he thought about his proposal. He knelt before Michael and bowed low, thanking him for his concern. The hero lifted the boy to his feet and said that he didn't need to be thanked for that, and warned that his current Austin ability rank could become a problem because it was too low. So he offered to lend him some of the points, allowing him to exchange them for an S-rank ability elixir. Austin agreed, and they moved to the Turtle's Palace, where Michael asked what S-rank ability he would like to obtain. Without a second's hesitation, he answered that he wanted the werewolf bloodline. Austin explained that quality was much more important to him than quantity, so it was best to develop an existing ability, sharpening it to the limit. Turning to him, Michael told his godson that he was acting very wisely, then touched him on the shoulder and asked if Austin remembered the promise he had made to him. He didn't quite understand what the hero was telling him, but suddenly a guess flashed through his head that Michael finally wanted to become his real father. Contrary to his expectations, the hero took out the mask and said that this mask of the constellation of the Timberwolf now belongs to him. A frustrated Austin accepted the mask, thinking that they would likely only be able to become a real family once the judges had fully completed their formation. This consoled the guy a little, and he turned his gaze to Michael standing in front of him. Smiling, he thanked him. Then he squeezed his hands in his own and said with confidence in his voice that this day would come very soon. Michael asked, puzzled, what Austin was thinking. Taking a few steps back from him, he explained that the Timberwolf belonged to the White Tiger Castle, so a little later, he and another person would go to the southwest in a free alliance. With these words, Michael moved towards the exit, throwing a parting word to the confused guy that as soon as he sorted out his affairs, he could follow him to the territory of the Four Seas. Austin had no choice but to submit to his will, and he put on his Timberwolf mask. With his fist raised in front of him, he shouted that his godfather need not worry, because very soon the judges' organization would be entirely theirs. Michael, flying to the next place, suddenly sneezed, and a herd of goosebumps ran down his spine. He clearly felt how someone was remembering him. Lucas had not wasted all this time, but had been training hard. Even now he was doing his daily evening workout. At some point I was distracted by the feeling of someone else's presence, but when the rooster appeared before him, he immediately knelt before him and greeted his master. He decided to skip some of the greetings and get straight to the point. So he said that he had heard that Lucas had won first place in the competition, and asked if he had received an invitation letter from the Hero Association yet. Lucas replied that it was not only him who received this letter, but also several other guys with whom he closely communicated, and Lulu, an S-rank heroine. After some thought, Michael asked how close Lucas was to this girl, to which he replied that, unlike the others, he did not communicate with her much, except that they crossed paths during lunch a couple of times. The hero asked if she had any special habit. Straining his memories, Lucas replied that she was very fond of meditating. Michael was surprised by what he heard, and suspicions crept into his mind that Lulu had somehow managed to master the method of meditation on her own, and he had to meet him at any cost. After thanking Lucas for the information, he said that he still had a few things he needed to deal with urgently. The guy looked at the retreating back of his master. He promised himself that sooner or later he would become the most powerful weapon in his hands. Michael headed into the forest, his thoughts filled with thoughts of Lulu. Sometime later, he finally managed to find a girl meditating. The hero secretly watched her and was very surprised when he saw that Lulu really had mastered the technique of meditation. He couldn't remain unnoticed for long. The girl was distracted from her meditation and, looking around, asked who was there. Rising to her feet, she immediately grabbed her bow and, aiming it at the tree behind which Michael was hiding, told him to come out. He raised his hands up and came out of his hiding place, saying that he came in peace. He just wanted to offer her a good deal. Lulu frowned and asked what deal they were talking about. The hero, with his hands down, was in no hurry to answer her, instead asking what her secret was for her rapid growth of skills. The girl was embarrassed by his question, realizing that she had been exposed. After a brief silence, Michael said that as part of the deal, he could make her an SS rank hero. In addition, Lulu would be protected by the judge organization for the rest of her life, and he also promised to give her endless luck that would never run out. An interested girl asked if SS rank was the next rank after S, to which Michael replied that it was also known as the third rank. Lulu asked with some suspicion in her voice why the judge organization needed her secret, since they already had a method to make people SS rank users. Mike stepped aside and explained that ability elixirs could only enhance a limited number of people, but their main purpose was to increase the overall combat readiness of humanity. Still plagued by doubts, Lulu asked if he was really telling her the truth. Receiving his nod, the girl clenched her fists and lowered her head, saying that she had discovered by pure chance that her spiritual skill meditation could improve human strength in a very short time. She also added that her own hunting magic meditation is not universal and is only suitable for her abilities. Her words made our hero think and asked if this technique was capable of developing only Lulu's unique skills, to which the girl nodded weakly. Michael sighed and scratched the back of his head, saying that it wasn't a big problem for him. He had already hatched a plan in his head, in which, with the help of the hunting magic meditation and copies of Lulu's abilities, he could create a powerful army. The girl actively waved her hand in front of the guy's face, trying to get him out of the stream of his own thoughts. And when she noticed that she had succeeded, she said that if his offer was still valid, then she accepted it, and chose lifelong protection from the judges. Michael nodded and materialized a mask, giving it to Lulu, explaining that it was the constellation of the Phoenix Castle, the lunar deer, and that in case of danger, Lady Phoenix would save her. The girl gratefully accepted the mask, and explained once again that her method of meditation is not universal, and works only for her. The hero said that she shouldn't worry about it. He just needed to take a sample of her ability gene, turn it into an elixir. Then he would give her magic hunting bow skill to others, and the problem would be solved. Hearing his plan, the girl tensed up, and taking a few hesitant steps back, asked if it would somehow affect her body if he took a sample of her gene. Michael waved his hands and assured her that she would be fine, and that nothing would change. Lulu decided to take a risk and trust the rooster. After he asked, she lay down on the cool stone and closed her eyes, after which Michael came up to her and, putting his hand on her stomach, said that she should not show him any mental resistance so that everything would go well. Without opening her eyes, she nodded in agreement. A few moments later, Michael informed her that everything was ready and she could get up. The girl sat down on a stone and looked uncertainly at the guy standing in front of her, saying that he had done it faster than she thought. There was something about the way she said it that our hero didn't like, but he suppressed the irritation that was bursting out. Sometime later, Michael was transported to the turtle's castle with a scroll in his hands, received from Lulu. After carefully studying it and all the instructions described there, doubts crept into his mind that this could really work. But since he had no other choice, he sat down on the floor in front of the scroll and decided to try to do everything that was described there, to find out how this meditation collects dark energy. A moment later, several golden streams of energy separated from the body of our hero, and they began to be absorbed into the scroll. Thus Michael went into meditation, concentrating his energy inside the scroll. Meanwhile, in the front world, countless monsters were rampaging. The three-eyed demon god had been fighting against the extremely agile enemy for some time, but now he was tired of playing around and decided to end their fight with one shot from his bow. When he released the stele, it flew straight towards the target at incredible speed. Without slowing down, the arrow flew past the huge monster. The phoenix soared upward, trying to avoid the arrow flying towards it. Meanwhile, our hero had already finished his meditation. Cool drops of sweat were running down his face. He understood why this meditation helps F rank quickly break through to D rank. But since he is used to absorbing dark energy on a large scale, this method works much worse for us. Michael decided that for ordinary people this would not be a problem. Unlike him, because the flow of meditation and the spiritual power of the body enter and exit. With their movement, they preserve the dark energy, which is why people will be able to freely collect the cubes of dark energy and use them. But Michael was tormented by the question of how much energy they were able to store, and he also did not quite understand where the power of meditation came from in people from another world. There were a lot of questions in his head now, leading him to a dead end and not allowing him to move forward. After some thought, he realized that the only way to get all the answers to his questions would be when he mastered the meditation of another world, or conducted an investigation on the plane of Oz. A few days later, Austin arrived in the lands of the Four Seas and caught up with Michael there, who told him that they were now on the territory of a free union, the seventh island of the archipelago of the Fifth Defensive Front, which their organization had long ago taken on the task of defending this place. Afterwards, the hero said that they would now go to meet with other members of the judges. So having created a metal shield, he and Austin soared into the air. The guy kept clinging to Michael, afraid to open his eyes and look down. A couple of hours later, they landed at the agreed place, where Raven and Ivan were already waiting for them. Along with Casper and two guards, Raven immediately stepped forward and greeted Rooster. He brought the confused Austin out from behind him and said that he had brought the Timberwolf with him, then asked that from now on they take care of this boy, because he was his dear godson. Austin looked around at those present and expressed hope for a successful collaboration. The Raven took another step forward and addressed him by name, saying that he was glad to welcome him here. Austin, completely confused, turned an uncertain glance to Rooster and asked what he should do if his name had already been revealed. He patted his godson on the shoulder and replied that Austin didn't have to worry about it because he had personally trained Raven and given him some information before they arrived here. He also explained that Raven was responsible for the defense of the Fifth Front, and that was the reason the organization sent Austin here to learn from such an outstanding fighter. These words made the guy think that his godfather is not on the best terms with Raven, because he is too arrogant, and therefore the Rooster cannot control him. He also realized the real reason why he was sent here. Rooster is simply afraid that his pawn will get out of control. A joyful smile played on his lips at the thought that his godfather trusted only him. Looking sideways at Raven, Austin said that Rooster didn't have to worry, because he understood everything and would help him get everything back. Michael watched in disbelief as his godson ran up to his clone with a joyful hug, and he seriously doubted that the guy really understood everything. He had a strong feeling that he would cause him a lot of trouble yet. Sighing, he walked up to Ivan and said that they needed to talk. The two of them immediately moved to the reception area, where they could discuss all the issues in private. Michael was the first to start the conversation, telling them that their organization wanted to conduct an experiment, and asked if Florence's family was interested in it. The man was in no hurry to give him a clear answer, and said that he would first like to hear the details in order to make such an important decision. When the hero asked Ivan if he knew anything about meditation, his interlocutor's face lengthened in surprise, and he asked with disbelief in his voice if the judges really knew this method. Michael didn't answer his question. Instead, he said that judging by Ivan's reaction, he understood what was going on. The man picked up a cup of hot tea and thoughtfully said that he learned about the meditation method from his son, and that only a true expert could master it. And he also knew that their meditation method was very different from the one used by people from another world and was only an unfinished version. Michael, in turn, said that now their organization has the meditation of hunting magic, and with its help, even ordinary people can develop and gain new skills. Therefore, in order to speed up the development process, they plan to use low-ranking elixirs. After listening to him, Ivan asked how Florence's family could help them. The hero explained that for the first experiment they would need 100 young men and women. It would be better if they were among the most stable, capable of withstanding heavy loads. Ivan smiled and replied that Rooster didn't have to worry about that, because he already had someone in mind and they would only have a week to choose the best students. All that was left was to agree on a place. Michael answered without hesitation that when the time came, they would meet on Banana Island. Immediately after meeting with the head of the Florence family, our hero went to the Heavenly Palace, where he was met by Phoenix, who reported that she had managed to find out something about the scroll of archery. Having received his approval, the girl said that she had managed to find out that during meditation, spiritual power also changes, and this change is caused by the absorption of dark energy by the body, but its collection in its true form in cubes is strikingly different. While Phoenix suggested calling it magical energy, when magical energy enters the body, it begins to flow along a special stream. As the ability strengthens, most of it disintegrates, turning into the dark energy of the true form. She also added that the scroll of archery can not only regulate the process of collecting dark energy, but also use it for individual skills requested by the corresponding abilities. Michael smiled and said that this meant that this scroll had an irreplaceable effect, and he should try to create his own from Lulu's spiritual power and the scroll. Having said this, he closed his eyes, getting straight to the point. The scroll he left in the Turtle Palace began to emit a golden glow. Michael opened his eyes and said that transferring to the space of the Heavenly Palace and visualization would make everything easier. At that very moment, the same scroll appeared in the air in front of the meditating students. Our hero was pleased that everything was going well so far, as planned. As he was about to leave, Phoenix called out to him and asked what the name of the group of people belonging to Turtle Castle would be. Still with the same smile on his face, Michael replied that the most appropriate name would be the Hunting Magic Squad. A week later, as agreed, the chosen students arrived at Banana Mountain, where the Black Dragon was already waiting for them. Everyone present was afraid to even look at him, because they felt a murderous, powerful aura emanating from him, as if he had just returned from the battlefield. Suddenly 2 more people came into the clearing, Stefan and Ray. With their appearance, the attention of the others turned to Ray and his mask. Everyone knew that it was stolen, but until now, no one could find the culprit. The disgruntled whispers ceased immediately, as Michael, in the guise of a rooster, also arrived at the clearing and announced that everyone was assembled. The Black Dragon looked at him and asked in surprise if the judges had sent him to take samples of the ability genes. The hero smiled and said that he was also glad to meet them, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He ignored this and approached Michael, saying that now he was in no way inferior to him, and the day was not far off when he would defeat him. The hero had to make an effort not to laugh out loud, so he put on a stern voice and replied that he would look forward to this moment. Afterwards, Michael patted Edgar on the shoulder and said that they would start with him today. Michael could physically feel the guy in front of him tense up and said that he should relax his muscles and not try to resist with his spiritual power. Stefan came closer to them and carefully watched every action of the rooster. His goal was to find out how he extracts the ability gene and pass this technology on to his family. After holding Edgar's hand for a couple of seconds, Michael informed him that he was finished and that he could go free, which caused him great surprise at the speed of the process. The hero couldn't help but chuckle and asked the Black Dragon if he thought he'd have to skin him to get it out. Stefan bit his lip in displeasure. He didn't understand at all what was happening and why he didn't feel or notice anything at all while Rooster was extracting the ability gene. He tensed up, deciding that next time he would definitely be able to understand everything. However, he didn't succeed with the next person either. Thus, the gene extraction lasted until the evening. After finishing everything, Michael said that the organization would make elixirs with improvements for them all and send him through a parallel world, then turned around and was about to leave the island. Everyone else also began to disperse, leaving only a disappointed Stefan and a confused Ray in the clearing. Stefan, sitting on his knees, raised his hand to the sky and called out to Michael. He shouted out that he still had some questions about this study of ability genes. The hero stopped and looked at him, saying that today he was forced to deny him his wish because the genes of abilities were closely connected with elixirs and he could not divulge the information. Stefan jumped to his feet and, holding up 2 fingers of his right hand, shouted that he swears on the honor of the Tros family that he will not tell anyone about what he heard today. Afterwards, he approached Michael and whispered that he had some secret information and offered to exchange it. The hero thought for a moment and asked why Stefan needed information about the ability genes so badly. He smiled and asked if Rooster knew that the top heroes of the 4 seas use something similar. He explained that even his father, the god of storms, like all the other heroes, use a technique similar to meditation. Stefan said that the strongest call this the path, and that different heroes have different paths. After thinking about what he had said, Michael asked if Stefan would like to use the information from the judges' organization to find his own path. Afterwards, he was silent for a few moments, and without waiting for an answer from the boy standing opposite, he said that if he really wanted to advance a little in meditation, he could help. Throwing his arm over his shoulder, the hero told him that in a few days the judges would conduct an experiment on Banana Island called Hunting Magic Meditation. Stefan was incredibly happy that the rooster had taken a step towards him, and said that if the judges needed any information he had, he would be happy to share it. Michael chuckled contentedly behind his mask and suggested that Stefan find a quiet place where they could discuss everything over a cup of tea. Left alone, Ray looked at the retreating backs with bewilderment. Belatedly recovering from the shock, he took a few steps forward and asked them to wait, but those 2 had already flown away, completely forgetting about him. A week later, a ship docked at Banana Island late at night. Emma woke up the guy who had fallen asleep on board and told him that they had arrived and it was time to get up. After she briskly walked down from the ship, Ethan, who who had woken up, hurried after her, asking the girl to wait for him a little. But Emma continued walking at the same pace, and the guy who caught up with her introduced himself and asked her name, arguing that they had been on the same ship for so long, but didn't even know each other's names. Emma glanced over her shoulder at him and said with displeasure that they had indeed been sailing together for many days, but for some reason the thought of meeting had only occurred to him once they had arrived. Sighing, she turned to him and stated her name, Emma Lupin, and said that she was very likely related to the well-known Michael Lupin. Ethan approached her, and with a mischievous smile on his face whispered that in that case, she might even turn out to be Michael's brother's aunt. These words made the girl laugh, and she said that if he called Michael Lupin his brother and her his aunt, she asked how she should address Ethan himself, as her grandson. The boy smiled and said that in that case, he would have to call her grandma. Suddenly, they both fell silent, and all the joy left their faces when they felt someone's heavy gaze on them. Ethan looked to the side and made eye contact with Rooster, who was standing nearby, but he quickly turned away, having lost all interest in the couple. Emma said with relief in her voice that she was almost scared, thinking that he might have heard everything. Ethan replied that she shouldn't worry about it, because they were just joking, and it had nothing to do with the judges. It took Michael an effort to contain his irritation, but he firmly remembered this couple, his adopted aunt, and this arrogant boy. He waited until everyone had exited the ship, and then stepped forward and asked those present if they wanted to become stronger. Everyone shouted out as one that they were ready to do anything to gain power. This was enough for our hero to test their resolve and released a wave of spiritual power in their direction. Many immediately fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Ethan barely managed to stay on his feet, but he felt a hellish weakness throughout his body. He looked towards where his new acquaintance was standing, and saw that she too was struggling to stay conscious. But a few seconds later, his stamina gave out and he too, losing consciousness, fell onto the cool surface. Stefan was also one of the few who barely managed to stay conscious, but it was hard for him to even imagine that the judges would conduct the selection using such cruel methods. He tried to hold on until the very end, but eventually, fatigue got the better of him, and he too fell. As soon as this happened, Michael announced that the 18 people who fell last would pass this test. The next day, the 18 disciples he had chosen arrived at the Heavenly Palace, where the hero congratulated them on passing the first stage. Afterwards, with all seriousness in his voice, he explained to them that the future of all humanity depended on this experiment in which they were taking part. Everyone listened to him attentively, understanding the seriousness of this event. Meanwhile, Michael continued, saying that abilities are usually awakened randomly, but now the judges have a new method that will help even ordinary people to receive and develop abilities. This method they will try to develop, and it is called the meditation of hunting magic. Ethan asked with excitement in his voice if even the most ordinary people could really gain abilities, to which Michael replied that this was true. So in order to understand how effective meditation was in different conditions, the participants in the experiment would be divided into 2 teams. He explained that 9 people would receive the F-rank ability, Magic Hunting Bow, while the others would have to awaken abilities out of thin air. Therefore, he asked those who were able to cultivate the ability and wanted to practice the hunting magic meditation to step forward. These words caused doubts among the participants, and no one was in a hurry to step forward. Then our hero had to resort to mind control. The guys he remembered from yesterday were taken under his control and simultaneously stepped forward, saying that for the sake of the future of humanity, they choose meditation. When everyone was finally divided into groups, Michael smiled under his mask and said that in that case, they could begin. Obeying his command, everyone sat in the lotus position and began their meditation. Watching them, the hero reflected on the fact that the universality of this meditation is too small if anyone could develop it. The situation would take a completely different turn. Suddenly, he felt a simultaneous call from the island chain and the southern continent.